Under a frigid night sky, Vlad lay half-buried beneath rubble and snow outside the towering city walls. Once discarded like waste in the slums, he found himself barely conscious, crushed yet not broken. Amid the ruins, a strange force stirred his hand, twitched toward a glinting shard in the darkness. Though no stars shone above him, something awakened deep within. He rose, bloodied, and driven by a silent resolve. If a spark remained in his soul, then he would forge it into a star of his own. Days later, Vlad stood in the dim alleyways of Skarara, clutching a plain sword that shimmered faintly in the candlelight. Though the steel looked ordinary, it pulsed with energy when held by him, a sign that his mysterious link with the blade had not faded. His eyes, once dull, now held purpose. In the tavern where he worked, he crossed paths with Jamina, whose blunt concern masked genuine worry. She noticed his distraction and scolded his reckless behavior. Jamina's questions pierced deeper. She remembered the strange phenomenon, how Vlad would hear voices when gripping weapons, a condition others dismissed as madness. The truth, however, lay hidden in the past. Vlad's connection to the black lightning and sentient blades was no coincidence. What had seemed like a curse was now a path, a dangerous, uncertain one, but his alone to walk. Vlad and Jamina wandered through the alley markets, hoping to secure a proper weapon. They needed something stronger than scrap, but the cost was staggering. 5 gold for a single blade from a backstreet smithy. The price was outrageous for their means, enough to feed them for a year. Still, Vlad couldn't shake the feeling that this blade was different, the one he was meant to wield. Their attempts to negotiate were met with fury. The old blacksmith, hardened and bitter, lashed out at them for daring to ask. He saw them as worthless street rats, undeserving of anything he crafted. The confrontation escalated quickly, with Jamina refusing to back down. She challenged his pride and mocked his anger. But Vlad stepped in before it worsened, leading her away. Even after they left, the old man's resentment lingered. He recalled the harsh winters when he once gave freely to children, like Vlad and Jamina, but age, hardship, and disappointment had turned that compassion into regret. Alone in the cold, he muttered curses, yet something unsettled him. Back at his workshop, he noticed the muddy footprints, signs Vlad had stood outside in silence again, staring at the sword. The blacksmith scoffed, calling him a fool chasing illusions. In his mind, no one born in the slums ever left them, yet his grip on the sword faltered, disturbed by a feeling he wouldn't admit that maybe, just maybe, Vlad would prove him wrong. The old blacksmith, hardened by time and failure, stood alone in the glow of morning, though his anger still lingered. He stared at the blade, his final work, with reluctant reverence. He couldn't let it waste away in the back street. It deserved a wielder worthy of it. Not just anyone, but someone who had the potential to escape this place. Someone like Vlad. Elsewhere in Shara, the city stirred beneath its polished surface. Behind its northern wealth and power lay slums, drenched in crime and desperation. The backstreets thrived, with chaos, noise, disputes, and twisted dealings. Vlad, now working as a candle merchant, moved through this world undeterred. Despite everything, he carried himself with purpose. Inside a brothel, he handled business with blunt confidence. He confronted a disgruntled customer who accused him of scamming with short-burning timer candles. Without flinching, Vlad challenged him to test the product by the clock. He offered no apologies, only proof. For Vlad, it was never about earning favor, it was about holding his ground. As tension escalated, he remained unfazed. He had faced starvation, humiliation, and death. A shouting customer was nothing. His resolve, shaped by snow, covered gutters, and sharpened by silent suffering, was unshakable. In a city blind to hidden light, Vlad shone in his own way, defiant, unbreakable, and steadily rising. Vlad lit the candle with calm precision. The customer, filled with rage and disbelief, threatened him with violence if the candle truly lasted 5 minutes. Unshaken, Vlad accepted the challenge. His blue eyes locked onto the man's, not with arrogance, but a cold, unshakable resolve, earned from hardship and humiliation. The room quieted as all eyes turned to the flame and the ticking clock. Tension thickened as seconds passed. The man paced restlessly, eyeing the candle and the woman beside him. When he realized the time had indeed passed, panic flickered across his face. But Vlad was already moving. Without hesitation, he drove a wooden staff into the man's head, silencing his disbelief with brutal precision. The crowd erupted in gasps, backing away as Vlad advanced. His strikes were sharp, controlled, and unrelenting. Each blow echoed with more than anger, it was justice. Vlad had endured life beneath others' feet for too long. Now, he struck back without mercy. Blood splattered across the floor as the man fell repeatedly under Vlad's assault. Vlad stood tall, panting, but not from fear. He didn't need a noble title or a gilded sword to earn respect, only strength and resolve. Facing the broken man, Vlad declared his verdict. "You started this," he said. So take the consequences. No one questioned him now. Baek Woon, we launched a sudden assault on an illegal candle market run by the Sacred Rose. With precise swordsmanship and calculated strikes, he eliminated the guards and ignited chaos inside the building. As panicked screams echoed, the bystanders outside realized someone had dared challenge the organization in broad daylight. The next morning, the group reconvened at a local inn Woon, trying to maintain control of the investigation, focused on finding the source of the tampered products. While casually eating, he pointed out how quickly things escalated, pressing others for answers. Jorce and his daughter were shocked to hear someone interfered with their business. Marcella, a noblewoman of the Sacred Rose, confessed to minor sabotage. Her motive was simple: sell the flawed goods and pocket the earnings. Woon, why frustrated but composed, left the table and went downstairs, hoping to get more information. He met Burley, a suspicious merchant who hinted at strange events occurring while Woon, why was absent. Burley implied that the prophet's Woon, why made caught some unwanted attention from senior members. Sensing an ulterior motive, Woon, why remained cautious. Finally, Burley offered a trade. He would give up the identity of the real thief, someone sloppy and easily recognizable, in exchange for coins. As Woon, we looked at the captured pickpocket, a new layer of the conspiracy began to unfold. Burley offered the captured pickpocket to Vlad for 40 silver. Suspicious of the boy's condition, Vlad questioned whether he'd been harmed. Burley claimed the boy had only been roughed up, not maimed. Frustrated by the situation and sensing deeper exploitation, Vlad reluctantly paid the price. He tossed a pouch of silver, then warned that next time they should handle matters themselves, hinting he disliked being dragged into these ugly affairs. The boy Ned, visibly terrified, expected punishment. Vlad, however, challenged him, asking if anything was broken. When Ned confirmed he was fine, Vlad let him go, harshly scolding him to disappear before he changed his mind. The boy fled, expressing gratitude with wide eyes. Though Vlad hid his emotions behind a cold exterior, the decision cost him financially once again, pushing him further from his savings goal. At the docks, a broader view of the city hinted that larger forces were moving behind the scenes. In a different room, a man named Harbin, leader of the whale hunter faction of the Hoover family, reviewed the events. He acknowledged Ned's luck, knowing many others in the same position wouldn't have escaped so easily. Harbin's comments suggested that Vlad's choice to spare the boy hadn't gone unnoticed, and that Vlad's actions might soon draw interest from more powerful players. After sparing the pickpocket, Vlad found himself in a private conversation with Harbin. They discussed recent unrest, including the sabotage involving the Sacred Rose candles. Harbin hinted that Madame of the Rose, Marcella, likely acted for a serious reason despite her typical restraint. Rumors had already spread far, casting suspicion even on Jorce, her father. Vlad agreed that such a disruption wouldn't happen without a deeper motive. Harbin warned that if those known for stability suddenly sought quick profits, it likely meant they were gathering funds for an urgent purpose. His voice lowered with caution. When underground factions move money swiftly, it often signals the start of something violent, usually war. The two realized that this wasn't just an isolated economic disturbance, but a preparation for conflict with another force. Visions of hostile organizations surged through Vlad's mind: brutal enforcers, corrupt brokers, hidden assassins, all groups thriving in war. He realized how silently danger had begun to surround him. On the surface, the city bustled with life, but something dark loomed underneath. Soon after, a powerful enforcer stormed in, demanding the whereabouts of Vlad's superior. The atmosphere turned tense. As Vlad's eyes narrowed, he sensed the truth. This wasn't just intimidation, it was a declaration. In the world of underground power, destruction comes swiftly and without warning. In a noisy tavern, Vlad sat quietly, surrounded by strangers unaware of his skill. Groover, a notorious thug, entered with his men, searching for someone. He approached Vlad, demanding information about a target. When Vlad claimed ignorance, Groover grew aggressive, dismissing him as a weak, young vendor. The tension escalated as the thug slammed the table, attempting to intimidate Vlad. As the noise startled the room, Vlad remained calm. Groover ordered him to find the person they were after. When Vlad didn't move, Groover lashed out, but before his attack could land, Vlad swiftly countered, knocking back the weapon with precise, controlled strikes. The sudden clash sent shockwaves through the room, silencing the onlookers. Gasps filled the tavern. Patrons watched in disbelief at the mess. Tables shattered, cutlery scattered, and valuable items ruined. The bartender lamented the loss, declaring the day's business ruined. Groover, however, was too furious to care, demanding Vlad leave the place. Vlad, kneeling calmly, pointed out that Groover's foot was on him. He demanded he step back. Groover, insulted, responded with violence, initiating a full-blown fight. Charging with a roar, Groover underestimated the younger man. Vlad, reading every move, parried effortlessly. With clean calculated strikes, he brought Groover down, ending the fight in one blow. In a noisy tavern, Vlad sat quietly, surrounded by strangers unaware of his skill. Groover, a notorious thug, entered with his men, searching for someone. He approached Vlad, demanding information about a target. When Vlad claimed ignorance, Groover grew aggressive, dismissing him as a weak, young vendor. The tension escalated as the thug slammed the table, attempting to intimidate Vlad. As the noise startled the room, Vlad remained calm. Groover ordered him to find the person they were after. When Vlad didn't move, Groover lashed out. But before his attack could land, Vlad swiftly countered, knocking back the weapon with precise controlled strikes. The sudden clash sent shockwaves through the room, silencing the onlookers. Gasps filled the tavern. Patrons watched in disbelief at the mess. Tables shattered, cutlery scattered, and valuable items ruined. The bartender lamented the loss, declaring the day's business ruined. Groover, however, was too furious to care, demanding Vlad leave the place. Vlad, kneeling calmly, pointed out that Groover's foot was on him. He demanded he step back. Groover, insulted, responded with violence, initiating a full-blown fight. Charging with a roar, Groover underestimated the younger man. Vlad, reading every move, parried effortlessly. With clean calculated strikes, he brought Groover down, ending the fight in one blow. Vlad ended the clash with a precise and powerful strike, knocking Groover unconscious. The sharp execution of his movement stunned everyone in the tavern. Whispers spread among the stunned patrons and mercenaries. Even the hardened thugs were visibly shaken by Vlad's unexpected strength. In a place where only the strong survive, Vlad had clearly claimed his dominance. Standing over his defeated opponent, Vlad stared down calmly. His eyes showed no fear, only focus. The room grew silent, but the presence of another figure disrupted the stillness. The man known as the Money Grubber stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Vlad. His underlings prepared to retaliate, shouting angrily, but the boss raised his voice, commanding them to stop. Surprisingly, the man laughed, instead of punishing Vlad. Amused by the boy's courage and strength, he expressed interest rather than hostility. Even with one arm, the man exuded authority. Vlad remained composed, showing no fear. The boss praised his boldness, finding Vlad's defiance entertaining rather than insulting. Later, away from the crowd, the Money Grubber arranged a private meeting with Vlad. Though he didn't recall Vlad from their past, he was curious. As the meeting continued, talk shifted to business and alcohol, while the real tension simmered beneath. Something larger was clearly unfolding behind the casual surface. After the intense confrontation, Vlad let out a breath of relief. Though victorious, he recognized the danger he had just faced. Around him, the room slowly returned to order as Jorge and his men exited. Vlad glanced at the wreckage, countless candles ruined in the clash, a reminder of the damage done. As he reflected, someone called out to him, "Rising Star." Jorge's underling praised Vlad's skill and passed along compliments from their boss. Jorge himself soon approached, impressed by Vlad's composure and talent. He offered Vlad a place under his command, promising wealth and comfort beyond what his current job provided. He handed Vlad a gold coin payment for the destroyed candles, but also an invitation. Though Vlad declined the offer for now, Jorge respected his answer. Jorge led his group to eat, satisfied with the interaction. Vlad observed from a distance, noting the shift in atmosphere. As he watched, the red-haired woman Marcella called to him from above. Jorge wanted to see him again. Upstairs, Vlad was handed a small sword by a man of authority. It was meant to be given later, but the events of the day accelerated the timing. The man instructed Vlad to carry it from now on, a gesture that symbolized new responsibility, recognition, and the start of a deeper involvement in the powers at play. Vlad sensed the tense shift in the tavern's atmosphere. From his seat, he observed Jorge and Jack, the one-armed Money Grubber, engaged in a private yet critical conversation. Their discussion was not a mere reunion, it was layered with rivalry and veiled threats. Vlad quickly understood that their past alliance had collapsed, replaced now by growing tension and strategic maneuvering. Jorge, recognizing the rising threat from Jack's gathering of outsiders, decided to act. He told Vlad to stop selling candles and prepare for something bigger. Jorge had learned that Jack was recruiting people beyond the slums, including former knights. The balance of power in the underground world was beginning to shift, and Jorge feared it could break entirely if Jack's forces gained a true swordsman. Despite Jack's influence and manpower, Jorge remained a dominant figure, a wall no average thug could overcome. A skilled knight like Jorge couldn't be matched by sheer numbers. But the threat of another warrior at Jack's side made the outcome uncertain. Jorge needed Vlad. As Vlad processed this, he was inspired by Harbin, a disabled man who used intellect to rise above limitations and now worked for Captain Hoover. That realization deepened Vlad's resolve. Effort and learning could overcome status or past failure. Later, while training, Vlad focused on improving his form. Though frustrated by constant critiques, he knew it was this attention to detail that would help him surpass those who only relied on strength. A month earlier, Vlad had been struck by an unnatural black thunderbolt. Since then, he began hearing whispers that surfaced each time he handled anything resembling a sword. These weren't hallucinations, they were clear, instructive, and unnerving. At first he tried to ignore them, believing they'd fade with time. But instead, they intensified the more he trained. Determined not to be swayed, Vlad pushed forward. He cleared his thoughts, steadied his breath, and began sword practice under the open sky. Despite using only a wooden stick, his focus was absolute. He repeated the advice whispered into his mind to narrow the angle of his elbows, to focus everything into each movement. As he swung down, a sharp pulse surged through him. The movement was faster, more precise. Energy sparked from his body as the strike landed with stunning force. Vlad froze. This wasn't just a clean hit, it felt different, alive, as if something had been awakened within him. His instincts told him this was no mere technique. The sensation reminded him of the power paths used by seasoned swordsmen. If his earlier effort was a flicker, this was a true connection to something greater. In that moment, as light swirled around his body, Vlad realized he had just touched the way of the sword. But the mysterious voices and the strange surge made him wonder, what exactly had taken root inside his head? Beneath the moonlit sky over snow-covered mountains, Stanga stood alone, his breath visible in the frigid air. Blood stained his blade, and exhaustion weighed on his aging body. Though he had fought many battles, this cold seemed to reach deeper than ever before. His senses remained sharp, and he quickly noticed movement in the forest. Someone was approaching. He paused, scanning the area. Whether the presence was a careless intruder or a calculated scout, it didn't matter. Stanga issued a warning, his voice steady. Then, from the shadows, a young man emerged. Vlad, the blonde-haired swordsman with piercing blue eyes, introduced himself. The two acknowledged each other. Vlad handed Stanga a sealed letter, an order from the boss, confirming Vlad's involvement in a recent conflict. Stanga, intrigued by Vlad's reputation and curious about his noble appearance, despite street origins, agreed to proceed together. They set out through the snow, but Stanga remained skeptical. Vlad seemed overconfident, prompting silent judgment. Still, Vlad insisted he could manage the journey. The older warrior doubted him aloud, drawing a nervous glance. As they walked, tension flared. Stanga's irritation boiled over with sharp words, warning Vlad not to fail. Despite the clash, Vlad's resolve held. He asked simply for trust, not for pride, but to fulfill his very first mission. As they traveled through the snow-covered forest, Stanga silently observed Vlad. Despite the harsh words he had thrown earlier, the older knight was quietly impressed. Vlad showed no fear, even under deliberate pressure. Instead of shrinking, the young man pressed forward with confidence. It reminded Stanga of someone from his past. Jorge. Perhaps Vlad was another rough gem worth polishing. When night fell, they found shelter in a small cave. The flames from their campfire cast shadows on the stone walls as warmth returned to their chilled limbs. Vlad stared at Stanga with curiosity, prompting the older man to question him. It was clear this was Vlad's first time traveling with a knight. He awkwardly admitted his origin, Dacia, a simple village, drawing sarcastic remarks from Stanga. Their banter continued, lightened by the smell of roasting beef jerky. Stanga, despite his gruffness, couldn't resist the fresh aroma. Vlad teasingly denied him a share, prompting more playful hostility. Still, it didn't take long before Stanga pulled out his own stash, though its terrible odor filled the cave. Though without warning, Stanga offered something rare: answers. For each piece of jerky, Vlad could ask a question. Surprised, Vlad hesitated, unsure what to ask first. Stanga grinned, knowing the boy wouldn't get such an opportunity again so easily. As the fire crackled between them, Stanga leaned back, amused by Vlad's persistence. The young man offered more jerky in exchange for answers. Stanga, holding onto his pride, reminded Vlad that knights worked for fair compensation. With a slight smirk, Vlad pressed forward with questions, his curiosity genuine. He asked for Stanga's name, age, and finally, something deeper. Whether the knight could still use aura. The mood shifted. Stanga dismissed the question at first, claiming many knights possessed the ability but few could wield it in battle. Vlad pushed further. Stanga, amused, but serious, accepted the challenge, especially after Vlad handed him all the jerky without hesitation. That sincerity struck a chord. Taking up his sword, Stanga explained that while knights should remain modest, even retired ones needed reasons to lift their spirits. As he rose, his form straightened, and a faint energy began to swirl. Vlad watched, eyes wide. Stanga's expression sharpened. He focused, summoning power not through muscle, but through a deeper connection his soul. The air changed as blue aura danced around his blade, illuminating the cave. Stanga called this the essence of nights, a force drawn from within. Vlad shielded his eyes, stunned, finally witnessing the truth behind the reputation of a true swordmaster. The cave shimmered with blue light as Stanga unleashed his aura in full, his sword glowing with focused power. Vlad stood in awe, witnessing firsthand the strength of a true knight. The demonstration was brief, but its impact was lasting. Later, the two arrived near the city under the cover of night. Stanga, feeling ragged and disgraced from days of travel, grumbled to himself. Though proud, he couldn't ignore how unknightly he felt. Still, there was a mission to complete. Vlad led him through a hidden route, avoiding the guarded front gate. They entered silently, slipping past buildings and empty streets. But something felt off. The silence wasn't natural. When asked, Vlad confirmed that this eerie stillness wasn't normal. Their suspicions were confirmed when they stumbled upon the aftermath of an attack. Bodies lay scattered, and signs of struggle were everywhere. Vlad moved quickly, guiding Stanga to a secure passage, then splitting up to avoid attention. While Vlad approached a blood-stained door, Stanga went around to enter unnoticed. Inside, Vlad reunited with two companions. The muscular man welcomed him, noting the recent ambush. He questioned Vlad's condition, then turned serious. The real concern was whether Vlad had brought the knight. Confirming Stanga's arrival, Vlad explained their route. With that assurance, the man vowed to settle unfinished business, and praised Stanga as a reliable ally. Vlad spoke confidently about Stanga's character and skills. He described the knight as sharp, disciplined, and even noble in his own way. His movement was still nimble, despite age. He had shown mastery of aura, something Vlad had witnessed with his own eyes. The muscular man listening, however, wasn't convinced. His expression darkened. Without warning, he asked Vlad again, was it truly aura? Vlad confirmed, but the man's suspicion only deepened. His voice turned cold as he stated with certainty, Stanga never learned how to use aura. The room tensed. Before Vlad could process the claim, they heard the sound of footsteps. A cloaked figure emerged from the stairway. Stanga stood in the doorway, blood on his coat and sword in hand. Something had changed in his demeanor. His expression was calm, yet the atmosphere around him pulsed with danger. Vlad turned toward the others in confusion. Who was this man, and why was there doubt about his identity? Stanga, or the one claiming to be him, locked eyes with the older warrior. His tone was dark, almost mocking. "It's been a while, Senior," he said. The air grew colder. A confrontation loomed, and now, the truth behind this so-called knight would finally be revealed. Vlad stood amidst the bloodied snow, his body aching from the clash. Age had begun to dull his instincts, but not his resolve. Around him, corpses lay frozen, weapons scattered like discarded promises. The winter wind bit into his bones, but the question lingered, was the enemy's mistake truly clumsy, or was it part of a larger scheme? Later in the dim hall, he confronted an old comrade. The man remarked on Vlad's changed demeanor, questioning why he had resurfaced after all this time. With a solemn gaze, Vlad revealed the truth: Count Gaidar was dead. The news cast a long shadow as the Count's body rested beneath a cold slab. His reign quietly ended. Word of Gaidar's death had yet to spread. Political complications forced silence, but the truth would surface soon. As Vlad raised a drink in mourning, memories stirred behind his tired eyes. His bloodied hand gripped the glass, the weight of loss pressing down. He toasted quietly to the fallen Count, but danger struck swiftly. Assassins burst in, steel flashing. Vlad dodged, retaliated, and struck one down with calculated fury. Shards of glass flew as he remembered those Gaidar once protected. Now facing Sir Sigmund, the new Count Gaidar, Vlad bellowed Godwin's name and charged. Blades met, sparks flew, and the hall erupted into chaos. As steel clashed, Jorge was commanded to surrender and return. The voice declared it was Sir Sigmund's order. Jorge, once a knight of the realm, growled in defiance. Sigmund held no authority over him. His allegiance had died with Count Gaidar. Their swords met again. Sigmund, calculating yet forceful, admitted he never expected Jorge to yield. He revealed that even the new Count didn't anticipate Jorge's return but still wished for it. Jorge remained unshaken, blocking each strike with silent conviction. Their battle surged through the hall, destroying its structure with every blow. The conflict spilled into the nearby corridors, where Marcella and others quickly recognized the growing danger. With urgency, they guided fleeing innocents through another passage as Jorge continued to hold off Sigmund's forces. Vlad soon joined the fray. Townsfolk spotted him as chaos erupted, shocked by the carnage. Some called out, recognizing the infamous figure, but Vlad had no time to explain. Jorge's name echoed as a warning. Berlian and others prepared to defend. With destruction intensifying, Vlad unleashed a devastating strike, scattering enemies. Dust filled the air. A wounded Sigmund collapsed, coughing from the impact. Vlad stood above the chaos, his sword drawn, eyes fixed on those remaining. Marcella met his gaze, understanding that a final reckoning had begun between those who once served the same cause. Marcella's warning came too late. Jorge barely reacted before Sigmund lunged forward, fueled by desperation. Their blades collided violently, sending shockwaves across the chamber. Jorge, though injured, remained standing as Sigmund collapsed to one knee, bloodied and struggling. Amid the tension, Vlad spoke with cold finality. He reminded Sigmund of the day he should have obeyed, not questioned. But Jorge refused to accept blind orders. "I'm a person," he stated firmly. Vlad corrected him. He was a knight, and knights bore duties, not excuses. Silence followed, only broken by soldiers encircling them. With the battle quieting, Vlad turned his back and addressed everyone. The night had dragged on long enough. He expressed his desire to finally rest. As he stepped forward, blue energy shimmered from his sword, illuminating the dark hall. Marcella raced forward, sensing something dangerous. Vlad's power surged uncontrollably. Runes lit up around him, wrapping the air in a blinding glow. Panic set in. Marcella screamed for him to stop, but Vlad was beyond hearing. His body lifted into the air, engulfed in a storm of light and runes. Then, silence. The explosion vanished. Vlad was gone. Marcella rose from the rubble, stunned. Around her, fallen enemies and shattered walls remained. A single drop of blood fell, and all she could do was stare in disbelief. Marcella knelt among the debris, stunned, unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. Then her eyes widened. Bloody footsteps marked the ground. Jorge's body was gone. Her voice cracked as she called out for him, but no response came. The silence was heavier than the battle. Memories returned. Jorge, the man who first reached out to a boy abandoned in the alleys, the one who believed in him, who saw his potential when no one else did. And now, under the quiet glow of the moonlight, that guiding figure had vanished, leaving a void that shattered the boy's world. Gripping Jorge's sword, the boy trembled. Grief turned into fury. He charged forward, blade raised, deaf to the warning voice in his mind. He unleashed an attack, fierce and clumsy, but something awakened within him, an energy foreign yet familiar. The way of the sword resonated through his body. Vlad, watching from the shadows, recognized it immediately. This wasn't mere emotion, it was talent. Even while overwhelmed, the boy had instinctively twisted his body to lessen the impact. Vlad noted it silently. This one was a natural. As the boy struggled for breath, Vlad approached but stayed his blade. The boy was raw, untamed, but full of promise, a sprout too valuable to discard, even if fate demanded otherwise. With blades crossed, the boy stood face to face with Vlad, his resolve sharper than ever. Memories of training with Jorge echoed in Vlad's mind. Watching that potential bloom into strength had always brought him quiet satisfaction, but now, Godwin's boy stood before him furious and broken. Vlad, ever composed, reminded him of the knight's code: fair compensation. He acknowledged the boy's spirit, the fire in his eyes, but insisted on honoring the deal. The false name, the false age, it was time to return those lies. Yet from the fight, he would take something real. A scar, a piece of truth earned through battle. The boy clenched his teeth, fury trembling through him. He declared his hatred, his desire for revenge, but Vlad warned him not to trade his life so cheaply. For now, the victor had claimed his right. As Vlad turned and walked away into the shadows, the boy screamed after him. His vow to kill Godwin echoed through the ruins, a desperate cry laced with pain and defiance. Tears fell, mixing with blood and dust. "I'll make sure of it," he roared, voice raw with determination. That night, something awakened. Not just grief or rage, but purpose. A seed had been planted, and from it, a warrior's path had begun to take shape. Under the cover of night, Vlad limped through the narrow alleyway, supporting Zemina, who was injured. Both were exhausted and pursued. Every step grew heavier until Vlad, clutching his side, collapsed to the ground in pain. Blood seeped through his fingers. His breathing labored, but there was no time to rest. From the shadows, a tall woman named Marcella approached. Her voice cut through the silence, commanding Vlad to rise. She stared down coldly, not allowing sympathy. Her words were harsh, but true. This was no place for weakness. With clenched fists, Vlad tried to stand, but his body trembled. Marcella crouched and stared him in the eyes. She spoke of opportunity, the single thread separating those with privilege from those like them. She reminded Vlad that people in power could afford to fail, but for them, failure meant death. Her sharp voice pressed the reality into his mind. He was not allowed to give up. Marcella stepped back. Her final words echoed this chance was all he had. With renewed resolve, Vlad stood again. Zamina asked if they should stop, seeing his pain, but Vlad refused. He couldn't end it here. A shout rang out. Pursuers had spotted them. Gritting his teeth, Vlad grabbed Zamina's hand. Together, they ran forward, refusing to lose their only chance. Vlad and Zamina fled deeper into the alleys as their pursuers grew closer. The slum's illusion of safety had shattered. The nest was gone. Though still inexperienced, Vlad had no choice but to act. He gritted his teeth, pulling Zamina along as voices shouted behind them, promising rewards for their capture. Driven by vengeance, the thugs split up, searching every dark corner. Vlad and Zamina hid inside a wooden storeroom, holding their breath. Silence fell briefly. Vlad knew they couldn't keep escaping like this forever. He needed a new plan. He instructed Zamina to remain hidden, hoping to draw attention away. She protested, not wanting to be separated. He explained the danger of staying together. With a heavy heart, Vlad tried to reassure her, reminding her of Marcella's promise and suggesting places to wait safely. Zamina resisted, scared and emotional, but Vlad's frustration erupted. He admitted he couldn't protect her in his current state. Suddenly, a noise outside drew their attention. A stranger appeared, and Zamina quickly armed herself. They had unintentionally broken into a house. An older man holding a lantern confronted them with anger and confusion. Zamina pointed her weapon defensively, demanding he stay back. What began as escape now turned into uncertainty. Vlad and Zamina stood frozen, unsure whether the stranger would be a threat or a chance for survival. Zamina's hands trembled as she shouted at the old man, threatening to stab him if he moved. Her desperation was real, eyes burning with panic and fear. Vlad remained silent, watching closely. The old man, startled but calm, observed their condition and slowly understood. He asked her to lower the blade, recognizing her fear. Zamina didn't back down. Her voice rose, demanding a sword, anything to protect herself and Vlad. The man pointed to a sword hanging on the wall, warning it wasn't safe beyond the town. But she wasn't thinking of safety, only survival. She stepped forward, persistent. Vlad tried to stop her, but Zamina's mind was fixed. The man looked at her, and in his thoughts, he judged her as typical of those raised in the alleys, willing to steal, to fight, to survive by any means. He muttered that it was now her turn. Zamina's anger boiled. With a furious shout, she lunged forward. Vlad, alarmed, yelled her name, realizing too late she wasn't bluffing. The knife swung with force and emotion, but just as the blade neared its mark, time seemed to slow. Vlad's eyes locked on Zamina. The old man didn't flinch. As her strike descended, his gaze sharpened, and he quietly said one word. Here. The tension shattered the silence. With tears brimming in her eyes, Zamina pleaded earnestly. She dropped to her knees, offering what little she had. Though her voice trembled, her resolve didn't waver. She promised to repay the old man someday. All she asked was for the sword to be given to Vlad. The old man stood silent for a moment, then turned to Vlad. Are you leaving? He asked quietly. Vlad, holding the blade, nodded without hesitation. His eyes burned with purpose. The man watched him closely, thoughts stirring. Vlad's determination reminded him of his own past dreams, dreams he never fulfilled. This boy was doing what he never dared. With a sigh, he muttered that kids were troublesome. Then, with a tired breath, he told them, "Follow me." To avoid detection, the man led them through back roads and snowy alleys, pushing a cart filled with trash. The smell was unbearable, but they had no choice. Vlad and Zamina hid beneath the piles. Soon, patrol guards appeared, suspicious. The old man snapped at them, yelling about blocked alleys and delayed trash disposal. His outburst distracted them long enough, but one guard eyed the cart carefully. When questioned about the hooded figure beside him, the old man lied, claiming it was help in exchange for food. The guards, unaware of the truth, accepted his explanation for now. A soldier raised his glowing blade and warned them not to move. Zamina tensed, but the blacksmith remained still. After a brief pause, the guard lowered his weapon, allowing them to proceed. As the group moved again, the guards continued to question the blacksmith's motives. Suspicion returned when they realized one target, Jorge's blonde-haired son, Vlad, was still missing. Orders were given to search the cart. Vlad remained hidden, pressed beneath trash, barely breathing. Zamina sat nearby, her face stiff with fear. The blacksmith tried to stall, but a soldier insisted on a thorough check. As one guard approached, he hesitated, complaining about rust. Redirected elsewhere, the danger seemed to pass. But the blacksmith's mind raced, knowing they couldn't stay long if caught. Everything would collapse. Suddenly, the guard returned and began lifting items. Zemina and the blacksmith braced themselves. With a sudden shift, the guard stopped, gave a strange look, but said nothing. He stepped back. More guards arrived. The blacksmith distracted them again with complaints about blocked alleys and trash removal. It worked. As the inspection ended, the guards allowed them to leave. One guard casually mentioned Harbin had launched a boat on the river. The blacksmith muttered thanks and pushed forward. In the cart, Vlad lay silent, knowing just how narrowly they had escaped capture. With help from Otar and the blacksmith, Vlad and Zemina finally reached the outskirts of town. The destination was a dark passage where unwanted trash was disposed of. It became their escape route. Zemina, holding back tears, bid farewell to Vlad, wishing him strength and good health. She knew their paths would soon diverge. As the cart rolled away, Vlad gripped the sword tightly. The blacksmith watched him from a distance. Though hardened by life, the old man quietly admitted to himself that Vlad's determination had stirred something long-buried hope. What the boy carried now wasn't just a sword, but a dream too heavy for the old man to chase. That night, under a quiet sky, Vlad sat alone in the wilderness. He examined the sword, uncertain but resolute. Then, as before, a voice echoed from the blade, mysterious, unclear, yet familiar. Though it couldn't remember its identity, it continued to guide him. Vlad accepted the strange bond. It didn't matter if the voice came from a spirit or a demon. He would wield the sword, and in return, give it a purpose. As he raised the blade toward the moon, visions of a powerful figure emerged in his thoughts. Someone that lay ahead. He wasn't afraid of the path anymore. He was ready to begin. As the firelight flickered, Vlad tightened his grip around the sword. A strange sensation surged through him, an overwhelming clarity, as if his mind and the blade were synchronizing. In that moment, the disembodied voice from within the sword spoke again. It offered more than just guidance this time, it offered knowledge. Vlad's resolve deepened. His fear of the unknown dissolved. All that mattered now was becoming stronger. The voice, now clearer and more determined, agreed to teach him. It called him its sword, its vessel, the one who would carry its will forward. A luminous force enveloped Vlad as the ethereal form of a figure emerged behind the sword, perhaps the soul once tied to it. The power coursed through him like a current, drawing sigils and swirling energy into the ground. As his body floated, suspended in the glowing field, his transformation began. He wasn't just wielding a sword anymore, he was becoming one with it. The voice declared him, "My sword," signifying a pact that went beyond words. It was no longer a boy with a blade, it was a warrior awakening with purpose, forged by fate and fire. Snow blanketed the mountainous region as a military camp stood organized beneath the clear winter sky. Banners of House Bayezid marked the command tent, indicating the presence of noble authority and control. Inside, Yosef Bayezid moved pieces across a war map, calmly analyzing the battlefield's progression. Though his strategy proceeded flawlessly, Yosef grew suspicious of the ease surrounding their current operation. Zayar returned from patrol and entered the tent, briefly greeted by Yosef with measured familiarity. Noticing Yosef's unease, Zayar inquired about potential concerns. Despite the campaign's apparent success, Zayar confirmed the extermination effort was proceeding with minimal loss, mostly among hired mercenaries. Joseph questioned the missing soldiers, hinting they could be viewed as deserters, weakening his reputation. He worried that others, especially his father and political rivals, might use this against him. Thoughts turned to his half-brother Lutjur, a strong contender for succession within their militaristic family. Yosef feared losing his position if he failed to surpass expectations and demonstrate absolute capability. Memories of his father's ruthless rise served as a warning. Family history favored strength, not sentiment. Expressing frustration, Yosef stated his shortage of reliable warriors, excluding Zayar from that concern. Zayar reported the presence of an unusual mercenary, urging Joseph to judge for himself. Although Yosef suspected a spy, Zayar hinted the man's nature, defied simple assumptions or intentions. Yosef examined a grotesquely slashed monster corpse, its wounds crude and lacking precision or form. Disappointed, Yosef muttered his critique, comparing the strike to that of an amateur with no skill. He walked past hanging goblin corpses while Zayar asked him to review the others nearby. The next group of corpses revealed the same lack of technique, which Yosef found frustratingly consistent. Upon closer inspection, one of the bodies seemed slightly different, making him pause in thought. Despite identical wound paths, something subtle had changed. Yosef began to suspect a single killer. He turned to Zayar, asking whether one person alone could be behind the identical strikes. Zayar confirmed it. The most recent body arrived yesterday, yet mirrored one from a month ago. Yosef was stunned by the implication such rapid improvement in a single month seemed beyond belief. He questioned internally who could possess such talent. The identity of the fighter remained a mystery. Meanwhile, in the snowy forest, blood sprayed, as goblins were brutally cut down in an instant. Amidst the chaos, an unknown swordsman tore through the monsters, with relentless, overwhelming strength elsewhere. Human soldiers regrouped and coordinated the battlefield, shouting orders to tighten their encirclement strategy. Encouraged by progress, they believed the operation was nearing its successful end without issue. Unaware, a massive monster loomed behind one soldier, ready to strike with terrifying power. The towering monster suddenly moved with terrifying speed, closing the gap before the soldiers could react. Caught off guard, the men were flung backward as the creature smashed through their formation. Its glowing red eyes locked on the terrified troops, while the rest struggled to steady themselves. Panic spread quickly as the monster charged again, trampling the front line without resistance. One by one, soldiers were struck down by its overwhelming force, creating chaos across the ranks. Commanders shouted in confusion, unaware of how the beast bypassed their defensive perimeter so easily. The Knight Commander, furious at the retreat, demanded the troops return to the front line. Complaints erupted among the mercenaries, blaming poor pay and lack of preparation for the surprise attack. As he rushed forward on horseback, the commander was immediately intercepted by the raging monster. Fear gripped the commander's face as he realized he stood no chance against the brute's strength. Suddenly, light footsteps approached from the rear, revealing a blond swordsman with a sheathed blade. Confused murmurs spread. Soldiers recognized the man as Riemann, someone previously dismissed and underestimated. With renewed determination, Riemann stepped forward, calling upon his skill known as prayers. Focused and calm, he vowed silently to succeed where he previously failed. As he dashed forward with precision, the monster turned in shock, unaware of Riemann's resolve. Riemann's strike slashed across the monster's chest, but the blade barely pierced deep enough. Noticing the shallow cut, he quickly retreated, acknowledging the attack had little effect. The monster roared in rage, lunging again with brute force, as Riemann prepared for another move, dashing through the snow. Riemann attempted another strike, but failed to land a clean hit. Frustration overtook him as he whispered to himself. Upset at yet another failed attempt, recalling past criticism, he remembered being mocked for ignoring instructions, but brushed it off with resolve. The monster roared again, swinging its massive weapon, forcing Riemann to evade swiftly. He weaved between its attacks, narrowly avoiding its violent strikes at close range. With the beast towering above, Riemann remained composed, observing its pattern and waiting for an opening. The monster slammed its club down, causing a massive crater to erupt in the snow. As dust settled, it stepped forward, believing victory was near and the battle was over. But Riemann stood firm, determined this time. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to finish it. Blue energy surged around Riemann's blade as he activated his skill, preparing a decisive blow. The monster paused, recognizing the threat in Riemann's eyes and power. Yosef, watching from afar, muttered Riemann's name, intrigued by the swordsman's sudden display of strength. Yosef gave a direct order to JR, instructing him to immediately investigate Riemann's background. JR acknowledged the command without hesitation as Joseph turned away, lost in intense thought. Conflicted, Yosef struggled to comprehend how such raw, unstable swordsmanship advanced so far in 1 month. Riemann's blade sliced through the monster cleanly, erupting blood across the battlefield in a single arc. His form remained steady mid-air, refined and powerful, revealing a mastery that betrayed his experience. Amidst a snowy landscape, mercenaries rummaged through corpses and wreckage, disappointed by the lack of valuables. One of them cheerfully praised their success, while Riemann, their leader, remained focused and cold. He dismissed the chatter, emphasizing action over talk, while the mercenary pushed ideas for partnership. The persistent man tried convincing Riemann to join forces, promising opportunity if they worked together. He hinted at the use of forged mercenary badges, confident in his network's capabilities. Riemann, unimpressed, listened in silence, as the man boasted about a counterfeiter named Gott. Suddenly, Riemann warned him threats or manipulation would be met with deadly consequences. Startled, the man insisted his words were meant with respect, not hostility toward Riemann. Ignoring excuses, Riemann ordered him to finish cleanup, silencing further nonsense with a cold glare. Irritated by the man's attitude, Riemann muttered about teaching him a proper lesson someday. He calmly walked away from the scene as others speculated about his habit of praying. Kneeling with his sword, Riemann prepared for quiet reflection under the shadow of trees, as he trained alone. Others questioned his noble-like demeanor and mysterious presence. Despite the peaceful surroundings, frustration grew. He still couldn't master the one-strike-kill technique. A voice mocked him with strange advice, leaving Riemann annoyed and even more confused. Still struggling with his training, Riemann mumbled frustrations, trying to make sense of the whoosh technique. He returned to camp, muttering to himself, while others watched him with confusion and amusement. Time passed, and as the sun rose over the mountains, a new day began at the camp. As food was served, a pink-haired man stared at the bowl, questioning what kind of meat it contained. Another mercenary brushed off the concern, saying free food wasn't something to question too deeply. Nearby, Riemann walked past without stopping, prompting others to joke about him, heading to pray again. Arriving at the priest's tent, Riemann was welcomed warmly by priest Andrea, who invited him inside. With a gentle smile, Andrea asked about Riemann's evening prayers and the cold night spent outside. Riemann answered faithfully, stating that the cold didn't matter when embraced by the Lord's warmth. Laughing, Andrea praised Riemann for his devotion, calling him more priestly than himself. When breakfast was announced, Andrea invited Riemann to share a meal, appreciating his presence. Although Riemann hadn't come for food, he respectfully joined them at the table for prayer. They gave thanks for the food and prayed for strength to continue doing good deeds. Riemann listened quietly, sincerity reflected in his expression as the light shone through the room. Even in a humble place, his faith remained unwavering, earning silent admiration from those around him. As Riemann stood before a distant battlefield, Andrea reflected on his duty to guide the youth. He saw Riemann's path as one granted by God, even if it led through bloodshed. With a gentle smile, Andrea signaled him to begin eating, prompting Riemann's quiet gratitude. While enjoying the simple meal, Riemann was surprised by Andrea bringing up his sword skill. Andrea revealed that both Sir Joseph and Lady Jaira had taken interest in his abilities. He casually informed Riemann that he had already recommended him to them without hesitation. Andrea explained that he was hopeful for Riemann's future, impressed by his talent and faith. He spoke of House Bayezid's prestige, emphasizing the opportunity it represented in the northern region. Riemann listened silently, unsure how to respond to such praise and unexpected recognition. Later, alone in the forest, Riemann trained while wrestling with the attention he had drawn. He acknowledged that his progress could only come through effort, but feared being exposed. A haunting voice questioned his morality, and he admitted he sought reassurance from the priest. He remembered that Andrea, known for divine insight, hadn't sensed anything wrong with him. Still, Riemann debated whether he should escape before deeper scrutiny revealed his false identity. He feared a full investigation might uncover not just forgery, but the murder he committed. A voice in Riemann's head accused him of being heinous, reminding him of his crimes. Though uncertain, he considered fleeing with Gott to secure a new forged identity. His internal doubts clashed with logic, as escape now seemed far more difficult than expected. Suddenly, Riemann sensed a powerful presence approaching from behind, sharp and deliberate. Drawing his sword instinctively, he prepared for a clash, only to see a black-haired knight. The man evaluated Riemann silently, impressed by how quickly the young mercenary reacted to him. Without hostility, the knight stated that Sir Joseph had summoned Riemann for an audience. Despite panic inside, Riemann composed himself, determined not to appear weak or suspicious. Feigning calmness, he accepted the call, masking his dread with an emotionless expression. Riemann questioned whether the knight expected his visit, curious about how prepared they were. The knight answered that the priest had informed them, though Riemann's early arrival surprised him, intrigued. The knight saw Riemann's composed demeanor as impressive and told him to follow. As they walked, Riemann wondered again if escape was an option, but immediately dismissed the thought. He realized that such a skilled knight could strike him down before he moved. Reluctantly, Riemann accepted his path forward, stepping closer to the noble tents of House Bayezid. Sir Joseph finally greeted Riemann in person, expressing polite interest in meeting the promising young man. Riemann respectfully acknowledged the honor, while Sir Joseph asked about his experience during the missions. Joseph observed Riemann's blonde hair and blue eyes, assuming he was descended from fallen nobility. Riemann admitted his name was indeed Riemann, showing slight hesitation as he responded to the assumption. Suddenly, tension escalated. Joseph's knight stepped in forcefully, surrounding Riemann with unspoken threat. Joseph's demeanor darkened as he revealed sharp disdain for dishonesty, eyes fixed directly on Riemann. Vlad stood before the nobles as accusations about his birth surfaced, questioning the truth behind his lineage. One of the men revealed they had investigated his background. His mother was known, but not his father. Ignoring the insult, Vlad returned the remark with calm sarcasm, masking the sting behind his sharp words. Tension escalated as the black-haired man struck Vlad down, halting any chance for rebuttal or defiance. Vlad hit the ground in pain, the man reminding him of his place with a firm warning. Refusing to break, Vlad got back on his feet, mocking the cruelty with a bitter laugh. Suspicion grew as the noble accused Vlad's group of returning, with a stolen identity from another battlefield. He claimed to know why Vlad left Sharara, probing deeper into his past and motivations. Unfazed, Vlad's eyes held defiance, prompting the man to acknowledge the depth hidden behind his gaze. Memories flashed back his training under a mysterious teacher, who struck without warning, vanishing without a trace. That teacher had moved like lightning, teaching him more through instinct than words. Though nameless, the teacher had left a lasting impact, offering only cryptic wisdom before disappearing. Vlad recalled the master's final words about vision and mastery, spoken beneath a sky lit by power. His confidence stirred awe. The noble watched, eyes locked with Vlad's unwavering determination. Recognizing Vlad's potential, the noble shifted tone, apologized, and proposed cooperation as tensions began to ease. Joseph Bayezid directly addressed Vlad, recognizing his origin and hinting at his potential beyond Shuara. He asked Vlad if he desired more power, status, or even a knighthood, extending a hand. Joseph offered his support, promising a path toward higher authority and survival. Vlad clashed swords with the black-haired man, their movements swift and evenly matched at first. They continued exchanging blows, drawing attention from the surrounding mercenaries. Onlookers speculated about Vlad's training, some assuming he must have studied under the skilled JR. As the duel intensified, the opponent taunted Vlad, mocking his arrogance and ambition. Locked in a fierce clash, Vlad struggled to counter both power and experience. The man belittled Vlad's skills, claiming he lacked the right to challenge someone favored by Joseph. Vlad analyzed the gap in their strength, realizing the weight and precision of each attack. Dodging wasn't enough. Blocking was nearly impossible, due to the opponent's sheer power. Determined, Vlad decided to change tactics, adjusting his timing to find an opening. Seizing the moment, Vlad launched a decisive strike, overcoming the pressure with focused execution. He closed in and broke through, clashing head to head with unshaken resolve. Spectators burst into cheers, impressed by Vlad's tenacity and calling his performance truly remarkable. The black-haired man acknowledged Vlad's effort, stating that reaching this level was expected of him. Vlad laughed in relief, realizing he had met the challenge and earned acknowledgement. The man instructed him to continue sparring twice daily, morning and evening, for ongoing growth. While watching his opponent leave, Vlad reflected on the brutal nature of the sparring session. Though there were no verbal tips, the fight had cut away his flaws through pure impact. He understood that pain carried lessons, but the thought that no one stood beside him lingered. Elsewhere, Joseph asked for thoughts on Vlad's performance, having observed it firsthand with interest. The man acknowledged Vlad's talent, suggesting that even the Count might have noticed if he were noble. Joseph admitted Vlad's arrogance and ignorance of his limits, but believed those were traits that could change. The bearded man agreed, stating he might be the right person to guide Vlad forward. Trust required more than skill, a sword needed loyalty, not just strength. Joseph respected Vlad's honesty, believing it better to see his true nature from the beginning. Vlad silently vowed to fulfill something only he could do, his resolve burning inside. Joseph, meanwhile, believed mutual benefit would define their partnership and welcomed the outcome. The swordsman agreed, subtly accepting the deal with silent approval and measured respect. Vlad's instincts were likened to a wolf, fierce, perceptive, and constantly aware of threats. Joseph admired that nature but emphasized patience, preferring to build something lasting rather than rush forward. He envisioned crafting a case so vast that even a wild wolf would willingly enter it. In the forest, a soldier shivered from the cold, wondering why it felt harsher than usual. He questioned if Vlad's presence had stirred strange weather changes, regretting not dressing more warmly despite discomfort. He endured the chill, unaware of what was quietly unfolding around him. Later, by the campfire, the soldier complained about ending up in harsh weather after success. Sir Roderick appeared, checking in on the situation, prompting the soldier to act formal. After Roderick left, the guard felt relieved, confident that Roderick wouldn't suspect anything soon. Relaxing near a torch, the soldier nearly fell asleep, only to be startled by a voice. He turned, surprised someone was still around, speaking about searching for a child. Confused by the mysterious conversation, he grew suspicious and moved to investigate further. Trailing the figure, the soldier noted the man's strange path. It didn't lead to camp. Realizing something was wrong, he grew tense and followed silently through the snow. Suddenly he froze, as he recognized a familiar figure cloaked in eerie blue mist. A terrifying figure, cloaked in darkness and oozing malevolence, emerged from the shadows in rage, its skeletal face twisted with fury as it lunged forward, radiating a violent, unnatural aura. Vlad winced, feeling the soreness spread through his body after a rough training session. He reflected on the brutal match with JR, wondering if the night had gone too far. Despite the pain, he understood the rarity of sparring with someone as respected as JR. Suddenly, Got called out frantically, waving and running toward Vlad through the snowy forest path. Vlad turned at the sound, surprised to see his comrade had returned unexpectedly. Got revealed the subjugation team hadn't returned and declared his intent to flee that night. Emphasizing urgency, Got reminded Vlad he came back only to warn him about a danger. He claimed the forest they were deployed to was cursed and filled with something sinister. The warning unsettled Vlad, though confusion lingered as he questioned Got's strange conviction. Got insisted that many soldiers had gone missing, despite good pay and conditions in camp. He stressed that these weren't deserters, the forest itself had taken them. The alarming claim made Vlad pause, uncertain how to process the seriousness in Got's voice. Got described witnessing a ghost, abducting people deep in the cursed woods. Vlad stood still, skeptical, unsure whether to believe the fear in his friend's eyes. He warned Got not to overstep, but the desperate man insisted his story was true. Vlad's eyes widened as Got revealed that even the night had vanished yesterday without explanation. He listened intently, as Got confirmed the missing person was Sir Roderick, deepening the urgency of the situation. Got added that all the individuals who had disappeared until now shared the same black hair, startling Vlad. Got cursed himself, regretting not fleeing earlier, and abandoning courtesy for self-preservation. Vlad and his companions rode through the snowy terrain, observing the worried expression of Got in silence. Riemann considered the trustworthiness of Got, noting he was not insane, but remained cautious about his claims. Yosef contemplated the unusual situation as an opportunity, rather than a routine monster subjugation, analyzing potential benefits. Vlad noted the correlation between missing people and their black hair, while the 3 stationed knights had proven useless. Riemann reflected that someone more capable must handle the task, since even Sir Roderick had gone missing. Riemann directed attention to Sir Jair's subjugation team, while Aaron introduced himself as a follower of Sir Roderick. Vlad learned that despite placing an experienced mercenary at the front, no footprints were found in the forest. The group concluded that confirming the situation personally was necessary to ensure the forest dangers were understood. Riemann instructed the team to form search groups of 3 and disperse while maintaining visual contact. Soldiers spread across the snowy landscape, scanning the surroundings for any trace of missing personnel. The sunset cast an ominous red glow over the forest, highlighting the uncertainty and threat lurking nearby. Got grew frustrated, feeling deceived and upset that Vlad had used courtesy to influence him. Vlad ignored the complaints and instructed him to focus on the search, promising a reward later. Riemann surveyed the surrounding forest but found no traces, considering Vlad's perspective about missing individuals in the back streets. Vlad explained his method: catching someone randomly and observing their reaction would reveal the truth. Riemann remained silent, noting the sun was setting and daylight was ending, signaling urgency. He suggested heading back, prompting the team to reconsider their next steps before nightfall. Vlad and Got discussed whether the river had been crossed, concluding it was not along the subjugation route. Riemann reflected that previous searches in the forest yielded nothing, implying both Roderick and an unidentified woman were missing. He ordered all mercenaries to gather, preparing to cross the river for a thorough search. The river's surface remained partially unfrozen, allowing the group to plan crossing carefully. Riemann explained the team would disperse into 3 groups to cover a wider area while staying in sight of each other. Soldiers moved across the icy terrain, coordinating as Vlad and Got followed Riemann's lead. Got expressed unease, admitting a bad feeling about the mission, highlighting his cautious nature. Vlad reassured him, observing that fear was natural but survival required trusting instincts. The group advanced over the snow, tension mounting as the forest and river loomed, filled with unknown dangers. Got hesitated, his gut warning against crossing the river, expressing fear about the mission. Vlad acknowledged the danger, explaining that running away would not guarantee a graceful outcome. He emphasized that the only way to survive was to continue and face the river ahead. Got panicked, protesting the fragile ice as he stepped onto it, fearing it might break. Vlad remained calm, warning that he would push Got if he continued to resist. The team cautiously advanced, with each step testing the strength of the ice beneath them. Got fell, unable to continue, and Vlad forcefully helped him to stand, urging speed. The tension escalated as the icy surface groaned and threatened to give way. Got screamed in terror, while Vlad kept his focus, determined to maintain the group's progress. Vlad realized the ice was cracking under the group's weight, revealing the chilling water below. Underneath, frozen corpses of the missing soldiers were exposed, confirming the forest's curse. Riemann and the others stared in shock at the terrifying sight. Understanding the true danger of the forest, the ice began collapsing, and Vlad shouted orders as soldiers scrambled to escape. Bodies fell into the freezing water, chaos spreading among the team as they attempted to cross. Surrounded by an ominous horde, the group realized they were now trapped between the cursed river and unseen threats. Soldiers shouted to Sir Jr., panicked and unsure of how to respond to the situation. Jr. assessed the scene, realizing the attack was a trap set deliberately for their arrival. Night fell, darkness enveloping the forest, creating an eerie and dangerous atmosphere for the team. Figures with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows, revealing that the threats were not living beings. The team froze, witnessing that the forest had concealed entities far beyond anything the living were meant to encounter. A snow-covered military camp rests under torchlight, as tents stand quietly against the frozen mountain backdrop. Inside a chapel tent, a golden cross and altar candles glow softly, creating a solemn and restrained atmosphere. An elderly priest kneels beside a young boy, offering a calm prayer as the stillness emphasizes devotion and routine. The holy water within the chalice suddenly ripples unnaturally, breaking the chapel's quiet balance. Dark energy coils around the priest's hands as his expression twists in shock and fear. Outside, the night sky above the snowy plains trembles, hinting at an unseen force awakening nearby. A shadowy presence calls out from the darkness, forming a distorted silhouette that reaches toward the earth. The ominous figure descends, wrapped in purple-black energy, radiating hostility and intent. The sudden manifestation shatters the calm, signaling the arrival of something beyond ordinary monsters. Chaos erupts as soldiers are attacked, their faces frozen with terror under glowing blue eyes. One guard is struck down instantly, the violence swift and overwhelming amid falling snow. Vlad steps forward with sharpened focus, his breath steady despite the danger closing in. Vlad clashes with the possessed enemy, exchanging rapid blows while maintaining control of his footing. Jagger shouts orders in the background as soldiers regroup, trying to contain the spreading threat. Though wounded and pressured, Vlad steadies himself, preparing to adapt as the battle intensifies. Jagger steadies his breathing as green energy gathers around his weapon, understanding hesitation will lead to annihilation. Power surges forward in a wide arc, forcing the possessed enemies back through sheer momentum. The strike clears space for the soldiers, buying precious seconds as the battlefield briefly stabilizes. Reinforcements rally as surviving soldiers regroup, shouting warnings while dragging the wounded away. Vlad moves to Jagger's side, listening intently as orders shift toward defense rather than pursuit. A clear command is set to protect Joseph Bayezid at all costs while holding the front line. Vlad acknowledges the order immediately, turning and sprinting through the snow with Godin close behind. Jagger watches them retreat, silently entrusting the mission while preparing himself for further waves. A brief prayer crosses his mind as he braces against renewed pressure from the corrupted soldiers. Jagger clashes again, exchanging heavy blows as exhaustion begins to weigh on his movements. Despite fatigue, he forces himself upright, eyes sharp as more enemies close in. A familiar presence arrives behind him, cutting down attackers with precise, timely strikes. Roderick appears on the battlefield, apologizing inwardly as he joins the defense without delay. His arrival halts a breakthrough, pushing the possessed soldiers back into disarray. Elsewhere, tension spreads through the camp as Jordan realizes the invasion has reached the command tents. Andreas confronts Joseph Bayezid inside the tent, visibly angered by Joseph arriving unarmed during the chaos. Joseph responds calmly, explaining his priority was safety rather than preparing for combat. Tension peaks as Andreas openly questions Joseph's judgment, forcing the situation into sharp focus. Joseph hurriedly apologizes as soldiers rush in, announcing that the situation outside is rapidly worsening. The group gathers, with Andreas turning serious as the atmosphere shifts from argument to emergency. A priest steps forward, declaring that the phenomenon affecting the camp is unmistakably evil. The priest presents a holy book, its pages shaking violently, despite being written with sacred ink. Andreas studies the book closely, realizing the reaction proves the presence of a powerful hostile force. Unable to perform a full exorcism, the priest resolves to suppress the threat, using divine power alone. Andreas accepts the grim assessment, understanding that immediate action is their only remaining option. The group moves out together, stepping into the freezing night as fog begins creeping through the camp. Strange cries erupt nearby as soldiers collapse, clutching their heads and screaming in confusion. Andreas covers his mouth, observing how the fog drives men into panic and delusion. The priest confirms the phenomenon is unnatural, reinforcing the danger spreading through the ranks. Gripping his resolve, Andreas steels himself, knowing he must confront the source before everything falls apart. A dark, echoing presence descends as Andreas, Joseph Bayezid, and the soldiers braced themselves against the crushing pressure. Within the spreading fog, a female silhouette forms, her movements slow and searching as madness radiates outward. Joseph and the priest recognize the entity as the source of the camp's corruption, their expressions tightening with dread. Bare feet touch the frozen ground as the apparition fully materializes, surrounded by dense, swirling mist. The woman wanders aimlessly, long hair drifting as if guided by an unseen will rather than awareness. Sudden distortion twists her form, revealing a monstrous face fueled by obsession and grief. Violet energy explodes outward as the entity unleashes its presence, overwhelming the soldiers with fear. Andreas stands firm at the front, forcing his mind steady as the creature's focus locks onto him. A dark hand, pulsing with power, reached out from the void, triggering a storm of energy. Blazing light exploded outward, clashing violently with the invading force as screams echoed through the air. The monstrous woman howled in agony, her voice torn with grief as she cried out for her child. Inside the sanctuary, priests and children stood beneath divine runes, chanting desperately with sacred energy radiating upward. Their united effort suspended a child in midair, glowing with magic meant to suppress the demonic entity. One man, observing from behind, questioned if Javan's method was the only solution to end this battle. Another figure rejected the chosen warriors, declaring them unworthy of receiving Father Andrea's blessing. The demon screamed again, overwhelmed with fury and sorrow, searching endlessly for her cursed child. A man with sharp eyes realized the truth. The curse was intended specifically for him to bear. Jang coughed blood as exhaustion took hold, struggling to continue his chant under the mounting pressure. The elder priest urged him to stand firm, declaring that hope would return with the sunrise. Despite the pain, Jang clenched his jaw, eyes burning with determination as his hand lit with golden flame. A younger boy lifted into the air, radiating power as the ritual reached its climax. The demon charged wildly toward the barrier, shrieking in rage and desperation. Meanwhile, a knight observed quietly, warning that the deacon's limit neared and the hymn would soon end. Sweat trickled down his face as the knight realized survival hinged on enduring until sunrise. Suddenly his eyes widened as he spotted a figure approaching rapidly through the moonlit sky. The skeletal demon shrieked and twisted, but a blond swordsman charged forward, sword glowing with power from within. A voice explained the creature was driven by a curse, immune to normal blades. Faced with a dilemma, the swordsman asked what could defeat such a monster. Told he'd need aura, he was stunned, questioning the possibility of using it in battle. A spirit offered to take over his body temporarily, promising to channel aura through him. Though skeptical, the swordsman listened as the spirit admitted the risks of sharing physical control. If the attempt failed, he would be left immobile, completely exposed to a fatal counterattack. Eyes fixed on his sword, the warrior accepted the danger, repeating his vow to Joseph. Resolute, he stood alone under the night sky and gave his consent without hesitation. With conviction burning, he declared that nothing would stop him from fulfilling that promise. Faith replaced loyalty as the swordsman offered his will and body to the unseen power. Launching high into the air, he descended like a meteor toward the shrieking demon below. A dark figure erupted, screaming violently as his approach ignited the cursed battlefield again. Vlad focused intently, obeying the voice's command to shut his right eye at the precise moment. Electric light surged around him, the energy distorting his senses as the battlefield twisted into silence. Within the light, he found himself standing alone, awakening inside what seemed like a world of voices. His sword now pulsed with unfamiliar power, glowing with fierce energy as it cut through the darkness. The demonic enemy bared its fangs, rage building as Vlad's power began to rise uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he launched forward, slicing with a force that bent the very air around him. The demon staggered from the impact while nearby priests and witnesses stared in awe and disbelief. Exhaustion struck Vlad as the light faded from his eyes, and he struggled to remain standing. Falling to his knees, he gasped for air, his strength drained by the immense surge of aura. Screams pierced the sky as Vlad's body flared with residual energy, his cry filled with pain. Joseph rushed forward, recognizing the cost Vlad had paid to unleash such power. Though confused, Joseph sensed aura traces and knew Vlad had sacrificed something vital to succeed. The demon woman crawled forward, desperate, crying out repeatedly for her lost child in despair. As she closed in, Joseph yelled to halt the hymn, sensing the ritual's danger shifting. Grabbing Vlad, Joseph pulled him upright, urging him to hold on despite his weakened state. The demon cried out again for her child, her twisted body lunging in pain and desperation. Vlad was suddenly struck by black energy, his hand seized by her clawed grip mid-strike. Gritting his teeth, Joseph cursed his body's weakness, unable to break free from the tightening grasp. A man shouted Joseph's name, sprinting through the battlefield in reckless urgency toward the confrontation, pleading for forgiveness. The man leapt toward Joseph, interrupting the demon's attack with a forceful blow. Their impact disrupted the demon's movement, buying them just enough time to regain footing. Joseph slumped to the ground, murmuring gratitude, comforted for the first time by someone's support. Vlad, regaining composure, called out to the priest and humbly requested a blessing upon his sword. Determined, he vowed to end the woman's suffering and bring closure to her tortured search. Father Andrea paused, then silently agreed and drew his blade to perform the sacred rite. With a solemn voice, he pronounced the sword blessed, handing it back to the knight. Vlad approached the demon slowly, blade lowered but his resolve unshaken in the chilling moonlight. The woman's voice softened, begging for help to find the child she had long lost. Memories rushed into Vlad's mind of caged women and the cold, abandoned child crying in the dark. His heart trembled as he saw her desperation, realizing she was once a mother, pleading for mercy. Haunted by the memory, the woman could only cry as she recalled her child dying before her. In the echo of her trauma, Vlad raised his glowing sword and whispered a quiet farewell. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she softly asked, still searching, "Where are you?" With a firm grip. Vlad drove the blade into her, ending the torment that consumed her soul. Blood spilled, but her face slowly softened, not with pain, but with something resembling peace. As dawn broke over the snowy mountains, her spirit's final whisper faded, "My child," and silence followed. A sinister purple aura spread across the sky as bats fled from the shadows of a dark ritual deep underground. A hooded figure sat in meditation, channeling power from a demonic seal before him. With a wicked smile, he fueled the summoning circle, unaware his presence had drawn unwanted attention. Sensing a sudden silence, the robed man opened his eyes, noting the disappearance of a vital force. He scanned the terrain through vision magic, locating the knight who had disrupted his undead servants. Realizing the enemy's strength, he rose, prepared to confront the warrior bathed in divine energy. Elsewhere, a nobleman spotted the cloaked figure, confirming he was the necromancer manipulating the shadows. Another warrior beside him acknowledged the identity, recalling the woman's desperate search for the same target. At their feet lay a small coffin, its childlike size hinting at a darker truth behind the conflict. Orders were given to forward the coffin to the priest, while an investigation would continue in Barneses. They departed, the knight reflected on their failed mission, still puzzled by the white-haired youth's strength. Facing the wind, the noble realized the boy wasn't ordinary, he was a sword yet to shine. Awakening in a room, the blonde youth was stunned to learn he'd slept for 3 days. Still recovering, he expressed relief his companions hadn't abandoned him after the battle's aftermath. Grabbing his sword, he sensed something nearby, eyes narrowing as a strange presence approached from behind. The post stood abandoned, crates scattered, and the air quiet, confirming the retreat of those once stationed there. A familiar soldier approached, relieved to see the captain awake after days of unconsciousness and turmoil. Grinning, he reminded the captain of his efforts, hoping for promised compensation and acknowledgement of his risks. Agreeing, the captain promised to inform the others about the soldier's loyalty and contributions. He was advised to report to Sir Jair immediately, with Sir Joseph already waiting in his tent, waving him off. The captain watched the man walk away, muttering at his loud, persistent personality. A lavish tent stood tall, its banner fluttering as the nobleman inside prepared a drink. The captain admitted he could drink, though fine wine was something he'd never experienced before. His host explained it was liquor, for nobles, highlighting the divide between their pasts and status. Grateful, the nobleman thanked the young man for standing firm instead of fleeing when danger struck. They recalled their spoken agreement, noting how the boy had honored it with action rather than words. Impressed, the nobleman silently resolved not to lose such a rare and trustworthy individual. Recognizing his value, the nobleman vowed to make the captain his subordinate going forward. To fulfill his end of the deal, he offered a gesture of reward and trust. With a solemn tone, he officially invited the youth to join the prestigious Bayezid family. The capital city of Bayezid, Varna, spread beneath a clear sky, bustling with vibrant life. Sir Joseph received an update confirming the mercenaries' return, deciding to stay the night to finish reports. As they walked, a knight asked if it was Vlad's first visit. He replied that everywhere was new, mocked as a country bumpkin. Vlad endured the jab with a neutral expression. He was granted the day off to explore the city and given a curfew to return. Jair's approval of Vlad was noted by others, though Vlad muttered about being smothered by their kindness. Determined to enjoy his free time, Vlad planned to treat himself with the money he'd earned. Just as he wondered what local specialties to try, a young deacon approached him respectfully. The boy, Deacon, politely addressed Vlad, asking if he could spare a moment to help. Deacon invited Vlad on behalf of the priest, requesting his presence for an undisclosed reason. Surprised by the request, Vlad agreed and followed the boy toward a grand cathedral. The sunlit structure loomed over them, radiating majesty as they ascended its steps together. Amazed by the cathedral's scale, Vlad noted it surpassed anything he'd seen, even in Shara. Deacon explained that although Sutruma was the capital, Varna held the nation's religious heart. Inside the Golden Hall, Vlad entered alone, prepared to meet the priest who summoned him. Standing in awe, Vlad gazed at the radiant cathedral interior, overwhelmed by its divine magnificence. As he moved closer to the altar, the brilliance of the sacred space humbled him further. He reflected inwardly, realizing he had never truly prayed, despite being called the Reman of prayers. The priest arrived and warmly greeted Vlad, apologizing for the delay in their meeting. Vlad responded with politeness, grateful for the invitation and gesture of welcome. From his robes, the priest handed Vlad a wooden object. It was an official identity tag. The priest explained the tag marked Vlad's registration, typically reserved for those within the formal guard. On the back, the tag bore the name of Vlad's guarantor priest, Andrea himself. Andrea assured him that if he ever faced hardship, he could return there without hesitation. Overcome by emotion, Vlad listened as the priest declared himself his guarantor moving forward. He recalled his own origins, a nameless boy from the alley, without a recorded birth or status. Now with his identity officially recognized, he was no longer a forgotten orphan. He had become Shora's Vlad. Bayazid County spanned a vast region containing 12 towns and 3 cities under its governance. A carriage carrying noble guests advanced steadily toward their destination, flanked by guards and heraldic banners. Among the key locations were Sora, the distribution hub, and Varna, the religious center of influence. The guests arrived at a grand estate, their presence drawing eyes from behind towering white stone buildings. An officer sternly reminded them that they were under Mr. Joseph's name and must act properly. He warned against reckless behavior, urging them to stay quiet and not embarrass their benefactor's reputation. As they entered the interior, the officer instructed them to wait. Maids would bring refreshments soon. One of the young men looked puzzled, but the officer quickly dismissed questions and issued a final warning. Strict orders followed: avoid eating to prevent rumors of barbarism. Any misstep could damage Joseph's standing. Inside the luxurious parlor, the guests marveled at its splendor, impressed by Bayazid's opulent reception space. Their admiration was short-lived as footsteps approached. Someone else had noticed their unscheduled presence. Caught off guard, the pair turned as a shadowed figure emerged, clearly displeased by their intrusion. A dark-haired man approached, his presence commanding silence as he assessed the unfamiliar guests before him. Recognition dawned in the blonde guest's eyes. This man was not someone easily forgotten. With a calm but cold voice, the man questioned them sharply. "Who are you two?" Vlad observed the dark-haired man, sensing a familiar face, but the man's aura radiated unmatched intensity. A terrifying vision loomed behind him, a beast-like presence that felt capable of tearing souls apart. Goethe introduced himself nervously, mentioning their connection to Mr. Joseph's expedition. As the man listened silently, Vlad stepped forward confidently, announcing his name and origin, refusing to falter under the man's gaze. The dark-haired man mocked the unfamiliar name, then silently noted Vlad's unwavering eyes and composed demeanor. Despite the pressure, Vlad showed no fear impressing the man, who internally acknowledged his potential and spirit. Unexpectedly, the man offered a handful of peanuts with a grin, testing their reaction in jest. Vlad took the snack but hesitated, recalling the strict orders to avoid consuming anything in the mansion. He calmly explained the warning, surprising both Gerda and their host with his straightforward refusal. Goethe panicked, realizing Vlad had declined food from a noble and feared it might spark offense. Instead, the man laughed off the awkwardness. Vlad's boldness had marked his first act in Bayazid. That act rejecting peanuts from Rudiger, the eldest son of the Count, who ended up enjoying them anyway. Elsewhere, Rudiger informed his father about Vlad, mentioning his unusual but promising behavior during their brief meeting. The Count recalled few remarkable newcomers since Jaeger, except for one brought in by his wife. He instructed Rudiger to nurture Vlad into a capable knight, promising a reward if he succeeded. The Count addressed Rudiger sternly, reminding him that swordsmanship wasn't his strength, but Bayazid was still his home. Rudiger replied with composure, assuring his father he understood and wouldn't forget his place within the family. After confirming his son's well-being, the Count dismissed him, granting him leave with calm authority. Rudiger exited the chamber as his father watched silently, concern quietly flickering behind his sharp gaze. The Count whispered about needing medicine for his son, noting the worsening condition with evident worry. He mentioned Oksana's care, acknowledging how deeply the woman prioritized her son's health and future. Turning to Ragnus, the Count shifted the topic to Joseph's report, requesting his trusted advisor's opinion. Ragnus urged caution, noting the rising incidence of dark magic and cursed dead throughout the region. Disturbed, the Count vowed to uncover the culprits behind such vile acts plaguing his territory. Ragnus reported that the phenomena might involve multiple dark mages or possibly an organized group behind it. The Count agreed, but insisted that regardless of their numbers, Bayezid's strength would never falter. He declared his readiness to eliminate all threats, reinforcing the unshakable pride of House Bayezid. Vowing to find those endangering his son, the Count's eyes burned with unrelenting resolve. Under moonlight, Joseph returned to the estate, reuniting with Vlad and Gerda at the gates. Joseph confirmed the upcoming reward discussion and ordered the two to rest in their assigned rooms. As Gerda left the room, Vlad remained behind, summoned for a private conversation under the moonlit glow. Rüdiger, seated firmly, acknowledged Vlad's past actions, saving his life and pledging loyalty through the sword. Without hesitation, Vlad confirmed his vow, standing tall before the Count's eldest son in silence. Rüdiger questioned Vlad's intention, recalling he once spoke of a mission tied to his desire for freedom. Vlad confirmed it, his past goals still clear in his mind, despite his current allegiance. However, Rüdiger challenged the contradiction. How could someone seeking freedom willingly pledge himself to another's service? He asked Vlad to define that freedom, so he could understand what Vlad truly sought to gain. Faced with the question, Vlad paused, eyes glowing as thoughts stirred from deep within. In the silence, memories emerged, the image of a night bathed in blue moonlight filling his mind. Sir Joseph sat in contemplation, stunned by the realization that Vlad wasn't just a gifted youth. Facing him, Vlad remained silent as Joseph recalled the unknown figure who destroyed the Knight Gadar. Memories surfaced. Vlad never forgot the day his savior was slain, and his world fell apart, despite the pain. Joseph admitted admiration for Vlad's strength, but confessed he couldn't help him. Lowering his hands, Joseph acknowledged that those involved were far beyond his own capabilities. Understanding the truth, Vlad remained composed and suggested renegotiating the terms of their existing agreement. Joseph boldly proposed a 7-year contract, formally addressing Vlad as Vlad of Shara. Vlad, caught off guard by the formality, questioned the intent behind such a declaration. Joseph revealed that he had cast aside his pride as a noble to make this offer. While unsure of Joseph's sincerity, Vlad sensed honesty in his tone and actions. Joseph promised a future providing food, shelter, and rigorous training to shape Vlad into a knight. The declaration left Vlad speechless, overwhelmed by the unexpected promise of becoming a true knight. In return, Joseph demanded unwavering loyalty and strict adherence to assigned tasks. He permitted Vlad to pursue matters concerning Shawara, including investigating the girl named Jenin. Hearing her name, Vlad's eyes widened. Joseph had just given him a vital lead. Staring out the window, Joseph admired Vlad's presence, impressed by the boy's resolve and spirit. A subordinate questioned the desperation behind Joseph's actions, noting how easily talented children could be found. Joseph acknowledged the abundance of talent, but emphasized that awakening potential required far more than raw skill. The subordinate asked if Vlad could truly live up to Joseph's expectations and vision. Joseph remained confident, recalling the moment he witnessed Vlad's power firsthand during a fateful confrontation. His certainty was absolute. He had seen Vlad's strength with his own eyes, undeniable and real. Despite his confidence, the subordinate raised concerns about Vlad's rebellious and unpredictable nature. Joseph believed that 7 years under guidance would be enough to shape Vlad into obedience. Smiling calmly, he looked forward to the challenge, convinced that managing Vlad would be a rewarding task. Alone again, Joseph reflected. He once thought Vlad was just a tool, a wolf to command. Now he saw something greater, a soul-chasing ambition, like the moon lighting a dark path. Meanwhile, JR introduced Vlad to his new room, modest but far better than a slum corner. JR assured him the room was secure, joking about the comforts Vlad would now enjoy. They exchanged casual words about past encounters and Sir Luxur's warnings, forming early camaraderie. Before leaving, JR instructed Vlad to meet at the training hall to begin his military regimen. Lady Oksana entered the hall, regal and composed, addressing JR as her loyal knight. JR introduced her to Vlad, explaining she was the mother of Sir Joseph and required respect. Following instructions, Vlad greeted her properly, prompting Oksana to examine him with a calm gaze. JR confirmed Vlad was indeed the child Joseph had personally taken under his protection. Oksana acknowledged the claims silently, her golden eyes locking onto Vlad's expressionless yet observant face. Their brief stare hinted at unspoken curiosity, as Vlad remained still under her scrutiny. A warm smile formed on her face, softening her stern presence in an instant. Approaching gently, she thanked Vlad for saving her son, acknowledging his role in Yosef's survival. Vlad humbly replied, stating it was simply what he felt was right to do. Oksana offered him a reward, recognizing that his actions carried more weight than he understood. She complimented his features, noting his hair, eyes, and build as signs of potential. With genuine care, she promised to arrange proper clothing, leaving Vlad flustered but grateful. As she departed, she encouraged Jair to continue his good work, guiding the boy. Jair teased Vlad, amused by his nervous behavior in front of nobility. Vlad admitted his unease. He had never spoken to a noblewoman in his entire life. Jair complimented Vlad for his composed performance earlier, then sent him off to have a meal. Without hesitation, Vlad obeyed and entered the large dining hall filled with uniformed trainees. Inside, the air was tense. Nearby, a group of seniors eyed him as he began eating. One trainee mocked him openly, insulting his scent and dropping food near his plate with feigned clumsiness. Latter followed. But Vlad's piercing stare remained unshaken by the provocation. He calmly scooped food with his spoon, ignoring the tension building around him. Despite their hostility, Vlad stayed composed, recognizing their aggression was arriving sooner than expected. The bullies grew unsettled, wondering why he remained so unaffected by their antics. Jair's earlier warning echoed in Vlad's mind. Any mistake would reflect badly on Sir Joseph's name. Vlad wrestled with restraint, thinking how to retaliate without harming Yosef's reputation. But then he turned abruptly and asked for their names, startling the lead aggressor. His glowing eyes and murderous aura silenced the room, forcing the bully into submission. Intimidated, the bully stammered his name Sobanin, as Vlad repeated it with chilling clarity. That name was now marked. Vlad mentally recorded every face behind the ambush, determined and fierce. He stood alone, silently promising he'd never forget them. Noble guests arrived at a grand academy, walking beneath a radiant sky and ornate stonework. Their leader, a bearded man of status, advanced steadily, guarded by knights and followed by advisors. He noticed sword trainees below and suggested they pause to observe the ongoing sparring session. Amid the group of young trainees stood a blonde-haired child, poised confidently with sword in hand. Recognition spread among the observers. His appearance matched rumors, and his focused stance impressed them. Suddenly, one noble sensed another presence, someone hidden nearby and watching from behind the training grounds. Behind a wall, Jair peeked out, his gaze fixed on the blonde child, with visible irritation. They speculated that the boy's progress must have provoked Jair, stirring silent tension between them. Without delay, the noble encouraged a closer look, while the blonde child confidently stepped into the arena. A swift strike opened the bout, blades clashing with force as the fight began in earnest. The blonde youth dodged and countered skillfully, facing multiple opponents without hesitation or fear. One enemy faltered under pressure, groaning from a precise blow, confirming the child's combat instincts. Observers remarked on the child's fluid technique, raw, but effective, refined through repeated field experience. Despite lacking polish, his footwork and aggression revealed clear understanding of practical swordplay. Each movement demonstrated purpose, echoing a remembered lesson. True swordplay begins by controlling fear. Focusing sharply, Vlad shifted his stance, using only his gaze and posture to unnerve his foe. As the attacker lunged with a fierce cry, Vlad sidestepped with precision, disrupting his opponent's momentum. With controlled movement, he manipulated the enemy's reaction, overwhelming him without relying on brute strength. Another opponent charged forward, but Vlad's fluid strike knocked him aside, sending him sprawling across the floor. Recovering, the trainee clutched his side in shock, realizing Vlad had altered his angle mid-attack. Confused by the misdirection, the boy was left exposed, only to be quickly subdued by a follow-up blow. With dominance established, Vlad seized his rival by the hair, pressing him down in front of everyone. Mocking the bully's earlier arrogance, he reminded him of past humiliation and dared him to laugh again. The crowd watched as Vlad delivered a brutal strike to the face, drawing blood and silent awe. Observers debated whether to intervene, but the noble insisted the duel continue to test their resolve. He praised the fighting spirit, noting such strength of will was vital to becoming a true knight. Meanwhile, Jair, hidden nearby, seemed pleased by Vlad's dominance and the resulting shift in dynamics. Despite commands to stop, Vlad ignored the shouts, unleashing another blow as the crowd panicked. Fury overtook him, blood spilled as his opponent collapsed, utterly defeated under Vlad's relentless assault. Standing tall above his fallen foe, Vlad stared ahead, calm and unshaken, asserting complete control. Vlad apologized coldly for going too far, though his burning gaze still shook the instructor's nerves. As he stepped away, the crowd parted silently, unsettled by his presence and composed stride. Turning his head slightly, Vlad addressed the officer, admitting his tendency to lose control in battle. Without hesitation, he offered an apology in advance, a subtle provocation cloaked in courtesy. The other boy, seething, vowed not to forgive him easily. Stewing in silent humiliation, Vlad walked off with a smirk, mocking him with a dismissive comment about soup and usefulness. Whispers quickly spread. Some trainees referred to Vlad as a mad dog dragged in by Sir Joseph. Later at the dining hall, a cadet addressed Vlad, noting the rising rumors about his violence. While eating casually, Vlad dismissed the concern, noting that these weren't just random noble sons. The boy accused Vlad of nearly committing a crime by attacking members from every household unbothered. Vlad reminded him of his criminal background, where violence came as second nature. He justified his actions, pointing out that others struck first, and now no one dared approach. A nervous boy introduced himself as Potre Canor while holding his food tray tightly. Vlad questioned his intent coldly, causing Potre to hesitate and tremble in front of them. After a blunt threat, Vlad allowed him to sit, surprised but smiling. Potre asked to join. Potre thanked Vlad cheerfully for the seat, unaware Vlad never intended kindness in the first place. With innocent honesty, Potre shared his lonely meals in strange places, trying to make conversation. Vlad, mid-bite, scowled in irritation as Potre disrupted his moment with unnecessary chatter. Excitedly, Potre explained his family's meat business, proud that his father supplied all the academy's meat. He even offered Vlad more food, claiming he saw him asking for sausage earlier that day. Vlad narrowed his eyes, clearly suspicious, questioning the motive behind Potre's sudden generosity. To prove his sincerity, Potre led them to his meat storage, explaining he couldn't eat it alone. Though surrounded by wealth and sausages, Potre admitted he was isolated by his low-born background. Vlad understood the reality of status. Forming a bond here might offer more than silence ever could. Vlad casually asked Potre to eat with them regularly, surprising the boy with unexpected kindness. They laughed together in the storage room, not because of the sausages, but because of belonging. JR walked briskly through the palace corridor, his mind burdened by the responsibilities he now carried. Balancing child, rearing and service to Sir Joseph proved more complex than he'd initially expected. He silently wished for Kaid and Maxim's quick recovery to ease the load on his shoulders. Before long, JR was stopped by Gregory, who casually questioned the urgency in his stride. Caught off guard, JR reluctantly greeted him, knowing Gregory's chats often meant delays. With a grin, Gregory teased him about errands and subtly shifted the topic toward mentorship. Gregory suggested JR begin training an apprentice, hinting it was expected of a knight like him. JR deflected the suggestion, instead poking fun at Gregory's own apprentice, the bulky Portree. Changing tone, Gregory praised Vlad's grit and skills, hinting at a deeper motive behind this conversation. Gregory admitted knights shouldn't interfere directly, but he revealed Vlad and Portree had formed a bond. Since Portree lacked friends, Gregory hoped JR could keep Vlad nearby to protect his nephew. With other kids unwilling, Gregory appealed to JR as a last resort, even if unpaid. In exchange, Gregory offered a rare favor, promising his service if things worked out. JR expressed doubt that Vlad would listen, believing the boy had a will of his own. Still laughing, Gregory saw that stubbornness as talent, convinced Vlad was destined for greatness. Out the stable, the horse trainer blamed the captain, noting the horses refused to let Vlad ride. Despite their excellent training, the horses acted unusually skittish around the boy. Sitting beside the trainer, Vlad admitted this wasn't new. Animals had always reacted strangely to his presence. He recalled that even common pets like dogs and cats avoided him without reason. A moment of realization struck. He had ridden Sir JR's horse once, during the undead escape. The trainer pointed out that it worked only because it was a rare and well-trained horse. Vlad sighed, knowing he couldn't confess to JR that only high-quality horses tolerated him. He remembered JR's clear instructions to master horseback riding, not make excuses. Just then, a maid approached and politely informed Vlad that Lady Oksana had summoned him. Inside the lavish room, Oksana observed Vlad's formal appearance and commented on his improved presence. She complimented how well he carried himself, despite his past in the alley slums. Aya's servant noted his growing size, and Oksana mentioned Yosef had grown similarly at that age. She offered to prepare new seasonal clothing for him to maintain health and stamina. Touched, Vlad bowed and expressed gratitude, but Oksana insisted she owed him for saving her son. With the audience over, she dismissed him, and Vlad quietly returned to his duties. Alone in the corridor, Vlad exhaled quietly, admitting to himself he still felt uneasy around Oksana. As he examined his clothes, he marveled at their quality, unsure if he deserved such luxury. Despite trying to adapt, he couldn't shake the feeling that nothing truly belonged to him here. A deep unease lingered, not in his body but in his spirit, weighed down by unfamiliar comfort. Suddenly voices drew his attention and he approached the window to investigate the commotion below. From the courtyard, he witnessed a boy being beaten brutally by other trainees for unknown reasons. The attackers shouted cruel words, mocking their victim for daring to make a new friend. Unable to fight back, the boy endured the blows while being held to the ground helplessly. The abuse continued mercilessly, fists landing again and again, hidden behind the academy's outer walls. Watching coldly from above, Vlad muttered that cruelty remained constant, whether among nobles or commoners. He clenched his fists as his eyes glowed, silently deciding he wouldn't let this continue. With resolve hardening inside, he donned his cloak and turned toward the exit with purpose. Vlad quietly stated he'd wear the noble's gifted clothes. Only until today this would be the end. The academy's walls stood tall under the moonlight, hiding dark acts within. A gloved hand clenched in the shadows. Someone else had witnessed everything as well. Late at night, Vlad knocked at a door, startling a bruised portrait who cautiously answered. Without saying much, Vlad stared silently, then stated he came to retrieve something. Confused, Portrait listened as Vlad requested the entire ham that had been stored inside. When Portrait asked for confirmation, Vlad simply nodded, his tone unchanging and serious. As they approached the hanging meat, Portrait sighed, lamenting how he once hoped for laughter together. He admitted he never expected true friendship, but he still wished for moments of joy. Now feeling used, Portrait thought Vlad saw him like everyone else, just another tool to exploit. Despite the disappointment, he accepted the moment, stating that eating with someone was better than alone. Vlad took the ham and said not to feel bad, he was only taking what he deserved. Recalling an old knight's words, Vlad remembered, a true knight only takes what he earns. Confronting the bullies, he saw the group of 14 gathered again, ready to intimidate the weak. Unmoved, Vlad stood firm as the leader shouted, attempting to silence him with threats. Vlad calmly challenged them all at once, unafraid and fully prepared. Their rage ignited screams and weapons raised. They charged with intent to crush him. A faint smirk appeared on Vlad's face. He was glad he changed into something durable. As chaos stirred around him, Vlad's eyes gleamed with cold resolve, his grip tightening around the hilt. He raised his weapon under the moonlit sky, fully prepared to confront the group without hesitation. A sudden strike landed clean on one cadet's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Bloodied, another soldier attempted to intervene, but was knocked out instantly, unable to react to the intruder's speed. Shock spread among the trainees as one backed away, trembling only for others to shout in panic. One cadet watched in disbelief, realizing the attacker moved nothing like during their past sparring sessions. He couldn't comprehend how someone who'd barely trained months ago was now so overwhelmingly skilled. Their leader barked orders, threatening death to anyone retreating as the silver-haired assailant advanced relentlessly. The intruder questioned their will to kill, revealing a hardened mindset forged from brutal real experience. Unfazed, one cadet charged forward, yelling. But his wild movements lacked the composure of real battle. Flashes of strikes filled the air as the attacker neutralized his enemies with focused precision and speed. He acknowledged his growth, the result of relentless training under Jaeger, now manifesting on the battlefield. While his opponents grew desperate, he continued to exploit openings, striking at each exposed weakness with control. Each motion clarified his understanding this was his rhythm, his battlefield, shaped by his effort and pain. Dodging and countering cleanly, he launched an attack that sent his opponent crashing backward in agony. That final move wasn't just power, it was his own unique flow, one he now fully embraced. His expression remained calm as he stood over the defeated, battle-hardened, and in full control. Fear overtook one cadet as he gasped, unable to react to the incoming white-haired warrior. Without hesitation, the swordsman raised his weapon and delivered a crushing blow that echoed through the field. Nearby trainees froze in disbelief as their comrade was sent flying, silencing all remaining resistance. Collapsed and trembling, the defeated cadet could only mutter as his strength left him completely. Standing over him, the white-haired boy loomed with his sword planted firmly into the ground. He gave a chilling warning: never meet his eyes again and never target the one he protected. The injured cadet realized he had provoked someone truly dangerous, someone willing to kill. Lifting his weapon beneath the moon, the swordsman acknowledged the fight had ended. He turned his back, stating he'd avenged the one harmed before, satisfied with the outcome. With the silence lingering, he challenged the others, asking who dared to step forward next. His enemies hesitated, unsure whether to flee or face the same crushing defeat. Seeing no response, he stepped forward again, promising to end what they had started. Screams erupted outside the academy, echoing across the rooftops under the night sky. From a window above, a mysterious man watched silently, analyzing every move. Breaking the silence, he offered a simple judgment: outstanding. The knights assembled in the grand hall for their monthly meeting beneath high arches and polished floors. Though not arranged intentionally, one side consisted of knights loyal to Rudiger's command. Opposite them stood Joseph's followers and a few remaining members who chose neutrality. Captain Antalis announced duty adjustments to account for Rudiger's departure on an upcoming mission. He shifted to the next topic, the holy items distributed by the church. Tension filled the room as even the captain noticed the subtle hostile shift in atmosphere. Rudiger's supporters seemed visibly agitated, as if ready to challenge the opposition at any moment. Meanwhile, Joseph's side appeared composed, yet the smirk of one knight hinted at satisfaction. The captain acknowledged that Joseph's men had long been neglected, and now that was changing. With the meeting ending, knights were reminded to review their assigned duties once more. Exiting the hall, murmurs spread. One knight scoffed at the presence of a reckless subordinate. Criticism followed, blaming poor conduct on background and status, rather than discipline or merit. Tensions almost escalated, but one calmly urged retreat to avoid unnecessary conflict. As they turned away, others whispered about the identity of the young knight's vassal. Speculation ended with a knowing smile. The word is out, confirming something unspoken now known by all. Jogger excitedly shared the news of Vlad's exorcism feat, praising his overwhelming capabilities. Though slightly annoyed, the black-haired knight acknowledged it, silently admitting Vlad's troublesome nature. Eager to contribute, Jaeger offered himself for any upcoming mission, showing loyalty and readiness. The knight privately reflected with pride, knowing he had trained Vlad into a formidable warrior. A lavish suit of armor, gifted by the Count himself, awaited Vlad as recognition. One knight expressed surprise. Such a gift was rare, especially for someone still considered a vassal. They noticed the armor was made from rare gray orc leather, exclusive to the northern regions. Such material symbolized the northern warrior, an identity of strength and honor rarely granted. His swift rise and achievement in just a month proved why such favor was earned. With Vlad's reputation growing, others acknowledged no current vassal could rival his achievements. As rumors spread quickly, an official delivered a sealed letter, prompting immediate curiosity. The letter contained the next step, signaling something far more significant than routine missions. Jaeger accepted the invitation without hesitation, noting he'd been eager for action. With agreement confirmed, the destination was revealed: Dir Mari, a place of great importance. Under a bright sky, a carriage escorted by horsemen advanced steadily across Dir Mar's fertile plains. Inside, two knights traveled together. One mentioned Dir Mar's fame for lemons, rare delicacies in the north. He added that Dir Mar served as a trade gateway, which explained Sir Jaeger's recent movements. Their discussion shifted to House Heinel, now entangled in a fierce succession dispute after the Baron's death. An invitation from the rightful heir wasn't merely diplomatic, it was a disguised plea for survival. The blonde knight, unfamiliar with noble politics, reflected on how family ties often bred deeper conflicts. Alicia, sole daughter of the late Baron Heinel, was challenged by her uncle, claiming she was illegitimate. Andra Heinel stood next in line and aimed to eliminate Alicia, using status and gender as weapons. To preserve her claim, Alicia resorted to a church-sanctioned duel, the only honorable path left to her. One knight disclosed a distant relation, an eighth cousin just close enough to justify his interest in Alicia's cause. He planned to aid her, hoping to secure favor and political debt from the powerful Heinel line. The blonde knight listened quietly, impressed by the strategic foresight behind such calculated involvement. Meanwhile, a mounted soldier criticized the squire for riding inside, while his knight endured horseback. Taken aback, the squire remained silent, confused yet unwilling to respond with disrespect. Accepting fault, he quietly endured the insult, knowing appearances held power in noble society. Jaeger vented his frustration, mocking the squire for lacking horseback skills, despite recent victories. Embarrassed, the blonde knight reflected on his shortcomings and joked about eventually riding a fine steed. Jaeger lashed out in jealousy, insisting he had more noble blood and deserved better treatment. Confused by his own reaction, the squire placed a hand on his chest, feeling a rapid heartbeat. He questioned if the stress came from Joseph's constant talking or Jaeger's relentless complaints. Surrounded by dominant personalities, he felt overwhelmed, unsure if his anxiety came from pressure or exhaustion. A sudden vibration caught his attention, and he wondered if an earthquake had struck. Outside, the guards confirmed the ground was shaking, drawing alarm from the escort. Without hesitation, Jaeger ordered the entire party to dismount and prepare for potential danger. Panic spread as a fiery blast erupted, forcing the guards to scatter and ready their weapons. Inside the carriage, the squire shielded Joseph from debris, urgently yelling for him to duck. Joseph calmly praised the boy's quick reaction, reminding him not to lose composure under pressure. Once the tremors stopped, the group gathered again, relieved the chaos had ceased. The blonde knight caught his breath, still shaken, but was informed the incident wasn't a quake. Far ahead, the land itself had cracked open, twisting and lifting unnaturally, as if something massive stirred below. A massive deathworm emerged from the cracked earth, its segmented body thrashing violently toward the carriage. The blonde knight recognized it as the remnant of a fallen dragon, a terrifying, ancient creature. Fear and awe filled him as the enormity of the threat became undeniable, demanding immediate attention. Despite the danger, the knight found excitement in the challenge, marveling at the monster's presence. Below, the city of Dirmar stretched wide, showing its walls, markets, and towers, still unaware of the approaching threat. The Heinel family's Soul City glowed under sunlight, framed by its strategic location as the political heart of the region. Joseph granted Vlad the freedom to move as he wished, allowing him to take Gerda along for company. Vlad hesitated, surprised by the autonomy, asking if he could truly act freely without restriction. Joseph confirmed the freedom, urging Vlad to experience the world, observe, and learn as much as possible. Joseph explained that the upcoming duel would be a rare event, providing invaluable observation opportunities. Vlad realized that witnessing the duel firsthand would teach more than repeated explanations ever could. The squire listened intently, understanding this experience was part of a deliberate plan to expand his skills. Evening brought practical lessons, including sparring and training, emphasizing vigilance and self-improvement. The blonde knight resisted mistakes, remembering Joseph's warning to avoid harm while navigating the streets. Jogger continued to tease him, mocking his inability to ride, reinforcing that both skill and discipline were required. Joseph instructed Vlad to report any unusual movements each evening, emphasizing vigilance and caution. Vlad acknowledged the command, finally enjoying some free time and considering exploring his surroundings. He walked through the mansion, noting its smaller, older condition compared to the Bayezid estate, questioning maintenance. Outside, Vlad observed the city's faded wealth, its famed lemons no longer abundant or profitable. Adjusting his grip on his sword, he recalled faint memories of visiting this place long ago. He recognized a familiar tree on a hill, stirring feelings of nostalgia and a desire to pray. Vlad visited the sacred site, reflecting on the promise to return what he had taken and restore balance. He prepared himself mentally, knowing the task ahead involved both duty and personal growth. The presence of Joseph Bayezid underscored the gravity of the situation, signaling the start of formal proceedings. Joseph acknowledged the crisis of the rightful heir, emphasizing that bloodline loyalty outweighed all other matters. Alicia, the heir, stood ready to assert her claim, facing the challenge imposed by her family. Joseph reminded her that the ultimate decision lay with her, giving her full responsibility and choice. Alicia confirmed her determination, showing resolve to act in accordance with the Count's wishes. Joseph accepted her decision, signaling approval and the beginning of her path toward proving legitimacy. With everyone aligned, the scene set the stage for the coming duel and the political struggle that awaited. Joseph assured Alicia that the duel's victory was certain, relying on the legendary sword of Bayezid. He explained that her success was guaranteed, and she had nothing to fear as long as she trusted him. The sword radiated authority, symbolizing divine assurance, and reinforcing the heir's confidence in the upcoming challenge. As the sun set, Joseph and the knights descended the steps of the mansion, discussing Alicia's demeanor. They observed her composure, noting her calm control and strategic mindset, which marked her strength as a leader. Despite appearing serene, it was clear she had maintained an advantage until the final moment, balancing poise with vigilance. They reviewed every detail, ensuring contingencies were considered, and their strategy would unfold without deviation. Under a warm sunset, Vlad stands before an old grave beneath a large tree, reflecting on memories that remain after people disappear. Weathered stone and fallen leaves show the grave has been neglected for years, emphasizing the passage of time. Lowering himself, Vlad brushes away debris with care, treating the resting place with quiet respect. His gloved hand wipes the gravestone clean, revealing faded letters that hint at someone once important to him. Silence follows as he pauses, eyes lowered, letting old emotions surface without words. Resting his sword upright, Vlad kneels fully, offering a moment of respect to the land and its former owner. As he remains still, faint blue lights begin to rise around him like drifting bubbles. The massive tree overhead glows softly, triggering a sense of nostalgia tied to a distant past. Vlad senses something unfamiliar watching from behind, a presence he cannot immediately identify. A sudden pull overtakes him, as if another will briefly borrows his body without resistance. Blue energy surges through his hair and eyes, signaling the awakening of a deeper power. Gripping the sword tightly, Vlad steadies himself as the force gathers at its peak. Power erupts outward in a controlled burst, bending the grass and air around him. The surge passes, leaving the surroundings quiet once more beneath the glowing tree. Vlad remains kneeling, breathing steadily, aware that the memories tied to this place have changed him again. Vlad stiffens as a sudden presence makes itself known, his senses sharpening while blue light gathers nearby. From the glowing tree, a long white spirit emerges, its form calm yet overwhelming in purity and scale. Realization dawns as Vlad recognizes the being not as an enemy, but as a powerful spirit tied to the land. The spirit lowers its head slightly, studying Vlad with clear, luminous eyes that hold no hostility. Standing cautiously, Vlad feels the attention directed not only at him, but something deeper within. Despite its size, the spirit makes no aggressive move, remaining coiled around the tree like a guardian. Warm energy spreads through the air, resembling a gentle spring breeze rather than threatening mana. Kneeling instinctively, Vlad steadies his breathing, sensing acceptance rather than rejection from the spirit. The connection lingers quietly, leaving him unsure whether the spirit is judging or simply observing. Footsteps break the stillness as a woman with blue hair approaches, her expression alert and cautious. She questions his presence, clearly protective of the land and aware this place is not open to outsiders. Vlad turns slowly, maintaining composure while preparing to explain himself without hostility. He presents proof of his status, identifying himself as Sir J.R.'s squire rather than an intruder. The woman studies him carefully, weighing his words against his calm demeanor. After a brief pause, her tension eases, allowing the encounter to end without conflict as the spirit watches silently. Vlad presents his wooden tag calmly, thanking the blue-haired woman as she accepts his explanation without pressing further. Both stand facing each other in silence, an awkward pause settling between them under the fading sunset. Suspicion lingers in Vlad's thoughts as he worries that her awareness might still bring trouble later. Breaking the stillness, the woman observes his posture and assumes he is a servant responsible for the graveyard. Her sudden realization shows as she connects his presence to the recently cleaned graves. Vlad admits he cleared the fallen leaves earlier, explaining it as a matter of respect rather than duty. Hearing his reasoning, she considers his attitude while standing beside the old gravestone. Agreement follows as she decides to entrust the cleaning task to him properly. Vlad carefully asks for discretion, hoping Sir Jayar remains unaware of his visit here. She responds pragmatically, stating the outcome depends entirely on how well he maintains the grounds. Annoyance flashes across Vlad's face as he crouches beside the grave, feeling subtly pressured. Despite irritation, he resumes cleaning, leaves scattering as the woman watches quietly. Autumn wind stirs the tree, filling the graveyard with drifting leaves and soft light. From a distance, the estate looms beyond the fence, emphasizing how hidden this place truly is. Vlad pauses to observe the scene, struck by how peaceful and remarkable the moment feels. A violent clash unfolds in the training yard as two knights exchange heavy blows, their spar revealing refined combat skill. Watching from the side, Vlad studies their movements carefully, realizing their strength far exceeds ordinary soldiers. The force behind each strike leaves him convinced that even a direct hit would shatter bones instantly. Attention shifts to Sir Pablo, whose shield techniques neutralize most incoming attacks with practiced precision. Vlad judges the exchange as too intense for a warm-up, recognizing the danger hidden within their restraint. Awareness grows as he compares himself to them, sensing the vast distance he must still overcome. The scene transitions to the day of the duel, with a grand hall prepared for a formal confrontation. Before entering, Vlad tightens another knight's armor straps, fulfilling his role quietly and efficiently. A warning follows, reminding him to remain alert, because such duels are rare and unforgiving. Among the spectators stands Endel Hainel, arms crossed, his gaze fixed with calculating confidence. Vlad immediately recognizes him as the man attempting to seize succession rights from his niece. Unease settles in as the political weight behind the duel becomes impossible to ignore. From behind, Sir J.R. observes Vlad closely, noticing tension in his expression. Memories of the knight's overwhelming skills resurface, reinforcing how unprepared Vlad truly feels. Despite the pressure, resolve forms as he accepts that growth begins with enduring steps forward. Advice from a senior knight lingers in Vlad's thoughts, emphasizing that greater goals always demand longer, harsher journeys. He listens without objection, lowering his gaze as he accepts the lesson and steadies his emotions. Resolve quietly forms as Vlad prepares himself to endure the path ahead without complaint. Inside the grand hall, Vlad scans the assembled nobles, while recalling rumors about the master of House Hainel. Unfamiliar faces reinforce how distant noble power remains from his own position. A sudden shift in atmosphere draws his attention forward, interrupting his thoughts. Lady Alyssa Hainel enters the hall, her presence commanding silence and immediate respect. Light frames her composed figure as she advances, embodying the weight of succession and authority. Vlad stiffens instinctively, realizing her arrival tightens the tension and places him uncomfortably close to noble affairs. Alicia walks forward through the ceremonial hall beside her escort, approaching the empty throne under noble scrutiny. Crowds line both sides as the atmosphere grows tense, while her steady posture draws silent attention. Stopping near the center, Alicia lifts her gaze toward the throne, signaling the formal beginning of the gathering. Alicia stands before the throne as an officiant announces the ritual meaning behind noble blood and duty. Blue light spreads across the chamber, emphasizing tradition, responsibility, and the weight placed upon nobility. Suddenly, Alicia moves forward and interrupts the proceedings, rejecting the direction the ritual takes. A wounded Sir Duncan braces himself, breathing heavily while gripping his sword inside the illuminated hall. Despite surrender being declared, determination remains in his eyes, as he refuses to accept the duel's end. An attendant steps in and formally declares defeat on behalf of his lord, halting further resistance. Sir Duncan faces his former pupil, struggling to accept that authority and loyalty have shifted. Memories of training and expectations surface as he reflects on how the night before him has changed. Lowering his head, regret replaces pride while the consequences of his teachings become clear. The officiant announces the duel's conclusion, declaring Ender's Knight, Siard, as the official victor. Siard stands calmly, acknowledging the result while others observe the final judgment in silence. With the outcome sealed, the hall settles into uneasy calm as power visibly shifts hands. Spectators murmur excitedly as the next duel is announced, their attention shifting toward the arena's center. An official steps forward, restating strict rules, emphasizing that aura use is forbidden during this match. Nearby, Vlad stands quietly among the audience, watching the fighters with sharp focus and restraint. A masked swordsman steps into the arena, lifting his blade as blue light reflects across the floor. Without hesitation, he advances toward his opponent, treating the duel as a lesson rather than a contest. The heavier knight braces himself, surprised by the pressure, closing in so quickly steel clashes violently as the masked swordsman drives his opponent backward with precise movements. Desperation flashes across the larger knight's face as he swings faster, attempting to regain control. Each exchange ends the same way, with the masked swordsman cutting angles and denying space. Observers note the imbalance, recognizing that raw strength alone cannot turn the fight around. Among them, Sir Ender watches silently, sensing that the flow of battle is being manipulated. Unease spreads as the realization forms that the opponent is being forced into a corner deliberately. Sir Ender narrows his eyes, noticing how timing and positioning dictate every strike. The masked swordsman maintains calm control, pushing the duel toward a decisive conclusion. As tension peaks, it becomes clear the outcome is no longer uncertain, only a matter of when. The opposing knight tightens his grip, frustration clear as repeated attacks fail to reach Sir Jair. Sweat and panic surface while he realizes his strikes are being read before completion. Standing firm, Sir Jair maintains distance, eyes calm as he waits for mistakes. A sudden heavy swing comes down with full force, driven by desperation rather than control. Sir Jair shifts his blade at the last moment, redirecting the attack away from his body. The failed blow leaves the opponent off balance, opening space he cannot recover. Observers begin to notice the pattern as each assault is deflected instead of blocked directly. Vlad watches closely, recognizing the technique shaping the flow of the duel. Sir Jair steps forward smoothly, turning defense into immediate pressure. Another charge collapses under precise movement, forcing the knight to stumble backward. Towering calmly, Sir Jair closes the distance without rushing the final moment. Fear replaces confidence as the opponent realizes escape is no longer possible. Lowering his sword, the exhausted knight abandons resistance, unable to continue the fight. The result is declared as Alicia watches with composed relief from her seat. Silence spreads through the hall as Sir Jair's overwhelming skill becomes undeniable. Sir Jair walks away from the arena floor, leaving his defeated opponent behind under lingering tension. Turning his head slightly, he checks on Vlad, measuring whether the lesson was properly understood. Vlad answers with calm resolve, his expression showing focus rather than excitement from the duel. Attention shifts as the final duel is announced, drawing all eyes back to the center. Pablo of Arnstein steps forward confidently, introducing himself with controlled pride. Opposite him, Juber of the Shajad family responds coolly, confirming prior familiarity and rivalry. Observers quietly assess the matchup, noting Pablo's reputation and Juber's higher standing. From her seat, Alicia watches closely, sensing something unusual in Juber's behavior. Without warning, Juber lowers himself, his movement signaling an unexpected decision. Shock spreads as Juber formally forfeits the duel before a single strike is exchanged. Murmurs ripple through the hall, while officials confirm that the match has ended immediately. Alicia and Sir JR exchange brief looks, understanding the deeper implications of the act. The crowd struggles to accept the outcome as authority figures react with visible satisfaction. Questions arise over allegiance and power, hinting that the duel was never the true objective. With the hall unsettled, the balance of loyalty shifts, marking the start of a more dangerous phase. Sir Joseph steps forward from the crowd, challenging the declaration while tension spreads across the hall. The official responds firmly, insisting the duel has ended due to Alicia's knight forfeiting. Joseph remains unmoved, pressing that the result cannot stand without a proper and satisfying explanation. Cold confidence shows as he adjusts his glove, already anticipating resistance from the Bayezid family. With the outcome openly challenged, the hall falls into strained silence, signaling the conflict is far from resolved. Inside the ceremonial hall, Joseph Bayezid stands forward, urging restraint as nobles weigh political consequences carefully. Officials murmur about the north, the center, and how knightly disputes could ignite wider conflict. Andra listens in silence, sensing pressure from both factions while uncertainty spreads among attending retainers. Joseph evaluates the situation coldly, choosing the least damaging outcome, rather than ideal justice. His resolve hardens as he requests the duel continue, framing it as a controlled necessity. Attention shifts toward the throne, where Alicia observes without intervening, allowing procedure to unfold. Endre questions the lack of a proper knight, confident the imbalance favors his side. Joseph calmly declares he has someone willing to stand in place of Sir Jubert. Shock ripples through the hall as the name Vlad of Sora is announced publicly. Protests erupt when nobles realize Vlad lacks formal knighthood, casting doubt on his legitimacy. Joseph counters by invoking the law of honor duels, emphasizing skill over title. Andre accuses House Bayezid of disgrace, pushing the confrontation toward a breaking point. Joseph forcefully vouches for Vlad's reputation, placing his family's honor on the line. After a tense pause, Endre reluctantly agrees, convinced a lowly vassal poses little threat. Behind the decision, Vlad prepares quietly, stepping forward as the duel's unexpected representative. Vlad's tense expression reveals fear as he quietly considers the danger awaiting him in the duel. Joseph stands beside him, steady and composed, already prepared to intervene if events spiral out of control. The brief exchange ends in silence, leaving Vlad uneasy as Joseph withholds reassurance. Joseph calls Vlad forward, drawing his attention away from anxiety and toward responsibility. Without warning, Joseph pulls him close, offering physical reassurance instead of words. Surprise flashes across Vlad's face as the weight of Joseph's trust settles heavily on him. Joseph explains his preparations, revealing orders already issued to ensure control behind the scenes. The embrace continues as Joseph emphasizes endurance over victory, stressing the importance of time. Vlad listens carefully, realizing survival itself is the core of the plan. Determination replaces fear as Vlad accepts his role, promising to hold out as long as possible. Joseph steps back, offering a final warning before allowing him to proceed alone. Vlad walks forward into the hall, aware every noble eye now follows his steps. Alicia watches from the throne as light fills the chamber, and the duel is formally set. Facing the armored knight, Vlad announces his name, standing firm despite the imbalance. Steel shifts and tension spikes as the duel begins, marking Vlad's resolve against overwhelming odds. The opposing knight radiates hostility, dismissing Vlad's existence while asserting dominance through rank and experience. Vlad's eyes harden as the word worth lingers, awakening memories of neglect and places devoid of value. Gripping his sword, Vlad steadies himself, rejecting a future defined by insignificance or silence. A calm resolve spreads across Vlad's face as he declares his refusal to become nothing. The knight scoffs, judging House Bayezid's standards, while measuring Vlad as an easy target. Tension sharpens between them, signaling that restraint will not govern this duel. Steel tightens in armored hands as the knight invites unrestricted combat to end matters decisively. Vlad lowers his stance, eyes glowing with focus as he commits to this moment. With a sudden burst, he launches forward, choosing action over hesitation. Vlad's blade arcs downward, carrying intent shaped by responsibility rather than pride. Metal clashes violently as both fighters meet head-on, sparks scattering across the hall. Observers tense as the exchange reveals speed and precision beyond expectations. Vlad presses forward, adjusting his aim toward openings his opponent never protected. Shock flickers among nobles as the knight is forced back, momentum slipping away. In that instant, Vlad shines not for himself alone, but for the trust placed in his sword. The knight studies Vlad carefully, recognizing raw instinct and natural aggression beneath his inexperience. Vlad's presence sharpens, his posture resembling a cornered predator driven by survival rather than training. Acknowledging that spirit alone is insufficient, the knight prepares to overwhelm him with refined technique. A sudden downward strike crashes toward Vlad, carrying crushing weight meant to break his defense. Vlad braces and absorbs the blow, enduring pain reminiscent of past hardships rather than retreating. Seeing this resistance, the knight presses forward, determined to end the exchange decisively. Steel collides repeatedly as Vlad struggles to keep up, relying on instinct instead of form. The knight counters every motion cleanly, exposing gaps Vlad cannot yet close. Momentum shifts abruptly when a heavy strike sends Vlad crashing backward across the hall. Vlad slams into the wall, armor rattling as breath escapes his lungs violently. Despite the impact, he forces himself upright, refusing to collapse under pressure. The knight advances calmly, confident the difference in experience will soon decide everything. Regaining his stance, Vlad raises his sword again, eyes burning with stubborn resolve. Observers tense as the gap between strength and will becomes painfully clear. Facing his opponent once more, Vlad prepares to endure, knowing survival remains his only path forward. The knight looks down at Vlad with measured approval, acknowledging his resilience while judging the battle far from over. Using his sword as support, Vlad forces himself back to his feet, refusing to show weakness. A brief pause forms between them, signaling a transition from dominance to serious assessment. Sharp focus fills Vlad's eyes as pain fades into heightened concentration. Instead of retreating, he moves first, drawing his blade with refined timing rather than desperation. The sudden motion sends a ripple through the hall, catching nobles and knights off guard. The opposing knight stiffens, sensing something unfamiliar within Vlad's movement. Recognition follows as he realizes the strike is a counterattack, not a reckless charge. With the duel's rhythm broken, the knight reassesses Vlad, now seeing him as a genuine threat. Inside the ceremonial hall, Vlad struggles to hold a sword as armored knights observe the unusual outcome. Attention gathers on the blade halted by a mere squire, causing disbelief among experienced retainers. From the sidelines, seasoned knights judge the scene, convinced the result contradicts common sense. Joseph Bayezid studies Vlad closely, suspecting the event cannot be explained as coincidence alone. Pressure builds as Joseph senses something unseen forcing even those who deny it to accept reality. Vlad falters inwardly, confused by the weight pressing on his thoughts while standing before Joseph. Silence deepens as Joseph wonders whether Vlad has lost awareness or entered a strange mental state. Within himself, Vlad rejects the idea of dreaming, feeling fragments of memory stir instead. Standing rigid, he recalls a past defined by lacking rights, strength, and opportunity. A distant memory surfaces of Vlad staring at a sword shop beneath the night sky. Longing fills him as thoughts drift toward places that shine beyond his reach. Resolve quietly forms as he accepts the desire to stand among those worlds. Determination hardens in Vlad's eyes, marking the moment his will crystallizes. Joseph observes calmly, recognizing the birth of something rare and dangerous. Surrounded by gathering energy, Vlad grips the sword firmly as a brilliance, never seen before, begins to emerge. Blades collide midair, sparks bursting outward as Vlad meets the knight's strike head, on without retreating. Observers stiffen, unable to understand how such power manifests from someone lacking formal training. Blood splashes from a wounded hand, proving the exchange is no illusion, but a dangerous reality. Joseph Bayezid narrows his eyes, realizing Vlad is applying techniques never properly taught. Concern spreads as the sword's edge loses raw sharpness, replaced by something heavier and more deliberate. Vlad advances again, his movements steadier, guided by resolve rather than instinct alone. The clash intensifies, echoing through the hall as both fighters press forward without hesitation. Joseph senses the sword reacting, its presence swelling as if answering Vlad's will. A realization forms that this is the moment something dormant begins to awaken. Energy surges around the crossing blades, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes. Even seasoned knights recoil, recognizing signs of a phenomenon spoken of only in theory. Vlad holds his stance, body strained, yet his focus remains unbroken. Light bursts outward as the swords meet again, louder and heavier than before. Shock ripples through the crowd as they witness the manifestation unfolding before them. Standing at the center, Vlad becomes the catalyst, marking the beginning of a path no one can ignore. Pablo Arnstein reacts instantly, shouting orders as danger surges toward him without warning. An attendant rushes forward, hurriedly raising a shield while fear flashes across his face. Steel crashes against the shield, the impact rattling the hall, and proving Vlad's strike carries real force. Pablo braces behind the shield, announcing himself with pride as he pushes forward aggressively. Across from him, Vlad stands firm, sword lowered yet surrounded by an unusual pressure. The knight demands identification, sensing that the boy before him no longer feels insignificant. Images of Vlad's past surface showing footsteps through streets where rights and protection never existed. Those memories contrast with visions of a shining city, symbolizing a future he always chased. The journey from darkness toward that brilliance defines the resolve now shaping his stance. Standing before the glowing city, Vlad is acknowledged as someone who has earned his own rights. Power gathers around him, blue energy surging as his identity finally takes form. With unwavering clarity, he declares himself as Vlad of Shawara, embracing the path he chose. Golden light answers Pablo's challenge as he charges forward without hesitation. Vlad meets the advance head, on his sword roaring with awakened energy. Their collision shakes the battlefield, marking the true beginning of Vlad's rise. Blood stains Vlad's hand as his grip tightens around the sword, proving the duel reached its limit. Pablo Arnstein steps forward, acknowledging the outcome while standing over Vlad's fallen body. Witnesses react in shock as the lingering energy around Vlad becomes impossible to ignore. Objections erupt among the knights, accusing Vlad of violating dueling rules. By manifesting aura, Pablo remains composed, dismissing the insults while reflecting on the beauty hidden within resolve. From his position, he judges that the so-called flower bloomed only because the moment demanded it. Officials approach Pablo respectfully, thanking him for fulfilling his duties as a knight. Placing a hand on his chest, Pablo accepts the honor, calling the duel meaningful for himself as well. Attention shifts as a priest is summoned to clarify the nature of what appeared. The priest confirms the power was aura, sparking debate between divine law and Swordmaster codes. Calm explanations follow, stating that Swordmasters embody honor, duty, and royal authority. This distinction reframes the duel as a clash of principles, rather than simple rule-breaking. Ender Haenel listens as arguments about honor and duty collide openly in the hall. Unable to determine which law takes precedence, officials hesitate to deliver judgment. The duel's result is postponed, leaving Vlad's fate suspended between recognition and uncertainty. Vlad lies quietly, eyes closed, as soft light falls over his face and exhaustion replaces earlier tension. Words about youth, beauty, and fragile moments echo over scenes of swords, vows, and knights kneeling in reverence. The hall appears solemn and grand, reminding all present that bearing a sword means carrying responsibility beyond strength. A radiant blade is raised by an ancient figure, its surface gleaming as if preserving an old promise. The image of the founding Swordmaster emerges, symbolizing the origin of law, duty, and protection. Morning light spreads over the academy building, signaling a calm day that contrasts with recent unrest inside its walls. Inside a quiet room, Vlad lies in bed, his body wrapped in bandages, struggling to wake through lingering pain. His condition shows clear exhaustion, revealing the toll left by the sacred duel and the strain it caused. As consciousness returns, Vlad's senses sharpen, and the ache throughout his body confirms the severity of his injuries. Joseph Bayezid enters calmly, carrying water, his composed expression reflecting concern rather than authority. The simple act of assistance grounds the moment, emphasizing recovery over rank or ceremony. Joseph checks Vlad carefully, ensuring no hidden injuries remain after the duel's unexpected escalation. The situation is explained clearly, noting how the sacred duel's rules complicated matters beyond normal resolution. Through this explanation, the weight of Swordmaster laws and their consequences becomes evident to Vlad. As Vlad listens, memories surface of a voice once teaching him about the Swordmaster's code and pledges. An image forms in his mind of a knight making a solemn vow, symbolizing responsibility rather than glory. That memory reinforces the idea that becoming a knight requires discipline, restraint, and adherence to strict principles. A vision of himself riding forward as a knight briefly appears, representing a future still distant but possible. Joseph prepares to leave, advising rest and acknowledging Vlad's resolve without pressing further. Left alone, Vlad reflects on protecting what matters, deciding he cannot afford to fall again. Sunlight filters through tall windows as the last guests depart, leaving the estate quieter than before. Alicia Heinel stands near the glass, her expression tense as responsibility settles heavier than relief. Behind her, Sir Duncan confirms matters were delayed, secured only through church protection and careful restraint. Turning inward, Alicia reflects on how quickly events forced her to abandon personal grief for governance. Sir Duncan urges composure, reminding her that turbulent times demand endurance, rather than emotional release. His words emphasize control over Dearmar, framing leadership as an obligation that cannot waver. Discussion shifts toward Dearmar's lemon harvest, where declining yields threaten stability and future trade. Alicia considers alternatives, including shifting crops, revealing her growing involvement in regional management. Sir Duncan advises caution, explaining that restructuring agriculture requires patience and long-term assessment. Pressure builds as Alicia senses new challenges, emerging even after surviving political confrontation. An unexpected thought leads her to question Sir Duncan about horsemanship, catching his attention briefly. He responds firmly, stressing that riding is essential for nobles, as vital as sword discipline. Alicia accepts the lesson with restrained resolve, acknowledging limits placed by fate rather than choice. Outside, chaos erupts when Sir Jaeger's reckless riding ends violently, drawing immediate alarm. Nearby, Vlad is struck during the incident, the sudden accident reinforcing how fragile recovery and order remain. Vlad comments carelessly during training preparations, unaware his remark irritates Sir Jaeger, who stands behind him sternly. Without warning, Sir Jaeger strikes him, correcting his attitude through force rather than words. Pain surges as Vlad realizes his earlier success made him careless around someone far more experienced. Sir Jaeger reflects internally, questioning whether his own teaching method caused Vlad's instability around horses. Nearby, a horse reacts nervously, stepping back as if sensing something unsettling from Vlad. Observing this reaction, Sir Jaeger concludes, the issue is not skill alone, but something deeper. Training is postponed as Sir Jaeger decides forcing progress will only worsen the situation. Vlad listens quietly, troubled by repeated delays, and his inability to meet expectations. Sir Jaeger admits there is no quick solution, framing this as a long-term problem requiring patience. While leaving the grounds, Vlad questions why animals react more strongly to him over time. Sir Jaeger considers momentum, explaining that uncontrolled presence can disturb sensitive creatures. The explanation shifts Vlad's thinking toward internal discipline, rather than external technique. Vlad recalls previous lessons about controlling momentum and aura through conscious restraint. Standing alone, he attempts to calm himself, realizing even unconscious control remains difficult. Despite frustration, Vlad accepts this weakness as another obstacle he must overcome before moving forward. Vlad steadies his breathing, recalling Sir Jaeger's warning that real combat demands discipline before ambition. The thought of tomorrow's farewell ceremony surfaces, stirring doubt about whether he should attend once more. Turning toward the fading light, he questions if lingering attachments will only slow his progress. Within the palace halls, Vlad reflects on his failure, acknowledging the mission ended through circumstance, not intent. Memories of unleashed power clash with restraint, reminding him how easily control can slip. That realization deepens his resolve to master himself before relying on strength. Elsewhere, Endre Heinel advances through the corridor, contempt evident as he dismisses Vlad's position. Measured footsteps echo, signaling confidence shaped by status rather than struggle. The encounter sharpens tension as opposing paths draw closer without reconciliation. Sir Jaeger appears, blade ready, confronting Endre with calm intensity rather than provocation. Their exchange exposes shared dissatisfaction, both bound by obligations they cannot avoid. The moment highlights how duty forces confrontation even during supposed respite. Steel glints as Sir Jaeger adjusts his grip, accepting delayed work over delayed consequences. Endre responds with thin amusement, recognizing coincidence yet refusing retreat. As tension peaks, Vlad's earlier lesson lingers nearby, underscoring that restraint often precedes survival. Endre Heinel steadies his sword as dark energy gathers around him, asserting shared duty while masking personal ambition. Across from him, Sir Jaeger remains composed, measuring the situation with experience shaped by obedience and consequence. A close view shows Joseph Bayezid's eye glowing with sharp intent, signaling controlled hostility rather than reckless aggression. Joseph extends his sword toward Vlad, stopping just short establishing dominance while allowing the tension to settle. Vlad meets the pressure without retreating, his stance firm as the weight of the warning sinks in. Joseph lowers his blade slightly, making it clear the confrontation is deliberate restraint, not mercy or hesitation. Positioned near the hall entrance, both men stand apart, emphasizing hierarchy and the limits being enforced. A faint shift in Joseph's expression suggests the matter is personal, but bound by larger rules. Vlad suddenly moves forward, closing distance with unexpected speed, driven by unresolved emotion. Joseph reacts instantly, countering the advance and striking Vlad aside with precise force. Vlad crashes to the floor, the impact proving the vast gap still separating their strength. Struggling upright, Vlad wipes blood from his mouth, refusing to collapse, despite visible pain. Joseph steps in again, delivering a final blow meant to end resistance, not to kill. Vlad is driven down once more, coughing heavily as the exchange reaches its limit. Standing over him, Joseph watches calmly, satisfied the lesson has been delivered. Vlad steadies his breathing, acknowledging the outcome without further challenge. Joseph turns away and leaves the hall, while Vlad remains behind, carrying the weight of this defeat forward. Joseph Bayezid stands in heavy silence, his expression darkened as he reflects on the Empire's growing instability. Turning his back on Vlad, Joseph signals the end of their encounter, leaving the warning hanging unresolved. As Joseph departs down the illuminated corridor, Vlad watches quietly, sensing a greater conflict approaching. Later, beneath a glowing sunset, Vlad stands alone near a large tree, replaying Joseph's words in his mind. The calm scenery contrasts with his tension, suggesting the peace will not last long. Lowering himself, Vlad grips his sword and prepares to move on before being discovered by Alicia. A sudden surge of blue light flares from Vlad's eye, signaling the awakening of something ancient. A massive serpent spirit materializes before him, its presence overwhelming and unfamiliar. Vlad braces himself as the pressure bears down, struggling to remain conscious under its power. Regaining focus, Vlad steadies his breathing while the serpent observes him closely. Recognition settles between them, hinting at a connection formed long ago. The spirit circles calmly, confirming its presence is not hostile but purposeful. The serpent rises higher, its immense form glowing as it explains its nature beyond mortal understanding. Power spreads across the clearing, reinforcing how small Vlad is compared to this being. As the light fades, Vlad remains standing, carrying new awareness that will shape his path forward. Vlad stands still as blue light gathers around his body, warmth spreading through his sword and arm. Surprise flashes across his face when unfamiliar power responds gently, instead of overwhelming him. The serpent spirit coils above, confirming this phenomenon as a rare blessing rather than a threat. Morning light reveals the academy exterior, signaling a return from mysticism to political reality. A formal send-off forms at the gates, where nobles and attendants gather in orderly lines. Alicia appears composed despite limited preparations, aware circumstances prevent grand ceremony. Joseph Bayezid advances with his retainers, leading the group with restrained authority. He pauses and formally calls Vlad forward, drawing attention from everyone present. Vlad steps out from the line, startled but composed, sensing an important turn approaching. Inside the hall, the arrangement confirms an official rite prepared in haste. Following instruction, Vlad kneels before Alicia, lowering his head respectfully. Alicia acknowledges his actions, recognizing his role in protecting her honor and position. Despite lacking knighthood, Vlad is entrusted with Alicia's name through personal judgment. Observers note the political intent behind the gesture, binding Bayezid and Heinel through him. Rising slowly, Vlad accepts the weight placed upon him, aware this recognition reshapes his future. Alicia extends a decorated handkerchief toward Vlad, its quality immediately standing out before the watching crowd. Vlad hesitates, recalling past experiences where ignorance of noble customs brought him harm. Joseph Bayezid watches closely, realizing Vlad lacks understanding of how such gestures should be received. An elderly noble steps forward and explains the tradition behind a lady passing her handkerchief. Listening carefully, Vlad learns it may be offered either through the sword or directly by hand. The explanation draws attention from onlookers, hinting the moment carries deeper meaning than courtesy. Light gathers around the handkerchief as Alicia passes it directly into Vlad's hands. The act signals personal trust, placing emotional weight on the exchange. Vlad looks up in confusion, sensing the unexpected implications forming around him. Flustered by the situation, Vlad promises to treasure the handkerchief properly. Observers exchange uncertain glances, unsure whether this outcome was intended. Joseph sighs quietly, recognizing Vlad's sincerity but noting his inexperience. Later, Vlad bows deeply and apologizes for mishandling noble etiquette. Joseph sternly instructs him to rely on guidance whenever nobles are involved. As congratulations follow, Vlad accepts them calmly, understanding this day marks another step into a complicated world. Joseph Bayezid looks down with measured approval, formally acknowledging the weight of recognition Vlad has received. Standing beneath a solemn light, Vlad absorbs the meaning of being raised by Lady Alicia's authority. Holding the handkerchief tightly, Vlad realizes he has stepped into the rank of an honorary knight, binding him further to noble responsibility. Vlad reacts in visible shock as the idea of becoming an honorary knight reaches him unexpectedly. Confusion deepens while he listens, realizing the recognition applies only within Diermar's limited authority. The realization settles slowly as he understands the title carries restrictions tied to Alicia's position. Holding the ornate card, Vlad studies the object carefully, sensing responsibility, rather than pride from it. Joseph Bayezid explains the card exists due to a procedural mistake, not formal knighthood. Emphasis is placed on protecting the card, since it represents Alicia's standing and political trust. Pressure builds as Vlad grips the card tighter, recognizing consequences far heavier than expected. Joseph observes Vlad's eyes closely, sensing resolve surpassing what most young knights could bear. The matter concludes abruptly, with Joseph revealing Alicia's debt certificate as leverage is removed. Vlad learns the 10,000 gold document existed to secure Alicia if she lost the duel. A vision of Alicia's potential disgrace clarifies why such preparation was quietly necessary. Joseph explains emotional pressure works like a spark, forcing Alicia to push beyond limits. Sudden tension strikes Vlad as a sharp sound, draws his attention toward the western woods. Joseph notices the change immediately, realizing something distant has disrupted the calm. The scene ends with the environment shifting, signaling approaching danger beyond the estate. Vlad senses something wrong and turns sharply, his expression tightening as distant movement reaches his awareness. Dust rises across the open field as a large group charges forward together with reckless speed. Recognition strikes immediately when the figures resolve into armed men, moving without formation, confirming an attack. Alarm flashes through Vlad as he reaches for his weapon, instinctively preparing for immediate combat. Joseph Bayezid steps in without hesitation, stopping Vlad's motion and preventing a premature response. Control is asserted as Joseph reveals preparations were already made before trouble reached the estate. The advancing group is halted outside as guards intercept them, forcing the situation into negotiation. A hardened man kneels forward, presenting a bloodied pouch, while attempting to justify their actions. Joseph listens calmly, signaling the matter is finished and denying further discussion. Attention shifts when the kneeling man glances at Vlad, recognizing him instantly. Whispers spread as his status becomes clear, identifying him as the one bearing Alicia's honor. Joseph cuts off the moment, directing focus away before tension escalates further. A sharp gaze from the man reveals dangerous intent, radiating pressure beyond ordinary soldiers. Vlad feels instinctive warning, sensing hostility unlike anything he has faced among knights. Joseph decides swiftly to depart sooner than planned, recognizing unseen danger moving beneath the surface. Joseph Bayezid dismisses the fallen man with calm finality, acknowledging service while showing no lingering attachment. The defeated figure reveals himself as Bayezid's hidden sword, once loyal and operating in shadows beyond public knowledge. Vlad watches silently, unsettled by the term and disturbed by the bloodied sack left behind. Joseph notices Vlad's curiosity and shifts attention toward the sack, recognizing his unease. A brief explanation begins as Joseph frames the object as a symbol of noble society's darker foundations. Harsh images follow, describing a cold, brutal, unforgiving world that governs power behind formal titles. The scene transitions to reports arriving from Sturma, detailing a group of pilgrims traveling under unusual circumstances. Despite their status, the pilgrims refuse escort and insist on moving quietly without drawing attention. Joseph reflects on their resolve, noting how rare such determination has become among the faithful. In a quiet study, Joseph consults an elder advisor about whether to protect the pilgrims without consent. Permission is granted, trusting Joseph's judgment and recognizing his right to act discreetly. Preparation begins immediately, signaling concern beneath the calm discussion. Joseph recalls a report describing a man who survived by sheer will, refusing to surrender even while broken. The memory lingers, tying that image to the Swordmaster's first code and forgotten ideals. With much to consider, Joseph looks ahead. Sensing Vlad's actions may soon test those ideals again. Vlad stands within a grand hall, facing two opposing figures, as he reflects on the weight of choosing a single path forward. Beyond the hall, rumors spread rapidly through a crowded dining area, where students and soldiers exchange exaggerated stories about Vlad's recent exploits. Speculation grows louder as tales of duels and impossible achievements distort the truth, turning Vlad into a subject of fascination and doubt. Time passes quietly as Vlad returns to his room, hunger reminding him how long he has been consumed by training and duty. Stepping inside, he pauses to gather himself, realizing a full month has slipped by without rest or reflection. His expression steadies, as he senses unfamiliar attention awaiting him beyond the closed door. Inside the academy hall, cadets gather regardless of background, their past rivalries dulled by recent events. Status differences lose meaning as memories of conflict fade, signaling the end of the children's alley fight era. At the center stands Vlad, his presence alone reshaping the atmosphere, marking him as someone who walks a different world entirely. Several freshly roasted sausages rest on a plate, their steam rising inside a crowded dining hall. Vlad eats quietly, his expression tightening as the noise and attention around him grow uncomfortable. While chewing, he notices nearby patrons glancing his way, clearly aware of recent events in Dearmar. Around the table, other diners lean closer together, spreading information about what happened in the city. Vlad finishes his food and wipes his fingers, sensing how quickly rumors circulate beyond official announcements. The atmosphere feels restless, suggesting his name has already become tied to unresolved political tension. Across from him, his companion casually explains that Academy followers are receiving a scheduled vacation period. Vlad reflects on the idea, realizing he has never planned leisure time or had a place to visit. His uncertainty contrasts with the companion's relaxed confidence and familiarity with noble customs. The companion suddenly proposes an invitation, revealing his family's willingness to host Vlad formally. Details follow about the household's status, plentiful food, and preparations suited for honored guests. Vlad considers the offer carefully, weighing comfort against the complications of noble connections. Another suggestion emerges involving horses, hinting at resources beyond ordinary households in the region. Hearing this, Vlad's attention sharpens, recognizing strategic value tied to movement and pedigree. After a brief pause, he accepts the possibility, marking a quiet step toward deeper entanglement with power. Training resumes as Vlad clashes blades with Joseph Bayezid, the force of each strike echoing through the hall. Joseph presses forward relentlessly, testing Vlad's balance, timing, and ability to maintain focus under pressure. Despite resisting, Vlad is driven back, his movements showing effort rather than complete control. The exchange intensifies, steel flashing as Joseph's superior technique forces Vlad into a defensive posture. Pain follows a failed response, and Vlad stumbles, realizing his body cannot fully keep pace yet. Joseph halts the bout, allowing the moment to settle without prolonging unnecessary damage. Standing apart, Joseph evaluates Vlad coldly, measuring growth since the duel in Dearmar. Vlad steadies his breathing, absorbing the weight of judgment while struggling to remain composed. A brief silence forms, emphasizing the gap between improvement and true readiness. Vlad lowers his head and acknowledges his mistake, accepting responsibility for losing concentration. Joseph issues firm guidance, warning that self-reliance without discipline leads only to failure. Training is declared finished for the day, signaling both progress and clear limitations. Joseph turns away, reflecting privately on Vlad's accumulated achievements and visible potential. Concern lingers as he recognizes Vlad's foundation remains unstable, despite rapid growth. Watching from a distance, Joseph concludes that unchecked power at this stage carries serious danger. Vlad walks alone through the dim corridor, replaying Joseph Bayezid's strict lesson about focusing on fundamentals. Frustration surfaces as he reflects on pushing himself. Despite knowing his foundation is still incomplete, that impatience settles into quiet resolve while he accepts the warning without open resistance. Joseph's guidance echoes in Vlad's thoughts, reminding him that aura reflects potential rather than immediate strength. A vivid image of a fully armored knight reinforces the idea that growth demands long-term stability. Vlad exhales slowly, understanding that talent without structure risks collapsing under pressure. Memories of ridicule and contempt return briefly, sharpening his awareness of Joseph's disappointment. Pain from overexertion lingers, proving his body cannot yet withstand reckless training. He steadies himself, deciding to let go of unnecessary thoughts about rest or vacation. Night falls, as Vlad steps outside, gripping his sword with renewed determination. Training begins in earnest, each swing cutting through the air with controlled precision. Momentum builds as repeated movements carve discipline into muscle and instinct. A powerful downward strike sends force rippling across the ground, testing his balance, breathing hard. Vlad reins in his pace, recognizing the danger of exhausting himself. Joseph's distant voice ends the session, reinforcing restraint as Vlad lowers his sword. Vlad pauses beneath the night sky, drawing deep breaths as Joseph Bayezid's warning about injury echoes clearly. Raising his head, he steadies his thoughts, accepting that impatience would erase everything he built. Moonlight reflects in his eyes, revealing awareness that his current strength is only a fragile beginning. A faint glow surrounds Vlad as he grips his sword, recognizing that what shines now is merely potential. From afar, Joseph observes silently, judging without interference as discipline replaces reckless ambition. Vlad lowers the blade, understanding restraint matters more than momentary brilliance. The calm night shatters, as distant flames rise beyond the walls under the full moon. Screams echo through the city streets, revealing chaos spreading across the county of Trinova. Within the destruction, bodies fall and blood stains the ground, marking a sudden, violent turn. A wounded knight staggers through the hall, his armor broken but resolve unyielding. Despite exhaustion, he presses forward, driven by duty rather than survival. Recognition flashes as he realizes someone crucial has finally arrived. Godin stands beneath shattered windows, bearing injuries that speak of relentless combat. He reflects grimly on honor, remembering how blind obedience once doomed countless knights. Looking ahead, Godin prepares to act, knowing this night will test every remaining conviction. Godin stands beneath the shattered window, rain and blood streaking across his face as his gaze hardens. The ruined chamber behind him reflects his belief that blind obedience led the knights to their deaths. Cold resolve settles in as he accepts the consequences of choosing judgment over loyalty. Before him, the wounded knight kneels, armor soaked, strength fading while his duty remains unbroken. Summoning his final will, the knight fixes his eyes on Godin, determined to pass his warning onward. Godin moves without hesitation, ending the moment decisively as silence consumes the blood-stained hall. Vlad stiffens when the idea of a vacation reaches him, clearly unfamiliar with leisure or personal time. Across the table, his companion remains relaxed, already aware of academy schedules and circulating rumors. Awareness spreads through Vlad as he senses attention growing, realizing recent events have traveled faster than expected. Joseph Bayezid explains the leave calmly, framing it as a practical decision rather than a reward. Standing formally, Vlad accepts the decision with restraint, unsure how to respond beyond duty. A brief silence fills the room, revealing unspoken tension between obligation, expectation, and unfamiliar freedom. Observing quietly, the seated noble notices Vlad's unease and chooses not to intervene. The atmosphere grows heavy as Vlad struggles to steady himself, unused to being dismissed without orders, respecting boundaries. The others allow the moment to pass without forcing reassurance or explanation. Joseph shifts focus to discipline, reminding Vlad that consistency matters even during leave. Training expectations are reinforced, emphasizing balance rather than indulgence or neglect. Listening intently, Vlad regains composure, grounding himself in familiar structure and responsibility. With matters settled, Joseph signals the conclusion. Confident Vlad will not lose direction. Relief flashes briefly across Vlad's face as he acknowledges the guidance with renewed resolve. As he departs the hall, uncertainty remains, but the path forward feels clearer than before. Permission to leave is granted as Joseph Bayezid calmly dismisses Vlad for a week-long vacation. Turning to depart, Vlad listens as guidance follows, stressing restraint rather than courtesy or gifts. Acknowledging the instruction, he exits the room with duty outweighing personal understanding left behind. Joseph reflects quietly, considering how unfamiliar social customs may confuse Vlad. Concerns surface about unexpected encounters, knowing coincidence often follows unresolved tension. Despite doubts, the decision stands. Trusting experience will shape Vlad better than control. Elsewhere, Vlad finds himself guided through preparation, unsure why new attire is necessary. Assistants adjust clothing and cloak, presenting him as more than a simple knight. Confusion deepens as surroundings shift from discipline to formality. Lady Oksana studies Vlad calmly, assessing his bearing rather than his rank. She emphasizes proper appearance, framing it as responsibility tied to one's name. Listening silently, Vlad realizes reputation extends beyond strength or obedience. Closing distance, Lady Oksana corrects his posture with practiced ease and confidence. Acceptance follows as Vlad acknowledges guidance meant to prevent future disgrace. With the vacation set to begin, his path shifts toward learning restraint, dignity, and awareness beyond the sword. Vlad listens carefully as Lady Oksana reinforces the weight carried by a knight's title and expected conduct. Guidance continues with emphasis on manners, reminding him that status reflects beyond the battlefield. A basket is prepared and handed over, signaling consideration rather than luxury or excess. Lowering his head, Vlad accepts the gift with sincerity, aware it represents instruction as much as courtesy. Lady Oksana's expression softens, satisfied that the lesson has reached him. Leaving the residence, Vlad carries unfamiliar responsibility, alongside the physical weight in his hands. Outside, reflection overtakes him as the new clothing and expectations feel misaligned with his identity. A brief vision contrasts the disciplined knight with the person he once was, deepening uncertainty. Passing by a convent, recognition strikes as he notices a familiar presence through the window. Zamina appears briefly, her red hair unmistakable, even through distance and separation. News of her staying there settles quietly, carrying relief mixed with lingering concern. Turning away, Vlad hopes her life remains peaceful, even if their paths diverge for now. Walking through the city, whispers follow him, drawn to his appearance and growing reputation. Speculation spreads among onlookers, connecting his aura and features to northern influence. Unnoticed by most, Zamina watches from afar, realizing the distance between them has grown, yet wishing him well. Inside the convent kitchen, Zamina works under supervision, while senior nuns criticize her clumsiness and pace. Orders pile up quickly, forcing her to clean, cook, and finish chores without rest. Although singled out unfairly, Zamina endures silently, understanding resistance would only worsen her situation. Later, exhaustion weighs heavily as memories of hardship remind her why she learned endurance early. Faith and discipline are emphasized by the convent, yet warmth and understanding remain distant. Standing apart, Zamina realizes the place values obedience more than the well-being of those within. Outside at night, Marcella confronts the nuns, refusing to allow children under her protection to be taken. Tension escalates as authority clashes with moral conviction, drawing attention to hidden corruption. Despite resistance, Marcella creates an opening, allowing the children to move ahead safely. As snow falls, figures approach from the forest, threatening to disrupt the fragile escape. Marcella urges haste, placing herself between danger and the children without hesitation. Before she can withdraw, attackers seize her, stopping her movement forcefully. The children are pushed forward toward safety as Marcella is dragged away into the darkness. Zamina turns back in shock, realizing Marcella chose capture to protect everyone else. Fear and resolve mix as Zamina understands survival, now carries the weight of Marcella's sacrifice. Heavy doors open briefly in the snow, as Marcella is forced inside by several rough figures. The entrance slams shut behind them, cutting off the cold night and sealing her fate. Inside the dim room, Marcella collapses to the floor, clutching herself as quiet sobs escape while she calls Vlad's name. Bay stood silently, observing the imposing estate gates, astonished by the scale, despite the family's non-noble status. His companion explained the family's influence in Struma, but Bay's expression revealed disbelief at the grandeur. The massive mansion loomed ahead, a symbol of wealth and power, drawing both awe and anticipation from Bay. The house's butler greeted them with a formal bow, signaling respect, and the family's disciplined household. Bay's companion embraced the butler warmly, highlighting a long-standing connection and mutual trust within the household. Plans for touring the estate were discussed, with Bay approving, yet his curiosity focused on the stables and horses first. Guided by the butler, they entered the estate grounds, passing immaculate gardens and grand architecture toward the horse pastures. Upon arrival, a herd of horses charged forward, startling Bay as the animals kicked up dust and hooves. He watched cautiously, realizing that controlling even livestock was challenging, and his expectations for riding were unmet. Bay's frustration grew as he attempted to manage the unruly animals, unable to mount a horse properly. The butler suggested visiting the church instead, recognizing Bay's struggle with the livestock and aiming to redirect the tour. Bay admitted the difficulty, contemplating the difference between observing majestic horses and personally handling them. The expansive pastures revealed more livestock, and Bay's aura failed to command obedience, leaving him exasperated. He reflected on the impracticality of using his power, realizing riding horses would be awkward compared to others' skillful cavalry maneuvers. Despite the challenges, Bay accepted the lesson, preparing to continue exploring the estate with a mix of determination and reluctant humor. Bay's companion urged him to view the horses in the pasture, promising to show the prized steeds. Bay hesitated, wondering if at least one horse would meet his expectations, expressing cautious hope. A rare white horse appeared, dazzling in the moonlight, while his companion tried to persuade Bay to enjoy the moment. Evening fell, and the mansion's kitchens came alive with cooks preparing meals over open flames, filling the courtyard with activity. Bay observed the elaborate cooking, amazed by the scale and organization of the household operations. His companion noted the extravagance, and both watched as the staff prepared for the arrival of honored guests. The lord of a neighboring household warmly welcomed Bay and his companion, apologizing for not greeting them personally. Bay introduced himself as the squire of Lord J.R., and the lord praised his growing reputation. The lord acknowledged Bay's potential, remarking that his discipline and skill were a source of pride for Struma. The hosts led Bay and his companion inside, inviting them to discuss matters while meals were being prepared. Bay noted the presence of other guests, realizing the gathering included influential figures and prominent families. He questioned the appearance of a familiar name, sensing a potential connection that could affect the evening's proceedings. A sudden entrance startled Bei as a prominent figure revealed himself amidst the grand hall and gathered crowd. Shock filled Bei's expression as he recognized the unexpected arrival. Unsure of the visitor's intentions, he observed the figure's composed demeanor, questioning silently why this person was present and what it meant for him. Bei met Sir Lucker in a private hall, surprised by his unexpected presence during the meal. He recalled refusing a previous favor, noting that respect and careful behavior were necessary among influential figures. Bei prepared mentally to navigate the tension, aware of the potential consequences for missteps. Several stern-looking guards and squires observed Bei, their expressions sharp and intimidating as he passed. He analyzed the situation strategically, realizing that succumbing to fear would offer no advantage. Maintaining composure, Bei reminded himself that patience and readiness were crucial to face the challenges ahead. Sir Lucker invited Bei to join him tomorrow, suggesting a private meeting for undisclosed purposes. Bei's attention focused on the serious tone and intent behind the invitation, calculating the implications. He silently agreed, noting that appearing compliant now could prevent conflict while positioning himself advantageously. The following morning, sunlight illuminated open plains where Bei joined a mounted group moving swiftly across the terrain. He observed Dorothea, a beastman, who questioned his riding skill, highlighting Bei's struggle with his powers in practice. Bei reflected internally, noting the awkwardness of using his aura to control mounts, a skill he had yet to master. Dorothea pressed further, curious about Bei's connection to the Bayazids and his unconventional training. Bei explained that his path differed from Sir Lucker's mage training, emphasizing his beastman heritage. Despite the scrutiny, he prepared for the journey ahead, determined to navigate both power and social expectations. Bei and Dorothea rode across the plains, her chatter filling the air while Bei remained focused on the path ahead. He reflected on the unpredictability of life, realizing that despite his aura, handling mounts required skill and patience. Dorothea pressed further, questioning his attention and expressing frustration at his lack of response. Yet Bei maintained composure. The group reached a high vantage point, where Sir Lucker provided guidance on the surrounding area and expected movements. Bei assessed the terrain, noting that the riders ahead appeared more relaxed than a typical hunting party. Dorothea commented on the falcon remaining caged, prompting Bei to observe details that could reveal their intentions. A small group of pilgrims appeared in the distance, prompting Sir Lucker to raise a flag and signal non-hostile intentions. Bei analyzed the situation, considering potential threats while observing the pilgrims' orderly advance across the plains. He prepared to act cautiously, noting the importance of signaling and strategy in unfamiliar terrain. Sir Lucker gave commands, directing the group's movements and preparing for a coordinated search for prey. Bei watched from his vantage point, noting the horses' positioning and the effectiveness of the group's organization. The herd of animals began moving, signaling the start of the operation and requiring precise observation from the riders. Bei scanned the horizon as the animals dispersed, tracking the herd's direction and speed carefully. Dorothea rode alongside him, questioning tactics and discussing strategy, while Bei considered the implications of their movements. He prepared to adapt to the unfolding scenario, balancing caution, skill, and observation to anticipate the next development. At the edge of a vast plateau, Bei stood atop a moving carriage, gazing over endless grasslands, stretching beneath a clear sky. Ahead, an escort of mounted soldiers advanced steadily, their formation confirming the journey was carefully guarded and deliberate. Unease surfaced within Bei as the carriage jolted violently, his body reacting poorly to the rough terrain and constant shaking. Unable to endure the motion, Bei stepped down from the carriage, deciding to walk beside the escort despite lingering discomfort. Sir Joseph approached calmly, assessing Bei's condition while the journey resumed at a measured pace across open fields. As they moved forward, Bei's breathing steadied, and the scenery gradually eased the strain on his weakened body. The road widened into an open grassland, leading toward Varna, where distant plains revealed both beauty and lurking danger. Sir Joseph explained the region's instability, shaped by frequent monster sightings after the harsh winter's end. Accepting the situation, Bei observed the land carefully, sensing that this escort existed for reasons beyond formality. Without warning, the ground trembled as thunderous hooves crushed the earth, sending dust erupting into the air. A herd of wild horses burst forward uncontrollably, their speed and force overwhelming the open plains. Shock froze Bei in place as instinct flared, his body reacting to the sudden surge of danger. Power surged from within Bei, an unfamiliar energy rippling outward as his presence sharply changed. The charging horses veered instinctively, sensing overwhelming pressure radiating from the lone figure ahead. Watching silently, Bei realized this journey marked the beginning of changes he could no longer ignore. Several knights rode ahead, observing herds of animals moving south, instead of north, their behavior defying seasonal patterns. Concern spread among the escort as the animals continued fleeing in organized waves, suggesting awareness rather than instinct alone. From behind, Bei watched silently, sensing that the movement was driven by fear rather than migration. A wild horse burst past the group, eyes wide and muscles strained, fleeing with desperate force across the plains. Bei focused on the horse's condition, recognizing panic rooted deep within its instincts. That fear hinted at something massive approaching from beneath the land itself. The ground suddenly vibrated, sending shock waves through the grassland as dust lifted into the air. Sir Luger identified the tremor as unnatural, while Bei felt a familiar sensation awaken inside his body. Memories surfaced as Bei realized the vibration matched a disaster he had once encountered. The earth ruptured violently, soil exploding upward as a colossal creature forced its way to the surface. A massive deathworm emerged, its armored body tearing through land and scattering animals in every direction. Shock seized the escort as the scale of the remnant dragon became unmistakably clear. Knights froze in fear, witnessing a legendary monster believed to exist only in records. Bei stepped forward, eyes sharpened, fully acknowledging the threat before them. The journey transformed instantly as survival replaced escort duty, and an unavoidable battle loomed ahead. The deathworm's massive head twisted as a strange energy pulsed from its forehead, distorting the air around it. That unstable power spread outward, unsettling nearby beasts and forcing wild horses to change direction abruptly. From the escort's position, the shift became clear as fear. Driven movement replaced any natural pattern. The deathworm redirected its massive body, following the vibrations created by fleeing pilgrims ahead. Dust clouds rose as the creature surged forward, closing distance with terrifying speed beneath the surface. Panic spread among the group once it became obvious the monster was tracking living movement. Sir Luger assessed the situation quickly, realizing the deathworm lacked sight and hearing entirely. Dorothea confirmed its reliance on underground vibrations, explaining its precise pursuit of moving targets. Orders followed immediately as priorities shifted from escort to containment and diversion. Dorothea moved to draw the deathworm's attention, creating deliberate vibrations to redirect its path. At the same time, Sir Lucher commanded Bei to relocate the pilgrims to higher ground. Without hesitation, Bei turned toward the vulnerable group, recognizing the urgency of his role. Sir Lucher raised his sword, rallying the knights to maintain formation despite the overwhelming threat. The escort repositioned swiftly, balancing defense and distraction as the deathworm closed in. Amid the chaos, the mission endured, bound by duty, discipline, and the resolve to protect lives. Sir Lucher led the charge on horseback, ordering the knights to intercept the deathworm and shield the fleeing pilgrims. As the formation advanced, Lucher sensed the situation defied natural logic, realizing an external will was influencing events. That suspicion solidified when he detected a deliberate presence guiding the deathworm from afar. A sinister force manifested behind the deathworm, flooding the battlefield with hostile intent and unnatural pressure. The presence openly challenged the authority of Bayezid territory, provoking Lucher's fury and resolve. Without hesitation, he pushed forward, determined to respond personally to the provocation. Elsewhere, Bei reached higher ground with the pilgrims, where shattered crystals lay scattered across the cliffside. Dorothea examined the fragments, linking them to vibrations and a phenomenon known as engraving. Listening closely, Bei connected engraving to deeper principles, tied to divinity, aura, and hidden forces. Sudden tremors surged again as a blazing presence erupted near the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Sir Lucher clashed directly with the deathworm, his sword engulfed in overwhelming flames. Though powerful, his attack revealed instability, suggesting his strength was not yet fully refined. Beatty watched in silence, recognizing Lucher's strength while noticing the limits beneath its brilliance. The deathworm endured, resisting destruction as the battle intensified further. Amid chaos and fire, Bei understood that greater threats and deeper truths were beginning to surface. A massive deathworm erupts from the grassland, its enormous body tearing the ground apart as Bei rides ahead. The violent emergence throws dirt and debris skyward, forcing Bei's horse to strain forward at full speed. Behind him, the monster's shadow stretches wide, signaling a relentless pursuit across the open plains. Sir Rudiger rides at the front of the escort, warning the knights as the deathworm continues closing distance. Realizing the creature changed direction, Rudiger notices the pilgrims far ahead along the same path. Understanding the danger, he orders the group to pursue the deathworm before it reaches civilians. Bei glances back while riding, recognizing the deathworm's trajectory toward the pilgrims in the distance. Urgency spreads through the escort as the knights accelerate, dust clouds forming behind galloping horses. The decision is made to intercept the monster, shifting the mission from travel to immediate rescue. Bei calls out to Dorothea, sensing her sudden movement beside him as the situation escalates. Dorothea kneels briefly, focusing while holding a strange object, preparing something unusual under pressure. Her unexpected calm contrasts the chaos around them, hinting at a hidden method meant to counter the threat. Dorothea reveals a prepared item, explaining its use as a tactic specific to werbeasts and monsters. The object activates with a faint glow, drawing attention as its purpose becomes clearer. Nearby, a confused pilgrim reacts, unaware that this strange preparation may decide their survival. Dorothea's body shows clear strain as the marking spell drains her strength, leaving her breathing unsteadily. From the plains ahead, the deathworm vanishes underground, its movement faster beneath the soil than expected. Rudiger's knights struggle to keep pace, realizing direct pursuit is becoming increasingly impossible. The situation narrows to a final option as Bei recognizes that normal methods will no longer work. With sudden resolve, he breaks from the group and charges forward alone, ignoring the danger ahead. Dorothea reacts in shock, understanding that Bei is forcing a desperate gamble to draw the monster out. Bei leaps from the cliff's edge, allowing gravity to pull him straight toward the deathworm's path. While falling, he considers the weight of Rudiger's elite knights and the power backing House Bayezid. Accepting his position as an outsider, Bei prepares to act where others cannot intervene. A vivid memory resurfaces, reminding Bei of helplessness beneath an overwhelming presence. Star-like energy gathers around his body, responding to his sharpened focus and resolve. Blue light floods his vision as his power synchronizes with instinct and intent. Impact follows as Bei slams into the ground, barely maintaining control after the fall. Pain spreads through his body, yet his grip tightens, refusing to let consciousness fade. From the dust, Bei steadies himself, signaling the moment before the deathworm resurfaces. Bei tumbles violently along the cliffside, forcing his body to twist repeatedly to reduce the impact. The fall finally ends as he crashes into the grassland, leaving a shallow crater where he lands. Despite the damage, faint movement proves he is still conscious and barely able to respond. Dorothea and nearby pilgrim peer down anxiously, surprised that Bei survived such a brutal descent. Pushing himself up, Bei realizes his body feels lighter than expected, with pain rapidly fading. A sudden pulse of blue light spreads around him, revealing the hidden protection keeping him alive. Kneeling at the base of the cliff, Bei gathers the glowing energy flowing through his body. The power sharpens his senses, linking instinct and movement. As his breathing steadies, understanding dawns that the serpent's blessing is reinforcing his body beyond normal limits. With renewed speed, Bei sprints toward the plains where the pilgrims are gathered. The group comes into view, revealing Priest Andreas leading them forward in tight formation. Recognition hardens Bei's expression as he realizes the danger surrounding the pilgrims. Bei skids to a halt near the pilgrims, scanning quickly for Sir Rudiger's presence. The absence of the knights confirms the group is exposed and vulnerable. Clenching his weapon, Bei prepares to act alone as the deathworm's threat looms closer. Standing on a raised ridge, Bei observes the distant pilgrims, noticing the widening gap between them and the approaching threat. Calculations race through his mind as he realizes the deathworm will reach Priest Andreas first. Urgency tightens his posture, forcing a decision with no time left for hesitation. A small paper marker slips from Bei's hand, carried upward by the wind, as resolve settles in, gripping his weapon firmly. He steadies his breathing and aligns his stance for immediate action. Blue light begins leaking from his body, signaling the marking spell activating once more. Energy surges violently around Bei, forming layered magical circles etched with glowing symbols. His eyes sharpen as power condenses, pushing beyond safe limits through sheer determination. The ground beneath him trembles, unable to contain the pressure gathering at his feet. Bei launches forward, tearing through the air as luminous force wraps around his blade. A vertical arc of light cleaves downward, aimed directly along the deathworm's underground path. The shockwave spreads outward, carving a glowing line across the plains. Realizing the strike alone is insufficient, Bei draws even deeper on his remaining strength. Power expands outward, like a collapsing world, amplifying every vibration within his body. At the center of the eruption, Bei stands firm, forcing the deathworm to surface before reaching the pilgrims. Bei steps forward as blue energy erupts around his body, deliberately revealing his position to the deathworm. The aura expands violently, forming a towering beacon that overwhelms the surrounding grassland. By standing alone at the center, Bai redirects the monster's attention away from the pilgrims. The deathworm responds instantly, bursting from the ground with its massive jaws spread wide. Its enormous body rises fully into view, showing distorted dragon-like features shaped by corruption, locking onto Bai's presence. The creature abandons all other targets and advances directly toward him. Purple energy begins leaking from the deathworm's body, reacting to the overwhelming force confronting it. Cracks spread across its hardened scales as unstable power collides with Bai's condensed blue aura. A deathworm bursts from the ground, its massive body ripping through soil as its gaping mouth opens violently. Blue energy flashes as Bai strikes downward, forcing the creature's advance to halt through sheer impact. Despite the blow, the monster thrashes and roars, proving its strength far exceeds ordinary beasts. The deathworm plunges back underground, collapsing the terrain and vanishing beneath thick clouds of dust. Standing amid the shockwave, Bai steadies himself, sensing the danger has not ended. Movement beneath the earth signals the creature repositioning, turning the battlefield into unstable ground. The monster erupts again, striking from below, with overwhelming force that sends debris skyward. Caught mid-motion, Bai is launched upward, his body twisting as he tries to regain balance. Even while airborne, his grip tightens on the glowing blade, refusing to lose control. Bai crashes back down, carving a deep crater into the grassland upon impact. Dust spreads outward as he rises, eyes scanning rapidly to locate the hidden threat. Realization dawns when the ground shifts again, indicating the deathworm has changed direction. The creature bursts forth once more, its massive jaws closing in faster than before. With no time left, Bai lunges forward, channeling all remaining strength into a final strike. Steel and energy collide with flesh as the attack lands, marking the decisive clash of the battle. From behind the escort, Sir Rudiger watches the deathworm burst out again, its tail whipping upward through dust. Shock overtakes him as the monster dives back underground, leaving destruction spreading across the grassland. Realizing the danger is not over, urgency takes hold as the creature's movement remains uncontrolled. The deathworm suddenly re-emerges ahead, its massive body forming a tunnel of flying soil. Charging straight through the collapsing path, Bai rushes forward instead of retreating. As the monster looms, his focus sharpens, committing fully to interception. Blue light flashes in Bai's eyes as something within the battlefield changes. A spectral one-horned horse manifests beneath him, formed from flowing energy and light. Realization settles that the spirit beast has responded directly to his presence. The spirit horse surges forward across the plains, hooves barely touching the ground. Excitement replaces hesitation as Bai adapts to the unfamiliar movement at high speed. Laughter escapes him as momentum builds, the chase shifting in his favor. From above, Bai looks down as the spirit horse leaps, lifting both into the sky. The battlefield shrinks beneath them, wind and light wrapping around blade and rider alike. Suspended mid-air, Bai prepares for a decisive strike, accepting the chaos of the moment. Sir Rudiger rides hard toward Vlad as dust trails behind them, checking his condition while the battlefield settles. Relief spreads through the escort as Vlad remains upright, still gripping his sword while riding forward. From Rudiger's perspective, Vlad's composure stands out, revealing resolve formed through decisive action. While riding beside him, Rudiger studies Vlad carefully, recognizing the imprint left on both blade and posture. The young swordsman's movement shows discipline beyond instinct, shaped by willingness to face danger directly. Admiration grows as Rudiger acknowledges that Vlad acted with the mindset of a true swordmaster. Their pace increases as the deathworm remains active, forcing immediate strategic decisions. Rudiger assesses the situation quickly, understanding the pilgrims remain at risk until the monster falls. Concern crosses Vlad's face as the creature's identity as a fallen dragon becomes clear. Despite the threat, Vlad steadies himself, accepting the responsibility placed before him. Rudiger entrusts him with a crucial role, relying on the engraved sword and the spirit horse's power. Determination replaces hesitation as Vlad commits fully to drawing the deathworm away. Glancing down at the spirit horse beneath him, Vlad questions his own readiness. A sudden reaction from the horse answers his doubt, forming a silent connection. Understanding settles in Vlad's eyes as he accepts the bond and prepares to move. Surrounded by spectral horses, Vlad rides forward as the spirit herd gathers. Responding to the presence of their kin, resolve hardens on his face while momentum builds, aligning his movement with the spirit horse beneath him. Trust forms silently as rider and mount advance together, accepting the danger ahead as shared responsibility. Breaking away from the formation, Vlad accelerates across the grassland, cloak whipping violently behind him. From above, the deathworm shifts direction, locking onto his path as planned. The escort splits apart below, successfully drawing the monster away from the pilgrims. The deathworm bursts forward, its gaping maw snapping close as it gains speed. Without slowing, Vlad urges the spirit horse onward, widening the distance from those behind him. Acceleration surges beyond normal limits, turning the chase into a blur of earth and wind. Observers watch in disbelief as man's spirit horse and monster race across the plains. Guidance echoes through Vlad's senses, warning him to release control over his blade. Strain shows across his expression as he adjusts, allowing the sword's engraving to resonate freely. Energy floods outward as Vlad leans forward, body and weapon syncing with the horse's rhythm. Behind him, the deathworm surges relentlessly, drawn by the shining presence it cannot ignore. Eyes glowing with focus, Vlad commits fully, carrying the threat away for the coming clash. Sir Lutcher Bayezid moves ahead of the escort, boots striking the ground as he assumes command decisively. With an outstretched arm he directs the knights to separate, prioritizing the pilgrims' evacuation over pursuit. Orders spread quickly through the formation, and the escort begins shifting civilians towards safer terrain. A distant rumble signals the deathworm's approach, its massive body tearing through the grassland again, standing firm. Lutcher raises his sword as heat and light gather around the blade. Flames surge outward, marking the expansion of his inner world and transforming the battlefield's atmosphere. At the same moment, Vlad races alongside the spirit horse as the deathworm lunges toward him. Barely evading its jaws, he maintains speed, relying on instinct and the mount's unnatural agility. A sharp awareness flashes through him as power resonates within his body. Fire erupts behind Lutcher as he channels his strength fully, stabilizing the battlefield through sheer presence. The intensity of his sword reveals a veteran knight, whose ferocity surpasses expectation. Watching from afar, Vlad senses the pressure of a vastly superior force at work. Flames tower skyward as Lutcher's expanded world asserts dominance over the terrain. Realization settles into Vlad's eyes as he understands the true scale of the knight's power. The deathworm erupts violently from the ground, its massive body twisting upward as soil and debris scatter outward. Bay launches forward with blue energy flaring from his blade, striking the monster's head to halt its advance. Despite the impact, the deathworm endures, recoiling briefly before vanishing underground and destabilizing the battlefield. Far away, a red armored figure manifests, surrounded by blazing energy as a warning spreads across the world. Sensing the disturbance, Bay reacts sharply, realizing his current strength cannot draw that entity's attention. Choosing survival over pursuit, he mounts his horse and accelerates, using speed to escape the collapsing terrain. Two riders circle at high speed as the deathworm resurfaces ahead, forcing an immediate change in direction. The monster lunges suddenly, its jaws snapping dangerously close, as Bay urges his mount forward. At the last moment, he narrowly avoids the strike, though the distance proves far closer than expected. Blue light erupts from Bay's eyes as a hidden power resonates deeply within his body. The world responds as ancient forces awaken, aligning his presence with long-forgotten divine remnants. Energy surges outward, reinforcing both rider and mount, while drawing the deathworm's full attention. The deathworm roars and charges again, fully committed to crushing its prey in a final assault. Bay leans forward decisively, guiding his mount into the charge with unwavering resolve. Under the dark sky, a white star forms overhead, signaling the rise of a power that can no longer be ignored. Bay urges his horse forward at full speed, blue aura trailing behind as exhaustion weighs heavily on him. Far away, a red-clad existence gathers power, while the world subtly reacts to its growing presence. Strain spreads across Bay's face as he realizes his body can no longer release additional aura safely. Behind him, Sir Rudiger and the knights push forward, refusing to let Bay fall alone against the threat. Several figures awaken hidden powers, their gazes locking forward as resolve replaces hesitation. Ahead, the deathworm resurfaces, its massive body looming as the land itself trembles under its movement. Sir Rudiger rides beside Bay, urging him onward while taking responsibility for confronting the danger. A blazing figure descends from above, its presence overwhelming as flames gather around its body. Rudiger steps forward alone, drawing upon everything he has left to face the monster head. On fire erupts violently as Rudiger unleashes his full strength, forcing the deathworm into a defensive frenzy. A massive wall of flame tears across the battlefield, splitting earth and sky in a single strike. Observers watch in shock as the attack reshapes the terrain and halts the monster's advance. As the flames fade, survivors stare upward, realizing the scale of power they just witnessed. Bay stands silently, absorbing the truth of the world's dangers and his own limitations. Within his calm gaze, resolve hardens as he prepares to grow stronger for what lies ahead. A massive pillar of fire crashes down, carving the land as the deathworm is overwhelmed by destructive force. Vlad watches closely, realizing this battlefield reflects a world far harsher than his previous understanding. As the flames subside, he senses that surviving such power demands more than talent alone. Standing atop his horse, Vlad feels the world respond faintly, as if acknowledging his growing presence. The surrounding knights steady themselves, recognizing the danger has passed, but the cost was immense. Far across the scorched ground, lingering heat rises while the horizon slowly regains calm. After the battle, Rudiger approaches Vlad, checking his condition as exhaustion weighs heavily on him. Jogger and Pablo observe quietly, noting how Vlad endured forces beyond what most could withstand. Despite fatigue, Vlad remains conscious, absorbing the reality of power gained and power still lacking. The group settles briefly on the ground, armor loosened as tension finally fades. Rudiger acknowledges Vlad's contribution, understanding the risk taken to protect everyone present. In that silence, mutual respect forms, replacing earlier doubt with cautious approval. As dusk approaches, the knights prepare to depart, their mission complete for now. Vlad sits quietly, reflecting on his limits and the path required to surpass them. Hearing his name spoken, he lifts his head, aware this encounter marks a turning point. Priest Andreas steps forward from the pilgrims, his aged gaze fixed on Vlad as relief spreads through the crowd. Lowering his head, Vlad steadies his breathing, while the aftermath of battle still lingers in his body. Careful observation allows Andreas to sense a change, recognizing unfamiliar power resting within the young swordsman. Memories resurface as Andreas recalls a distant night when a similar light pierced overwhelming darkness. That remembered vision aligns with Vlad's recent awakening, connecting past revelation with present reality. Certainty settles as Andreas realizes this power emerged not through command, but through Vlad's own will. Blue radiance lingers faintly around Vlad, echoing the moment he resisted despair and acted alone. Kneeling pilgrims bow together as Andreas offers a blessing, acknowledging the responsibility now placed upon him. As light spreads across the field, Vlad stands quietly, aware that his world has irrevocably expanded. Morning light spreads over the capital, as news from the north reaches the inner halls, signaling unrest beyond the borders. Within a sunlit chamber, senior figures review a crystal message, confirming strange movements tied to dark forces. The report connects cursed beings and imperial instability, prompting concern about threats quietly resurfacing across distant regions. A vision of Bey appears, his blade glowing blue, symbolizing recent victories that prevented political disgrace and collapse. Bayezid stands alone beneath the image, acknowledging how the young swordsman altered events through decisive intervention. Resolve hardens as instructions are prepared, with Joseph being summoned to act on the unfolding situation. Night blankets open grasslands where a temporary camp glows faintly under starlight. Far from the capital's walls, pilgrims gather around fires, sharing food and rest, unaware of how closely danger recently passed them by. At the edge of the camp, watchful figures remain alert, maintaining security as the journey continues. Near one fire, Bey focuses on repairing his equipment, hands moving steadily despite visible exhaustion. Sir Rudiger approaches, observing the young man's quiet determination shaped by repeated hardship and battle. The atmosphere remains calm, yet unspoken tension lingers as both men reflect on recent losses and duties. Under flickering firelight, Bey lifts his gaze, acknowledging Rudiger's presence with guarded composure. Dorothea's absence is noted, her actions having drawn another companion away for unknown purposes. As the night deepens, unresolved questions remain, hinting that greater trials await once dawn arrives. Beside the campfire, Bey listens while Rudiger mentions Andreas, noting the priest remains occupied with pilgrims' prayers. Holding a bottle, Rudiger observes the quiet camp, recognizing that everyone carries their own duties through the night. An offer is made casually, testing whether Bey will ease his tension with a drink. Baby refuses without hesitation, continuing to polish his sword, maintaining discipline, even during rest. Rudiger presses lightly, pointing out Bey's stubborn habits and unwillingness to rely on others. The bottle shifts hands suddenly, drawing Bey's attention as its contents are revealed. Surprise crosses Bey's face when he realizes the drink is whiskey, something rarely seen outside noble circles. Rudiger explains its origin calmly, framing it as an indulgence rather than temptation. Bey takes a small sip, reacting sharply, unaccustomed to the strength of such liquor. As Rudiger drinks freely, attention turns to Bey's sword, now resting across his knees near the firelight. Bey explains a recent visit to the family blacksmith, who criticized the handle's balance and construction. The flaw is serious enough that the handle must be removed unless the original maker can be found. Memories surface vividly, showing figures tied to the sword's creation and the weight it carries. Rüdiger listens, understanding that the weapon reflects its owner's recklessness and growth. With the fire crackling, Beira resolves to seek the sword's maker, knowing repair is necessary before moving forward. Firelight reflects along Bei's blade as he focuses, identifying himself with the resolve tied to Sora. Rüdiger studies him calmly, recognizing how that name continues to follow Beta after today's achievements. The title settles heavily, born from actions that made the young swordsman stand out among many. A vivid memory resurfaces of Bei charging forward, his presence overwhelming enemies through sheer determination. Rüdiger connects that moment to the growing reputation spreading quietly across regions. Understanding dawns that such recognition comes at a cost as well as an honor. Rüdiger turns serious, reminding Bei that true acknowledgement demands continued effort and survival. A firm pat on Bei's shoulder signals approval earned through hardship, not words. With instructions set, Rüdiger prepares to depart, leaving responsibility behind. Rüdiger walks away into the darkness, while Bei watches, absorbing the weight of what was said. Gripping the sword, Bei reflects on flaws that must be corrected through skill and patience. Resolve strengthens as he commits to refining both weapon and self. The camp fades into the distance beneath the night sky, fires glowing like scattered stars. Elsewhere, a lone figure prepares quietly, blue light gathering around disciplined focus. Under the heavens, Bei advances forward, carrying purpose, a blade, and a place to return to. At night, the noble estate remains illuminated, showing that important work continues, despite the late hour. Inside, a decorated sitting room, Dorothea and the Countess sit across a low table, surrounded by tools and records. Carefully measured powder is mixed into a shallow dish, indicating a precise process rooted in old traditions. Dorothea lifts the finished mixture and checks its form, ensuring the result resembles the Heinel family crest. The Countess opens a reference book, comparing the design and confirming it matches the recorded emblem. Exactly. With approval given, Dorothea prepares to move forward, her confidence growing as the work progresses smoothly. Tools are rearranged as Dorothea transitions to the next task, guided by instructions preserved through generations. She reflects quietly on how this craft was once only something she watched, never imagining performing it herself. As the finished symbol glows softly, Dorothea accepts the responsibility of preserving a tradition nearly forgotten. Across open grasslands, a large procession advances steadily, with soldiers, knights, and a carriage moving in rare unified order. Observers within the escort recognize the scene's rarity, sensing that such harmony between factions seldom appears. As the formation continues forward, the moment feels fleeting, as if circumstances will soon force inevitable separation. Inside the carriage, Bei sits quietly, gazing outward while reflecting on bonds formed through shared danger and travel. Calm determination settles in his expression as he accepts that this brief alignment cannot last indefinitely. Beyond the carriage, a powerful horse charges ahead alone, symbolizing a path that now diverges from the group. The horse rears against the earth, strength surging as it prepares to depart toward its own destination. Distance grows between the solitary figure on the hill and the carriage below, marking a clear turning point. Watching from within, Bei understands this moment defines the end of a shared journey. Joseph Bayezid faces Bai inside the carriage, offering steady guidance shaped by long years of experience. Wisdom weighs heavily in the air as Joseph reflects on meetings and partings that define every life's course. The elder's composure reinforces the idea that farewells carry meaning rather than regret. Under a bright sky, the horse stands alone once more, framed by drifting leaves and open land. Bei's gaze softens as resolve replaces hesitation, trusting that paths separated now may one day cross again. With the procession fading behind, the future stretches forward, shaped by purpose, duty, and the promise of reunion. Heavy rain pours over a grand estate at night, reinforcing an atmosphere of tension following urgent news from the west. Inside a dark chamber, the Count sits alone, absorbing reports that confirm the sudden fall of Count Ravnoma. Shock gives way to concern as the scale of the collapse suggests forces beyond ordinary political conflict. Standing before the Count, a subordinate explains that Ravnoma fell after being overwhelmed by a Western alliance. Memories of Ravnoma's role as guardian of the old pact surface, highlighting the loss of a stabilizing power. Questions arise about the royal family's silence, implying deeper complications tied to the central authority. The Count moves closer to the window, reflecting on how traditions lose meaning when power changes hands. Acknowledging the spread of unrest, he accepts that distant incidents can no longer be ignored. Unease grows as he senses these events may signal the beginning of a new era. Realization strikes when new information reveals the approaching group are refugees, not pilgrims. White, cloaked figures advance through the rain, carrying signs of the old pact once protected by Ravnoma. Their presence confirms the collapse has already displaced many, turning political failure into human crisis. Elsewhere, Basie reflects quietly on his recent decisions, burdened by responsibility beyond simple duty. Helping the pilgrims while aiding Rudiger weighs on him, knowing Joseph will not welcome the outcome. Under the dim light, Bay steadies himself, understanding that personal choices now shape the wider conflict. In a dim corridor, Bay pauses after an intense encounter, realizing his actions have drawn Joseph Bayezid's attention. Despite his confidence, fatigue and doubt surface, as he acknowledges his limited influence in the larger conflict. Gathering himself, Beatty steps forward, prepared to face Joseph directly, and accept whatever judgment follows. Inside the office, Joseph sits at his desk, reviewing reports under rain, soaked light filtering through the window. Calm concern replaces anger as Joseph confirms Baby returned earlier than expected but unharmed. The exchange shifts into quiet guidance, emphasizing caution and personal responsibility. Amid growing unrest, as Joseph listens, his composed exterior hides lingering frustration from recent failures across the region. Thoughts drift to Sora and the dangers of the back alleys, where fragile peace could easily collapse. The weight of leadership shows as Joseph considers how incomplete information threatens innocent lives. Bay senses tension rising, realizing Joseph's concern stems from fear rather than distrust. Discussion turns toward messages left unsent and connections strained by uncertainty and distance. Understanding deepens as both recognize that solving these issues demands time and careful action. Silence fills the room while Joseph reflects on figures like One-Eyed Jack, once useful, despite moral ambiguity. Shadows stretch across the chamber, symbolizing unresolved problems, lingering beyond immediate control. With resolve steadied, Bay accepts that patience and restraint are now as vital as strength. Joseph Bayezid stands before Bay, acknowledging sacrifices made and the weight carried through recent struggles. Recognition follows as Joseph reflects on effort, hardship, and resolve proven through action rather than words. A decision forms, shifting the moment from assessment toward a reward bound by responsibility. Joseph presents a flag, explaining its history as a symbol once borne by Knights of Honor. Memories of the past surface, revealing how such a banner represented ideals beyond rank or birth. With firm intent, Joseph entrusts this legacy to Bay, marking him as worthy of bearing it. The flag is raised between them, illuminated as Joseph vows the Bayezid family's full protection. Through this act, Bayati is formally acknowledged as Vlad, a vassal tied to both name and duty. Pride and expectation intertwine as the charge to return home under his own banner is given. Resolve sharpens as Joseph urges Vlad to cut away the forces that bind his freedom. The command carries trust, demanding growth through confrontation rather than shelter. Vlad absorbs the meaning, understanding return will only come after true independence is earned. Images of the sword, name, token, and flag align, forming the foundation of Vlad's identity. Each gift represents a bond, shaped by choice, effort, and shared belief. Standing firm, Vlad accepts his roots, ready to move forward under a banner of his own making. Before Joseph Bayezid, Vlad kneels on one knee, presenting the results of every trial he endured through his own strength. The weight of past struggles settles into calm resolve, showing that each achievement was earned without borrowed authority. Raising his gaze, Vlad accepts the path ahead with unwavering loyalty, prepared to act under command while standing on his own accomplishments. Inside a grand hall, Count Raynoma sits upon an elevated throne as clergy and attendants kneel before a sealed artifact. A heavy chest bound in chains rests at the center, radiating danger as light from above highlights its importance. Silent tension fills the chamber while Raynoma studies the object. Recognizing it as proof tied to an ancient pact, an elderly priest steps forward, presenting the chest while explaining its contents before the gathered assembly. Visions of a prime dragon fragment surface, revealing its connection to a legendary dragon defeated long ago. Listening closely, Raynoma processes the implications, understanding the weight his family once carried to protect it. After a brief pause, Raynoma signals his decision, accepting responsibility, despite the risks surrounding the fragment. Knights are assigned to escort and secure the artifact, ensuring its movement remains hidden and controlled. The clergy withdraw respectfully, leaving the count alone with his thoughts as the hall slowly empties. Later, Raynoma walks the corridor beside his advisor, reflecting on the choices forced upon his lineage. Steps echo through the stone halls as the burden of protection shifts from his house at last. In his mind, a single name surfaces as the only power capable of guarding the pact. Standing by a tall window, Raynoma gazes northward, watching a distant banner flutter against snowy skies. Memories of old alliances resurface as he acknowledges the authority beyond his reach. Acceptance settles quietly when he identifies the final guardian as the Iron Duke, Timur Baranov. A familiar banner hangs quietly indoors, its worn fabric reminding Count Raynoma of alliances long absent from sight. Standing by the window with his advisor, Raynoma observes knights departing below. Aware exhaustion was inevitable, acceptance settles as he realizes restraint would have been impossible given the weight placed on that knight. Under falling snow, a lone knight advances while holding a banner that represents loyalty to his own chosen master. Cold wind surrounds the figure, reinforcing the resolve behind, leaving familiar protection behind. From afar, Raynoma authorizes the departure, entrusting the knight to follow his rightful path. Beyond the castle, city lights glow as the knight passes through gates without ceremony or farewell. A weathered sign swings above a crowded establishment where noise and indulgence replace duty. Inside, revelry dominates as patrons celebrate the night without awareness of larger conflicts beyond the walls. Within a private chamber, Marcella sits before a mirror, calmly preparing herself amid distant commotion. Her reflection remains composed, while voices outside grow louder, signaling unwanted attention approaching. An older woman nearby observes closely, measuring Marcella's confidence with restrained scrutiny. Marcella turns slightly as pressure mounts, revealing tension beneath her controlled appearance. The elder tightens her grip, asserting dominance while studying any sign of hesitation. A faint smile forms on Marcella's lips, showing quiet resolve as she prepares to endure what follows. Marcella tilts her head slightly, offering a polite farewell, while hiding sharp intent behind a calm expression. The madam watches closely, irritation surfacing as she realizes Marcella remains unchanged, despite everything imposed on her. With a curt gesture, the madam urges haste, focusing on profit rather than the woman standing before her. Alone again, Marcella straightens her dress, reflecting briefly on the path that led her here by her own choice. Resolve replaces hesitation as she accepts the cost of survival within these walls. Light spills from the doorway, signaling the moment she must step forward. The hall erupts with crude excitement as Marcella appears, drawing immediate attention from the crowd. Greedy faces twist with desire and hunger, voices rising as bids begin without restraint. Standing at the center, she remains composed while chaos gathers around her. Men shove and argue, raising offers in desperation as the crowd grows more frenzied. The madam observes with satisfaction, carefully guiding the competition toward higher stakes. Tension thickens when the numbers climb beyond petty sums. A sudden declaration silences the room, drawing every gaze toward the speaker. Shock spreads as the final price is revealed, far exceeding all previous offers. In the darkness beyond the crowd, unseen figures watch quietly, signaling that Marcella's fate has drawn dangerous interest. The madam's confident expression freezes as an unexpected sound interrupts her control of the auction room. Men seated nearby turn their heads in confusion, sensing something abnormal approaching from behind them. Uncertainty spreads when the madam hesitates, momentarily losing her composure for the first time tonight. Heavy footsteps echo as a hooded figure advances through the crowd without resistance. Each step carries pressure that forces onlookers aside, revealing fear beneath their greed. At the far end, Marcella notices the shift, recognizing the presence as something dangerous. The hooded man stops before the platform, calmly announcing an overwhelming offer without raising his voice. Shock ripples outward as the declared price exceeds every previous bid by an impossible margin. Greedy excitement collapses into silence. When the crowd realizes the auction has already ended, whispers spread as men exchange uneasy glances, intimidated by the figure's unseen authority. The madam studies his attire and posture, quickly judging his wealth and danger. Confidence returns to her face as she decides to accept the offer without hesitation. Standing at the counter, the hooded man ignores formalities, showing no interest in negotiation. Marcella remains still beside him, sensing that her fate has shifted once again. As the room watches in silence, an unspoken understanding forms that this night will not end quietly. The hooded man lowers his voice, recalling simple foods that stayed in his memory long after leaving this place. Marcella listens quietly, surprise surfacing as she realizes his words carry familiarity rather than desire. A brief pause follows while the distance between them begins to feel smaller. Marcella covers her mouth, emotion breaking through as warmth replaces the tension she endured moments earlier. Soft light fills the scene as memories of home, shared meals, and calmer days resurface between them. Jorge reveals himself fully standing before her with certainty, marking the true beginning of her release. Tears streamed down the woman's face as fear overwhelmed her, hands trembling while she struggled to hide distress. Inside the tavern, several rough men watched closely as she stood exposed near the counter. Bay observed the scene calmly, blue eyes steady, sensing danger behind the uneasy silence. Suddenly the woman leaned toward Bay, urgency clear as she warned him through desperate expression alone. Her face hardened with resolve while revealing the tavern's control under the criminal, known as One-Armed Jack. Behind them, an elderly woman noticed the tension rising, sensing familiarity between the two strangers. Across the room, armed men froze when attention shifted, startled by an unseen change in atmosphere. One guard reached for his weapon, eyes narrowing as suspicion focused on Bei's composed posture. Movement spread among the tables as chairs scraped, signaling violence about to erupt. Bei stepped forward without hesitation, announcing a debt yet to be properly calculated. Confusion rippled through the room, while the elderly woman reacted sharply to the name invoked. Recognition struck her expression as the shadow of One-Armed Jack loomed over the tavern's control. Cold blue energy flared faintly from Bei's eyes, marking his intent with chilling clarity. One-Armed Jack's enforcers lunged together, angered by the open challenge and mention of their leader. In a blur of motion, Bei advanced into the crowd, initiating the confrontation that would decide control of the tavern. A thug was struck down instantly, his body crashing into the floor as blood scattered across the tavern boards. Several men were hurled backward at once, tables breaking as Vlad cut through them without slowing. Witnessing the sudden violence, the elderly woman stiffened. Realizing the situation had slipped beyond control, Vlad raised a blood-stained dagger calmly, silencing the room through sheer pressure and intent. Terror overtook the woman's face as she understood the men surrounding her were now targets. Blue light gathered faintly around Vlad, marking the moment he committed fully to the confrontation. Enforcers rushed forward together, weapons drawn as they attempted to overwhelm him by numbers. Standing alone beneath dim lantern light, Vlad declared his identity through action rather than words. Recognition spread among the attackers as fear replaced confidence upon seeing his dagger technique. Whispers rippled through the group as his name resurfaced, tied to deaths from long ago. Despite threats and insults, Vlad advanced steadily, ignoring their attempts to provoke hesitation. Bodies littered the tavern floor, proving escape would no longer be possible for his enemies. Memories of a past ambush flashed through Vlad's eyes as power surged violently outward. The remaining men froze, comparing him to rumors of a fallen greenhorn reborn as a killer. Bathed in blue energy, Vlad prepared to finish the fight, ensuring none would leave unpunished. Fear spread among the men as Vlad's presence felt less human, resembling a predator cornering prey. Blue light surged around him while killing intent condensed, forcing everyone nearby to freeze instinctively. Without waiting, Vlad lunged forward, choosing movement over restraint as violence erupted again. Blades clashed violently as Vlad slipped past defenses, his glowing eyes tracking every opening. One attacker fell instantly, body collapsing before pain could register while another staggered back in shock. From above, the scene spiraled into chaos as Vlad carved through the encirclement alone. Each strike landed with precision, turning screams into silence as bodies hit the floor one by one. Vlad pressed forward relentlessly, showing no mercy as blood pooled beneath shattered furniture. Nearby, Marcella covered her mouth, trembling as the cost of survival unfolded before her eyes. Elsewhere, Jorge sensed the disturbance, recognizing the familiar brutality tied to Vlad's name. Dark resolve hardened his expression as ambition stirred, fueled by memories of power taken through blood. Determination pushed him upward, seeing opportunity rise from the corpses left behind. Back in the tavern, Vlad stood amid fallen enemies, breathing steady, despite the carnage. Blue energy faded slowly as his gaze sharpened, aware this violence marked a beginning, not an end. Around him lay proof that debts were being collected, setting the stage for greater conflict ahead. Under the moonlight, Vlad stood at the back alley's entrance, sensing the last place anyone could escape. Criminals gathered deeper inside, unaware that the alley had already become a sealed trap. Memories of cruelty shaped Vlad's resolve, as he accepted this world would only change through force. Sudden panic erupted when shouts spread, revealing soldiers closing in from every direction. Looking upward, the men realized the entire back alley was surrounded without warning. Panic deepened as news arrived that even the back door had been sealed by armed troops. Shock spread among the criminals when they recognized the Sharara security guards. Fear replaced anger as they understood the operation was planned, not a random patrol. Hidden nearby, Jorge observed calmly, recognizing opportunity amid the unfolding chaos. Cold anticipation ran through Jorge as he acknowledged the moment he had been waiting for. Blue light glimmered faintly from Vlad's eyes, signaling his readiness to act decisively. Rather than uncertainty, Vlad welcomed the destruction about to unfold. Torches illuminated a narrow alley as guards sealed every exit, surrounding officials standing confidently at the center. Reports confirmed the arrangement was complete, with both sides of the district blocked to prevent escape. Sir Vorden listened closely, his expression tightening as responsibility for the operation settled heavily on him. Tension grew when the failure of secrecy was acknowledged, revealing the Count had already discovered corruption. Won Armjack's name surfaced as a skilled criminal, deepening unease among those overseeing the crackdown. Despite excuses offered, suspicion lingered, and accountability quietly shifted toward the officials present. Bayezid assessed the situation calmly, identifying the real source of decay within the city's control system. Hidden greed was exposed as the true disease, sustained by bribes and deliberate blindness. Plans moved forward regardless, as eliminating the syndicate became unavoidable with nights approaching. Footsteps echoed through the misty alley as a lone figure emerged from the darkness. The presence of only one man caused shock, as confidence faltered among gathered authorities. Concern spread quickly, yet retreat was rejected, as abandoning the operation risked greater consequences. The man stepped into torchlight, revealing Vlad, whose arrival silenced the entire alley. Cold resolve surrounded him, marking this moment as his first official battle under public scrutiny. As nights closed in and officials watched, the confrontation began, setting Vlad on a path impossible to turn back from. Vlad stood beside Sir Vorden, calm despite bloodstains, while authority and expectation pressed heavily around them. The street fell silent as both figures faced the sealed building, signaling the operation had reached its decisive phase. Blue light flickered briefly in Vlad's eyes, revealing resolve sharpened by the weight of public scrutiny. Sir Vorden presented the banner before the gathered knights, marking Vlad's authority in front of witnesses. Hands tightened around the pole as Vlad accepted it, understanding the responsibility tied to the symbol. The banner was raised firmly, transforming the alley into a sanctioned battlefield under lawful command. Whispers spread among the knights as they studied the young swordsman entrusted with such power. Vlad advanced alone beneath torchlight, the banner trailing behind as the crowd instinctively parted. Each step reinforced his claim, shifting control of the district toward decisive enforcement. Star-like energy ignited around Vlad, illuminating the street as authority became undeniable force. The blade answered his will, radiating pressure that halted even seasoned criminals in place. Fear replaced arrogance as the balance of power visibly collapsed. Won, armed Jack, reacted too late as commands were issued under Bayezid's sanctioned authority. Knights surged forward, boots striking stone as doors and ranks moved in unison. With the banner raised high, Vlad officially began his first battle, sealing the syndicate's downfall. Won armed Jack sat heavily in the shadows, wounded men scattered around him as orders to eliminate him echoed through the building. Outside, Vlad stood beneath the raised Bayezid banner, its presence confirming full justification and public support. Sir Vorden reinforced the moment, allowing Vlad to act without restraint or hesitation. Steel slid free from its sheath as Vlad prepared, blue light gathering quietly along the blade's edge. Turning away from the officials, he advanced alone toward the interior, acknowledging the danger ahead. Careful steps carried him forward as awareness sharpened, anticipating resistance within. Star-like energy surged upward as Vlad raised his sword, power pooling beneath his feet. Memories of corruption, bribes, and unchecked violence weighed on his resolve, clarifying his objective. The decision became absolute, focusing entirely on ending one, armed Jack's influence. Vlad descended into combat, blue energy crashing forward as enemies rushed him from the darkness. Each strike carved through the attackers, overwhelming numbers collapsing under precise, relentless force. Screams and chaos filled the corridor as resistance broke apart. Survivors staggered backward, fear spreading as Vlad advanced without slowing. With every step, the space separating him from one, armed Jack closed decisively. This advance marked the point of no return, as Vlad moved to sever the city's corruption and move forward. A group of armed men advanced through the mist, anger and tension clear as they closed in together. From the darkness, Vlad stood forward, blue light outlining his figure as authority gathered around him. His presence alone halted their momentum, establishing control before any clash began. Vlad stepped ahead steadily, declaring his role through action rather than words. Star-like energy pulsed from his body, reinforcing his position as both proxy and executioner. Each measured step narrowed the distance, forcing the criminals into uneasy retreat. Leaping forward, Vlad descended from above, sword drawn and glowing against the night sky. Blue energy crashed downward, scattering the men as panic replaced coordination. The strike marked his return, overwhelming the alley with undeniable force. Deep inside, one, Armjack reacted sharply, recognizing the presence through instinct alone. Rain fell as he straightened painfully. Memories of past choices surfacing alongside fear. A twisted smile followed, curiosity mixing with malice as he sensed the challenger. From the dark alley, a group of armed men rushes forward, shouting as they lock their focus onto Vlad. Charging together, the attackers close distance quickly, blades raised, believing numbers alone will overwhelm a lone swordsman. Without hesitation, Vlad lowers his stance, blue light gathering faintly in his eyes as killing intent spreads. Steel flashes as Vlad moves, first slicing through the front line with precise controlled swings. Blood sprays across the ground when his blade passes cleanly through multiple attackers in a single motion. Fear replaces confidence as survivors recoil, realizing the gap between skill cannot be crossed recklessly. Those remaining regroup at a distance, whispering in disbelief as Vlad stands calmly among fallen bodies. Watching closely, the men recognize disciplined footwork and refined sword control far beyond ordinary fighters. Tension thickens as no one steps forward, hesitation spreading through the encircling group. Vlad advances alone, boots pressing into blood-stained stone while his blade remains steadily raised. A faint glow intensifies along the sword, signaling a technique drawn from deeper resolve rather than rage. Instinctively, the attackers brace themselves, sensing that retreat may no longer be possible. Power erupts as Vlad releases a decisive strike, light bursting outward in a straight lethal line. The formation collapses instantly, bodies thrown aside as resistance shatters under overwhelming force. Silence returns to the alley, leaving Vlad standing alone, blade lowered, the threat completely erased. A rushing attacker swings wildly, but the strike fails as Vlad twists aside, under the falling blade. Bodies are hurled backward when Vlad cuts through the center, scattering enemies across the narrow alley. Watching from behind, several men stiffen as they realize brute force cannot overwhelm him. Those still standing attempt to reorganize, raising shields and weapons to block his approach. Vlad presses forward relentlessly, slipping through gaps before defenses fully form. Panic spreads as repeated failures reveal the growing difference between numbers and skill. Amid the standoff, Vlad pauses briefly, assessing the uneven ground and his unstable footing. A frayed rope hanging above catches his attention, presenting a sudden escape route. Deciding instantly, he leaps upward, grabbing hold before the attackers can react. Shouts erupt below as Vlad swings across the alley, boots narrowly avoiding grasping hands. Landing hard, he rolls forward, absorbing the impact despite visible strain. Enemies scramble to adjust, momentarily thrown into confusion by his unexpected movement. Straightening slowly, Vlad turns back toward them, blue light sharpening within his eyes. Fear tightens their formation as his presence alone halts any reckless advance. With resolve hardened, Vlad prepares to end the fight on his own terms. Several attackers surge forward at once, blades raised, attempting to overwhelm Vlad through sheer momentum. Meeting the charge head, on Vlad cuts diagonally, his sword slicing cleanly through the nearest man's guard. Blood sprays as the fallen body collapses, causing hesitation to ripple through those still rushing in. Despite the loss, more enemies press forward, striking from multiple angles to pin him down. Vlad twists and steps through narrow gaps, deflecting arrows and steel with precise economical movements. Each failed strike widens the opening for him, steadily thinning their numbers. Leaping upward, Vlad grabs onto a hanging chain, using it to change direction mid-air. Swinging across the alley, he avoids a barrage of arrows fired where he stood moments earlier. Landing behind the formation, he immediately turns, eyes cold, as panic spreads among the group. Vlad advances again, blade glowing faintly as his movements grow faster and more decisive. A sweeping strike tears through multiple attackers at once, scattering them violently across the ground. The remaining men freeze, realizing escape routes have vanished along with their confidence. Smoke drifts through the alley as Vlad walks forward, blood dripping from his sword and cloak. Those still standing lower their weapons, fear outweighing any will to continue fighting. Stopping at the center, Vlad faces them calmly, the battle's outcome already decided. Vlad exhales slowly, steadying his breath as shattered debris and lingering mist drift through the corridor. Standing alone with his sword lowered, he weighs his options, choosing movement over waiting in hostile territory. From the shadows, unfamiliar figures emerge cautiously, believing this area still belongs to one, armed Jack's men. The narrow hallway reveals its identity as Rose's Smiles, a place long controlled by Jack's criminal network. Blue light sharpens in Vlad's eyes as his presence alone disrupts their confidence and formation. What they assumed was safe ground becomes Vlad's nest instead, marking their fatal mistake. Night cloaked the harbor city as flames rose in the distance, signs of chaos spreading. Harvin sat in frustration, muttering that one armed Jack had lost control since Jorge's passing. He stared at his notes, overwhelmed, questioning how to respond to such blatant public looting. Dark thoughts consumed him. The back alley economy had deteriorated in just a few months. Unable to focus, Harvin rubbed his forehead, wondering how to explain the missing contraband. Suddenly, his subordinate burst in, announcing that the city's back alleys were now sealed off. Startled, Harvin demanded answers, asking who would dare block off their escape routes. The man explained they were from Struha, aiming to capture the infamous one, armed Jack. Harvin processed the news grimly, realizing Jack's actions had finally provoked a citywide crackdown. His subordinate changed the subject, asking if he was still close with someone named Vlad. Harvin hesitated, confused by the sudden mention, before learning of a blond man's arrival. The visitor had introduced himself as Vlad of Sora News, that made Harvin freeze. Shocked, Harvin confirmed it aloud, barely believing the connection being drawn. He learned Vlad had raised his flag in Jorge's territory, stirring old memories. Tales followed the same Vlad who awakened Aura and slew a deathworm had returned. Bathed in blue aura, Vlad of Sora stood like a beacon, commanding presence across the battlefield. Harvin clenched his cane, his doubts fading as he began to believe the rumors. He decided he had to confirm it himself, setting out under the night sky with urgency. Meanwhile, Vlad cut through enemies mid-air, blood painting his figure with each deadly movement. Without hesitation, he landed among opponents, his strikes clean and devastating across the chaotic scene. Screams echoed as foes fell around him, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of his blade. Momentum carried Vlad forward, cutting down multiple enemies in fluid, merciless succession. He paused briefly, surrounded by fallen bodies, crimson stains, marking his path of destruction. In that moment, the sheer precision and calm in his movements left even observers stunned. With raw skill and unshaken will, Vlad fought like a weapon forged for slaughter. His instincts and effort blended perfectly. The boy moved like a natural-born killer. Hovering over a wounded foe, he delivered a cold verdict, ensuring the lesson was unforgettable. Bloodied hands gripped his sword as Vlad ensured his enemies wouldn't rise again. He stood over their bodies in silence, aura fading, eyes sharp and composed. Though not perfect, he felt satisfied this display was enough to send a message. Vlad stood motionless in the alley, gaze sharp as he prepared for the confrontation ahead. He whispered his intent aloud, stating it was time to end the chaos for good. Steps echoed as he approached quietly, his presence unnoticed by the figure slumped nearby. Crossing the threshold, Vlad calmly announced himself, addressing the boss seated in the shadows. The man looked up with a smirk, recognizing him as the rising star from Sora feigning hospitality. He welcomed Vlad, then casually asked if he was here for a drink. As light poured in behind him, Vlad entered the room, refusing to engage in small talk. The boss laughed over his drink, admitting he'd heard the rumors, but never believed them. Lifting his glass, he confirmed it himself. Now Vlad of Sora had walked straight into his den. Admiring Vlad's strength, the boss reflected that he should have brought him in long ago. He considered punishment for the slain manager, then shrugged, assuming Vlad had already handled it. Smiling bitterly, the man gripped his blade, revealing he no longer wanted peaceful terms. Red energy flared as he declared himself a man who ensures outcomes with certainty. Grinning, he called the moment a messy but necessary end to their twisted relationship. With the past behind him, he prepared to fight, fully resolved in his decision. Vlad readied his blade as thoughts echoed this world wasn't built to tolerate weakness anymore. Both fighters stared down the space between them, silent tension rising with every breath. Despite acknowledging his opponent's strength, Vlad didn't hesitate, launching forward with overwhelming force. The boss vowed to fight with respect one final time, his eyes burning with conviction. Steel clashed violently as both men engaged, their blades sparking in the first exchange. Power met power as momentum surged, the impact resonating across the empty structures. Swift movements followed. Vlad lunged low while his opponent blocked high, neither giving an inch. His sword carved through space, creating sharp arcs of glowing pressure toward the enemy, blocking with brute strength. The boss answered with equal ferocity, meeting strike for strike. Toe him. This was the alley's final act of respect, a brutal, decisive duel. The intensity escalated as feet shifted and energy burst with each exchanged blow. Vlad's eyes gleamed coldly, a final signal this was no longer a negotiation, only judgment. Blades clashed in the cold night as Bei launched a precise strike, driving his sword deep, the enemy's face twisted in pain, blood spilling as he failed to match Bei's overwhelming force. With a final roar, Bei's blade tore through the man, ending the brutal duel in one blow. As the defeated fighter fell, his opponent acknowledged Bei's skill, impressed by how far he had risen. The man reflected on Bei's title, one who had defeated a swordsman worthy of recognition. Rushing in again, the challenger warned that only warriors of this level deserved to return alive. Long ago, in those same alleys, the man had once dreamed beneath the moonlit rooftops. He yearned to seize the star symbols of wealth and power from the distant Golden City. To reach that vision, he sacrificed more strength, spilled more blood, chasing glory through endless violence. Crimson skies mirrored his path. Power meant survival, where no lines separated justice from corruption. Even after conquering the back alleys, he remained far from the stars he once idolized. Though stained by greed, those unreachable stars remained his only dream, still burning in his heart. A surge of light filled the air as he witnessed Bei reach upward toward fate. Realization struck, perhaps that shining brilliance was the true goal he had always missed. With dying strength he reached out once more, trying desperately to seize what he'd longed for. With lightning clashing overhead, Bei surged forward, his sword glowing blue as power erupted from within. Determined to rise on his own merits, he struck fiercely, piercing through the opponent's defenses. His blow landed cleanly, but the wounded man responded with a clenched jaw and bloodied resolve. Struggling for breath, the man laughed, madness flickering as blood poured from his mouth. Pride overtook pain. He shouted in twisted joy, praising Bei's strength, and remembering someone named Jorge. Bei's fury flared. He silenced the outburst with a strike, unwilling to hear praise from a monster. Cold words followed. Bei condemned him for his crimes, including Jorge's death and Marcella's suffering. His sword carved through the air, attacking relentlessly as memories of the past fueled each blow. Thou wounded, the man laughed again, mocking Bei even as he barely blocked the assault. Excitement drove the villain to mock further, suggesting a party to celebrate in the back alleys. Bei, reaching his limit, roared in rage, slashing downward with all his remaining strength. Steel met flesh. The man's smirk twisted as blood poured and pain overtook arrogance. Blood spread across the floor, marking the end of the brutal confrontation. With silent finality, only shadows remained, cast by two figures standing over the aftermath of vengeance. A bitter grin spread across the fallen man's face. For him, this ending felt almost right. The dying man expressed his final thoughts, choosing to be defeated by a rising world. Like Bei's silence hung heavy as Bei stepped closer, his blade steady and eyes filled with grim purpose. With a soft breath, Bei asked if there were any last words the man wished to speak. Bloodied lips curled into a smile. He praised Bei, acknowledging his strength with a calm farewell. Suddenly the man moved, stabbing himself deeper with Bei's blade in one final act. He stumbled backward, collapsing alone in the center of the ruined room, body failing but will intact. Reflecting on his end, the man believed death under Bei's blade was the right path. Even as life drained from him, he remained defiant, satisfied with the chaos he had caused. Memories of Jorge surfaced, and with his last breath, he shouted his name toward the sky. His body dropped lifelessly, blood pooling beneath him as Bei watched from across the chamber. Though revenge had been delivered, a hollow still lingered deep within the swordsman's heart. The blade stained in red told a story of justice fulfilled, but peace still distant. Alone with his thoughts, Bei walked through the silence, bitterness gnawing at the edge of his resolve. Pausing by a table, he poured a drink, hands still trembling from battle. Lifting the glass, he drank in silence, unsure if the taste was victory or regret. Bei exhaled slowly, the fight behind him, yet the weight of it still clinging to his shoulders. The echo of a voice lingered in his mind, words from the dying man praising his ascent. In quiet reflection, Bei placed the untouched drink down, offering it back as a symbolic gesture. He turned away from the bloodied table, guided by the belief that a knight should be just. To him, payment unearned was never acceptable, especially in a place built on broken promises. Rose's smiles, once tainted by exploitation, now felt like a haven paused in time's flow. Standing among fallen bodies, Bei moved forward, the night's events leaving a deeper imprint than wounds. What once stagnated now drifted beyond its boundary, changed by the clash of fates and ideals. That night, the swordsman, once just a boy of back alleys, left a ripple in a wider world. A thick fog settled over the district as soldiers surrounded the large building, waiting in tense silence. Their leader muttered uneasily, sensing the unnatural quiet, unsure of the situation unfolding inside. As footsteps echoed from the mist, all eyes turned toward the shadowy figure emerging from the front. The cloaked man stepped into view, blood covering his body as stunned soldiers stared in disbelief. They whispered among themselves, questioning if one person truly defeated over 50 men alone. Though hard to accept, the aftermath proved it. None dared approach the man who defied logic. From a distance, the commander watched silently, his men frozen as fear crept in unnoticed. With slow steps Vlad approached, his expression unreadable beneath the dirt and dried blood. The commander flinched slightly, overwhelmed by the realization that they weren't facing a man but a monster. Simone suddenly shouted Vlad's name through the fog, breaking the heavy silence with urgency. He turned, eyes narrowing as he recognized the voice, faint but familiar. Harvin raised a staff, calling out from the mist, revealing himself with hope in his voice. Vlad's expression shifted subtly, confirming he heard and recognized the man. The commander, watching the moment, acknowledged the connection and gave the order to let Harvin through. Slow footsteps closed the distance as the two figures approached one another, beneath the pale moonlight. Harvin stepped forward, hesitantly, concern in his eyes as he asked if Vlad was all right, still covered in blood. Vlad met his gaze silently, slowly lowering his weapon to the ground. Recognition settled in his voice as he spoke calmly, finally acknowledging Harvin's presence. Harvin moved closer, holding Vlad as pain overwhelmed the swordsman's battered body. Confused by Vlad's sudden collapse, Harvin struggled to understand what had truly happened during the battle. Tears welled in Vlad's eyes as he whispered relief, embracing the warmth of being alive again. Morning arrived in Bayezid, revealing a peaceful city under clear skies and golden sunlight. Vlad leaned over the balcony, unsettled by the view, still adjusting to this unfamiliar calm. He muttered about the discomfort of normalcy, contrasting it with his time in the dark alleys. A cheerful man entered, bringing water, joking that Vlad's old allies were starting to appear again. Vlad raised an eyebrow at the man's sudden enthusiasm, wondering what stirred this change in behavior. With concern masked as humor, the man admitted he never intended to live as a stable keeper forever. Vlad sensed deeper thoughts behind the man's nervous chatter. Realizing his worry about being replaced, offering reassurance, Vlad promised to take care of him as long as he fulfilled his duties. With laughter and relief, the man agreed, while Vlad turned away, muttering quietly to himself. Geez. As morning sunlight filled the hall, Vlad was informed that Sir Vorden requested to meet him. Glad to hear it, Vlad replied that he had matters to discuss as well. Upon arriving, he froze at the sight of the overflowing table, overwhelmed by the excessive spread. Vorden, unfazed, claimed he'd die if he didn't eat, savoring the first bite with satisfaction. Shifting topics, he mentioned the mountain of documents, remnants of one-armed Jack's sprawling influence. Vlad listened as Vorden explained how deeply the back alleys were entangled in Jack's shadow. Vorden then asked about Vlad's next move, noting his main tasks were complete for now. Caught off guard, Vlad admitted uncertainty, though he offered to help if needed. Without waiting, Vorden handed him papers, declaring him the acting guard captain with representative authority. Vorden explained the authority granted the power to arrest and act under limited legal discretion. He revealed Joseph's plan to clear the back alleys and replace the old with stability. With confidence, Vorden stated, Vlad was perfect for the task, advising rest before work resumed. Vlad clarified the girl was just a friend, while Vorden mentioned applying for a convent visit. Impressed by the man's initiative, Vlad thanked him sincerely, quietly noting how thorough he truly was. Before leaving, Vlad paused, remembering there was still one more thing he needed to ask. While seated across from Vorden, Vlad inquired about the remaining henchmen of one, armed Jack. Vorden confirmed all were captured, their remnants scattered, and now held within the local prison. Without hesitation, Vlad asked for permission to visit. His request met with puzzled curiosity. Gazing ahead, Vlad calmly explained that someone important to him might be among the prisoners. He pictured the dim prison halls, believing the answers he sought might lie behind those iron bars. Determined, he declared internally that if the prison yielded nothing, he would search every alley himself. In the dimly lit prison, guards confirmed that Jack's men were confined deep inside the facility. Vlad entered silently, his cloak trailing across the stone floor as he moved toward the cells. Behind bars, inmates recognized him immediately, whispers rising as fear gripped their expressions. One prisoner speculated if Vlad came seeking vengeance for the assault on Bayezid's envoy. His presence unsettled them all, especially those tied to the ambush that claimed Jorge's life. Anxious murmurs spread among the captives, guilt and dread surfacing with every passing second. Among the crowd, Vlad locked eyes with a silent figure crouched in the corner. He teased the man for hiding, offering escape in exchange for 40 silvers. Smirking, he made it clear he wasn't here for revenge, but for business. A memory flashed. Otar, once feared and isolated, stood proudly beneath the open sky. Now hunched in shadows, he was the same man Vlad once acknowledged without prejudice. That simple gesture, once extended without judgment, was something Otar never forgot. Vlad had been the only one who saw light in the filth of the slums. Years later, that same boy returned, no longer hidden clad in the crest of honor. Nuns rushed to greet him at the gate, recognizing the young man who had changed everything. As Vlad entered the hall, whispers erupted among the nuns, captivated by his appearance and reputation. Speculation spread quickly. His rise from vassal to knight was now considered more than mere rumor. With dignitaries trailing behind him and the headmistress beside him, his status was undeniable. In the kitchen, A nun linked the wine purchased to the guest's visit, realizing its importance. The sisters scrambled to prepare, tension rising as clattering dishes broke the silence. Their superior burst in angrily, urging them to hurry for the highly anticipated arrival. Tasks resumed swiftly. Urgency echoed through the halls as service neared. One red-haired nun, still at her chores, drew blame from her peers for delaying them. Though apologetic, she was left behind to finish cleaning while the others moved ahead. Soon, the service began with formal announcements, honoring Vlad's connection to the sacred faith. The nuns were awed by his past deeds and noble bearing, whispering among themselves. One pair of eyes met his, hinting at an unexpected recognition from the crowd. While standing among the congregation, Vlad scanned the gathering, searching for a familiar presence. Her absence unsettled him. She was the reason he agreed to appear today. Determined, he stepped away from the altar silently, preparing to move before the prayer even began. Kneeling at the altar, Vlad clasped his sword, deep in thought as morning light bathed the room. The nuns looked on with admiration, moved by his devotion and noble presence. Just then, he sensed someone running. Footsteps echoed behind him, breaking his focus. A red-haired nun hurried toward the chapel entrance, worried she had missed the entire service. Relieved, she whispered. Thanks upon realizing it hadn't ended yet. Within the aisle, Vlad's gaze shifted the moment she entered, locking onto her with recognition. Pausing mid-ceremony, Vlad stepped aside, visibly disturbed after seeing her among the gathering. He questioned the sisters about her well-being, noticing her frail form from afar. Unspoken frustration built within him as he clenched his hand tightly, feeling helpless. The red-haired girl noticed him, eyes widening as her thoughts raced in disbelief. She doubted her own memory, unsure if the man before her was truly Vlad. His expression remained firm, watching her closely as she slowly approached. Their reunion happened in silence. She stood in front of him, unsure what to say. Vlad stared hard, realizing her clothes were stained and worn despite her efforts to fit in. With a sigh and a bitter smile, he muttered under his breath, overwhelmed by emotion. Zemina scolded Vlad for kneeling, baffled by his sudden seriousness and unexpected presence. Whispers erupted among the sisters nearby, shocked to learn they knew each other. Vlad ignored their stares, eyes fixed on Zemina's tattered clothes and worn expression. He demanded an answer, frustrated by her silence and the visible hardship she endured. Tears welled in her eyes, the emotional pressure from years of abandonment finally breaking. Vlad lowered his head slightly, holding back his own emotions as he reached toward her. Without waiting for approval, he told her to forget the procedures and follow him. He gently took her hand, declaring they would go home together back where they belonged. Zemina, stunned and overwhelmed, realized no one had ever offered her such words before. They had once been nameless vagrants of the back alleys, cast aside by society. Cold winters and hunger had bonded them more deeply than any bloodline could. Now reunited, they embraced tightly, knowing that no matter where they went they were each other's home. Eli sat on the couch, arms clenched tightly, her whole body trembling under the sunlight pouring in. Her skirt quivered along with her hands, fear or nerves, making it impossible to sit still. Looking up, she tried to compose herself, startled when Ryan quietly asked why she was acting strange. The tension grew heavier as Eli looked at him. Ryan's calm demeanor only deepened her discomfort. He asked why she kept glancing at him. She struggled to find the right words. Eventually she blurted it out. He'd changed so much, it made him feel like a stranger. Ryan, surprised, responded with disbelief. He couldn't understand how a few months changed that much. She lowered her gaze, overwhelmed by how different he seemed, like a noble, distant and unreachable. As memories resurfaced, her arms wrapped tighter around herself, blinking rapidly to hold back tears. He called her attention and tossed a wrapped candy toward her, saying she needed to snap out of it. She hesitated but asked what it was. He said it was caramel from a night he knew. Doubtfully, she questioned how he got it without stealing. Ryan sighed, letting her think whatever she wanted. Ellie tried to speak, but tears welled up again. Her emotions overflowed without warning. Ryan watched her cry, confused, until she suddenly shouted that he'd come too late. In silence, he held her gently while another companion quietly observed through the window, sighing at the scene. As the carriage rolled through sunlit woods, passengers remained quiet, the peaceful weather briefly soothing their minds. At nightfall, a small town lay under the stars, where people quietly chased forgotten hopes. Inside a workshop, an old blacksmith sat silently, recalling a time when passion once filled his forge. Watching the dying embers, he muttered that the boy reminded him too much of himself. Years of weariness showed on his face, and he sighed about ending the day early. With a tired gaze, he wondered aloud if anyone even remembered to visit him anymore. Leaning on the doorway, He thought about a boy he once knew, brave, stubborn, yet aimless. He silently hoped that child hadn't frozen somewhere in the wilderness during his reckless journey. Just then, someone approached with firm steps, refusing to delay despite being asked to return tomorrow. The blond man presented a damaged blade, claiming no other smith could repair it properly. Shock hit the old man as he realized the youth before him had grown strong. Despite his surprise, he quickly agreed his pride, as a craftsman flaring back to life, excited. The old blacksmith invited him in, seating him with energy he hadn't felt in years. Examining the sword, he asked about a deep scar across the metal's surface. The young man replied it came from battling goblins, when he still hadn't mastered the blade. While examining the sword, the blacksmith asked about another scar. The young man answered, it happened in despair. Another mark came from baiting a deathworm, barely dodging as it crashed violently into the ground. Pride filled the blacksmith's eyes as he praised the young man for fulfilling his duty with honor. Reinvigorated, the old man burst into laughter, declaring this his life's greatest work, and rushed to begin. At the furnace, flames flickered weakly, but his focus was unwavering as the fire began to rise. Years of dormant passion reignited the forge and his spirit flaring bright for the first time in ages. Elsewhere, the young man met another ally, who commented on the loan certificate he'd given away. He clarified that he returned it to Marcella immediately, not intending to stay at that bloody place. They walked near the dock, reflecting on recent events, wondering what steps should follow next. The young man admitted he was on standby, tasked to follow the trail of a noble family. He'd also been asked to investigate armed Jack's hidden assets during his spare time. Hearing this, the other man offered help, reminding him the whiskey wasn't free after all. Conversation shifted to Marcella, searching for the other girls, assumed to be sold off somewhere. He believed a connection existed between missing girls and missing gold, something worth investigating. Despite searching, some girls left no trace. Curiously, the young man leaned in, asking, "Who?" The man mentioned a girl named Yana, one of the few whose trail hadn't gone cold. He confirmed others were missing too, and Vlad agreed there should have been traces by now. Though armed Jack did many shady things. This situation felt unusually secretive and dangerous. A contact arrived, confirming a suspicious place Vlad had pointed out was worth investigating. Without hesitation, Vlad prepared to leave. His companion offered to fetch another ally named Song. As Vlad walked off, his friend sighed, complaining he had just returned and already had to move. Inside a shadowy district, Vlad handed a list of names to a man at the door. When asked about the list, the butcher dismissed the inquiry, saying they didn't deal in people. Vlad said nothing but observed carefully, already sensing that something was deeply wrong in this place. He questioned if the shop had always been a butcher's stall it didn't exist months ago. The man cited Blackbeard as his permit source, invoking a crime boss's name as warning. Vlad found it pathetic, but noted the detail. He'd confront Blackbeard later. Something here was off. Shadows gathered as Vlad's tone turned cold. He demanded the truth about the list and the meat, realizing the man recognized the names. Vlad confirmed the worst: he wasn't selling pork. "You're selling human meat, aren't you?" he declared, as silence drowned the room's dark corners. The butcher attempted to escape, but Vlad intercepted him mid-motion, forcing him to the ground instantly. Without hesitation, Vlad held him down, ensuring no alarm would be raised or warning given. A larger man stepped in, demanding answers, asking who they were and where they came from. Vlad replied calmly, offering peace if they cooperated, but the man responded with open defiance. Smirking, Vlad accepted the resistance, stating that such behavior was typical in the back alleys. He gave a simple command. Otar was to shut the door. Their business here was done for today. Bloodied cloth concealed the blade as whispers questioned how someone like Vlad infiltrated the area. Locals blamed armed Jack's negligence for the recent influx of outsiders, citing his lack of oversight. A man wondered if Vlad had caused such disorder, while another remarked on his changed demeanor. Vlad interrogated a bleeding man, revealing he was merely a middleman. Slave merchants held deeper knowledge. Realizing the back alleys hid human trafficking, Vlad reflected on how far the rot had spread. Though his investigation began without purpose, uncovering the truth gave shape to something much bigger. A young boy ran toward Vlad, announcing he'd gathered the information as requested. Rewarding the boy with food, Vlad listened attentively as the child described what witnesses had seen. They learned a woman named Anna was last spotted boarding a carriage with unknown markings. Vlad suspected Anna had been sold, but something about her situation didn't align with expectations. The boy hesitated, then revealed a strange detail: the women taken were all visibly pregnant. Shocked, Vlad confirmed what he heard, struggling to comprehend the disturbing pattern behind the abductions. Confirmation came from a witness. All the women had protruding bellies, suggesting late-term pregnancies. Vlad froze, questioning why anyone would target those unable to work or flee. Horrified, he grasped the weight of it all. Anna was pregnant, and this nightmare ran far deeper. Dark visions plagued Vlad's thoughts as eerie images of masked figures and screaming women surged into focus. The horror deepened. Women were being taken, possibly experimented on or worse, their fates unclear but grim. Resolving himself, Vlad understood this went beyond investigation. He now had to follow the truth to the end. At a luxurious table, Sir Vortin questioned Vlad about suspicious activity linked to one armed Jack's operations. Mocking the urgency, Vortin dismissed the concern, prioritizing desserts while deflecting responsibility for delays. Though irritated, Vlad remained composed, pointing out that results came too quickly to be coincidence. Pushed further, Vlad suggested visiting the warden if authority lacked initiative, catching Vortin off guard. Faced with pressure, Vortin revealed what little he knew: reinforcements were coming within 2 days. Knights began their mobilization through the city streets, signaling that action was finally being taken. At the cathedral gates, armored forces gathered as civilians observed the incoming group with concern. Mr. Joseph was greeted politely, though suspicion lingered beneath the surface of the smiles. When questioned, Vortin denied any incidents during Vlad's absence, though unease clouded his words. Joseph noticed the tension and directly asked if something had occurred while they were away. Vlad remained silent, his expression unreadable as suspicion hardened into certainty. Joseph led them inside, prepared to hear the truth that couldn't be delayed any longer. Joseph arrived at the mayor's office, where his subordinate insisted on inspecting the room first. The mayor reacted with offense, questioning the need for such suspicion in his own chambers. Without backing down, the agent scanned for threats, declaring security wasn't the mayor's to define. Satisfied with the check, Joseph commended his subordinate, who then hesitated before revealing his real purpose. He admitted uncertainty, unsure whether raising his concerns would even lead to meaningful results. Rather than forcing the issue, Vlad suggested the mayor might be the right person to consult. Joseph affirmed that status alone didn't equal authority, and wise decisions required both power and timing. Inside the mayor's lavish office, Joseph commented on the impressive space and its elevated view of Sora. The mayor acknowledged the view's beauty, but hinted there was one thing he didn't like. Pointing at the ornate chair, Joseph claimed it needed to be replaced due to its excessiveness. The mayor stammered in disbelief, grasping at Joseph's meaning, growing increasingly nervous. With hands folded, Joseph said nothing further. His intent became unmistakably clear. Seated with authority, Joseph invited them to speak, plainly declaring himself Sora's new mayor. Meanwhile, Vlad returned to the city's darker alleys, observing its decay and crime. He stood before a crime zone, realizing this district was now the epicenter of lawless horror. Vlad surveyed the surroundings, noting not only the filth and danger, but also the overwhelming despair in the air. Before him stood a silent crowd, their hollow expressions revealing lives spent teetering on the edge of death. He recognized the deadness in their eyes, understanding now why even one armed Jack couldn't tame this place. From inside a cell, a prisoner jolted as heavy footsteps echoed, drawing near through the corridor. Vlad arrived at the prison gates, his presence silent yet authoritative, prompting guards to part instinctively. Facing the inmate, he asked questions bluntly. The man responded vaguely, provoking Vlad with subtle provocations. Vlad reflected in silence, uneasy about ignoring the situation. Sensing deeper currents behind recent events, memories of allies, battles and bonds formed across campaigns flashed before him like a heavy weight. Determined not to ignore injustice, he set out, fully aware of the reputation tied to his name. Arriving at a guarded building under the amber sky, Vlad was granted entry without resistance. Inside, a burly man invited him forward casually, while others watched the entrance with veiled suspicion. He hesitated, scanning the men quietly, knowing this wasn't a simple gathering but a layered trap. Tensions rose as the man mocked him, trying to assert dominance and push him out. Remaining still, Vlad warned them. If they forced him out, consequences would fall hard and fast. His final words shifted the mood. One misstep, and they would bear full responsibility for the fallout. Dust rose with every step as Vlad advanced, unfurling a banner that signified authority and resolve. Declaring his name and rights, he invoked the power of noble names backing his actions. With piercing eyes, he demanded Black Bear emerge to face Bayezid's official representative without delay. Vlad stood before a massacre's aftermath, warning that his appearance was not something to take lightly. He emphasized the gravity of the situation. This was his final warning before actions replaced words. As tension settled, the perspective shifted to Sora's capital, where events quietly moved toward resolution. Inside the administration, one official reflected on unexpected sympathy. Despite knowing the prisoner's guilt, another explained that with corruption now revealed, justice in Struha was inevitable and unavoidable. Although regret lingered for accelerating punishment, their focus returned to Vlad's report on Black Bear's cooperation. The meeting turned reflective as the armored man noted how smoother things went than expected. Understanding grew that their shared background made communication easier with someone like Black Bear. Despite unfamiliar roles, Vlad adapted quickly, earning recognition as more than just a sword-wielding enforcer. An assembly gathered solemnly as knights, mages, and soldiers prepared for the next stage. Each participant was named 5 knights, a mage, and a handful of elite officers and staff. The list concluded with a squire, those bound by allegiance and purpose to Vlad's mission. As Vlad addressed them, he reminded his vassals their rise or fall would mirror his own. Their futures entwined with his ambition, every rank gained or lost tied to his family's fate. Meanwhile, governance shifted to a new official, declaring Sora a stepping stone to higher power. The dark-haired man accepted responsibility, but admitted he couldn't yet face Sawara's deeper corruption. Recognizing his limits, he entrusted the investigation to Sir Gregory, hoping to make real progress. He emphasized that despite past struggles, this mission must mark the beginning of meaningful reform. Gregory accepted the role with humility, aware of the weight behind the request. His neutrality within the family made him a suitable choice to avoid internal conflicts. Though not fully aligned with either side, his objectivity made him ideal for the assignment. Understanding the mission required tracking, Gregory requested assistance from Sir Cade, known for his pursuit skills. Cade showed interest, and Vlad silently reacted to being indirectly chosen for the task. Gregory turned to him directly, placing trust in the young knight, calling him a rising star. A heavy rainstorm battered the barony of Moshian, where ominous clouds loomed over its rooftops. Inside, a dim room, nobles stood around a sleeping child, his health clearly in decline. Concern filled the air as one man questioned whether the chosen method would truly save him. The mysterious woman assured him confidently, preparing to carry out her unknown procedure. He stepped back solemnly, handing over his son's life to her hands without hesitation. Driven by desperation, the man vowed to pay any price, his fear visible in his trembling face. The mysterious woman stepped forward, her feet hovering just above the ground as power gathered beneath her. Her eyes glowed ominously, while she claimed divinity could not intervene in all human affairs. As dark energy surged violently around her, she laughed, declaring that beings like her existed for such moments. Under relentless rain, a small group halted outside the forest, their destination visible through the storm. Wrapped in cloaks, the older man muttered about the weather, while the younger one stood silently beside him. Despite being close, they accepted the setback, acknowledging that plans rarely unfold as intended. Trying to ease the moment, the older man took a drink and offered it to his companion. The younger knight declined, choosing instead to gather branches for a fire despite the downpour. Though the task seemed futile, his persistence reminded the older man of his former mentor, Sir Jaeger, in the shadows. The squire searched for usable wood, quickly discarding anything soaked or rotten. Another figure, Sir Cade, approached silently, offering better branches that might actually catch flame. With a nod of thanks, the squire accepted the help, caught off guard by the gesture. Breaking the silence, the squire finally thanked Cade for saving his life during their last battle. Cade brushed it off, claiming he had only done his duty, then asked about his recovery. Grateful, the young man replied that he was doing well, having once feared losing his arm. Their commander watched proudly, certain he had chosen the right men for the mission. He praised their humility, noting how many knights avoided dirty work out of pride. With resolve, he declared their new path no longer knights, but mercenaries working under their own code. Crossing the wooded ridge, the group entered Baron Uthman's territory, rain still falling over distant rooftops. Gregory explained they had tracked suspicious activity thanks to Black Bear, but lacked conclusive evidence. Now outside, Bayezid's jurisdiction, their task required stealth as Joseph's support could no longer reach them. Gregory confirmed the plan: investigate the village discreetly, avoid being noticed, and gather information. The team acknowledged the instructions, conserving energy as they marched away into the storm. Reflecting on past trauma, the young knight silently hoped the haunting cries from before wouldn't return. Morning fog blanketed the village, where the group arrived on horseback, scanning empty streets in silence. Gregory grew uneasy, suspecting an ambush, while others noted the unsettling absence of villagers. Spotted ahead, an inn became their first destination, possibly offering warmth and information. The party approached the inn, where a surprised owner questioned their arrival at such a time. Gregory explained the delay caused by rain and asked for soup to warm them. The innkeeper hesitated, wary of mercenaries due to recent incidents, and refused entry without confirmation. Gregory tried to reason, offering to stay briefly and eat meals there to support the inn. A young girl peeked out, catching one night off guard with a resemblance to someone he knew. Smiling gently, he waved, while she blushed and hid, unaware of the memories she stirred. As a mysterious voice echoed his name, Vlad froze, his gaze snapping toward the girl. Disturbed by a strange sensation, he stared intently, sensing something unnatural radiating from her presence. The inner voice confirmed it. This was indeed the right place, and she was the key. A surge of power erupted as Vlad's perception shifted, revealing ominous purple energy consuming the girl. Shadows warped across her chest, spreading like black roots under her skin. With widened eyes, Vlad focused, understanding instantly she was cursed, and time was running short. Curses, he recalled, weren't random misfortunes, they were weapons of control masked behind innocence. Memories surfaced of children once used and discarded, victims of schemes by greedy adults. Among those horrors, he had once stood helpless, witnessing cruelty that shaped his convictions forever. He had sworn as a child never to become one of those monsters in power. The pain of the past fueled him. He'd protect others from suffering what he once endured. Those oaths gave him purpose, defining what it meant to be a knight in a fallen world. Now, standing before a fog-covered tower, Vlad's resolve hardened. Innocent lives waited beyond its walls. Sensing the necklace's power fade, he confirmed the location. It all ended here. With determination in his eyes, Vlad stepped forward. "Let's go in," he said. The real battle awaited. Vlad stepped into the silent chapel, his figure casting a long shadow beneath the tall, arched doorway. He scanned the room cautiously, noting how eerily ordinary it all looked on the surface. Something subtle pulled at his senses. A reaction from the necklace hinted at a hidden presence nearby. Sensing footsteps, Vlad quickly knelt, choosing to blend in rather than appear suspicious. A priest approached and addressed him calmly, mistaking him for one of the newly arrived mercenaries. Feigning politeness, Vlad replied. He came the day before, eyes locking briefly on the priest's red tome. The priest welcomed him, unaware of Vlad's real intent, while subtly gesturing with the book marked by a strange sigil. That mark, Vlad realized, wasn't part of any known church. It was something entirely foreign. Finally understanding the unease he thought back since entering the village, not a single real cross was in sight. Inside the cathedral, the priest welcomed the blonde swordsman, assuring him that God's embrace was ever open. Despite the kind words, the swordsman couldn't feel any divine presence. His heart remained clouded by doubt. He apologized for intruding, but the priest allowed him to pray freely, granting peace in the moment. While kneeling, the swordsman recalled the girl's necklace, pointing here this village was not ordinary. Though the priest smiled politely, unease crept in. The swordsman sensed something darker beneath the surface. He thanked the priest cautiously, startled when the man mentioned a plague sweeping the village. The priest's blessing extended to the children, yet the mention stirred more confusion than comfort. Outside, a local confirmed hearing of an illness affecting only children, verified during Mass. The swordsman feigned understanding, though suspicion grew as villagers trusted what the priest declared. Hearing that only children were dying, he questioned how such a selective plague could exist. The villager dismissed logic, blaming divine wrath, reinforcing that it affected Baron Uthman's lands only. As the swordsman left, he reflected grimly. Women vanished in one region, children died in another. A vision confirmed his fear. It wasn't a plague, but a curse of malicious origin. He dismissed using holy relics, recognizing the curse was crafted by an expert black magician. Despite doubts, he had no choice but to investigate further. Something vast and dangerous was unfolding. Frustration grew as the swordsman realized there was still no concrete proof behind the village's mystery. He noticed children holding identical charms, claiming the priest had gifted one to each of them. Silently, he watched the scene, piecing together a pattern he hadn't recognized earlier. Determined to learn more, he followed the priest discreetly, suspecting a deeper scheme behind the man's calm. Though warned to be cautious, he relied on past skills honed from a life of theft. But this place, quiet and golden under the setting sun, felt unnaturally staged. Something was wrong. He soon realized they were being guided away from the village center, a deliberate diversion unfolding. The cloaked figure had noticed the tale. The former thief had revealed himself too soon. Seeing the danger, the swordsman prepared to retreat and report. But escape was no longer an option. The priest moved swiftly, no longer hiding his intent, as he rushed to strike with deadly speed. Dodging the initial assault, the swordsman responded instantly, blade raised to defend himself. They exchanged steel in a blur, tension exploding into combat with no words left to speak. Their swords clashed violently, force scattering dust and tearing through the ground with raw energy. Both fighters leapt apart after the exchange, assessing each other with sharpened eyes. The swordsman, now certain, recognized his opponent's power. This wasn't a priest, but a trained killer in disguise. Realization struck this cloaked enemy wasn't just skilled, the armor beneath his robe confirmed it. He was a knight. As the swordsman prepared himself, he noticed the subtle stance shift and readiness in the opponent's grip. With no words exchanged, both warriors faced each other, the tension between them thickening with every breath. Uncertainty crept in. He couldn't tell if this was a rogue knight or an active operative. That doubt fueled his urgency. He needed to act fast before the fight spiraled beyond control. Charging ahead, the enemy launched first, aiming to force a decisive blow through speed and power. The swordsman knew surprise was the only advantage. A deadly hit required exploiting a brief opening, dodging swiftly. He swung upward, pouring everything into that single strike, but the enemy countered with glowing energy. His sword burst into light, unleashing terrifying power in return. Vlad's eyes widened. The enemy wielded aura, an advanced combat skill used by elite knights. Too late, someone shouted a warning, as the clashing forces collided with immense force. The golden blade slammed downward, leaving no time for Vlad to retreat or block. A massive shockwave erupted, shaking the ground and blanketing the field in dust and light. Vlad knelt, breathing hard, his body strained from the impact, but still intact. Ahead, the enemy stood unfazed, his silhouette surrounded by glowing fragments, signaling the battle was far from over. Through the golden haze, a commanding silhouette emerged. Its glowing eyes and flowing hair marked something unnatural. Vlad's eyes widened as realization struck. The presence wasn't just strong, it was overwhelming. A closer look confirmed it. This wasn't just a knight, it was a woman radiating divine energy. The holy insignia glowed behind her. She wasn't pretending. She was an actual holy knight. Knowing diplomacy would fail, Vlad accepted that clearing her misconceptions was no longer an option. With her sword raised and golden aura surging, she had already chosen battle over words. Bei clashed blades with his opponent, the force of her aura enhanced strike far surpassing expectations. Steel met steel as he struggled to block the blow, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure behind it. Realization struck. This woman wielded immense power effortlessly, without giving off any prior signs. A radiant cross appeared above her, signaling divine intervention as her sword glowed with holy energy. Unlike others who shape their own space with aura, she fought under a divine will. Bei gritted his teeth, stunned by her strength, all granted through something beyond his reach. Sparks exploded as another strike landed, his arms numb from deflecting the overwhelming force. She moved with clarity, every blow filled with conviction, a knight blessed and unwavering. Seeing a small gap, Bei launched forward, hoping momentum could shift the tide. His feint nearly worked. She reacted too late, momentarily believing he was caught. However, her instincts corrected quickly, forcing him to retreat before losing balance. She countered without pause, slamming him into the ground with frightening speed. Pain surged as Bei hit the ground, gasping while blood dripped from his mouth. Rising slowly, he locked eyes with her silhouette. Still calm and composed, confused and shaken, he questioned how she executed such power and what she truly was. Bei realized too late her technique wasn't strength alone, but armor magic designed to manipulate momentum. Her armor twisted his attack precisely, exploiting a gap he never meant to expose. She stood unfazed, revealing she baited him from the start and never broke a sweat. Trying to compose himself, Bei admitted she'd outplayed him completely and questioned her identity. He introduced himself, explaining his journey from Shuara in search of Wisterian answers. Justia, a knight from the northern territories, responded that fate might have drawn them together. Within the inn, Justia explained her mission, investigating unexplained phenomena thought to be a spreading plague. Her findings pointed instead to something far worse, a curse rooted deep within the region. Ancient traces confirmed her fears, raising suspicion despite the holy presence of the local church. She accused the church itself of being the curse's origin, startling both Bede and the captain. The commander acknowledged the danger, noting their current lack of authority to act against the church. Justia, unfazed, revealed that the mayor's prior dealings obstructed earlier investigations into the curse's roots. Her warning came clearly: stop digging further, as the domain of black magic belonged solely to the church. While others hesitated, Bei realized something unspoken had changed between them. Though no words followed, he felt it deeply. A line had been drawn. Justia stood in silence, burdened by duty, the weight of leadership pressing heavier than her armor. Elsewhere, mist blanketed the village church, hiding the truth beneath an eerie calm. Bei watched from inside the inn, realizing they might not uncover the full truth after all. Marianne approached curiously, surprised that Bei and the others would be leaving so soon. Though he said their work was done, her response hinted at disbelief, questioning the meaning of done. She explained how her father kept her inside, fearing strange happenings, especially near the church. Her father mentioned gifts from the church, offered during a soon-to-come ritual for children. Bei asked when it would occur, learning it would happen in 3 days or less. Though time was short, Justa had already sent a message for reinforcements, which would take 2 days to arrive. They decided to wait, just enough time to remain before the church's planned ceremony began. To thank him, Marianne offered a handmade ring, crafted from threads tied to the inn wall. Her father called her to bed, and she obeyed despite wanting to talk longer. Before leaving, Marianne made him promise he'd stay until tomorrow, hoping for one more day. She ran off happily, unaware that others observed her with concealed intent. A priest watched silently, slipping into the hallway with quiet, deliberate steps. Without warning, Marianne collapsed to the floor, her small body convulsing in sudden, unexplained agony. Bei froze for a moment, then lunged forward as panic surged through the room. Her father screamed her name, holding her tightly, but nothing he did could stop what had begun. Dark energy erupted from Marianne's chest, violet tendrils engulfing her as she cried out in terror. The mark of corruption twisted her body unnaturally, revealing the unmistakable activation of a forbidden spell. Bei stood stunned, his vision filled with ominous symbols. There was no doubt. Now the curse had been triggered. Heavy footsteps thundered through the hallway as panic erupted within the estate, drawing everyone's attention. A man burst in, his face twisted with fear, discovering the lifeless girl clutched in another's arms. Justia entered the room with urgency, immediately recognizing the gravity of what had just unfolded. Marianne's body was cold, her breathing faint as a dark curse drained her life rapidly. Justia confirmed the unnatural force sapping the girl's energy, and wrestled with how to explain the phenomenon. Though she tried to observe discreetly, the others noticed her presence and turned toward her with hope. Aware of the risks, Justia warned them that if she didn't return, they must inform her allies. The bearded man clenched his fists, frustration mounting, as helplessness consumed him. He questioned why those in power remained passive, while innocents suffered before their very eyes. Cries echoed throughout the village as other children collapsed, afflicted by the same unknown curse. Hearing the chaos outside, Justa realized her path wasn't driven by admiration, but by necessity. She had drawn her sword not to honor knights, but to fight back against tragedy. The choice to remain passive would only mirror her past cowardice during earlier suffering. With renewed resolve, she dashed forward, sword drawn, prepared to face whatever threat lay ahead. The man behind her spoke softly, reminding her that a knight's blade must carry weight and purpose. The older warrior reminded the boy that swords must carry both purpose and accountability, not just strength. Hearing this, the young man questioned the value of ideals if they couldn't protect the innocent. Acknowledging the truth, the mentor smiled and asked him to repeat the oath passed down by knights. In a separate space, a knight raised his glowing blade, declaring purpose as the only justification now. A magical seal activated beneath him, radiating violent energy across the corrupted church ground. Justia watched as the dark power surged, yet affirmed her belief that even cursed places stood on sacred land. Inside the temple, divine words echoed, asserting that nothing defies the will of the Creator. Suddenly, blood splattered across the walls as an ominous figure initiated a ritual of desecration. Realizing the threat, Justia rushed forward, declaring the scene a vile offense against all divine order. A cloaked man mocked her for arriving alone, questioning her intentions without backup. He claimed prayers held no meaning in this place, corrupted and abandoned by its people. Justia responded coldly, stating the area reeked of foreign energy, yet showed no signs of ordinary residents. In another chamber, a dark priest unleashed chaotic magic, preparing for a monstrous summoning. As light bent, and the floor cracked open, shadowy figures emerged, shrieking as the ritual began. The seal broke fully, and with a roar, the enemy army was born in unholy light. Justia struck with precision as corrupted hands clawed through the air, tearing into the crumbling chapel. Darkness overtook the surroundings, blinding those trapped inside while voices of parents screamed in desperation. Amidst the chaos, pleas for help echoed, mothers searching blindly for their lost children. Fueled by rage, Justa condemned the heretic, demanding how such cruelty could be committed without fear. The man responded coldly, stating that divine fear held no sway over him anymore. At his feet, the open grimoire pulsed with cursed scripture, signaling his complete renunciation of faith. Crackling with energy, he declared his freedom from God's embrace, embracing forbidden power as his new path. The summoned beasts lunged forward, forcing Justia to prepare for divine invocation. With calm reverence, she prayed to Saint Rosario, the holy commander who delivered salvation through sacrifice. Golden light erupted from the heavens as Justia accepted the burden of judgment for the fallen. A celestial figure descended, wings wide, and her body surged with holy energy beyond mortal limits. Radiance tore through the darkness, piercing the corrupted heart of the temple from above. The unholy army recoiled as beams of purity devastated the chamber, burning away the blasphemous ritual. One observer gasped, recognizing the light a sacred rite, long forbidden for its divine cost. The solemn exorcism had returned, and with it, divine justice burned across the defiled ground. The divine glow radiated through the chamber, described as a light perceivable, even without sight. The dark priest watched calmly, impressed that such power could manifest without preparation or ritual. As he raised his hand, a swirling shadow formed, signaling a countermeasure cloaked in darkness. He warned that a lone flame, however brilliant, would always falter without support or foundation. The cursed spell surrounding him expanded, revealing it was a forbidden technique that devoured the user's life. Mocking Justia's sacrifice, he reminded her that miracles born from life would still lead to ruin. A divine light pierced the heavens, descending upon the temple as golden energy exploded into the sky. Soldiers collapsed beneath the radiant force, their bodies scorched and powerless against the overwhelming magic. One survivor stirred among the fallen, his trembling fingers clawing at the earth, barely holding on to life. From the shadows, knights burst forth, surrounded by devastation yet determined to confront the spreading darkness. One observed the ruined battlefield, stunned by how many victims had already perished in the chaos. Amid the ash, a warrior named Noir stepped forward, sword drawn to bring darkness to an end. With sacred words he invoked a blessing, preparing to strike as golden light surged around his form. A blinding flash engulfed the area as a radiant figure descended, divine energy amplifying Noir's will. The enemy commander roared in defiance, declaring he'd kill Noir even if it meant his own death. Flames raged wildly as another warrior charged forward, eyes blazing with fury, determined to break through. Dodging debris, he advanced with speed, leaping toward the enemy before they could react. Amid shouts, orders rang out to move the cart, their last hope of escape igniting urgency. A voice mocked their resistance, unleashing purple magic that detonated upon impact, scattering the fighters. Through smoke and flame, a lone figure launched upward, aiming to shield the children behind him. With burning resolve, he remembered his promise to protect the lives entrusted to him without fail. Swords clashed with ferocity as the blonde warrior faced the cursed foe, amidst swirling purple energy. Explosions tore through the battlefield, scattering debris as the enemy's cursed aura intensified in strength. His eyes widened, something ancient stirred. From the sky, divine blue light surged, halting the corruption's spread. With a mocking grin, the cursed swordsman taunted his opponent, reveling in their destined encounter. The younger warrior, undeterred, struck back, blade shimmering with resistance against the encroaching darkness. Steel met steel again as both fighters unleashed relentless attacks, neither willing to retreat from the clash. Gregory rushed to Justia's side, checking her injuries and questioning her unexpected presence. She acknowledged the concern but reminded him of the children's plight. They had no other option. Around them, young victims lay motionless. Gregory, shaken, demanded to know what exactly was happening here. Justia pointed toward the bell tower, certain that the curse's root originated within its structure. Accepting the urgency, Gregory agreed, deciding they would split their forces despite the danger involved. With Sir Cade unable to use aura, rescuing him became their first objective before advancing further. Without hesitation, Gregory launched forward, his voice echoing through the night as he called out. Blazing with determination, he crashed down beside Cade, drawing the enemy's attention away. Their blades crossed once more. Gregory now stood between death and his fallen comrade. Gregory lunged upward, clashing with the enemy to block a critical blow aimed at the younger knight. Prospect froze, caught off guard by the ferocity in Gregory's defense and the sheer intensity behind it. Their weapons collided with force, flames bursting between them as the battlefield trembled under the impact. Amid the chaos, Gregory barked orders, directing Prospect to head for the bell tower immediately. Realizing the urgency, Prospect acknowledged with resolve, leaping into action without hesitation. Behind him, Gregory remained behind to stall the advancing creatures, unaware of the enemy stalking him. Pushing forward, Prospect sprinted down the dark corridor, fighting off waves of cursed beings. Despite his speed, the number of enemies grew. An overwhelming tide of corrupted foes blocked his path. With no other choice, he pushed through the crowd, knowing the mission's success depended solely on him. A golden spear of light descended, piercing a monster's skull and halting its advance mid-charge. Stunned by the divine strike, Prospect turned to see Cade. Glowing with radiant aura, Cade stepped forward. Declaring his support, he would cover Prospect, no matter the odds. Together, they charged through enemy lines as golden blades rained down like judgment from above. Prospect responded to Cade's encouragement, locking eyes before surging toward the cursed tower. Behind him, Cade held the monsters at bay, slaying everyone that threatened their path. Prospect advanced through the corridor as corrupted creatures closed in from every side, screeching with bloodlust. Eyes locked forward, he activated his aura, slicing through the crowd with clean, powerful arcs of light. Despite the onslaught, his pace never faltered. This was a path only he could take now. Memories guided his steps, a child's laughter, Gregory's command, and his own pledge to protect. He ran faster, remembering that not all worlds defend themselves, someone must act in their place. With those thoughts burning, he swore to fulfill his role without hesitation, no matter the outcome. A radiant light erupted around him, recalling the second Swordmaster's code, be the torch in darkness. Charging ahead beside Cade, he prepared for the final confrontation awaiting at the tower's heart. Together, their blades lit the path, their conviction blazing brighter than the curses surrounding them. A swarm of monstrous figures charged forward, their twisted faces filled with bloodlust and rage. Just before they struck, a blinding arc of light sliced across. Dark energy erupted violently as one creature was pierced and collapsed, revealing a warrior standing firm. The man launched into motion, sweeping his glowing blade through the horde with precision and strength. He struck the ground with force, creating a shockwave that shattered the floor beneath him. As dust settled, another pale figure rushed behind him. More of the undead emerged, claws drawn, yet the man stayed composed, holding his stance. Across the hall, a blonde ally stood breathing heavily. With sarcasm in his voice, the warrior muttered about unexpected popularity during battles. Another claw swiped at him, barely missing as he turned to face the new threat. Reflecting grimly, he mocked his fallen enemy and braced for what would come next. He faced a rising figure who declared death was meaningless. The warrior raised his blade, promising to silence the enemy's arrogance with one clean strike. The undead man only laughed, entertained even in the face of death once more. Roaring, the warrior lunged with power, eyes glowing, as the ground cracked beneath his advance. Blood spilled across the floor as the final corpse collapsed, motionless and drained of life. With deliberate steps, Gregory approached, surveying the aftermath of the brutal clash. To everyone's shock, the once rampaging women halted abruptly, as if frozen in time. Observing the shift, the white-haired knight recalled the tactic: eliminate the leader to break the formation. Thanks to Gregory's execution, the battle's tide had turned completely in their favor. Relieved, he exhaled heavily and muttered about how narrowly they avoided disaster. Dark mist bubbled from the ground, accompanied by an eerie whisper about missing wine. Both allies tensed, startled by the sudden surge of unnatural presence. A familiar figure emerged, grinning unnervingly and joking about sharing liquor. Gregory spun around, alert to the strange voice behind him. A shout echoed his name, called out urgently by a comrade. Blue flames erupted as a towering, headless form stepped into view. Recognition dawned in the knight's voice. Headless Knight. Energy swirled violently, forming a massive spectral body. The Dullahan had returned, burning blue, terrifying, and reborn. Charging down the stairs, the white-haired swordsman moved swiftly toward the source of the curse. He skidded to a halt before the glowing formation pulsing with dark magic. Recognizing it instantly, he declared it the curse of a noble warlock and prepared to strike. Above him, a spectral weapon spun within a radiant magical field, surrounded by intense energy. Just as he focused, a flash of movement forced him to react. The ground shattered beneath his feet as he was struck with sudden force. Blood dripped down his face, and pain tightened his expression. Thrown across the debris-strewn floor, he landed hard but managed to stay conscious. Pushing himself upright, he struggled to make sense of the overwhelming attack. Cursing under his breath, he dodged falling rubble with a leap. Midair, his balance faltered, sending him crashing into the stone below. Dust erupted around him as he hit the ground with violent impact. Staggering to his feet, he scanned the ruined field with narrowed eyes. Before him stood the enemy intact, unfazed, and glowing with magical flame. Acknowledging the knight's survival, the Dullahan spoke one word: impressive. The Dullahan mocked his opponent, voice laced with sarcasm and malice. Vlad tightened his grip, glaring back as he confirmed the inhuman nature of his foe. His question cut through the tension. He demanded to know what had happened to the others. With complete indifference, the Dullahan declared their lives meaningless. Power pulsed from his hand as he revealed his true goal, something far beyond simple slaughter. Vlad responded sharply, daring him to try taking it by force. Shouting, Vlad lunged forward, his blade clashing against the glowing mass of cursed energy. Their weapons collided violently, crackling with magic. Amused, the Dullahan warned not to test his patience, hinting at darker intentions. Vlad challenged his opponent's arrogance, demanding clarity on why they were considered equals. The Dullahan smirked, explaining that the comment wasn't meant for him. Caught off guard, Vlad was knocked back as the Dullahan launched a sudden flurry of strikes. Speed increased unnaturally, each movement of the Dullahan blurred beyond reason. Dodging became nearly impossible, forcing Vlad to retreat and reassess. Watching with wild eyes, the Dullahan grinned, calling out Vlad's growing disadvantage. Vlad lunged forward with speed, channeling force through his cursed blade. The attack connected, enhanced by an unfamiliar energy technique. Surprised, he questioned how the Dullahan defended using only leather armor. Glowing marks appeared on the enemy's body, revealing hidden protection. The Dullahan recognized the spirit's power shielding Vlad. With sword drawn and aura awakened, Vlad prepared for another strike. With his sword blazing in blue light, Vlad lunges forward, locked on his target. He spins midair, and brings his blade down with precision toward the burning, headed figure. Steel meets shadow as the enemy blocks, emitting a burst of eerie energy. Their weapons clash violently, sending ripples of power through the ground. Struggling to keep up, Vlad grimaces as energy overloads his arm. He reflects inward, wondering if deeper understanding, like Rudiger's, could change the course of battle. A hollow space forms in his consciousness, yearning for something to fill it. Storm clouds swirl in an overlapping world, where identity begins to blur. Permission is granted. The voice agrees to share its realm with him. Use my world, the voice commands. As light floods Vlad's vision, lightning dances across his form as he rushes ahead, energy surging violently. A blinding strike descends, engulfing the enemy in raw power. Thunder roars as the explosion tears through the field. Dust clears to reveal a glowing sword embedded in cracked stone. High above the shattered earth, Vlad stands alone, changed, but unshaken. Vlad's sword makes contact, but the result is underwhelming. Only a shallow mark on the enemy. Frustration sets in. He realizes his mental world isn't vast enough to contain the voice's power. Gripping his weapon, he counts his remaining chances. 2 or 3 attempts remain. Across from him, the armored figure stands firm, its entire body enveloped in blue flames. A shift occurs. The armor begins to glow, and mysterious energy pulses through the chestplate. Vlad stares, baffled, unable to comprehend the form taking shape before him. With dark energy swirling, the flaming figure gathers force and prepares to strike again. From a distance, purple energy launches forward as the enemy aims a devastating attack. Reacting quickly, Vlad dodges the blast just in time, barely escaping its range. The foe soars overhead, releasing another fierce wave of energy from above. Debris flies as the ground shatters under the force of the explosion. Amid smoke and destruction, the flaming knight watches for signs of movement. In a brief instant, Vlad had used his aura to block a fatal blow. The enemy acknowledges his effort, surprised by the strength he displayed under pressure. Lying unconscious, Vlad's body defies earlier assumptions. He showed more potential than expected. The enemy senses danger in Vlad's potential, something wild, something that cannot be measured. Hovering above the battlefield, he prepares to strike, dark energy twisting upward from his blade. A brief moment of hesitation reveals regret. He should have finished Vlad earlier. Suddenly, a powerful presence descends, its energy pulsing like thunder in the sky. Lightning gathers in the figure's grip as it interrupts the enemy's attack. A voice calls out with resolve, telling the aggressor to leave the children alone. The armored figure steps forward, bathed in light and electricity, his identity still uncertain. Memories of who he once was remain lost, but his purpose is absolute. That duty, carved deep in his soul, becomes the sole reason for his existence. With unwavering eyes, he challenges the enemy, offering to face the battle himself. A blur of movement follows as both warriors clash violently across the ground. Caught off guard, the blue, flamed foe reels back, stunned by the sudden counterattack. Above them, the challenger descends like a bolt, aiming directly at the enemy. Without time to react, the flaming knight is thrown back by the impact. Vlad lunges from below, sword drawn as the battle enters a new phase. A glare of judgment burns in the newcomer's eyes, condemning the foe's cruelty. Words strike like lightning. He despises those who spill innocent blood to preserve themselves. Without hesitation, he unleashes a powerful blow, forcing the enemy back in pain. A flicker of panic surfaces. The blue-flamed warrior begins to question the fear rising within. As lightning gathers behind the enemy, his body reacts involuntarily, trembling under the pressure. From the shadows, Vlad approaches with renewed strength, eyes glowing with terrifying focus. A monstrous aura surrounds Vlad as he descends like a predator on the hunt. Recognizing his danger, the enemy retreats, but the impact is imminent. He vanishes from sight, leaving his foe in stunned confusion. Lightning rains from above, obscuring direction as the foe spins in uncertainty. Paralyzed by indecision, he fails to react before a whisper comes from behind. Vlad's voice cuts through the chaos, mocking the enemy's slow reaction before striking. A violent burst of power erupts, flinging the blue, flamed warrior through the air. Pain distorts his face as Vlad continues his relentless assault. Surrounded by smoke, the enemy steadies himself, shaken, but not yet defeated. The blue flamed warrior glares, unable to accept being challenged by someone he deems beneath him. He steps forward, stunned by Vlad's composure, as lightning still crackles across Vlad's form. Offended, he rages internally, unwilling to believe his own cherished power could be questioned. Within the sword, an ancient force awakens, instinctively rejecting pain and outside interference. Blue energy writhes around the figure as darkness descends, amplifying the tension in the air. A sharp, unfamiliar agony pierces, not just the body but deep into the soul. Bolts of lightning crash down, striking the ground around the glowing form, groaning. He clutches his chest, stunned by the overwhelming pressure and sheer force. Every attempt to stand is crushed by an invisible weight bearing down. The blonde warrior steps in, eyes fixed as he demands the sword's power. Lightning channels through his blade, clashing violently with the resisting blue aura. Power bursts from the impact, shaking the ground beneath them. Electric currents wrap tightly around the glowing figure, squeezing out resistance. Equals despite the chaos, the warrior remains steady, pressing his advantage. Soon, the core is forcibly stabilized within his control. Purple light sparks in his palm as the sword's essence becomes exposed. With brutal precision, he begins extracting the energy from its host. Victory surges through him while the weakened vessel collapses beneath the storm. Crackling with unstable energy, the warrior thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a purple surge. A violent explosion erupts instantly, scattering debris and light across the battlefield. From within the storm, the swordsman emerges surrounded by lightning, gaze unwavering. Electricity continues to tear through the ground, surging outward in every direction. Far off, frightened civilians watch the storm unfold, unaware of the source behind it. Meanwhile, the fallen figure groans as memories fade, amid the pain and static. Confusion flashes across his face as he struggles to recall something important. He remembers only fragments, the technique meant to kill monsters like the one before him. Still kneeling, the armored figure admits his failure, unable to recover what once seemed clear. Without hesitation, the swordsman declares his intent to rip him apart, limb by limb. A scream echoes as another strike lands, sending blood splattering into the dust. Lightning dances across the ruins as the enemy collapses once more. Only one limb remains intact as the warrior approaches with silent resolve. Desperately, the defeated foe calls out for Lamastu, voice trembling. The swordsman's eyes narrow, sensing something shift beyond the physical. Dark energy begins spiraling above the fallen warrior, responding to the desperate call for Lamastu. While shadows swirl, the weakened man shudders as something ancient begins, pulling him inward. A monstrous form suddenly bursts from the void, reaching for him with clawed hands. The blonde swordsman pauses, stunned by the emerging presence and its overwhelming aura. Recognition flashes through the fallen fighter. He believes Lamastu has finally arrived. Without warning, the entity grabs hold of him and drags him into the darkness. Power surges violently as Lamastu's essence begins reclaiming control over the vessel. Screams echo from inside the rift while the swordsman watches. Silently calculating moments later, the shadow collapses inward, sealing the energy and pulling the figure away. A silhouette appears briefly, cloaked in power, as the name Lamastu lingers in the air. The swordsman narrows his eyes, unable to recall the name, yet sensing its significance. Standing quietly, he acknowledges the boy's strength and the toll of the battle. Resolved, he murmurs an apology for the harsh treatment before turning away. His figure vanishes into the ruins, leaving the battlefield behind. As dawn breaks, warm light spills over the destruction, signaling the fight's end. The barony of Uthman, veiled in fog, looms quietly under the night sky. Inside its halls, a woman sits alone on a throne, her presence commanding, though calm. Her gaze reveals she's observing something far beyond her chamber walls. Ancient magical forces stir as she reflects on the use of long-forgotten powers. Images of warriors, shadows, and beasts from the past begin surfacing in her thoughts. She recognizes the moment has arrived to intervene in the shifting balance. From her seat, she declares the awaited catalyst has finally come. Elsewhere, knights and citizens move unknowingly, caught in webs they cannot see. Whispers about resurrection and darkness echo as Moshiam's true nature resurfaces. The woman announces her decision to remain in this land, purple, armored soldiers gather before her, awaiting orders without question, with devotion. They swear allegiance, calling her by the name Lamastu. Sunlight spilled across the quiet village, its rooftops calm after the chaos that had recently struck. Disoriented, Vlad sat up abruptly, shocked to realize he'd been unconscious for days. The man who entered scolded him, frustrated by the trouble caused while retrieving him and the knights. Back on his feet, Vlad asked about the knights. Fortunately, the barrier Justia had summoned endured until the danger passed, shielding them all. Impressed by her power, he felt strange not holding the sword while still sensing its presence. Flashes of the battlefield returned glimpses of a shared horizon between him and the sword's spirit. Thanks to that brief union, they could now communicate directly through thought. Speaking silently lifted a burden. He no longer had to hide his connection in secrecy. Alone, Vlad acknowledged the sword's unseen role in saving not just warriors, but the entire village. Gratitude filled him as he remembered the innocent lives preserved through their efforts. He placed a hand to his chest, offering silent thanks beneath the soft glow. Quiet moments followed, letting the weight of survival slowly settle in. Recognition stirred. He hadn't stood idle. His own strength had helped carry them through. A faint smile formed as he gazed out. A cloaked man raised his hand, halting Vlad with a firm warning not to approach. Introducing himself as a messenger from Sora, he insisted that Justia would recognize his identity. Vlad remained still while the guard deliberated, suspicion lingering in the air. Though their arrival came late, the Holy Knights finally brought assurance to the shaken village. Children walked peacefully again, and the tension that once clouded the streets began to ease. After a short pause, permission was granted, and Vlad followed the knight inside the ruined structure. What he found was sobering: an entire hall lined with the still forms of the fallen. Never had he imagined the number of lives lost would be this great. Justia's voice interrupted his thoughts, surprised to see him there. He asked to investigate personally, searching for someone left unaccounted for. Understanding his reason, Justia permitted him to continue, reminding him of lingering dangers. Without hesitation, he stepped deeper into the silent hall, eyes scanning each figure. Among the bodies, a familiar hair color caught his attention. Hands trembling, he lifted the cloth, dread tightening in his chest. Loss hit hard. He had hoped she wouldn't be one of them. Noticing her bruised eye, Vlad suggested she take a few days to recover properly. She dismissed the concern with a smile, insisting it wasn't serious, and no bones were broken. He handed her an egg to reduce the swelling, explaining it was simply what he should do. Memories of her final words echoed. She trusted him to carry on in her absence. Kneeling beside her lifeless form, he whispered that life could be cruel and unfair. As he covered her gently, he wished she'd be reborn into peace and comfort. A silent farewell passed between them as sunlight filtered through the cathedral ruins. Her lifeless hands were crossed over her chest, a ring glinting softly on her finger. Regret filled him. He couldn't be there when she needed him most later. The conversation shifted to a strange event involving a sudden black hole. Though uncertain, Vlad admitted he had little to report, having been focused on the battle. Pressed for details, he explained again that the chaos left few clues. Tension eased with a sip of tea, though the truth remained elusive. Vlad confessed he had spun lies before, masking reality with half-truths for survival. Even so, the destruction left behind showed how powerless resistance had truly been. During the conversation, Vlad hesitated, recalling that the enemy may have whispered a name before vanishing. Though he tried, the name slipped from memory as he had drifted in and out of consciousness. When prompted again, something sparked. He guessed the name might have been Lamashu. The mention of Lamashu triggered a subtle reaction from his companion, though they masked it quickly. With certainty returning, Vlad confirmed the name, unaware of its deeper implications. Just as the conversation seemed to end, something in the other's tone shifted, thanking him sharply. Despite the polite words, an uneasy tension lingered as the knight turned and walked away. Left alone, Vlad expressed relief that she hadn't pressed him further on the subject. Still, her expression lingered in his thoughts. It felt unnaturally cold, almost inhuman. Elsewhere, a quiet setting framed a new encounter as tea was poured calmly between men. Questions turned to Vlad's timing in Sora, and the name Lamund entered the discussion. Across the table, an older man smiled, his demeanor masking a calculating gaze. Their polite exchange continued, hinting at familiarity, though hidden motives hung in the air. Feigning humility, the elder downplayed his status while tactfully deflecting attention from himself. At last, he leaned in, his tone shifting, asking plainly, "Where's the young boy?" A mission had taken the servant to the Yuk-Kanai barony, leaving the others awaiting his return. Before arriving, the older man had already visited the estate, seeking to resolve pending matters. Spotting a ducat, The young observer sensed the visit held deeper intentions than it appeared. At a formal gathering, a critic dismissed the local servants as uninspiring and unworthy successors. He questioned whether the Bayezid, raised servant, followed the same unimpressive mold. Though unconventional, the servant's independence earned rare praise, piquing interest from the elder guest. There was no surprise the man recalled witnessing worse behavior from his companion's youth. He expressed cautious hope that the new boy wouldn't resemble the arrogant noble type. Another man, smug and confident, threatened punishment, regardless of the servant's background. That threat fell flat, as the master revealed the servant had no family to shield him. Rising from poverty, the boy carved his path through hardship and willpower alone. Sharing the boy's past served to emphasize the strength behind his accomplishments. Rather than money, the master requested guidance for the servant's growth. Though wary of most youths, the elder acknowledged the request with slight interest. A promise followed: he would personally evaluate the boy's worth. A peaceful village scene unfolds as villagers gather under the warm sun to honor their visitors. The representative of Saint Rosino praises their courage, promising their actions will not be forgotten. Despite light-hearted hopes for recognition, Gregory hears the noble's measured response and immediately regrets asking. A sudden glance draws attention. Something catches the elf's eye, shifting her focus. In the distance, Vlad quietly tends to his duties, unaware he's drawn notice. Observing him, they reflect on his unusual position and scars of past battles. Riders prepare to leave, while villagers wave goodbye with warm smiles and hopeful eyes. Memories of light and kindness flood in, reminding Vlad of a time once lost. He silently wishes that someone dear might find peace in such a place. Night falls, and the campfire flickers gently beside the resting warriors. Vlad stares into the flames, haunted by defeat and the memories of fallen comrades. Grief and guilt linger as he acknowledges the voice that saved him from death. A comrade's question breaks the silence, noticing Vlad deep in thought. He offers a vague response, reluctant to share what burdens his mind, but the other sees through it, sensing a weight far heavier than simple thoughts. Silence lingers between them. As the fire crackles, doubts weigh heavily on Vlad's mind. Struggling with guilt, he admits he feels out of place among peaceful villagers. His companion reflects warmly, recalling how uncertainty once plagued even the strongest of warriors. Gazing into the flames, the older man explains that fire cannot help but waver in wind. Still, he insists that as long as embers remain, it can always reignite. Hearing those words, Vlad clutches his chest, determined to burn on, no matter what. Resolving to persevere, he accepts that true strength doesn't come suddenly. Each moment survived adds fuel, a small fire that grows through persistence. With eyes now steady, Vlad narrows his focus to the battles directly ahead. Facing the vast world, he understands he must become a flame large enough to withstand it. Darkness looms beyond the hills, yet he no longer looks away. A distant figure silently watches under the starlight, eyes glowing with mysterious intent. Morning light reaches the grand estate, where a noble congratulates the team on their efforts. He praises their diligence and decisive action but warns of political consequences. Though the mission succeeded, using force in another lord's domain cannot go unchallenged. Vlad watches the composed noble and wonders about his identity and commanding presence. The noble calmly explains the empire's decline, revealing fractures caused by imperial mismanagement. He warns that local instability could spread, even to the northern regions currently at peace. Gregory lowers his head, apologizing once again for the consequences of their involvement. News that the Iron Duke is watching the situation makes the tension in the room spike. Though the mission had noble intent, the fallout has become too large to ignore. A pointed question arises about the Holy Knight's presence during the incident. Protocol suggested the territory should have been handed over, but Vlad explodes in frustration. He lashes out, furious that those absent dare speak on events they didn't witness. Still shaken, Vlad insists their intervention saved lives that day. A firm grip from his ally calms him before the tension escalates further. Faced with that truth, even the elder can't dismiss what Vlad protected. The elder observes Vlad anew, startled by the fierceness behind his eyes. What seemed like youthful arrogance now reveals something wild and unyielding. He finally admits Vlad isn't just gifted, he's a beast. Vlad defended Sir Gregory's conduct, emphasizing his sincere efforts to protect and support the children. He cited praise from San Rosino, claiming their actions merited approval rather than criticism. A sudden interruption cut him off. His superior slammed the desk, warning him not to press further. The tension in the room grew heavy as Vlad's confidence visibly wavered. Disapproving stares from others in the room added to the pressure weighing on him. Realizing the situation, he lowered his head and muttered an apology without further protest. One of the officials reminded them of the strict protocols tied to the Swordmaster's code. Acknowledging their mistake, Gregory's allies admitted their handling of the matter had been careless. They agreed to act quickly, aiming to appease Baron Uthman before formal complaints escalated. Joseph delivered a firm decision. Knight Gregory would face indefinite suspension. Knight Cain received the same sentence, stripped of pay and household privileges. Turning to Vlad, Joseph prepared to address his actions next. Doubt crept into Vlad's mind, questioning the trust he once placed in Joseph. Despite his strength, he couldn't suppress the sense of betrayal rising within. Rather than scolding him, Joseph expressed disappointment, a harsher blow than any reprimand. Joseph delivers a final blow. Vlad is also suspended indefinitely, barred from any proximity without summons. Regret laces Joseph's voice as he admits he should have been stricter from the start. The command is clear: Vlad is no longer allowed near him without permission. As he walks the corridor alone, the weight of his punishment settles in. Conflicted thoughts swirl. Vlad feels torn between disappointment and understanding. Memories surface. Faces of those who once looked at him with contempt now return vividly. A man mocks him for angering Master Joseph. Amused by the servant's apparent boldness, an older figure approaches, recognizing Vlad and questioning him coldly. Without replying, Vlad clenches his fist as the man belittles him for lacking etiquette. A warm memory of Madame, who treated him like a son, gives him strength. With calm resolve, Vlad introduces himself, bowing respectfully and requesting the stranger's name. The elder pauses, surprised by Vlad's composed and piercing gaze. That gaze, sharp and focused, reminds the elder of a warrior challenging another to a duel. Excitement stirs within the old man. It's been ages since he sensed such presence. He smiles faintly and admits he has no name to offer at the moment. The elder's cane strikes the ground with purpose, catching Vlad's attention immediately. With calm conviction, the man claims to walk the lowest path, yet holds deep pride. Though his mission isn't complete, his stance makes clear his purpose is far from over. War. Torn fields stretch endlessly. Remnants of knights, who aged, not perished, fill the bloodied soil. Denied the battlefield's glory, they instead tread hidden routes, reclaiming honor through humble persistence. Just like the founding king once did, they silently restore lost dignity with quiet resolve. Elsewhere, a fortress stands firm under the sun, while hidden intentions unfold within. Count Gam's strategy reveals itself: a deliberate push toward the north through specific terrain. To advance, the Count must inevitably pass through territory guarded by the blue-dressed noblewoman. She prepares to contact Count Bayezid, confident in their shared duty and aligned interests. Sans Diarmar falls. Bayezid County will likely be the enemy's next target. With a soft smile, she quietly cherishes the handkerchief she'd entrusted to Vlad earlier. An advisor mentions hearing rumors of Vlad's recent growth and honorable actions. The woman confirms his connection with San Rosino, proud yet composed in her praise. Blushing slightly, she masks her pride behind a modest cough. After all, she had invested in him. Seated at the table, the advisors review intelligence reports, acknowledging the success of their efforts. Their spy network has grown more efficient thanks to constant monitoring of Vlad's movements. With limited troops available, expanding surveillance becomes their key strategy to buy precious time. The noblewoman gazes outside, aware that silence never lasts forever in a shifting world. She notes how change is arriving just as flowers bloomed after Vlad's departure. Hope flickers amid uncertainty, like sunlight casting warmth over fresh petals and coiled metal. Night falls, and Vlad vents about an elder he encountered, still irritated by the encounter. A blacksmith inspects Vlad's damaged blade, surprised by how quickly it had worn down. Vlad casually mentions the opponent was a tough one, headless and dangerous. The boy reflects on strange enemies he's faced, creatures unknown in any tale he heard. His sword, battered and dim, seems no longer suited to endure the fights ahead. The blacksmith suggests it's time to move on. This weapon has reached its limit. Puzzled, Vlad questions the meaning behind the craftsman's remark about using something beneath him. The blacksmith warns with certainty gear that falls short of one's strength will always fail. Silently, Vlad stares at the blade, realizing the truth behind the old man's words. A wandering warrior approached the blacksmith with an unusual request for a sword capable of cutting ghosts. The blacksmith responded with silence, unsure how to react to such an odd demand. Confusion grew as he repeated the question, trying to confirm whether he had heard correctly. During a later conversation, the blacksmith recalled a mercenary mentioning Vlad of Shoera, cutting a ghost. Vlad identified the man immediately, remembering their encounter during a past subjugation mission. Relief washed over the blacksmith once he realized Vlad had survived the incident. According to the blacksmith, accomplishing such feats with an ordinary sword was truly remarkable. Uncertain of the meaning, Vlad questioned the old man's unexpected remark. The blacksmith explained that Vlad's growth would continue. A warning followed, stating that a broken blade might endanger Vlad in future trials. Regret surfaced as the craftsman admitted he wished he had strengthened the weapon earlier. Hoping to solve the issue, Vlad inquired about placing a custom order. The blacksmith revealed the sword to be his final creation, leaving no room for new work. Though Vlad had matured quickly, the old man felt he still showed youthful hesitation. Choosing to wait, Vlad left the blade behind, at the forge. The old man agrees to sharpen the blade with steady resolve. Metal grates against stone as sparks scatter, the edge taking shape under careful pressure. Nearby, the cloaked youth, watches in silence, his expression calm and unwavering. Once finished, the blade gleams flawless, deadly, and renewed. With a nod, the young man accepts the sword while the blacksmith grumbles about his pace. After a brief farewell, he walks off into the night, promising a future return. From the doorway, the blacksmith gazes at the retreating figure under the dim streetlight. A sudden cough breaks the stillness, his body buckling from the strain. Clutching his chest, he mutters about exhaustion, knowing he gave his all light from the forge flickers as he leans on the doorframe. He remembers when that boy had nothing, just raw instinct and desperation. Now strength surrounds him, allowing escape from a place others remain trapped in. Shadows stretch across rooftops as silence settles over the ruined district. Each step takes him deeper into the unknown, senses sharp and alert. Then, a figure appears ahead, waiting in the mist-filled alley. From the shadows, a figure lurks, eyes glowing faintly as he observes without a sound. The young swordsman narrows his eyes, sensing the presence even before spotting movement. Suddenly, footsteps retreat into the alley, prompting a subtle but alert response, despite the distance. The old stalker admires the boy's keen awareness and sharp instincts without turning. The swordsman questions the tale, confident and direct in his suspicion. Feigning innocence, the man denies intent, but the boy remains unconvinced and firm. Compliments follow, praising the youth's intensity and ability to suppress rising emotion. Clearly impressed, the stranger begins to wonder about the boy's unrealized potential. Thought lingers: if he's that capable, why hesitate during their last encounter? Suspicion grows as the boy demands clarity, unwilling to tolerate vague intentions. The old man avoids direct answers, believing combat speaks better than words. Unfazed, the youth prepares himself, knowing a fight is the only language left. Internally, he recalls the man's Bayezid ties and Sir Joseph's trust in him. Though reasons remain unclear, instinct tells him this confrontation must happen. Without hesitation, he draws his sword and steps forward to begin. The young swordsman lunges forward, blade aimed directly at his opponent in a swift arc. Their swords collide violently, creating a shockwave of force and locking their positions. Rather than retreat, the old man smirks, recognizing the youth's strength through the exchange. Attacks continue without pause, their movements sharp, refined, and filled with pressure. Sparks scatter as both combatants push each other to their physical limits. A clash in midair leaves both swords trembling from the impact. The boy realizes the old man reads each attack and counters them precisely. Experience guides the elder's technique, exposing weaknesses in mere moments. Still holding firm, the youth denies defeat and prepares to strike again. A burst of aura surrounds the boy's blade, increasing its destructive potential. The old man watches closely, recalling how rare such mastery is at that age. Overwhelmed by the force, he braces, acknowledging the battle's shift in intensity. Vlad burst forward, his glowing blade meeting Zedegar's in a thunderous clash of force. Steel collided repeatedly as their weapons carved arcs of energy through the confined space. Thrown back by a powerful swing, Vlad twisted mid-air to avoid a follow-up attack. Zedegar grinned, entertained by the boy's fire, then lunged without hesitation. Their blades danced in rapid succession, each parry shaking the ground beneath them. Although less experienced, Vlad counted on his youth and raw strength to overpower him. Locked at the hilt, both refused to back down as power surged around them. Neither gained ground, but Zedegar's steady push began to tilt the balance. With a grim smile, he whispered about time's cruelty, pressing harder against Vlad's defense. Focusing hard, Vlad tried to keep his composure under growing pressure. While his strategy had promise, it faltered against someone of Zedegar's caliber. A surge of aura burst from Zedegar's body, overwhelming Vlad's stance. Zedegar's body pulsed with reinforced strength, moving faster and hitting harder. Vlad immediately sensed the increase. This wasn't the same strength from before. Even more alarming, Zedegar fought effortlessly with one hand, completely in control. Zedegar pinned Vlad's blade, leaving the young swordsman with no space to counterattack. Realizing the danger, Vlad reached for his secondary weapon, with sharp focus. The sudden move caught Zedegar's eye, his expression shifting as he noticed Vlad's next intent. With a decisive pull, Vlad abandoned his main sword and broke free from the lock. Zedegar smirked in admiration, impressed by the boy's quick thinking under pressure. To discard his primary weapon without hesitation wasn't something a trained knight would normally attempt. Vlad lunged upward, launching a bold counterstrike with his remaining dagger. Zedegar growled, calling out in fury as he reacted to the surprise assault. Both figures clashed again, energy bursting outward as they shot into the air. Spinning mid-air, Vlad lost his balance and crashed violently into the ground. A cloud of dust erupted as he tumbled, landing hard and motionless. Realizing he overdid it, Zedegar muttered that he'd gotten serious without meaning to. A voice called out through the smoke, checking if Vlad was still conscious. Zedegar glanced at the boy, wondering if he'd fainted from the blow. Remembering the noble's words to avoid harming Vlad, he grew uncertain about what to report. Gregory's words lingered so long as the flame endured, nothing else mattered. Clenching his jaw, Vlad charged again, refusing to let pain dictate his limits. Zedegar's eyes widened as the boy, bloodied yet relentless, pushed forward once more. Each step Vlad took stirred dust, his legs trembling from exhaustion. Under his breath, he muttered the same word twice, cheating, barely able to hold form. Rather than collapse, he knelt to regain composure, refusing to completely fall. Zedegar exhaled, admitting to himself that Vlad's strike had real weight behind it. Though unrefined, the boy's instincts were sharp, and his spirit unbreakable. Grinning, Zedegar gave his verdict: Vlad had passed. Meanwhile, sunlight touched Sora's rooftops as news of the duel spread quietly. Inside, nobles noted Sir Lamun's unusual interest in Vlad's progress. One counselor expressed relief, sensing Vlad might prove useful in time. Lamun's rise from servant to knight remained etched in memory. The old master pondered if Vlad had shown something rare raw potential. Not everyone impressed Lamund, but grit always left a mark. One elder noted that despite the changing era, certain values still endured. He explained that Lamund's sigh wasn't mere discontent it carried, meaning only few understood. The conversation shifted, and they agreed Vlad had left a strong impression. Armor sent personally from San Rosino, 01 sat gleaming in a chest, an unexpected honor. Receiving such a gift marked Vlad as someone truly acknowledged by the powerful. Contemplating further, the man decided to forward it to Sora, while traditions still lived. All of this, he thought, was sparked by a single servant's action. Meanwhile, Vlad lay in bed groaning, still dazed from the earlier duel. Rubbing his temples, he muttered complaints while recalling Zedegar's brutal aura-enhanced strikes. Reflecting on the match, Vlad admitted Zedegar's strength was overwhelming. He reasoned that aura mastery came in many forms, each difficult to understand. Before more thoughts could settle, a loud bang interrupted him. Someone had entered. A red-haired woman greeted him casually, claiming she thought he was asleep, talking, embarrassed. Vlad scolded her for entering unannounced, then questioned why she was doing laundry. With a smirk, she reminded him he was a guest and an expensive one. The woman explained that Vlad's presence alone brought value to the tavern and its reputation. She noted that his name carried weight, backed by the mayor and a noble family. Although uncertain, Vlad reminded her he had not yet earned the title of full knight. She turned away, lifting a folded cloth bearing the name of Lady Alicia's knight. Vlad hesitated, acknowledging that something had indeed changed since that moment. She praised his growth, remarking that wielding a sword marked his progress in life. A quiet moment passed before Vlad softly expressed gratitude for her words. The silence was broken as he looked toward the sudden noise from the hallway. Sitting alone again, he reflected, sincerely thankful for the support surrounding him. Even in the vast empty wilderness, a lone presence tore through the night at full speed. Dark hooves pounded the earth as the powerful steed surged forward, trailing dust and wind. A group of mounted pursuers followed close behind, determined to seize what they had been chasing. Brilliant individuals attract attention, and this one was no exception. After leaving his role as a leader, the horse searched for the boy it remembered. Suddenly, magical chains erupted, attempting to capture the beast before it could go further. Frustration spread among the riders as their target continued to slip away. They urged their horses faster, refusing to allow another failure. But the boy they sought wasn't there. Only a shadow of a memory remained. Understanding filled the horse's gaze. This was a journey meant for the boy alone. From a distant cliff, a new figure watched the unfolding chase. One command cut through the night: they had to capture it. Far from the chaos, light spilled from a quiet inn. A meal was offered as a silent apology. Vlad, the blonde, haired youth, listened quietly, lost in thoughts deeper than words. Over dinner, Joseph fondly remembered the honor he once felt wearing the servant's ceremonial armor. That memory still lingered, as he admitted hugging the armor tightly for days. Despite knowing its value, Vlad had damaged it, prompting Joseph to propose they go somewhere together. Rather than punish, Joseph aimed to guide, hoping Vlad would prove his worth to the young master. A pause followed, broken only by Vlad's quiet agreement, and a question, how to be useful. With a knowing smile, Joseph asked if Vlad liked horses, leaving the plan vague. While the caravan moved across the plains, rumors of a black horse stirred unease. According to whispers, the horse vanished like a phantom, possessed by something unknown. Locals began calling it the spirit horse, and the tension among travelers grew. Speculation deepened. Some feared a link to the headless knight and his ghostly army. Vlad questioned their inaction, but Joseph calmly insisted there was nothing to do yet. Trusting his instincts, the old man believed the horse would come searching on its own. Puzzled, Vlad doubted such certainty and asked how Joseph could be so sure. Joseph explained the horse avoided carts and corpses, acting unlike any ordinary animal. If it truly had a will of its own, Vlad realized it might already be watching. As the caravan moved forward, Joseph reassured Vlad that answers would come in time. To him, the horse had never been the true objective, it was merely a reason. This journey was about watching Vlad closely to see if he was worth teaching. Vlad admitted he'd been training with Aura for 3 or 4 months at most. Joseph found that pace impressive, but noted something critical: Vlad had yet to find his color. Aura, he explained, was more than energy, it reflected the heart and one's inner direction. Eager to grow, Vlad asked what he needed to do to discover his color. Joseph suspected the boy had only received surface-level training from his previous instructor. He encouraged Vlad to stop hiding and begin expressing his true self to the world. Still confused, Vlad asked for clarity on how to express what lay within. Joseph explained that knights developed unique habit symbols, called keys, that unlocked their inner world. These keys weren't just actions, they were manifestations tied to aura and self-awareness. Recollection hit Vlad as he remembered knights performing subtle gestures before battle. Each warrior had a distinct ritual, like a flick or stance, to channel their strength. In that moment, realization dawned: his key had yet to be found. But the path was clear. Joseph noticed Vlad recalling something important and confirmed it as the key to unlocking aura. Rather than rely on instinct alone, Vlad was told that structured intention was still missing. Though answers would come from Jaeger later, Joseph urged him to start thinking about it now. Suddenly, an incoming attack forced Joseph to yell a warning as both ducked for cover. A projectile struck the wagon, sending wood flying and alerting the group to danger. While chaos erupted, Joseph declared it an ambush and ordered everyone to remain alert. Confused voices rose among the guards, unsure if the threat was real or imagined. Arrows flew, forcing riders into evasive action as the enemy revealed themselves. One soldier pointed to the hills. Enemy forces were positioned and ready. From afar, mounted bandits charged downhill toward the caravan's exposed position. Orders were given to prepare for battle and defend the caravan with full force. Weapons raised, the guards formed a line as the bandit group began their coordinated assault. Galloping hooves thunder across the open field as the cavalry races toward the looming battlefront. Shields clash and blades swing as soldiers brace against the enemy's sudden, forceful assault. Despite mounting pressure, an urgent command pierces the noise. A blazing explosion lights the field, scattering riders and raising a cloud of dust and panic. From a distant hill, Vlad and his group observe the chaos, noting the ambush hit the mercenaries first. Curiosity replaces caution. Barbarians rarely cross this far south, making their appearance deeply unsettling. Preparations begin swiftly as cloaks are thrown over horses to disguise their next move. One warrior explains that barbarians excel on horseback, regardless of age or gender. Only knights pose a real threat, and disabling mobility is the key to victory. Raising his voice, a leader declares they won't kill if a toll is paid. Whispers ripple through the ranks, wondering if this offer is truly genuine. Hands go up hesitantly as men offer payment. Coldly the toll is revealed: everything must be surrendered except their lives. Eyes widen in shock as the condition becomes clear: leave with nothing but your body. With a glowing red aura, the barbarian warns that greed leads to death even beyond this world. Galloping hooves thunder across the open field as the cavalry races toward the looming battlefront. Shields clash and blades swing as soldiers brace against the enemy's sudden, forceful assault. Despite mounting pressure, an urgent command pierces the noise, pushing the front line to stay in formation. A blazing explosion lights the field, scattering riders and raising a cloud of dust and panic. From a distant hill, Vlad and his group observe the chaos, noting the ambush hit the mercenaries first. Curiosity replaces caution. Barbarians rarely cross this far south, making their appearance deeply unsettling. Preparations begin swiftly as cloaks are thrown over horses to disguise their next move. One warrior explains that barbarians excel on horseback, regardless of age or gender. Only knights pose a real threat, and disabling mobility is the key to victory. Raising his voice, a leader declares they won't kill if a toll is paid. Whispers ripple through the ranks, wondering if this offer is truly genuine. Hands go up hesitantly as men offer payment, hoping for safe passage. Coldly, the toll is revealed. Everything must be surrendered except their lives. Eyes widen in shock as the condition becomes clear. Leave with nothing but your body. With a glowing red aura, the barbarian warns that greed leads to death even beyond this world. Shock spreads through the enemy ranks as they recognize the presence of aura proof of a knight. Rather than fight, the terrified riders scramble to redirect their horses and create distance. Vlad closes in, aura blazing as he leaps forward with ruthless precision. A cold voice halts the retreat. Vlad declares no one will escape this time. Confusion flickers in one enemy's eyes before he's swiftly cut down mid-charge. The brutal strike leaves survivors stunned, watching helplessly as Vlad presses the assault. Dark energy radiates from Vlad, paralyzing another bandit with fear. Instinct takes over as some try to flee, their formations crumbling in panic. Calling to Vlad, the old knight urges pursuit, knowing the ambush has failed. New threats emerge as hidden enemies launch a surprise aerial attack. Vlad's warning comes just in time, eyes locked on the descending blade. From above, a powerful foe charges, targeting Vlad with deadly speed. Swords clash with violent force, the knight parrying the deadly blow mid-air. Even the older knight is impressed, questioning where Vlad's strength originates. The enemy commander finally acknowledges him not as a mere soldier, but as a threat. The old knight urges Vlad to run, knowing the mercenaries will abandon them at the first chance. Despite hesitation, Vlad is reminded that he's no help without a horse and must protect the civilians. Without another word, he turns and sprints across the battlefield as ordered. One enemy rider gallops around the cliff's edge, circling to intercept Vlad's escape. Thundering hooves draw closer, forcing Vlad to face the incoming strike head. On steel clashes as he narrowly avoids a direct blow, tumbling hard to the ground. Reeling from the impact, Vlad realizes how overwhelming mounted attacks truly are. He grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm and brace for another charge. Standing firm, he curses his lack of horseback skills, wishing for any advantage. A sharp glint in the distance catches everyone's attention as dust rises from the plains. Enemy scouts exchange confused glances, wondering who could be approaching so boldly. Only a single horse is visible, yet it barrels forward with wild, untamed power. Realization dawns. It is the same legendary horse that once escaped their grasp. The soldiers panic, recognizing the beast as the infamous lion of the grasslands. Eyes widen as the majestic horse thunders forward, its blue gaze locked on Vlad. A wave of armed men surged forward, stirred by a commanding voice that shattered the silence. Among the shouting, one name sparked their frenzy: the elusive son of the grasslands. Their ropes flew as the dark rider dashed ahead, refusing to be captured once more. Galloping through the chaos, the horse weaved past threats with precise, practiced movements. Failure burned on their faces as the rider widened the gap between pursuit and freedom. From higher ground, reinforcements emerged, tightening the net with sharpened blades and firm resolve. A shout drew every eye to the ridge, where glowing eyes pierced through the dust. Power erupted around him, turning the mount into a blur of light and speed. Momentum carried them through the blockade, leaving only stunned shouts behind. Suddenly, an ambusher lunged from the tall grass. Sword arcing downward, the rider responded mid-leap, striking before the blade could reach him. A sharp twist from the horse knocked the attacker aside with raw force. They reached a cliff's edge, cornered with nowhere left to run. Determined, he leaned forward and urged the horse into the open air. Steel drawn, he descended like a storm, landing with crushing precision. A furious enemy cursed Vlad's lineage, labeling him the cursed heir of blood-soaked plains. Without slowing, the young warrior thundered down the ridge, cape flowing behind him. Joy flickered in his eyes as he embraced the freedom he'd long been denied. The pursuing warriors bellowed orders, unwilling to let their prize fall into imperial hands. Dirt exploded beneath hooves while Vlad's horse sped through the narrowing path. With focus unwavering, he summoned energy that surged behind his glowing gaze. A radiant shockwave split the battlefield, slicing through lines with terrifying precision. Dozens of bodies scattered like leaves, caught unprepared by the sudden force. Vlad broke through, blades flashing as he carved his way forward. Recognition spread, This wasn't a mere runaway. He was a trained, deadly knight. Attempts to regroup failed as formations shattered under his momentum. Desperation forced the order to flank him from both sides and trap him mid-charge. His horse's fierce presence rippled outward, unnerving the enemy mounts. Fear seized their reins, horses stumbled and refused to obey. Even veteran riders began to panic, unsure what unseen force had taken control. With narrowed eyes, Vlad surveyed the frightened soldiers and tightened his grip on the reins. His horse reared under a surge of power, lightning framing his form like a living legend. Enemies hesitated as he launched forward. Now they were the hunted, not the hunters. A tattooed warrior raised his blade high, signaling a desperate counterattack. Sparks flew as weapons clashed, the shockwave forcing fighters off balance. Golden light exploded midair, as foes were knocked back by sheer magical force. One rider muttered curses, realizing his horse could no longer endure the pace. Resigned to fate, he admitted defeat just as another prepared to finish Vlad. But the attempt failed. Vlad's reflexes proved sharper than their blades. From afar, a lone man observed the fight, eyes narrowing with intrigue. A smirk crept across his face as excitement took hold. "Another one who can stir my blood," he murmured, gripping his sword tightly. Nearby soldiers paused when a familiar horn echoed across the battlefield. Recognition struck an elite commander had arrived, shifting the atmosphere instantly. Tension escalated as reinforcements closed in and a new challenger stepped forward. The enraged warrior lunged forward, his voice echoing as he charged through clouds of dust. From a distance, Vlad escaped on horseback, provoking anger from the man left behind. Confusion settled as he questioned why the grassland's power had favored someone like Vlad. Vlad remained composed, ignoring threats as he maintained his grip on the powerful horse. A nearby fighter recognized the rider, surprised that an old enemy had survived. The man shouted again, refusing to accept that Vlad was worthy of the beast. In a sudden flare of fury, the warrior activated glowing red energy through his body. Observing from afar, Vlad realized it was magic, raw, tribal, and engraved into the flesh. Such enchantments allowed barbarians to manifest power beyond normal physical limits. Vlad measured his opponent, knowing the battle required full strength. Both riders charged, magic crackling as weapons prepared to clash mid-air. A burst of light exploded between them as their powers collided head-on. Charging head-on, Vlad and his opponent collide with explosive force across the battlefield. Powerful energies erupt as blades clash. Red, green, and blue auras spiral from the impact. Locked in close quarters, both fighters refuse to yield, exchanging strikes in rapid succession. The enemy's massive sword crashes down, narrowly missing Vlad as he shifts position. Galloping hard, Vlad attempts to escape, but the opponent's mount accelerates unnaturally fast. Catching up in an instant, the Red Warrior prepares to deliver a decisive blow. From the side, a figure intervenes, blocking the strike before it can land. Their blades meet again in midair, sending shock waves through the surrounding space. Vlad steadies himself and quietly acknowledges the timely rescue with a nod. Recognition dawns. His foe rides a divine, blooded horse, unmatched in speed and control. Even so, Vlad and his steed remain synchronized, matching movement with perfect rhythm. Despite the barbarian's strength, Vlad believes he can endure his swordplay. What concerns him is the enemy's flawless horseback technique. Although fatigue creeps in, Vlad sharpens his focus, determined to shift the momentum. He leaps down, ready to confront the threat on solid ground. Hooves thunder across the dirt as Vlad rides ahead, putting distance between himself and danger. From a distance, another man watches with sharp eyes, recognizing that Vlad cannot be allowed to continue. The barbarian roars with fury as power erupts around him, vowing to end things immediately. With a sudden laugh, Vlad changes course, catching the enemy off guard. Observers gasp as they see him retreating, unable to grasp his real intention. Behind him, dust trails in the wind while the barbarian silently glares in confusion. Smiling coldly, Vlad taunts the barbarian, undermining his pride as a warrior. The enraged man charges, unable to tolerate the insult to his divine horse. Meanwhile, Vlad maintains distance, recalling his harsh origins from the lowest depths. Shouted words from the barbarian fail to shake Vlad's calm resolve. In silence, his companion tightens a grip, readying for the next phase. Without warning, Vlad leaps from his horse, cloak billowing behind him. The enemy spins in confusion, reacting to Vlad's unexpected move. From above, Vlad descends with sword drawn, aiming directly at the target. Below, both horses gallop forward as the airborne strike begins. The barbarian stumbles, startled by Vlad's sudden dive and shift in strategy. Vlad shouts, challenging him to battle on equal ground. No mounts, just mud and fists, thrown into the dirt. The two crash together as the fight transitions into close quarters. Kicking up dust, Vlad escapes with the enemy in pursuit, racing toward a cliffside path. Ahead, a narrow canyon opens between steep ridges, forcing a sudden change in terrain. Onlookers panic as Vlad disappears into the gap, the enemy failing to follow fast enough. From above, a figure observes the chaos, realizing even the strongest knight would fall here. Looking down, he spots Vlad dropping rapidly but with unexpected control. With a faint smirk, the observer mutters, impressed by the younger man's bold tactics. Energy surges as Vlad awakens power from within, standing firm above his enemy. Azebi, caught off guard, hears Vlad declare his identity with unwavering clarity. Vlad's question cuts through the tension, demanding to know the truth behind Azebi's words. Far from the battlefield, a holy structure stands beneath a bright sky. Inside, a quiet conversation unfolds, raising concerns about Vlad's rising influence. A stern nun listens intently, her expression sharpening at the unspoken warning. Vlad arrives at the convent, prompting panic from the sisters as tensions rise. A nun confronts him, questioning his authority and bypassing of formal procedures. He calmly responds, indirectly reminding them that their safety still exists, thanks to his household's power. Elsewhere, the convent head speaks critically of Vlad's behavior and birth. She warns that someone like him, born from nothing, may bring chaos. Despite her composed tone, concern clearly lingers about his potential influence. The mayor silently listens, but internally doubts the timing of her warning. He realizes the warning came only after Vlad earned official recognition from the priest. Suspicion grows. He now believes the convent head is acting with intention. Thoughts shift toward Bishop Pierre, a figure of authority behind church decisions. Church power appears split, each side weighing the balance carefully. Determined, the mayor sees an opening to gain more influence through this political tension. Although Vlad's actions had consequences, Joseph believed others were crossing the line in retaliation. From his seat, he evaluated the situation with calm detachment, unwilling to be manipulated by others. Before further reflection, a knock interrupted his thoughts. An urgent visitor had arrived. The return of the stable hand who accompanied Sir Lamond brought tension into the room. Hands clasped tightly, Joseph sensed trouble, even before hearing the details of the report. Barbarians had launched an attack on the roads between Sora and Varna, endangering travelers. Joseph's question pierced the silence, accusing the messenger of desertion. Panic evident. The man insisted he was sent for help while Lamond and Vlad held the line. With the mercenaries retreating, survival had come down to those two alone. A nun confirmed only Lamond and Vlad were defending the ambushed group. Orders were issued swiftly. Jaeger would command the cavalry, and Gerda would guide them. Without hesitation, both acknowledged and prepared to depart. Joseph, glancing sideways, praised Vlad's virtue despite his flawed nature. He saw divine purpose in Vlad's actions, defending the weak with conviction. Finally, he handed a note meant to be delivered if Bishop Pierre encountered him. Joseph listened calmly to the nun's gratitude, but a dark resolve stirred within him. He announced his intent to meet the one in question face to face, no intermediaries. Determination burning in his eyes, he vowed to confront the mysterious threat directly. Meanwhile, a group of refugees and soldiers marched under the setting sun's glow. A blond young man observed the horizon, quietly noting the approaching figures in the distance. He turned back, concern growing as more enemy forces seemed to gather ahead. The older warrior confirmed a large number of enemies heading south, staying unusually coordinated. Capturing their leader hadn't broken them. Clearly, he held status beyond the ordinary. Trouble loomed unless reinforcements arrived before the group reached Sora. Relief spread when Gerda arrived on horseback with mounted troops in formation. Their timely arrival erased any doubts Joseph's command had reached them swiftly. Cheers erupted among the survivors as the cavalry stormed across the plains. Frustrated but impressed, the barbarian leader acknowledged the elders' quick thinking. He recognized that abandoning the goods had saved their lives. With the threat contained, the elder pressed the prisoner for the true reason behind the invasion, bound and guarded. The barbarian leader confessed they came seeking the son of the grasslands. When questioned further, he admitted the raids were also a means to earn survival funds. Now that their goal was unreachable, he declared there was no reason to move south anymore. From horseback, an older man remarked on the surprising bond between the sacred horse and a boy. Time, he mused, was unforgiving, and alliances changed with it. With a hint of pride, he explained that without a proper horse, retreating wouldn't have been possible. The masked knight, relieved, assured the elder he would escort him safely to Sora. Regarding the barbarians, he expressed an intent to resolve the matter peacefully. He planned to reason with them, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed in an already unstable time. As magical energy surged, the night revealed a powerful, awe-inspiring transformation. Witnessing the shift, the barbarian chief realized he faced something beyond his understanding. This overwhelming presence made one thing clear: if the knight wished, none would survive. Fear seized the enemy. The chief screamed at his men to retreat immediately. Some hesitated, but his fury snapped them into motion. Panic erupted as they fled, understanding that resistance was suicide. Among the retreating barbarians, confusion spread. If they left the chief behind, there'd be consequences. They weighed their options, realizing reinforcements could arrive any time, and one more knight had already appeared. Choosing caution, they agreed to withdraw for now and planned to return later. As the barbarians galloped away, they shouted farewells, hoping to meet again under better terms. Watching them vanish, the knight scoffed, questioning whether diplomacy really fit his image. Cheers broke out behind him. The remaining travelers celebrated their unexpected rescue. A nearby horse neighed and stomped, startling the crowd with its wild energy. Its rider struggled to stay mounted, drawing laughter and nervous glances. The onlookers stepped back, joking that it was a true untamed beast. Gently stroking the agitated animal, the blond boy calmed it with soft words. A nearby knight asked about the horse's origin, surprised by its behavior. Smiling, the boy explained they'd met during a battle and the horse had found him again. The masked knight recognized the steed as the one previously mentioned. He noted its size and presence, clearly above average. A quiet chuckle followed. Perhaps it was time the horse earned its place properly. Arriving at the city gates, the group prepared to enter under the cover of night, but the black horse stubbornly halted, refusing to move any further without reason. Its rider looked confused, frustrated by the animal's sudden resistance. The knight silently observed the horse's behavior and pieced together a theory. He recalled how the horse had reacted poorly around merchants earlier in the day. Apparently, both rider and horse harbored mutual disdain, one for horses, the other for humans. With a sigh, the knight admitted he could never understand such a strange pairing. Still seated, the blonde rider shared an ironic bond with the creature beneath him. Later that evening, they chose to rest outside the city, away from all others. Inside a quiet inn, the atmosphere is calm as daylight filters through the wooden windows. While sipping his drink, the old man grumbles about the horse's uncooperative nature. Vlad confirms the method worked somewhat, admitting the barbarian's advice wasn't entirely useless. Recalled words from a barbarian explain that wild horses are drawn to red and warmth. In the harsh grasslands, survival instincts form around energy symbolized by blooming rose vines. Holding a red bouquet, Vlad notes. It's not enough. The old man encourages further thought. Suggestions shift toward size. Perhaps something larger would better attract the horse's attention. Movement adds to the plan. A big animated red object might do the trick. A flash of red hair enters view, drawing Vlad's focus to the passing woman. Carrying laundry, the red-haired woman walks past, unknowingly embodying their exact solution. Though she fits the image of a moving rose, their strained relationship complicates things. Vlad insists their connection surpasses personal feelings. Neither affection nor dislike defines it. Her glare sharpens as she instantly tells him to leave. Attempts to explain are met with cold dismissal. She refuses to be interrupted. Only when Vlad quietly admits he needs her help does she pause, slightly taken aback. The red-haired woman explodes in frustration, raising her voice to drive Vlad away. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of roses, she stares in shock. Without hesitation, Vlad calmly hands over the bouquet and asks for her cooperation. Rather than backing down, she reminds him to bring such requests to Lady Alicia. Vlad rejects the suggestion, declaring this task belongs only to Lady Zemina. Blushing slightly, she's visibly conflicted by his insistence and unexpected approach. Elsewhere, daylight casts over the fortified entrance of a secure facility. Two figures make their way through cold stone corridors lined with torches. Inside the dim prison, a man introduces himself as the mayor of Sora. A restrained warrior sits calmly, identified as a member of the Budiake tribe, though chained. He mocks the mayor's presence with composed sarcasm. The mayor hopes the visit proves worthwhile, confronting him with seriousness. Impressed, the mayor sees this man as genuine, unlike others, who only feigned strength. He admits to misjudging the prisoner's ritual as tribal tradition, clarifying it's forbidden to tame wild horses. The mayor reflects on how intriguing that fact is. A herd of wild horses gallops freely across open plains, untouched and thriving in nature. The imprisoned warrior reflects on how such creatures should remain unbound in their environment. Faced with the mayor's question, he stays silent, clearly troubled by the line of inquiry. Breaking the tribe's code, he admits to risking everything for a greater mission. Revealing himself as the tribe's chief, he speaks of needing unmatched speed to fulfill a task. Mention of capturing the son of the grasslands stirs the mayor's attention sharply. With sudden fury, the warrior accuses them of a grave wrongdoing, his voice rising in anger, chain strain as he lunges, his reaction triggered by disturbing revelations. A soldier draws a blade, ordering calm while the warrior demands an explanation. News of a rampaging dragon shocks the prisoner, his tone shifting from rage to concern. The mayor confirms the dragon, long dormant, has gone berserk. Suspicion grows as the warrior demands to know what was done with the dragon's fragments. A red crystal device pulses ominously, holding fragments of the powerful dragon. According to the mayor, their plan involves using the horse to counter the beast's wrath. The warrior urges immediate action, recognizing that danger has already reached the sacred region. The remnants of a powerful dragon awaken, glowing with fiery energy deep within the void. Those who inherited the dragon's blood remained unaware of their identity until now. As the truth becomes undeniable, the mayor presses again about the fate of the fragments. Snow whirls violently around the mountainous city of Vastapol. Within the Baronoff dukedom, heavy winds batter the royal banner, signaling unrest across the frosted stronghold. A lone figure observes the blizzard from the castle balcony, sensing something grave is stirring. Iron Duke Timur Baronoff solemnly remarks that the fallen dragon is weeping. His aides rush to confirm something involving the dragon's fragments has triggered a resurgence. Guards brace as the old duke realizes the cycle has ominously restarted. Baronoff demands a status report on the mages' response to the rising chaos. Magic proves insufficient, and priests are summoned to inscribe divine prayers. The duke commands the knight captain be brought to him immediately upon arrival. His hurried footsteps echo through the palace as he rushes toward a sealed chamber. A pulse of unknown energy halts him in place, eyes narrowing with alarm. Whatever force lies beyond the door feels entirely foreign, far more potent than before. The duke reaches for the chamber door, sensing the unstable energy behind it. As the doors swing open, a powerful light pulses from deep within. Inside, the dragon's fragments tremble violently, reacting to one another in dangerous resonance. Curious about Vlad's whereabouts, a dark-haired woman approaches the group with quiet hesitation. Celebration fills the room, drinks are raised, and a gift is displayed with joyful pride. She informs them Vlad has departed on a mission, making their effort to meet him too late. Momentarily, she questions whether honoring him with the title, Sir, was necessary. Realization dawns. This is her chance to amplify his growing reputation through strategic words. Locals respond warmly, acknowledging Vlad's talents and his rapid rise within House Vyazid. Keep track of the visitors, she offers a suggestion to record their names. A red-haired girl agrees, her quiet voice masking an inner storm of conflicting feelings. Though expected to be happy, she reflects with uncertainty about what she truly feels. A distant memory surfaces Vlad walking away, shining, unreachable in his ascent. The girl snaps out of thought, only after her name is called twice. Startled, she responds promptly to her superior, trying to mask her emotional shift. The woman assigns her a new responsibility, handling all matters related to Vlad's visitors. Despite hesitation, the woman insists that this role now belongs to her alone. Fearing failure, she falls silent, realizing her actions could directly affect Vlad's standing. The older woman assures Jamina that no one in Rose's smile is more suitable than her. Reminding her of her impact on Vlad's journey, she insists his current self owes much to her. Although surprised, Jamina remains silent, unsure how to respond to such sincere praise. Doubt lingers in her voice as she questions if she's truly the right person. Despite Jamina's worries about mistakes, her mentor encourages her to embrace the responsibility. She explains that Vlad himself requested her support before leaving, proving her importance to him. Without hesitation, the woman gently grabs Jamina's hand, urging her to follow. She explains that women face battles too, not all of them fought with swords. By offering guidance, she promises to help Jamina discover and wield her own strength. Elsewhere, a political discussion unfolds over tea, centered on regional stability. One man highlights Count Gaidar's inability to head north due to unrest in the west. The dwarves' support for rebel remnants complicates the already unstable Western Front. Before shifting focus northward, the leaders agree unresolved issues must be addressed. Despite agreement, one expresses unease regarding the ducat in his possession. He believes his final mission should involve a servant of the Bayezid household. Rather than sugarcoat his opinion, the elder offers a blunt but sincere judgment regarding the Bayezid household. He claims the Knights of the West have already outclassed those from the north. Faced with this truth, the younger man reflects inwardly, recognizing his own complacency. Once, the northern region stood unmatched in both honor and strength. A monstrous warrior alone had driven back barbarian forces, leaving fear in his wake. Sadly, that old strength has waned, while the West continues its steady rise. A sealed letter from Baron Heinhall reminds them of the urgency ahead. While acknowledging the region's decline, the man affirms that strength still emerges from the north. Pleased by this perspective, the elder agrees with a faint smile. At the city gates, two riders arrive as crowds gather beyond the archway. Perplexed, one rider wonders aloud about the unusually large audience. People line the streets, awaiting something or someone worth their attention. Spectators whisper about the commotion caused by a familiar young figure. Thoughts of his failed attempts to tame a stubborn horse echo mockingly in his mind. For all his rising fame, he's humbled by becoming the day's unintentional entertainment. A loud voice demands attention. Zamina stands boldly in a red dress, drawing all eyes. Confused by her attire, the young man realizes it is not for fashion, it's tactical preparation. With confidence, she announces it is time, her focused expression revealing careful determination beneath elegance. She steps forward with poise, causing the crowd to erupt in surprise and admiration. Spectators recognize her instantly, shocked that such grace had remained hidden. Suddenly the horse reacts, its attention shifts, sensing something unusual in the air. Despite nerves, Zamina feels the weight of watching eyes and the pressure to perform. Rather than retreat, she clutches the bouquet tighter, determined not to let fear control her. Commanding the horse calmly, she extends her hand and it begins to approach slowly. The hesitant creature moves closer, responding to her quiet, composed presence. One careful step at a time, she maintains eye contact while offering reassurance. Moments later, her hand finally rests on its face, connection established. Cheers ring out, onlookers call her name with growing excitement. Whispers confirm her identity as the famed Crimson Lady admired across the land. From beside her, Vlad quietly utters the name of the man he now recognizes, Harvin. Shouts rise from the crowd as adults and children alike call Zamina's name with excitement. Petals scatter through the air while cheers crown her as the Crimson Lady of Sura. From a distance, the procession advances through the city, her figure standing out clearly. Observers note how unusual it is for back alley children to receive such public admiration. Attention gathers not only on Zamina, but also on the man walking beside her. Together, they move forward as Sora quietly recognizes the importance of their presence. Snowstorm winds swept across the mountain pass as two cloaked figures approached from a distant slope. Their arrival revealed carnage, blood staining the ground, limbs scattered in frozen silence across the battlefield. One of them assessed the scene coldly. The entire force had been annihilated without resistance. The younger observed the scale of death, over 50 soldiers gone within seconds. With grim certainty, the older figure confirmed it. Death had struck so swiftly, few sensed its approach. Joseph's intelligence had proven accurate. Long ago, a flawless being met its end under a swordmaster's blade, torn beyond recognition. Its death scattered corrupted remnants, blood-soaking lands, spawning twisted creatures from what once was divine. Dragons emerged, disfigured, some wingless, others blind, stripped of form and memory alike. One remnant, unlike the rest, had recovered awareness. It remembered its draconic origin and identity. Side by side, the two men pressed forward, cautious of what might rise beneath the snow. That dragon now stood apart, retaining a single perfect trait, its unmatched leg. Elsewhere, moonlight cast shadows over a gathering of figures along the distant shore. One warrior reflected, every moment demands choice. Only through choice does one come to know what kind of existence they truly possess. Sigmund confronted the knight, questioning his defiance and whether he intended to reject direct orders. Jorge met the accusation head-on, denying Sigmund's authority and refusing to acknowledge him as lord. To assert control, Sigmund revealed an official order sealed by Count Gaidar, demanding complete execution. In the distance, frightened refugees huddled in silence, unaware they were marked for death. Doubt shadowed Jorge's face. No noble count would approve such a merciless decision against civilians. Rather than submit, he declared his humanity and rejected the cruelty masked as duty. Turning to the gathered troops, Sigmund asked where their loyalty truly lay. Reluctantly, one knight after another stepped away from Jorge, torn by conflicting allegiance. Despite personal belief, their discipline bound them. Knights must obey, even if the command is wrong. Jorge watched their departure, accepting their silence without resentment. Godin remained motionless, waiting for instruction with silent understanding. Breaking the tension, Jorge calmly permitted him to stand down and let the others go. Moonlight illuminated a vision of freedom, a world where conviction wouldn't demand betrayal. Jorge shifted focus, analyzing political threats from Bayezid and the Iron Duke's knights. The roster before him hadn't changed in years, yet suspicion grew heavier by the day. Discussion shifted to the Bayezid household's newer generation, with doubts cast on their ability to produce talent. Despite dismissive remarks, one voice urged caution, emphasizing that strength isn't always visible in reports. Recalling his own past as a hidden sword, the speaker warned that Bayezid may have theirs too. Another knight hesitated, remembering rumors about an unusual boy within the Bayezid servant ranks. When pressed for details, he reluctantly explained that this boy was showing notable potential. That servant's name, he revealed, was Vlad from Sawara. The room immediately quieted in recognition. The claim seemed absurd. Vlad, a mere servant, using aura in combat like a trained knight. Laughter broke out, mocking the story as a fabrication meant to hide their failure. Seated in thought, the silver-haired man whispered Vlad's name, his memory slowly connecting the pieces. From his recollection, Vlad had once screamed in fury his name and origins burned into memory. He struggled to believe it, questioning if this servant could truly be the same child. Though shaken, he admitted the memory was vivid. Still, he doubted such a coincidence. Even so, he remembered the boy's brilliance, someone he had once considered recruiting personally. That glimmer of potential still lingered, though he wasn't sure if Vlad had survived. Meanwhile, far away, Vlad groaned dramatically over a meal. Unaware of the storm his name stirred, Vlad listed his daily schedule: sword training with Sir Jaber, then body enhancement lessons with an elder. Aura manipulation added even more pressure, pushing him beyond normal limits. Though exhausted, he endured the pace, aware of how rare such guidance truly was. Suddenly, a cheerful newcomer arrived, calling out to Vlad while hauling luggage. Curiosity sparked when Vlad noticed the bags, and the man revealed he had been ordered to stay. Apparently, even a horse stable had been prepared to accommodate the man's transfer. The boy's silence hinted at concern, prompting the other to ask if he could manage. With confidence, the man reminded him of his position as Bayezid's official stable handler. Fatigue winning over patience, Vlad asked him to leave if there was nothing else. Instead, a message followed. Sir Joseph had requested Vlad's return. He wondered about the reason, suspecting a potential end to his punishment. Hesitantly, Vlad agreed to go, uncertain of what awaited. Upon reaching the hall, tension filled his chest as unfamiliar knights watched silently. His eyes landed on Gerda, someone whose words had misled him in the past. This gathering didn't feel like a pardon. It felt like a trial. A solemn confrontation begins as Vlad is questioned for disobeying orders to protect innocent children. His commanding officer presses him further, demanding to know what choice he'd make if it happened again. Though caught off guard, Vlad doesn't answer immediately. His conflicted gaze reflects the weight of responsibility. Recollections of a past vow surface. He had pledged truth, not blind loyalty. To his leader, refusing to hide behind lies, he steadies himself, admitting there's no way he can deny it. Without hesitation, he affirms. Faced with the same crisis, he would choose to save them again. Rather than anger, the officer responds with calm approval, revealing this was why Vlad was chosen. He reflects that while honor shines, it's conscience that allows it to illuminate others. Even in confusion, a true path can be found when guided by unwavering conviction. A gift is presented: armor meant to safeguard the values Vlad holds dear. Recognition sparks in his eyes. This is no ordinary piece. It was forged in San Rosino. Legendary techniques imbue the armor, turning it into both shield and symbol. Thou drawn to the new armor, Vlad glances at his old one, worn but meaningful. Every scratch speaks of battles endured, yet the new armor represents his chosen path. At his commander's call, Vlad steps forward, silently acknowledging the road that lies ahead. Inscribed on the armor are the words, "The knight who protected the breath of children." As Vlad touches the lettering, memories and meaning weigh heavier than the armor itself. Smiling faintly, the commander affirms that this name marks the road Vlad must now walk. Snowstorms rage across a frozen wasteland, where silence is broken only by howling winds. In the midst of the blizzard, Volkov Baranov stands beneath a fluttering war banner. He senses movement and mutters calmly they have arrived. Riders charge through deep snow, urgency etched into every stride of their mounts. Suddenly, the ground erupts violently, sending a shockwave through the clearing. A horned white dragon emerges, roaring as it locks eyes on its target. Cries of panic erupt as soldiers fear they won't escape in time. Volkov doesn't flinch. His focus shifts to gathering energy in his weapon. A signal bursts forth. The others split instantly. He raises his blade, channeling violet energy into the storming sky. The dragon, struck mid-pursuit, reels from the descending force. A radiant column crashes down, pinning the beast with blinding precision. Eyes glowing with intensity, Volkov narrows his focus as the dragon falls into his trap. The spell strikes, but Lindblom recoils and twists midair, escaping the core of the blast. Surprised, Volkov acknowledges its sheer speed. He hadn't expected it to evade from such close range. Identified now as Lindblum, the fastest of its kind, the dragon races across the snowfield. A flurry of commands erupts from the rider's orders fly to pursue and cut it off. Dozens of horsemen spread through the blizzard, attempting to flank the creature from both sides. Lindblum snarls, light gathering in its mouth as it prepares a devastating breath attack. Within seconds, a glowing spiral of frost forms. Energy thickens around its jaws. Recognizing the threat, a soldier shouts for the others to scatter before impact lands. Volkov charges forward, intercepting the buildup with another concentrated slash of magical force. His blade carves through the air, disrupting the dragon's focus before it can release. Caught off guard, the beast is slammed backward by the burst of violet energy. Recovering quickly, Lindblum spins and darts away, disappearing into the snowy distance. Its glowing eyes glint once more, narrowing as it prepares to escape pursuit. Without hesitation, the soldiers resume the chase, shouting orders to follow the fleeing dragon. A massive shockwave spreads as Lindblum dashes forward, forcing soldiers to halt their pursuit. Retreating into the snowy horizon, the dragon gains distance no one can quickly close. From a cliff above, Volkov observes in silence, while the troops declare the chase hopeless. In a sunlit room, an empty chair sits beside a cluttered desk and several books. A well-dressed man takes a sip of tea, praising its flavor and elegance. Seated across from him, a serious figure remains quiet, watching without amusement. The silence breaks when the darker-haired man questions his brother's purpose. Feigning innocence, the guest claims he came only to visit, not for business. Though met with cold glares, he remains cheerful and casually deflects the tension. Attention shifts as the guest acknowledges the barbarian's earlier warning. Both realize the statement was accurate. Something grave is approaching. A glowing dragon image manifests, confirming the truth. A dragon is indeed on its way. A fiery dragon erupts from the heavens, tearing through the sky. Far to the north, the mighty lindworm emerges, its frozen breath spreading dread and silence over snow-covered plains. While recalling old tales, Vlad contemplates the chilling omen and the timing of winter's cruel return. At the war table, tension rises as commanders struggle to determine the beast's path of descent. Rather than waiting idly, Vlad urges immediate action, unwilling to let fear paralyze their response. With conviction, he accepts the burden of leading the lindworm conquest. A firm request follows. Vlad demands a full scouting report. Only, a single finger rises when asked how many soldiers he requires for the mission. To their disbelief, he insists that one skilled warrior is enough to face the looming threat. There's no hesitation as Vlad explains that precise strength matters more than numbers against such a foe. Curious, the official inquires who this lone knight will be. A knowing grin spreads across Vlad's face before he answers with quiet certainty. Heavy footsteps echo as the summoned warrior. Though surprised by the abrupt call, Yosef remains calm. Before them stands the North's most formidable dragon herder, Vlad's chosen weapon against the storm ahead. Warm lamplight casts soft shadows across a quiet room, where tea cools on a tray. Vlad focuses on carving a crest while the red-haired woman sits nearby, calmly sewing. Looking at his progress, he mutters that completing it will require more than a month. Commenting on his effort, she says, "Staying busy suits him well lately." With a softer tone, she reflects that someone important would have been proud to see this. Caught off guard, Vlad questions the sudden mention of the past. Time has moved on 10 years since that distant memory. Although Vlad can't recall his mother, he remembers her presence clearly even during chaos. Unlike his own, her memory lingers because she never abandoned her child. Their quiet tasks continue until Vlad finishes his piece with a steady hand. The crest San Loganoi rests complete, a symbol of purpose and care. She admires the result, teasing that the Countess's embroidery was simply too perfect. Dragons become the next topic, their threat undeniable as seasons begin to shift. While acknowledging the danger, Vlad admits the time will pass quickly. Without hesitation, she stands and hands him something unexpected. With slight hesitation, she hands over a small cloth, insisting, "It is just a handkerchief." Vlad silently examines the gift, unsure what to make of it. Eventually, he smirks, realizing she'd been thinking about this the whole time. Embarrassed, she snaps, claiming she only felt sorry for his unusable silk handkerchief. Proudly she explains it's made from cotton, practical and easy to use in any situation. Without waiting for a response, she bids him farewell and rushes out, flustered, left alone. Vlad looks down at the handkerchief, quietly amused. His gaze softens as he notices the neatly embroidered name stitched in a corner. A smile forms as he wonders why she'd personalize something meant to be used casually. Snow-covered mountains stretch ahead as Vlad leads a group into the northern wilderness. Confused, he mutters that he only requested 1 night but received 3 instead. His companion speculates it might be out of respect, but Vlad suspects something else entirely. They continue riding while discussing possible motives behind the extra reinforcements. A theory emerges: perhaps Vlad is being tested or deliberately burdened with greater command. Despite the tension, Vlad's comrade assures him the commander sees something valuable in him. As the group rides forward, Vlad jokes about getting a headache before the battle even begins. Doubt creeps in. He questions whether the knights will follow his lead at all. His companion mocks his worry, claiming that rumors of Vlad's strength already travel faster than orders. A sudden pause stops Vlad mid-thought. His senses picking up something off in the wind. Blood, he can smell it through the snow, alerting everyone with his sharp instinct. His peer watches in surprise, before giving him the lead without further question. Snow swirls around a massive impact site ahead, the terrain twisted unnaturally. They halt near the crater's edge, uncertain of what left such devastation behind. From the ridge, the sight of mangled bodies below confirms the beast's wild aggression. Among the snow-covered corpses, no survivors stir, just silence and frozen death. The scale of the destruction shocks even the veteran warriors in the group. Their leader quietly acknowledges the monster's rampage, calling it far too violent to be natural. Vlad inquires whether the dead belong to one of the allied tribes. They're recognized as members of a neighboring group once distant, but now unusually far north. The man explains their migration can only mean his own tribe has also begun to move. Several corpses lie scattered in the snow, bearing precise sword wounds that rule out a beast attack. The northern warriors conclude it wasn't their own, suspecting an outsider with a violent motive. As flames rage in the distance, they realize an unknown enemy has already reached the battlefield. Snow whipped across the riders' path as they neared the icy frontier of Bayazid County. Their arrival came just in time, narrowly avoiding the full brunt of an oncoming snowstorm. Upon spotting the Ibrahim fortress, Vlad noticed an unusual sight. 2 flags flew over the towers. Atop the fortress, one flag displayed a fierce dragon crest. Its bold presence stirred unease, suggesting a powerful force had already claimed the location. Troubled by this, one knight questioned why such a symbol was raised in this territory. Vlad asked about the red flag's origin, prompting a senior knight to clarify its affiliation. It wasn't just from the center, it came directly from the central authority. They belonged to the Dragon Blood Duke's elite order. Warriors feared across the continent. Within the fortress, armored knights stood guard, their presence confirmed days before Vlad's team arrived. Word had spread that they came to hunt something known as the Lindbloom. Without delay, Sir Rutiger issued a command. Aya's subordinate stiffened, acknowledging the silent order with immediate action. Curiosity stirred in Vlad, who quietly asked about these dragon killer knights. Their name held no secrets. They existed for one purpose alone: to kill dragons. Recognition from the Emperor set the dragon killer knights apart, marking them as exceptional enforcers. Their authority extended through the central nobles, led by the influential Dragon Blood Duke himself. Any action they undertook carried legal weight, binding them directly to the laws of the Empire. Vlad observed the battlefield, noting the blackened remains that signaled a recent, devastating fire. The fortress, once imposing, showed signs of struggle, its walls scarred and partially destroyed. He realized the stakes were high. This was more than a simple northern outpost. Elder Knight explained that the Ibrahim fortress served as a strategic beacon for Bayazid County. Its walls protected against invaders, symbolizing resilience for the northern borders. Losing control of it without permission would provoke immense anger among Bayazid's leaders. Massive doors creaked open as a dark figure strode into the grand chamber. Echoes filled the hall, announcing the arrival of someone commanding the attention of every knight. Silent rows of white, cloaked warriors lined the steps. Mercia, the Dragon Duke's eldest son, introduced himself as captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. Rudiger responded, asserting his temporary role as Ibrahim's commander in measured authority. Strange, intense pressure radiated from Marcia, recalling to Vlad the terrifying presence of the Deathworm. A rising heartbeat betrays Vlad's unease as he pieces together the truth. Suspicions take form when he questions the knight about the barbarian massacre. Without hesitation, the knight explains their calculated tactic to lure Lindbloom, the swift dragon remnant. News of the strategy ignites fury in a barbarian. His eyes locked on the knight. Fueled by rage, he storms forward, denouncing the Empire's cruelty. Veins bulging, he shouts accusations. Unable to contain his raw hatred, before impact, a white-haired warrior intercepts and slams him down with brutal precision. Still dazed, the young fighter lashes out, demanding the elder leave him alone. Towering above him, the warrior delivers a chilling warning to stay silent. Rather than retaliate, the elder urges calm, recognizing the misplaced anger. Recklessness without power, he warns, leads only to death. From afar the knight mocks their lack of discipline and status. Quiet resolve settles in Vlad's eyes as he listens. He steps forward, reminding everyone they stand exactly where they belong. A voice from above breaks the silence, calling him Captain Mircea. Intensity flares in the man's eyes as molten light reflects across his determined face. Without hesitation, he strides through the rising flames, his presence commanding the scorched floor. In response, soldiers shift into formation, drawing their blades in silent anticipation. Steel boots echo as the path clears, guiding him toward the red-caped knight. With swift force, his hand knocks the banner aside, disrupting the knight's posture. Rather than retreat, he explains that no one else stepped forward, so he took charge. The knight counters by citing imperial law, emphasizing their sanctioned power. Though that authority is acknowledged, the man refuses to back down. He asserts their mistake. They never asked the true master of the land for permission. Faced with a sharp inquiry about his intentions, Vlad offers no immediate reply. Rather than deny cooperation outright, he clarifies his stance with calm precision and a firm gaze, taking a step forward. He insists that formal procedures must be followed if cooperation is expected. Snow whips through the air as a vivid red flag ascends the pole. Its embroidered crest flutters defiantly, a symbol of allegiance yet to be granted. Vlad listens as the noble requests an official submission before their banner can be raised. Bayer's authority is firmly asserted as Vlad reminds the visitor whose territory he stands in. A clear offer is made to join forces in slaying the dragon, but only by request. Though warned of regret, Vlad accepts the burden, unmoved by political threats. Contemplation over wine reveals a man observing both rivals with growing interest. Blood-stained maps hint at calculated moves rather than chaotic warfare. To him, this unfolding conflict may present an opportunity worth disrupting. Council members debate recent attacks, tracing the culprit without secrecy. The comparison to past brutal tactics stirs unease among them. Unable to confront the dragon, they fear political exploitation will follow. One member agrees that allowing Central's influence in the north could destabilize their autonomy, rather than wait. The group debates viable bait livestock proves scarce, leaving limited alternatives. A bold suggestion to use barbarians ignites tension, prompting swift rejection from the elder Central Knights, react furiously as their banner is touched without consent. Insults surface, exposing the growing rift between Central and surrounding factions. Movement is suspended when an authoritative voice orders all parties to remain still. A reminder echoes, no action is valid without permission from the regional lord. Captain Mircea stands acknowledged, assuming his role as the mediator in the dispute. Without delay, one advisor urges prioritizing immediate tasks over political protocol. Vlad's profile is reviewed. 17, raised in Sora's poverty-stricken slums. His appearance raises questions, especially the striking eyes that defy his origin. Prejudice lingers, nobility cannot fathom greatness from such distant roots. Skepticism remains as nobles question if exceptional talent can grow from poor soil. No conclusions are drawn, leading to an order for deeper investigation. To their dismay, all intelligence planted in Sora has gone silent. Vlad, newly appointed as mayor, quickly gains authority over the entire city. Despite his short tenure, his rapid consolidation of power surprises the observers. Using the panic from missing persons cases, he justifies swift, centralized control. A comparison is drawn between swords and leadership, both demand strength and adaptability. Joseph Bayezid, though unable to wield a blade, understands its essence with unmatched insight. From a distance, his strategic mind and lineage command deep respect. Concerns arise over captured barbarians who belong to a powerful northern tribe. The elder warns against provoking Asim, whose tribe shares a fragile peace with the north. Regret settles in as others acknowledge their short-sightedness in proposing such tactics. Sir Lamund agrees any decision made will lead to serious consequences. Doubt creeps in, suggesting that Central might benefit from the North's inner conflict. Their ambition thrives in watching others collapse under their own disputes. A conversation shifts to Vlad's mysterious horse, known for incredible speed, despite interest. The elder firmly warns against attempting to ride it. Even stubbornness falls short. This horse obeys no one in Sora. Alternative strategies are dismissed, as the elder realizes using the horse isn't viable either. He reflects bitterly on the ruthlessness of the dragon killers and their effective precision. Frustration grows. Relying on Central's methods feels like surrender, yet no better option appears. The tense meeting is interrupted by a guard rushing into the chamber. Panic spreads as he announces people are gathered at the gates, requesting entry. Rudiger, caught off guard, questions who could be outside during such conditions. Recognition dawns. The flag bears the symbol of the Iron Duke's Knights. Snow howls as the blue banner of the Baronoff household flaps above the riders. A solemn figure sits atop his horse, cloaked in cold and authority. Beyond the fortress, a silent battlefield is revealed beneath the snowfall. Lifeless bodies and severed limbs litter the frozen ground. Among the corpses, monstrous creatures stalk the field, searching for survivors. A shadowed beast emerges from the storm, blood dripping from its fangs. Its single red eye glows fiercely, locking onto unseen prey. With a terrifying roar, the monster unleashes destruction into the blizzard. In the fortress courtyard, preparations unfold as Vlad sits calmly while others mount their horses. He refuses the magical imprint, believing his exposed face doesn't require extra protection. Unmoved, the woman insists he'll be in the field, the longest, and needs the cold resistance. Nearby knights joke about his skill, calling him Bayezid's top dragon repeller. They laugh, urging him to go wild like he did with the deathworm. A glowing mark spreads over his face, silently accepted as he prepares for battle. Instructions follow: avoid the dragon's breath, it can still pierce magical defense. The spell is extended to his horse, vital for survival in harsh conditions. She dismisses the idea of being bitten, unaware the horse has done it before. Vlad confirms readiness just as scouts report back. The dragon has taken the bait set by the elite knights. Despite progress, political strain with the barbarians casts uncertainty over the mission. Caution is advised approaching the northern canyon where danger awaits. The commander warns this mission ties into more than slaying dragons. As realization dawns, Vlad understands, the regional war has already begun. The northern powers Baronoff in the northeast and Bayezid in the northwest stand as dominant forces. Their heirs have joined the dragon subjugation effort, showing the unity of noble houses. Alongside them, the Dragon Blood Duke himself will participate, elevating the campaign's significance. Despite their loyalty, such strong presences could be viewed as threats to the Empire. Failure to kill the dragon would give the Central Powers reason to undermine the North. Only if Lindblum dies by a northern blade can political balance be preserved. Tension rises as troops gather near the gates. The dragon's presence becomes undeniable. Rutiger announces its arrival with a sharp voice, eyes locked on the horizon. Responding instantly, the vanguard confirms their readiness and charges forward on horseback. A solemn officer states the rendezvous point will be at the canyon ahead. Without delay, knights don their helmets and prepare for departure through the fortress gate. Under the rising sun, rows of riders thunder into the mountains beyond the walls. Observing silently, a knight questions whether the young man can handle the mission. Rutiger answers with confidence Vlad may be young, but he's the best among them. His earlier feat of luring out a hidden deathworm speaks louder than appearance. Vlad once defeated a deathworm even before learning to ride a horse. Others find the story hard to believe, but his results speak for themselves. Colleagues admire his determination, recalling how he quietly outshined more experienced fighters. Despite the respect he's earned, another figure prepares to act independently. Scouts confirm Lindblum lies ahead, behaving erratically and seemingly without restraint. Unlike before, the beast has destroyed its own domain and veered from its usual path. This sudden change hints at a deeper intention behind the dragon's movements. Some speculate the remnant has developed purpose, even intelligence. If it believes it is a true dragon, that shift could explain its behavior. The team locates fresh footprints, confident they're now on the right trail. Thanks to last night's snowfall, Lindblum's steps are the only ones visible. They proceed quietly, knowing the creature must have passed by not long ago. Their formation advances through a narrow valley with cautious pace. Vlad observes something off. The direction of the footprints contradicts earlier reports. Rather than heading south, the tracks veer north into terrain the beast should avoid. A chilling realization strikes Vlad: the tracks were never meant to lead them forward. He curses under his breath, eyes narrowing as the truth becomes clear. Bursting from concealment, the monstrous Lindblum charges, confirming it was all a trap. Without hesitation, Vlad orders his men to scatter across the battlefield. The beast leaps with terrifying speed, forcing soldiers to react mid-motion. Amidst the chaos, weapons are drawn and evasive maneuvers begin. Claws slash the air as Vlad narrowly avoids a direct hit. The squad scrambles while one knight yells to ignite the torches. Responding quickly, the men raise enchanted blades glowing with flame. Firelight illuminates the snowy canyon as soldiers encircle the beast. On horseback, they charge in unison to split Lindblum's focus. The creature snarls, surrounded by flickering rings of fire enclosing riders. Suddenly, its eyes narrow. Something is building deep within its core. With barely a warning, Lindblum begins channeling a devastating energy blast. As it unleashes the blue inferno, the the soldiers scatter to avoid annihilation. From the heart of a blazing blue storm, the monstrous beast surged forward, shaking the frozen ground, charging head on. A brave warrior cloaked in frost attempted to intercept the terrifying advance. His body shattered against the ice, while others rushed in. A radiant slash struck the creature directly, light flashing violently across its armored frame. Yet despite the effort, the beast stood firm, unfazed, its glowing eyes locked on them. Seeing the danger escalate, one soldier urgently commanded the others to fall back immediately. Descending with brutal speed, the monster launched itself into the fray without hesitation. Blood erupted as one defender was ripped apart, his guard broken in an instant, forced into retreat. Another fighter could only watch the creature's rampage continue. A sword ignited with flame soared through the air, aimed at the monster's snarling jaws. The attack barely slowed it. The roar that followed echoed across the icy field, taking charge. A determined warrior shouted orders while sprinting ahead of the formation. Mounts thundered across the battlefield, as flames lit their path in retreat. Despite their pace, the beast chased without pause, drawing closer with terrifying speed. Mid-run, the lead soldier turned, blade ready, unwilling to let the battle end here. Roaring with fury, the creature surged upward, glowing energy coiling around its form like a storm. Momentum carried its massive frame forward, crashing across the battlefield with unstoppable force. Blue energy erupted as a soldier shouted, warning his comrades to scatter before impact. Ice burst across the ground, freezing everything in its path as riders tried to leap clear. One man's expression tightened. He hadn't expected the breath to strike so close to the ground. To his shock, the beast was targeting their horses, aiming to break their escape. Realizing the plan had failed, their leader issued a new command without hesitation. Soldiers dismounted quickly, drawing steel as they charged through the cold haze. Their only hope was to sever a leg and slow the monster down. Doubt crept in. One fighter questioned whether such a task was even possible. Suddenly, flame and claw collided, filling the air with sparks and flying debris. Within seconds, blood sprayed, as one attacker was struck down instantly. The beast's glare locked onto a wounded man, sensing weakness. Crimson ran down his arm, staining the snow in long streaks. Raising his bleeding hand, a blond warrior shouted, baiting the monster's attention with fierce resolve. A lone rider stood firm as the beast shifted, drawn by the lingering scent of blood. Its piercing blue eye narrowed, locking onto the distant warrior with heightened awareness. Moments later, its pupil turned crimson, triggered by the blood now seeping into the snow. An explosive roar burst from its jaws, signaling its transformation into something far more dangerous. Taken aback, the blond warrior admitted the blood worked far better than expected. A shockwave followed, forcing others to retreat as the ground cracked under pressure. Without delay, several fighters rushed in, swords blazing and feet thundering over ice. Their weapons, now wrapped in flame, aimed precisely for exposed limbs and weak spots. A warning shout rang out, urging immediate action as the creature moved again, charging with renewed force. The blond swordsman launched forward, his cloak trailing fire. He clashed with the beast midair, neither side giving ground. "Let's go, Noir," he yelled, diving downward for a final strike. Far off, a snowy gorge split the land where enemy scouts had gathered. One lookout narrowed his eyes, sensing the enemy's approach through the mist. Tension rising, he asked how soon the enemy would arrive. Estimating their approach, a scout guessed 5 minutes remained before the enemy arrived. That estimate quickly dropped first to 3 minutes, then 2 as the riders appeared far closer. By the time they realized, the enemy was already upon them, forcing an urgent signal call. An archer released the flare into the air, slicing through snow and wind, flames still blazing. The rider pressed forward with purpose, leading the charge toward the canyon. Their destination was near Sir Rudiger's domain, where critical forces awaited. Suddenly pain jolted through Vlad's body, causing him to stumble mid-ride. Electric energy surged across his chest as his ally called out in alarm. To his horror, the cause wasn't an injury. It was a magical disruption from within. A crushing sensation wrapped around his heart, halting his breath. He recognized it as a binding spell, forcibly locking his power. Whoever cast it remained unseen, their presence masked by distance and shadow. Flashes of vision flooded Vlad's mind, glimpses of figures cloaked in distortion and lightning. Among them, one face stood out clearly, familiar and unmistakably hostile. Realization struck hard as Vlad's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly who was behind it all. Confusion filled Vlad's eyes as he watched the beast suddenly freeze mid-charge below. A chilling silence spread while the white monster stood motionless before the approaching soldiers. One warrior clutched his chest in pain as the beast's claws inched forward again. Tension gripped the commander upon realizing the Lindheim forces were beginning to fall back. "Knights, forward," he ordered, rallying his men to contain the threat and close the gap. In response, cavalry units surged into action, charging hard toward the canyon edge. The thunder of hooves roared across the field as they moved in formation. Charging ahead, the beast lunged wildly, ignoring the incoming wave of riders. Volkov stepped forward without fear, channeling power into his blade for a counterattack. A radiant arc of purple energy slashed through the air, striking with blinding force. Dust and light exploded on impact, causing soldiers to pause, searching for signs of victory. From the fading smoke, two glowing red eyes emerged. The monster still stood. With a feral scream, the beast charged again, energy swirling violently around its form. "Spread out," the commander roared, bracing for the next devastating blow. An enormous beam of blue light erupted, ripping through everything in its path. Expression frozen, Vlad stood in the face of the oncoming energy, unable to react in time. Blue flames surged past as someone yelled for Vlad to come back to his senses. Grimacing, the old knight made his decision and pulled a nearby rider up to act. Cracking joints and cold air didn't stop him as he drew his glowing sword again. Others looked on silently, recognizing the burden he was choosing to carry. Taking the future into his own hands, he prepared to strike with everything left in him. Winds howled across the field while voices continued shouting Vlad's name through the snow. Despite all his struggles, his body felt heavy, stuck in the softness of the snow. Memories of his past flickered in his mind as he trembled, barely standing. Suddenly, warmth broke through the darkness, and blue lights surrounded him in a glowing haze. He recognized the presence. It wasn't his power alone. It was the old knight's will. That strength built over a lifetime now reached Vlad to awaken his true resolve. Now, the command echoed in his mind, urging him to cut the hesitation. Hand tightening on the sword, Vlad let out a cry as energy surged through him. Eyes glowing with purpose, he finally broke free, no longer bound by fear. Vlad roared as he launched himself into the air, sword radiating with powerful energy. Surrounded by blue light, he struck downward, channeling everything into a single explosive blow. Eyes widened in fierce focus as the impact detonated, shaking the battlefield around him. From afar, a mysterious man watched with amusement, blood dripping from his lip. A faint smile curved his face as he whispered, "He's pretty good." Meanwhile, Vlad turned to the older knight, who calmly told him to continue onward. "I've done my part," the veteran said, handing the responsibility to Vlad without hesitation. Determined, Vlad pressed forward as the beast roared and blue flames surged once more, facing the monster head. On, he charged again, undeterred by the overwhelming force ahead. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and whispered to his horse, "Let's go, Noir." Horse and rider raced forward together, pushing past the winds and chaos of battle. Behind him, the older knight muttered a final word, "Rascal," with a smile. Farther away, another soldier observed the fight, aware of how risky the situation had become. He calculated the risk, knowing that stepping in now might doom everyone nearby. Grim-faced, he cursed the moment. Everything now depended on Vlad's next move. Vlad advanced with determination, eyes fixed ahead, his body tense and focused for the clash. He and the beast sprinted toward each other, their roars colliding with the force of intent. Blades met in midair, a brilliant burst of energy erupting where steel and claw connected. Despite his efforts, Vlad gritted his teeth as his sword struggled to pierce the beast's hide. A single wound opened on the enemy's scale, proof his strike had not been in vain. Without stopping, he dashed forward again, pushing through exhaustion to maintain the pressure. The battle intensified as both moved in a deadly rhythm, slashing, dodging, and countering. Vlad screamed with effort, hurling himself forward once more for another precise strike. As the beast retaliated, he twisted midair and delivered another glowing slash across its body. Realizing his attacks were working, Vlad narrowed his eyes and prepared for the final blow. But suddenly the blade cracked, shock flashing through his face as realization hit. From the shadows, another figure stepped into view. Someone new had joined the fray. Blood spatters marked the snow, covered ground as something massive approached with deliberate steps. From the mist, a monstrous lindworm appeared, its crimson eyes fixed on its target. Without delay, it launched itself through the air while the young swordsman braced for impact. Steel nearly met flesh, but the swordsman stopped short, hesitation weakening his strike. A mental voice reprimanded his pause, warning that doubt would cost him the fight. That moment of indecision allowed the beast to retaliate with a ferocious counter. A sudden flash of violet energy cut through the chaos and struck the lindworm. Reinforcements had arrived, distracting the monster just in time. With a roar, the creature turned and vanished into the distance. It sprinted across the frozen plain, leaving deep gouges in the ice. A knight's command rang out. Vlad alone could pursue the fleeing beast, grinding his teeth. Vlad rose, ready to accept the burden. He recalled the voice. Even blades must part to fulfill purpose. Tightening his grip, he let the sword follow its path. With a shout, Vlad mounted Noir and charged into the frost. Lit horizon. A violent burst of energy cracked the ground as the lindworm emerged from the blast. Shaking off the debris, the beast surged forward, charging with unrelenting force. Vlad met the creature head on, his glowing blades slicing through wind and snow. Its roar echoed across the frozen plain, jaws wide in a feral scream. Vlad lunged upward, twisting his body midair, as his sword glowed brighter. Their weapons clashed in a flash of emerald and blue, locking in fierce momentum. He struck the beast's face, but it barely faltered, driven by primal fury. As it recoiled, Vlad dashed backward, preparing his next strike. Amid swirling snow, the two opponents collided again, power erupting with each impact. From afar, a spear of light soared across the battlefield, aimed with deadly precision. The lindworm shrieked as the spear tore through its chest. Watching the weapon fall, the man muttered it had been his final spear. Blood dripping from his fist, the commander gave Vlad one last order. Without hesitation, Vlad launched forward, wind howling behind his sprint. His eyes narrowed. This charge would decide everything. He would end it. A solemn sword stood upright, its glow fading as Vlad acknowledged its final purpose. With steady breath and fierce eyes, he accepted this was truly the last strike. Power surged as his aura burst forth, lightning wrapping around him in waves. Snow scattered under Noir's hooves as the pair sped across the battlefield. A brilliant sphere of energy formed around Vlad as he prepared his finishing blow. Through the beast's eye, Vlad's reflection appeared an omen of what was to come. He launched forward, driving his sword with pinpoint force into the lindworm's chest. A shockwave erupted as the attack connected, overwhelming the monster's defenses. From afar, comrades watched with tense expressions, fearing the cost of victory. Light engulfed Vlad as he whispered a final goodbye to the sword. Memories drifted upward, scenes of pain, triumph, and all that had shaped him. A name echoed in silence. The sword now known as the Brightslayer Shawara. Snow settled gently as soldiers gathered around the fallen beast, exhausted but alive. Vlad sat quietly, still processing the battle's end. The commander approached, praising him, then asked with concern, was the old man still alive? The commander asked about the old man, surprised Vlad still didn't know his name. Vlad explained that the man hadn't completed his task and chose to remain unnamed. Their conversation paused as Vlad stared at the broken sword resting in his hands. Both acknowledged that the sword had done its best before breaking in the final battle. The commander promised to provide a new sword to replace the one that shattered. Vlad quietly wondered if such a blade, one that matched him completely, could exist again. The commander reminded him that while many swords shine, few carry an entire world. He encouraged Vlad not to grieve, for a title awaited him for his bravery. That day, the title was borne witnessed by the sword that endured, Dragonslayer, Vlad of Shorea. A letter bearing Dirmar's seal arrived at the palace, drawing attention to sudden developments. Carefully unsealing it, the man revealed it was sent directly by Baron Heinel himself. Asked about Western activity, the reply confirmed Count Gador's army remained motionless for now. Questions shifted toward Vlad, whose last report praised his efforts during the recent subjugation campaign. No further updates had surfaced. Estimates placed his return at least a month away. Time constraints loomed, and the man acknowledged they couldn't afford to wait much longer. They assumed the subjugation unit had returned safely to Sturma. After completing its mission, determined to act, the noble declared his intention to travel to Sturma personally. Without delay, his subordinate accepted the command and left to make the necessary preparations. From the window, he analyzed Gador's quiet stance, sensing hidden strategy behind the silence. Despite no visible threats, suspicion lingered. This calm likely masked deeper plans. Ironically, an earlier mistake now offered the key to resolving their current dilemma. Far north, a fortress stood silent beneath heavy snowfall. Inside, leaders praised the Bayezid household for their crucial support. With the dragon slain by a northerner, opposing factions had no grounds to interfere. Marcia had departed with the dragon killer knights under heavy watch by the Bayezid forces. With the white dragon slain, there appeared to be no further reason for unrest. Still, the northern leader warned that peace was fragile. New threats would eventually rise. Dividing the sources of danger became essential, though the decision weighed heavily on the commander. He hesitated, uncertain who could be trusted with such a high-stakes mission. As visions of sealed weapons surfaced, the burden fell on the gate's guardian to decide. In another region, sunlight revealed a fortress far from the Sturma territory. Inside, an elder scolded the blond youth for treating him too delicately. The young man noted the bitter wind and distance, but the elder dismissed the discomfort. A playful remark about aging provoked a sour but amused reaction from the grizzled veteran. He demanded the bindings be loosened, joking about his blood flow being restricted. Nearby, another soldier confirmed the preparations were complete and asked if they'd travel together. The fur-clad noble acknowledged their importance and extended an offer to visit his father. Politely declining, the guest admitted uncertainty about finding peace in that distant land. Respecting his choice, the noble chose not to press the matter any further. The host felt uneasy letting his guest depart without a token, despite the circumstances. Offering the dragon's tail as a memento, he hinted at a lighter farewell. With a slight smile, the guest declined the gesture and preferred wishes over burdens. Plans were made to handle the captured barbarians as prisoners of war. A suggestion followed to leave the politics behind and enjoy the peaceful return northward. Before departing, the guest requested a final farewell to the new dragon slayer. Permission was granted with a warning: no more tricks would be tolerated. Feigning ignorance, the guest questioned the meaning behind the threat. The noble's piercing gaze revealed he already knew far more than he had shown. Confusion spread as one soldier stopped mid-march, disrupting the flow. Among those watching, suspicion grew about the strange pause and the smirk that followed. A chilling reminder echoed: bear this in mind. There would be no second warning, the noble made clear, though he regretted his impulsiveness. He still saw value in the confrontation, for in that moment, he witnessed something far more important than just strength. With luggage secured, the young man confirmed they hadn't left anything behind. Travel preparations were simple. Neither he nor the old man brought much. Complimented on his readiness, he accepted it modestly but hinted at someone having held him back. The red-cloaked guest expressed gratitude for their meeting, though the sentiment wasn't returned. Bluntly, the young man explained he had every reason to avoid this encounter. Despite that, the older man claimed his warnings were misunderstood and brushed aside. A quiet intensity surrounded the younger warrior, hinting at a newfound presence. From afar, his aura appeared calm yet piercing, a sign of rapid growth. Inwardly, the observer acknowledged that such composure was befitting someone born to lead. Agreeing to part ways, the guest promised to ask about their path through the palace. Curiously, the young man questioned if the noble had truly seen a dragon. Suddenly, the image of a beast surged before him, silent and imposing. Blood splattered across the battlefield. A memory of Lindblom's final moment resurfaced. The young man recalled the rush of emotions upon witnessing the dragon's fall. With unsettling calm, his counterpart asked if he desired to taste the dragon's blood. Sturma, the capital of Bayazid County, stood quiet beneath a cold evening sky, its fortress casting long shadows. Within the barracks, Vlad sat alone in a dimly lit room, his posture heavy with unease. A memory surfaced. Someone once asked him if he truly wished to drink the blood of a dragon. He dismissed it as madness, yet the question clung to his thoughts like a splinter. Strangely, dragons had always stirred something deep inside him, a feeling too real to ignore. Questions filled his mind: who was that man, and how could he know things Vlad didn't? A knock broke the silence, and with irritation, Vlad ordered the visitor to leave. Rutiger entered undeterred, casually reminding him they had fought dragons side by side. Realizing his mistake, Vlad quickly straightened and offered a sincere apology. Rudiger brushed off the tension, explaining curiosity brought him to the servants' quarters. He stepped inside, noting he'd never seen such living conditions before. Vlad, still unsure, cautiously asked why Rudiger had come. From behind, Rudiger presented a sword, the reward he had promised. The blade was flawless, light, sharp, and crafted by one of the Empire's finest smiths. Despite Vlad's hesitation, Rudiger insisted it belonged to someone worthy of the title, Dragon Slayer. Rather than choosing a top-tier artisan blade, Rudiger explained, he avoided it to prevent political friction. He acknowledged how closely Vlad was tied to his brother, making such a gift potentially controversial. Grateful yet composed, Vlad accepted the sword without protest, recognizing the intent behind the gesture. Changing the subject, Rudiger asked if Vlad had seen Joseph recently. A brief nod followed as Vlad mentioned a short encounter. Noting how busy Joseph seemed, Rudiger smirked, commenting that Joseph often behaved more like Vlad's servant than a nobleman. Vlad's confusion grew when Rudiger hinted at news he hadn't heard. Before he could ask further, Rudiger revealed a night-wide summons from the Bayazid household. The announcement caught Vlad off guard, leaving him silently processing the weight of it. Meanwhile, on the palace terrace, two elders discussed a decision years in the making. The older knight expressed his readiness to end his pilgrimage and step back. A solemn nod followed as he confirmed his successor would carry the burden forward. He walked away slowly, feeling the relief of fulfilling his duty at last. Sincere thanks were exchanged between the two men for loyalty and service. With a final smile, the old knight promised to return home after so many years. A request was made for the elder knight to remain a few more days before leaving. Privately, the younger noble found it odd. This wasn't someone known for emotional farewells. He realized the elder's retirement signaled the arrival of a new successor. Suspicion confirmed. The old knight deduced the nightly summons was no coincidence. They walked side by side as the question was posed. Had the other also recognized the candidate? Confidently, the noble replied that those truly worthy deserve to wield power without delay. Talk shifted to records the successor might soon become the youngest knight in history. That thought earned a chuckle. Outdated traditions, they agreed, were meant to be challenged. For the elder knight, this transition felt like the perfect parting gift. 3 days passed, and within the grand halls of the castle, a ceremonial presence approached. Servants stood in formation as the cloaked figure made his way through the corridor. Every step brought him closer to a new role, marked by heavy anticipation. Arriving at the door, Vlad was greeted with surprised praise about his transformation. Clad in formal armor, he felt the weight of expectations pressing down. Blushing faintly, Vlad admitted his nerves, still adjusting to this unexpected new chapter. Stepping aside, the knight gestured for Vlad to move forward without hesitation. Permission was granted, even trembling was excused, for Vlad was the reason this ceremony existed. Loudly he declared Vlad's name, presenting him before the knight's door, by order of the count. A command echoed through the hall. Vlad was to be allowed entry. As the massive door creaked open, light spilled across the marble floor. Awestruck, Vlad took in the sight. It was the legendary Hall of Knights. Boots tapped steadily as he advanced, surrounded by silence and solemn gazes. From afar, someone watched with unreadable eyes, absorbing the weight of this moment. That observer had never stood there himself, held back by an inability to wield a sword. He'd once believed that door would always remain closed to him. Yet today, he recognized Vlad as the sword he could never become. With calm conviction, he gave his blessing for Vlad to proceed. A single word followed. Congratulations. Vlad's expression tightened, holding back emotion. From now on, he was not just a knight, he was someone's chosen sword. Bathed in red, the ceremonial path marked a legacy earned only through strength and perseverance. Step by step, Vlad climbed from nothing, carrying silent determination in every stride. He now stood before the Hall of Recognition, the star he had long pursued. Introduced as a servant of House Bayezid, Vlad knelt before the order's highest authority. A scroll containing the Swordmaster's creed was passed to him, a symbol of duty. Instructions followed: carry the commandments in hand, and carve them deeply into the heart. A knight must see endless possibilities, even when surrounded by chaos. This was the first law. Thou once foes, others had shielded the future Vlad now held, honoring their role, kneeling with resolve. He accepted that protecting potential was a knight's quiet obligation. Conscience must guide every decision. Hesitation has no place when justice demands action. Past knights had given everything in fog-covered towns. Ultimately, only the inner voice can define when and where one must act. Honor stands as the final pillar, pursued not for glory, but for truth. Sword lowered to his shoulder, Vlad pledged to uphold that ideal without disgrace. The vow was complete. Vlad of Sore rose, as a knight bound by creed. Vlad had always envisioned becoming a sword without flaw, pursuing perfection beyond his circumstances. Despite growing up in the slums, he held onto ideals others discarded, witnessed by his companion. Even in the dirt of the alleys, he clung to righteousness without compromise or retreat. Guided by inner light, Vlad marched forward with hope fixed on the unreachable stars above. Though unaware of it at times, he remained committed to those dreams through silent determination. The very sword beside him, once forged in struggle, now stood as proof of that path. Kneeling before the order, he swore complete obedience to the commandments of the Swordmasters. Vlad vowed to uphold the ideals with everything he possessed, body and spirit alike. Commanded by Peter Bayezid himself, he rose no longer a servant, but a true knight. He would serve Lady Alicia, remembered as the knight who defended the blessed children of San Rosino. Legends of the Dragon Slayer echoed the one who felled Lindblom and bled its terror dry. These deeds marked only the beginning of his name echoing through the world. Swords aligned in salute as he stood, Vlad of Sora, recognized by the Bayezid household. From a nameless background, he rose not by luck, but by sheer will and unwavering resolve. Those who once overlooked him now watched in silence, witnessing the birth of a knight. Vlad stood alone beneath vaulted light, honored not just by title, but by every watching star. His journey, filled with hardship and resolve, was now acknowledged by the very halls he entered. Among those watching, one voice echoed in silent pride, praising the man now known as Sir Vlad. Far from the celebration, Gaidar County prepared for conflict beneath a sky of burning dusk. Sigmund Gaidar assessed the balance of power, seeking advantage while dwarves stalled his momentum. With Alicia yet unclaimed, he plotted quietly, determined to move before others made their mark. Disregarding morality, Sigmund viewed Alicia's survival as unlikely without intervention from his own forces. Godin, his loyal knight, was summoned and asked to act where politics demanded pressure. Without question, the knight bowed, awaiting orders for a mission rooted in strategic manipulation. Sigmund ordered him to join his son in Diermar, seeking justification before resorting to violence. Intentions cloaked in diplomacy, he sought a cause strong enough to mask the march to war. Godin accepted the charge, vowing to fulfill his mission with loyalty and precision. Elsewhere, quiet arrangements unfolded. A child had been placed exactly where influence required him to be. Acknowledging this move, his ally expressed gratitude, understanding what was set in motion. Soon, the Lords of the North would assemble a great meeting that could reshape everything. The sudden announcement of the Great Assembly, silent for a decade, raised immediate suspicion. No warning signs had emerged, leaving many to question whether secrecy or speed drove the decision. Wone Noble, aiming to secure influence, voiced intent to sit beside Alicia Heinel during the summit. For years, the Heinel household quietly stabilized tensions between the northern and central regions. Their moment to choose had arrived, align with one side, or risk being consumed by the West. Peace had ended, survival now demanded allegiance and swift, calculated action. Alicia's potential alignment with the North became the focal point of political maneuvering. Behind closed doors, careful preparations ensured her path leaned toward a favorable outcome. Support was pledged to Vlad, granting him authority over matters tied to Diermar. An official toast sealed Vlad's new responsibility, speaking on behalf of Bayezid. This role carried not just words, but the full weight of expectation. Each step he took now reflected a life of relentless effort and earned recognition. From the window, Peter Bayezid watched in thoughtful silence. Vlad's lack of natural advantage had forced him to fight for every inch forward. Even with progress made, the path behind them remained a source of quiet concern. The Heinel household was only one piece of a broader conflict, threatening future bloodshed. Bayezid's leader recognized that hesitation would increase the risk of violent outcomes for his lineage. Determined to end the generational strife, he resolved to break the curse of endless war. Sunlight spilled across the mountains, casting a warm glow over the distant fortress of Sturma. Above the castle wall, two figures stood quietly, taking in the sweeping view in silence. The elder knight reflected on the fortress's past, built through sacrifice and hardened by conflict. Blood, he explained, was the cost of protection, and the burden carried by all true knights. Facing the horizon, the young man absorbed every word. A solemn warning followed when duty called. He too must pay with his own blood. Introducing himself as Vlad, the youth was firmly renamed Sir Vlad by the seasoned warrior, Lamund. Without hesitation, Lamund handed over a coin. Though puzzled, Vlad accepted the coin, unaware of its deeper meaning or future worth. He questioned the coin's value, but Lamund assured its significance would reveal itself in time. Discussion shifted to Vlad's imminent departure, his mission already decided upon his knighthood. Before parting, Lamund invited him to visit again should peace return. A farewell followed, with Lamund formally addressing him once more as Sir Vlad. Caught off guard by the title, Vlad responded with a look of quiet surprise. Together, they stood in stillness, watching sunrise touch the land they had sworn to protect. A quiet moment passed between them, neither rushing to break the silence. Vlad responded at last, his voice steady as he acknowledged Lamund's influence on his path. They clasped hands beneath the fading sun, sealing their farewell with unspoken respect. Far away, the halls of a noble estate echoed with unease as time dragged on. Leaning over her desk, a blue-haired noblewoman sighed, still waiting for a reply. Her steward reminded her that preparation must come before comfort. Even in uncertain times, thoughts of Count Gaidar's letter stirred frustration should she truly marry into his family. Anger simmered beneath her composed face, betrayed only by her trembling hand on the desk. To her, the offer reeked of greed, veiled in hollow promises. Dark assumptions clouded her mind as she declared the nobles around her nothing but thieves. With calm reassurance, her advisor spoke of patience and trust in their eventual rise. Still doubt remained. Why had no one from Bayezid even sent a single word? Eyes narrowed. The steward voiced one final concern as footsteps rushed down the corridor. A servant burst into the room, breathless, with urgent news. Gadar's men had arrived. Shock spread across her face. She hadn't expected them so soon. The steward promised to delay the meeting, offering precious time for his lady to prepare. She remained quiet, her expression tight, silently bracing for the political storm ahead. He warned her to be ready. What followed would not be easy to endure. Elsewhere, a crimson banner flew high as soldiers marched under Gadar's crest. Isent van Gadar, the Count's son, mocked the diplomatic customs of the region. While his comrade valued order, Isent van dismissed tradition as boring and weak. Their unit advanced steadily, but Isent van showed little interest in the formalities ahead. He resisted participating, reluctant to even introduce himself or follow protocol. Though urged to act with nobility, he scoffed, hating obligations tied to his name. Doubts about their conquest were voiced. Was force really necessary? The older knight contrasted their lands. The north endured by protecting, the west thrived by taking, cautious, yet committed. They agreed on one thing: this mission marked a serious move. Word reached the soldiers of the noblewoman's famed beauty and high status. Hearing it, Isent van grinned with renewed interest and disturbing delight. Motivated by desire, he rode faster, eyes now fixed on claiming more than territory. Golden light bathed Brigantes, the empire's towering capital, in a regal, ominous glow. Deep within the halls, crimson banners of the Dragulia clan draped the silent chamber. A lone figure stepped forward beneath dragon statues, declaring his long-awaited return. Approaching the throne, he addressed the one seated in shadow, his father, Duke Dragulia. His voice steady, he confessed the White Dragon's defeat at the hands of Northern Knights. However, a revelation followed his expedition, led to the discovery of an extraordinary child. Unlike others, this child had yet to awaken, a dormant dragon in human form. Dragulia spoke not with doubt but certainty, recounting his life's search across continents. Years of effort, he claimed, were vindicated by finding such potential. Asked if the child stirred something within, he answered with honest conviction. Yes. The boy bore distinct traits: golden hair, and blue eyes shared only by Dragulia's bloodline. No doubt remained, though the dragon's power still slept within the child. Reflection turned grim as Dragulia recalled the difficulty of nurturing power across ages. Endless waiting marked his path. Yet he endured, repeating the cycle without complaint. Finally, a chilling desire surfaced: he wished to meet the child face to face. Amazed by the woman before him, Istvan remarks that the rumors didn't do her justice. He boldly compliments her beauty, showing no hesitation despite the formal setting. Introducing himself with confidence, he declares his name and origin from the Gadar household. The Baroness offers a polite but distant welcome, keeping her expression composed. Observing silently, an elder suspects Istvan's motives are far from honorable. It bothers him that Istvan disregards her noble title, addressing her far too casually. She thanks them for coming, though notes the discourtesy of arriving unannounced. Mentioning the lack of preparation, she voices disappointment toward the Gadar family's conduct. To Istvan, her composed expression hides a sharp edge he didn't expect. One elder argues that hasty meetings betray noble customs. He emphasizes how deeply the court values this alliance, treating Istvan almost like a son. Another claims Istvan's status alone justifies bypassing protocol altogether. Remaining silent, the Baroness narrows her eyes, unimpressed by their justifications. With a casual grin, Istvan suggests discussing matters over rest. She swiftly declines, reminding him that current circumstances demand proper decorum. Alicia reflects on the limits of patience, realizing tolerance can easily become submission. Her hands tighten in quiet frustration, no longer willing to remain passive under provocation. With cold clarity, she reclaims control, signaling the arrival of the Bayezid Knights. Tension spikes as her commanding tone draws every eye in the room. From beyond the towering gates, silhouettes emerge cloaked in icy mist. The Knights of Bayezid enter in formation, exuding overwhelming authority with every step. Their leader speaks first, formally greeting Baroness Heinel after a long absence. Each knight kneels in synchronized respect, honoring her as Diramar's rightful master. Alicia welcomes them warmly, prompting a sharp contrast with her tone toward Istvan. One blonde knight addresses her directly, his presence alone commanding the hall's attention. She acknowledges him with warmth, granting him exclusive permission to call her lady. This personal bond sets him apart, a connection built on earned trust. The knight reveals his purpose, repaying the honor of receiving her handkerchief. Istvan, confused, mutters at the odd mention of a simple gift, but the knight solemnly declares his name as the price, binding it to knighthood and house honor. The blonde knight stands under moonlight, his shadow now cast firmly before Alicia's throne. After enduring countless trials, he proudly announces his right to stand in her presence. No longer a mere name, the Knight of the Blue Moonlight claims his rightful place. Morning light casts over the estate, a calm contrast to the tension from earlier. Inside, Istvan discusses the unexpected arrival of the Bayezid Knights with visible frustration. He mutters Vlad's name, unfamiliar and clearly unprepared for the bold interference. Despite trying to meet Vlad's gaze, Istvan realizes he was never the focus. Vlad's eyes remained locked on Godin, ignoring Istvan entirely during the confrontation. That dismissal stings, Istvan admits. It's the first time he has ever felt so slighted. Godin recalls a brief encounter with Vlad, once seen as a mere stranger, though hesitant. Something about Vlad's potential sparked a desire to support him. Despite the risks, Godin sees Vlad as someone both admirable and unpredictable. Istvan asks what comes next, seeking a plan to regain control of the situation. Godin answers calmly, there's still a way to turn things around. Victory, he says, determines everything. Power alone shapes the future under one unchanging rule. Alicia listens quietly as the knights explain that Sir Joseph's presence validates the alliance's strength. They emphasize that his direct involvement proves serious intent, followed by a letter handed to her. As she reads, Alicia learns that Sir Joseph discourages relying solely on Vlad's token for marriage. The knight defends Joseph's loyalty, stating he's working for Dirmar's interests with full commitment. A woman steps forward, revealing her family bloodline ties to Oksana of the Oscar household. Her lineage shocks the elder nearby, who realizes the implications of her inherited standing. If granted godmother status by the Countess, Alicia could reject the Gaidar proposal entirely. She worries about troubling the Countess, but is assured of her welcome and support. The elder senses hidden motives, political leverage hidden beneath good intentions, though reluctant. Alicia recognizes there's no other viable path forward in the moment. Reflecting on the Bayezid strategy, she begins to see Joseph's far-reaching manipulation. On Joseph's chessboard, Dirmar was already placed, and the Gaidar heirs were merely pieces. While seated across from two guests, Alicia hesitates, unsure if an immediate choice is necessary. Vlad responds calmly, assuring her there is no rush and recognizing the weight of such a decision. Relieved by their patience, she expresses gratitude with a composed but sincere nod. An elder advisor silently weighs the situation. With so many agendas at play, he questions whether Alicia has anyone she can fully trust. Her eyes settle on Vlad as she greets him after a long time apart and speaks gently. Vlad promises to carry out his duty for Alicia, not out of obligation but personal will. The advisor, observing closely, comes to a quiet conclusion: trust can exist, and it exists in him. No schemes, no conditions, just pure loyalty from the young swordsman. Confidence in her choice grows as Alicia acknowledges Vlad's genuine commitment. She then requests to see the handkerchief he's kept all this time. Blushing slightly, Vlad agrees, and begins to retrieve it without hesitation. A quiet laugh escapes her, as she realizes he kept it inside his armor. The gesture moves her. Knowing it meant something to him brings comfort. At last he offers the neatly folded cloth, and Alicia looks upon it with softened eyes. Startled, Vlad realizes the cloth he pulled out isn't the correct handkerchief. Without delay, he scrambles through his belongings, trying to find the actual one. Across the table, Alicia slams her hands down, unable to hide her irritation any longer. From Vlad's perspective, her sudden movement was so fast, he didn't catch it at all. Examining the handkerchief, Alicia calmly points out it isn't the one she originally entrusted to him. He casually explains that a friend gave it to him, and admits they grew up together. Whispers rise behind them, as the atmosphere turns tense, with Alicia's expression shifting sharply. Still smiling, Vlad praises the cloth for its softness and usefulness. Alicia, now visibly furious, interprets his words as emotional betrayal. Insults follow as others call out Vlad's obliviousness and poor timing. Embarrassed, he senses the mood shift and internally regrets his honesty. Nearby, someone urges Alicia not to lose control completely. The man acknowledges Vlad's age and status, choosing to treat him as an adult. Rather than leave, Vlad lingers, awkwardly unsure how to respond. With a sheepish grin, he requests a beating, anything easier than facing her wrath again. The older man, consumed by rage, demands Vlad leave immediately before he loses control. Heat rises off him as he clenches his fist, clearly restraining himself from acting violently. Responding quickly, Vlad darts out of the room, leaving the man groaning in frustration. Outside the chamber, Vlad pauses as he notices a group of men watching him intently. Their stares feel heavy, and he tilts his head, confused by the sudden attention. One knight breaks the silence, calling Vlad a hero and admiring his presence with amusement. Another jokingly adds that carrying two women earned him legendary status among them. Uninterested in flattery, Vlad admits he just wants to be alone for a while. The group laughs. teasingly agreeing to give the stallion some space as he walks away. While walking down the hall, he reflects on how wrong everything went earlier. Despite wanting to do well on his first mission, he feels mocked rather than supported. However, an internal voice reassures him. It was camaraderie, not mockery, and he's accepted. Vlad recalls similar moments from his past, realizing people behave the same across all ranks. Regret lingers as he thinks about what spilled water and a missed chance symbolize. Stopping at a window, he considers praying something he hasn't done in a long time. Alicia stares down at the handkerchief, frustration building as she replays the scene in her head. Her thoughts spiral as she questions how Vlad could store her gift beside another woman's. An old advisor notes the cloth's cleanliness, suggesting Vlad took great care despite the situation. The advisor explains that Vlad has survived countless brutal missions, often risking his life. Keeping the handkerchief clean even through chaos shows it held meaning beyond appearances. He speculates that Vlad's feelings may not be entirely innocent, hinting at subconscious attachment. From the window, Alicia observes Vlad quietly kneeling under a distant tree. The advisor points out that his consistent actions reflect his reliability and the trust he's earned. Her gaze shifts, confused, as she notices someone else approaching the hilltop. Suspicion rises quickly, prompting the advisor to check if any guards are posted outside. Alarmed, he orders a warning to be sent to Sir Jaeger immediately. A soldier rushes forward, confirming that an emergency has just begun to unfold. Golden sunlight filtered through the trees as the serpent spirit circled near Vlad's resting place. His gaze remained distant. Memories refused to return, no matter how long he sat in silence. Something stirred when he met Noir, hinting at a link between him and the spirits. Heavy footsteps disrupted the stillness as a man approached, curious about the grave nearby. Vlad, without rising, reminded him the land required the master's permission to enter. A smirk crossed the man's face when he learned Vlad had already been granted access. His tone turned sharp. He brought up a manuscript and secrets tied to Vlad's past. Though hesitant, Vlad listened, accepting the terms. He waited for the truth to unfold. The air grew tense as confrontation edged closer, silence hanging between them. Without warning, the man demanded the manuscript, voice rising. Vlad didn't flinch, offering him the chance to take it if he could. Challenge met defiance as both prepared for the inevitable clash. Boasting followed. The West thrived by taking, the man claimed, but Vlad's response was firm. The North never surrendered, turning away. The intruder muttered words wouldn't change anything. Steel rang through the air as blades met, the clash breaking the final tension between them. Vlad's gaze remained sharp, unwavering as his opponent charged without hesitation. Declaring his intent, the man charged forward, unwilling to retreat without a prize. A calm voice cut through the chaos. Vlad challenged him to a duel for Alicia's handkerchief. With deliberate precision, he reached for his sword, ready to fight with purpose. Rather than accept disrespect, Vlad told him to repeat the request properly. Silence stretched as the intruder struggled to respond to the bold command. Vlad stood tall, naming himself a knight of Bayezid and protector of Alicia. Honor demanded respect. He refused to accept a duel without formal address. Far away, nobles recalled Vlad's rapid rise and his overwhelming victories. He had dismantled threats, driven out dark forces, and faced Lindykerm himself. Despite success, one man criticized the pace of his development. To him, Vlad's path was just one possibility, nothing more. Reaching Dragon Slayer status in a year seemed unrealistic to the skeptical elder. Upon Vlad's return, a quiet voice welcomed him back, already asking about the outcome. Istvan's smug tone returned. He confirmed the handkerchief had not been received. Vlad acknowledged it calmly, his hand tightening around the hilt in preparation. The elders expected him to act, but the arrival of other knights interrupted the moment. Istvan formally requested a duel, refusing to back down when asked. He confirmed the duel would happen in 2 days with a priest present. With witnesses and legitimacy secured, he looked forward to humiliating Vlad publicly. In a quiet hallway, concern about the duel's outcome surfaced. Istvan, heir to the powerful Gaidar family, had trained since childhood to become elite. His strength was no rumor. He was the West's weapon sharpened to perfection. Lamun's past praise of Western knights added weight to the tension. Despite Vlad's courage, everyone knew the odds were stacked against him. Still, his prior victories offered a sliver of hope that he could endure. Behind the scenes, Lord Judge had already approved direct military support. Clearly, Bayezid hadn't sent Vlad in blindly. This duel was part of a larger strategy. Plans were forming fast. They now sought approval to move allied forces as backup. Istvan glanced around, puzzled by the duel's location, expecting it to be held indoors. Seated among his men, Godwin replied that the site was chosen by Baron Hainel. Alicia had made a request for her late parents to watch symbolically from beneath the soil. Because of its link to the proposal, the site carried emotional weight. According to Godwin, Alicia believed her parents' resting place offered strength. Though caught off guard, Istvan accepted the explanation and observed the plain carefully. Questions arose as Istvan noticed the wet grass, despite clear skies. Godwin confirmed it hadn't rained, heightening the strangeness of the atmosphere. Even so, he insisted that adapting to unfamiliar terrain was a commander's responsibility. Meanwhile, advisors warned of Gadar's overwhelming bloodlust. Not even a heartbeat could be wasted. The smallest distraction meant danger. Focused and silent, Vlad steadied his breath as tension filled the air. His mentor praised the effort poured into training, now culminating in this moment. With firm resolve, Vlad declared his readiness to fight. The time had come to show the enemy what a true sword represents. Permission was granted to use aura, setting the stage for a fierce but non-lethal contest. Since the duel wasn't to the death, the officials retained the right to intervene if necessary. Standing face to face, the two fighters gave silent consent to the conditions of their battle. A priest invoked divine presence, declaring the arena blessed under the eye of the midday sun. With a sweeping gesture, he signaled the match's official start as tension surged. The red-haired warrior ignited his aura and smirked, making a pointed remark to unsettle Vlad. Vlad paused, then asked what reward he'd receive if victory was his. Rather than boast, he aimed to provoke, suggesting he might just claim the man's sword, calling out arrogance. He challenged the cultural pride masked behind hollow customs. Memories of a brutal place surfaced where theft was survival and weakness meant death. Each step forward drew a contrast between need-driven theft and selfish plunder. Vlad questioned who bore more greed, one who stole to live or to dominate. His opponent frowned, baffled by Vlad's unfamiliar stance. With quiet confidence, Vlad revealed it was tailored precisely for this fight. Spectral blades materialized in formation, each one aimed with deliberate intent. Recognition flashed in the opponent's eyes. Bayezid knights, wielding greatswords, weren't new to him. Realizing the duel was no accident, Vlad stood firm and gave his silent challenge. The opponent welcomed the test, eager to measure the strength of Gadar's successor firsthand. Launching forward, the armored warrior raised his blade and struck with sheer force. Vlad dodged swiftly, using precision and timing to counter the storm of heavy blows. Steel clashed again as Vlad blocked a downward strike, the impact scattering dust and energy. Another furious swing came crashing toward Vlad, but he reacted with sharp footwork. He moved just outside the arc, evading cleanly and redirecting momentum into position. The battlefield grew wild, with motion grass tearing beneath them as pressure exploded from each clash. From the sidelines, an observer noted Vlad's composure and tactics with growing confidence. He analyzed each maneuver, dodging weighted attacks, deflecting long thrusts with efficiency. Vlad adapted perfectly to the slippery terrain, where slow footing punished unbalanced movement. Questions formed in a strategist's mind. Someone had clearly designed the battlefield with intent. The grass favored agile fighters, letting Vlad control distance and reaction. Angered by the control, slipping away, the red-haired knight cursed and pressed harder. With sharp footwork, Vlad narrowed the gap, refusing to give his opponent time to react. Raising his sword high, he blocked a heavy strike with precision and unwavering strength. Confusion crept into the red knight's eyes, stunned that his power failed to dominate. A grunt escaped as the man staggered, struggling to regain momentum. Spinning aside, Vlad countered with a swift arc, disrupting the knight's balance. The arena trembled as his opponent unleashed a rage-fueled blow, slamming into the earth. From a safe distance, Vlad stood untouched, while dust rose from the crater. Accused of running, he remained unfazed by the provocation. Mentioning the terrain, he pointed out its flaws for heavy swordplay. Mockery turned personal, attacking Vlad's origins and style. Rather than lash out, he stared back in silence. A slight smirk appeared. His confidence hadn't wavered. He spoke evenly, explaining true understanding couldn't come from privilege alone. Recognition faded from the knight's expression as Vlad closed in. The final remark landed with impact back. Alley tactics, not noble fencing, defined survival. Mocking praise slipped from Vlad's lips, cutting deeper than any blade. He pointed out the irony, how a proud noble struggled against someone born in the gutters. Rage overtook the knight as flames erupted wildly with his furious advance. Each flaming strike left scorched trails across the field, missing their mark by inches. Through the smoke, his opponent's silhouette charged forward, consumed by aggression. Without blinking, Vlad steadied his posture, prepared to meet the onslaught head on. From the sidelines, quiet admiration grew for Vlad's composure under pressure. They recognized the toll of prolonged combat, especially when facing a greatsword user. Gratitude filled Vlad's thoughts as he recalled those who helped forge his path. Alicia's silent trust reminded him of what he carried into battle. No one expected victory from someone of his origin, yet he stood undeterred. Not this time. He refused to delay or retreat behind promises of next time. Energy surged from beneath his feet as his resolve crystallized. Finally, he held the strength to face his past and confront his enemy. Everything led to this moment, the proof of what he earned through pain and persistence. A single slash from the greatsword tears the landscape, revealing its terrifying destructive force. Charging through the chaos, the armored warrior lets momentum carry his massive blade into another arc. Opponents scramble to evade, including Vlad, who remains calm amidst the shockwaves slicing through their formation. With both hands raised high, the red-haired man channels brute power into a downward blow. Flames trail behind his weapon as it crashes down, narrowly missing Vlad's position. Die, the enemy roars, erupting forward as the ground explodes from sheer impact. Vlad steadies himself, green energy flickering along his body as tension rises. All around him, scorched earth and flames speak of a brutal power unmatched by ordinary warriors. Recognition dawns. This strength mirrors the deadly champions etched into his memories. He dashes toward a weak point, analyzing the battlefield in an instant. That single gap becomes his only route to survival and a chance at retaliation. The giant swings again, but Vlad narrowly evades, sliding beneath with speed and precision. Driven by instinct, Vlad presses on, ignoring the danger swirling around him. His movements tighten the distance, drawing him past the range of sweeping strikes. Now within striking range, he enters the zone where hesitation means death and chooses to advance. A violent explosion erupts as green and red energies crash together mid-strike. Momentum carries both fighters through the air, blades locked in a blinding clash. Without hesitation, Vlad launches a pursuit, refusing to allow his enemy room to recover. Scowling, the Red Warrior hisses an insult, clearly agitated by the relentless pressure. In response, flames erupt from beneath him as he unleashes another crushing blow. The impact knocks Vlad back, though he manages to regain balance before falling. Recognition flashes in Vlad's eyes as his opponent's stance suddenly shifts. A precise sidestep saves him from a fatal slash enhanced by unexpected skill. His mind races. How does this man wield a technique exclusive to the Holy Knight Order? Resistance builds in Vlad's arms as he attempts to block the heavy strike. Though the deflection isn't clean, it creates a brief opening. Seizing the chance, he leaps upward to counter, pushing through the pressure. Their gazes lock, tension rising in the silent moment before the clash. In one swift motion, Vlad dashes in, timing his strike with precision. A deafening collision echoes as blades meet once more, neither side yielding. The explosion from their clash lights up the field, shaking the air with raw force. Far away, a noblewoman gasps, alerted by the surge of power erupting in the distance. Stepping into the fading energy, she senses the tension still lingering in the aftermath. Through swirling dust, Vlad stands firm, sword glowing with the essence of his resolve. His grip tightens as he questions whether his cause has truly been just. With one final push, he drives his blade forward, seeking a rightful end to the battle. Blood trickles down his face, yet his voice rises, demanding acknowledgement from his fallen foe. Silence stretches before the enemy finally responds with a weak but clear yes. Relief flickers in Vlad's eyes. His conviction had not been in vain. Raising his sword under the moonlight, he feels its purpose fulfilled. Words surface, reminders of a vow made long ago beneath the same night sky. The question lingers. Did that man ever remember what he promised that day? Reflections return as memories resurface of a boy once forgotten, and a knight's solemn words. He speaks his truth, revealing identity and returning borrowed strength to its owner. Though the past is corrected, he claims his reward earned through effort and taken without shame. Vlad raises his sword, declaring his intent as the rightful victor of the duel. He steps forward with purpose, claiming Istvan's sword as his earned prize. The defeated knight watches in silence, unable to oppose the declaration of justice. From the audience, shocked expressions spread among nobles and warriors alike. Eyes narrow and tension thickens, as Vlad reinforces his claim without hesitation. Light surrounds him as he stands tall, undisputed, rewarded, and acknowledged by all present. Snow fell quietly over the Grand Academy as a messenger arrived bearing urgent news from Diomar. The letter was handed to Lord Joseph, who studied it with calm, deliberate focus. Though he'd sent his best, he feared the mission may have exceeded even those limits. Pacing near the tall windows, Joseph admitted he hadn't expected this kind of development. He turned to Borden, questioning Istvan's reputation. Praise followed. Istvan was no ordinary knight, and the West saw him as a future legend. As Count Gadar's heir, Istvan wasn't just strong, he was a symbol of the Western sword. Vlad's defeat wouldn't stain his name, but landing a single strike would earn him recognition. That single act might have forced Alicia to ally with Bazid under political pressure. A smirk crossed Yosef's face before he abruptly ordered Borden to discard all preparations. Caught off guard, Borden struggled to understand why everything was suddenly being abandoned. Without explanation, Yosef's decision remained firm, unsettling his once confident aide. Starting over seemed irrational, but Joseph was already thinking ahead. Despite 10 days of planning, he recognized the situation had shifted unexpectedly. Admitting he hadn't prepared for victory, Yosef stood in silence, torn between laughter and disbelief. Several nights watched in silence as tension simmered between the opposing figures. Refusing the demand, the bearded man stood firm, radiating a heavy green aura. By contrast, the white-haired warrior advanced with purpose, his choice to wield the sword already made. Without hesitation, he ended the negotiation, eyes cold and resolute. One final glance at the letter marked the end of talks and the mission's shift. Despite the clear order, resistance followed, as the armored man rejected the command. Acknowledgement passed wordlessly. Both men understood the true reason behind the blade's call. No illusions remained. This was no simple matter of diplomacy. Rising from his seat, the knight made clear that nothing would sway him. Preparations left behind, he accepted that future confrontation was inevitable. From across the room, a quiet promise echoed a personal visit would soon follow. A silent nod exchanged between them sealed the next chapter in motion. His cape trailed behind as boots struck the marble floor with intent. In a dark corner, a lone observer recognized the danger, now surrounding the rookie. Entwined with a formidable presence, Vlad's journey had just grown far more perilous. The estate basked in sunlight as Alicia questioned the need to accept Yosef's proposal. Victory over Gadar's knight had eliminated that obligation, easing the pressure around marriage politics. Relief showed on her face, though offering Bazid a reason still left her uneasy. Discussion shifted naturally to Sir Vlad, whose rarity as a knight couldn't be denied. With a measured tone, the elder estimated Vlad's potential could rival future northern champions. Standing proud in his memory, Vlad was seen as a symbol of rising strength. Surprise flickered in Alicia's eyes, yet she didn't challenge the elder's assessment. His talents weren't ordinary, even cautious predictions seemed ambitious yet justified. Leading alone weighed on her, and uncertainty about future crises lingered. Rather than tangle with noble politics, she preferred elevating a neutral figure beside her. Her words hinted at deeper plans, catching the elder completely off guard. Acting swiftly, she argued, was necessary before others moved first. Marriage to an unknown man paled next to one whose actions inspired respect. Nervous, the elder admitted her logic was hard to refute. Admiration colored her gaze. What Vlad did, he did with conviction. Under a sunlit tree, Vlad poured amber whiskey as a calm offering to the spirit. Liquid glistened midair. Flowing from the bottle with deliberate precision, a white serpent emerged, visibly pleased by the tribute it had been given. Golden light shimmered across its scales as it acknowledged Vlad's intent. Curling in a wide circle, the spirit surrounded him in silent approval. Their connection solidified in a burst of radiant energy that lit the entire clearing. Such standing empowered, Vlad felt the impact of the pact settle deep within. A rare blessing equated to gaining a second chance at life itself. As the serpent approached, it gently coiled around him in a wordless gesture of trust. Back at the estate, Alicia voiced concern, noticing his offering from the day before. He calmly explained the gesture, noting the spirit's growing favor with each victory earned. Through every challenge, he sensed the land itself growing more welcoming toward him. Later, Alicia handed letters for Yosef and Lady Oksina, moved by recent events. Her words confirmed Clarity Diomar's stance had become firmly defined. Respectfully, Vlad listened, his loyalty now tied to her honor and vision. Alicia opened the ornate chest carefully, revealing a radiant object sealed within. Inside lay a glowing gemstone, said to be passed down through generations of high lineage. Vlad recognized it instantly. Memories confirmed it was the Camberstone once guarded by the elves. Elves, a distant species from the Empire's eastern border, lived separately due to conflicting beliefs. Limited interaction with the Empire stemmed from their devotion to a different god. Legends tell that the Empire's first patriarch once formed a rare bond with their kind. An amberstone, passed down through generations, had once decorated a noble's sword hilt. Lacking a sword of her own, the noblewoman now saw it fit for Vlad's blade. Uncertain, Vlad questioned whether he could accept something so deeply tied to another lineage. Twice, he had risked everything to shield the Hainel clan from peril. Recognition felt undeserved, even when the offering came with gratitude and sincerity. Still, the request remained accepted as a fair reward for his service. He once vowed to help the sword recover its lost memories, and it would aid him. The journey, marked by trials, began the day he gripped its hilt, accepting the Amberstone. He honored his path as a knight with measured resolve. A nod from those nearby showed quiet approval for his choice. Holding the gem, he sensed its dormant connection to forgotten truths. Eyes fixed on the glow, Vlad braced for what the past might reveal. The Amberstone in Vlad's hand pulsed with radiant energy, responding to his presence. Within its glow, a vivid vision began forming, a brilliant autumn tree swaying under golden light. Leaves danced gently in the wind, revealing a peaceful memory embedded deep inside the gem. As night fell, his companions casually spoke about ambition and Vlad's rapid rise to knighthood. They praised his progress, viewing his future nobility as all but guaranteed. Despite their cheers, Vlad dismissed the notion, quietly denying any such intent. Riding together under the stars, the knights continued teasing him about Lord Alicia's gift. Jokes turned to pressure as they mentioned her favor and his possible engagement. Vlad, overwhelmed, sought support from JR, who calmly diverted the conversation with a formal excuse. Their journey concluded as Sharaz's walls came into view, glowing faintly in the distance. Though some joked about camping longer, they were eager to return to their duties. With laughter fading, the knights advanced toward the capital's gates under the night sky. Outside the fortress, Vlad hesitated as JR suddenly handed him a task. He was asked to announce their arrival, a small but symbolic responsibility. Though uncertain, Vlad realized it was time to step forward and take the lead. Vlad stepped forward with determination, declaring he would open the gate no matter what. Alone, he approached the entrance, his footsteps echoing on the stone path under the night sky. A guard's challenge rang out, prompting Vlad to announce his name and return from mission. Surprised voices from above recognized him, quickly ordering the gate to be opened without delay. As the massive doors creaked wide, Vlad remained still, slightly stunned by their immediate response. When JR confirmed the outcome, with a smile, Vlad realized his words had carried true weight. JR explained that knighthood was more than status, it was proof of purpose and acceptance. For the first time, Vlad entered with honor, greeted by guards and acknowledged by title. His mentor confirmed it, the young man had taken his first real step as a knight. Elsewhere in Trinova, tensions escalated inside the halls of Gaidar County. A furious nobleman berated his son, showing no mercy for perceived failures. Shouting echoed through the chamber as he claimed the boy's life should have been the price. Unable to speak, the son stood silent as rage poured from his father's eyes. Insults continued his appearance. His choices, even his presence, became targets of scorn. Accusations flew, everything was ruined, all because the son couldn't meet his father's expectations. The furious noble erupted, shouting about the humiliation, not by a famed warrior, but a new knight. With clenched teeth, he accused his son of handing influence over Degma to the enemy. As his rage grew, he turned to Godwin, demanding accountability for his son's disgrace. Godwin hesitated, then revealed Vlad's connection to the once disgraced knight. Jorge, hearing the name, the noble's anger intensified as he recalled past betrayals tied to Jorge. In frustration, he crushed a wine glass, furious that Jorge's legacy continued to interfere. Godwin calmly defended Vlad's strength, noting his strategic use of his horse's advantages. He emphasized Vlad's ability to challenge even elite warriors head-on. Jair was named as the hidden sword that Bayezid had kept in reserve. The noble reaffirmed his loyalty to ancestral teachings and military doctrine. In a symbolic gesture, he placed his hand over the battle map of the north. His order was final: retrieve his son's lost sword by any means necessary. Winter's chill surrounded the grand building where newly assigned knights gathered for formal matters. Vlad received a congratulatory message, along with his very first payment as an official knight. Counting the coins in silence, he realized only 4 gold pieces had been given. His reaction revealed disappointment, but the officer responded with calm indifference. New knights, he explained, weren't compensated for wealth but honored for service. Vlad listened as the man spoke of duty, expectations, and the values knights must uphold. Responsibilities, not rewards, were emphasized as the true foundation of a knight's worth. Accomplishments would be measured yearly with special bonuses reflecting performance. When pressed further, the officer hinted such matters were decided by the higher command. A sudden shift in tone brought up Vlad's growing reputation and titles. Mockingly, the officer labeled him debauchee of the North for his odd behavior. Despite the tease, he wished Vlad success and hoped not to be forgotten. Later, a superior knight acknowledged Vlad's new status and gave him a patrol assignment. Though initially surprised, he was assured he'd lead with guards, but full authority. With confidence, Vlad accepted the role, ready to meet his growing responsibilities. Joseph suggested the back alleys as Vlad's patrol area, hinting at its familiarity to him, agreeing. Vlad acknowledged the location as his hometown, though short on available manpower. Due to others already deployed, Joseph offered funding for Vlad to recruit 4 people himself. He reminded Vlad that leading knights differed from leading mercenaries. A true knight inspires. To lead effectively, one must become a figure others can rely on and follow. When Vlad hesitated, unsure who to hire, he admitted most people he knew were ex-gang members. Joseph dismissed concern over reputation, stating he didn't assign Vlad the role for image. Vlad realized Joseph expected more than surface-level prestige or legacy. Gratefully, Vlad thanked him and stood up, ready to carry out the mission. As Vlad exited, another knight questioned Joseph's judgment in trusting him with such autonomy. Joseph calmly replied, intending to use this chance to foster Vlad's growth and independence. Believing in his potential, Joseph saw this as a meaningful opportunity for Vlad to mature. Later, Vlad returned to the district and received an over-enthusiastic welcome from an old friend. The man dramatically pledged loyalty, prompting Vlad to roll his eyes at the theatrics. He reminded the man to act normal, just like in the old days. An old companion casually reminded Vlad that many leaders began as mercenaries before rising higher. Watching the man's exaggerated confidence, Vlad quietly judged his reliability and temperament. Despite frequent fear, the man's work ethic convinced Vlad he could still be trusted nearby. Attention then shifted to a massive figure, standing silently at the entrance of the building. Otark's size alone made him intimidating, yet his simple nature and loyalty stood out. Trust came easily, as Vlad recalled how faithfully Otark responded when given steady support. The discussion moved to the tavern owner, whose calm presence controlled the chaotic district. Her establishment thrived because it served as neutral ground in dangerous back alleys. Understanding dawned as Vlad realized this place symbolized safety tied directly to his name. An offer followed, proposing mutual protection in exchange for using the tavern as a base. The arrangement appealed to practicality rather than sentiment or personal gain. Careful boundaries were emphasized, ensuring fairness in what both sides exchanged. Staring into his drink, Vlad reflected on how knighthood changed his position. Awareness grew as he accepted the responsibility that now followed him everywhere. With a quiet resolve, he marked this tavern as the starting point of his final preparations. At the docks, a man recognized who Vlad must be searching for without hesitation. Meanwhile, another man enjoyed premium alcohol, comparing it to the rough drinks from their past. He joked about a deadly homemade brew, recalling its intense hangovers, despite its popularity. As they chatted indoors, the man reflected on how refreshing the new drink was. He dismissed his old role as a navigator, citing his blindness as a limitation. Vlad questioned the decision, prompting the man to admit he had quit long ago. Vlad reminded him of past dreams to escape and aim for something greater. Cynicism filled the air as the man spoke of limitations and societal roles. In silence, Vlad asked whether those words truly reflected how he felt. A metaphor followed about a caged bird, forgetting how to fly. Realization struck as the man grasped the weight of Vlad's intent. Vlad stood, determined, believing the place had long crushed people's hope and dreams. Consumed by resentment, Vlad blames everything on those who ruined his world without remorse. A surge of blinding energy erupts from his blade as he hurls himself into action. Behind him, a companion shouts in alarm, but Vlad is already in full motion, striking forward. Chaos spreads through the town as terrified citizens scramble to avoid the incoming blast buildings. Shake violently when the energy collides, scattering wood, dust, and bodies in all directions. Within moments, panic overtakes the streets, while murmurs about Captain Hoover ripple through the crowd. One man pauses mid-step, instantly alert as he senses the shift in atmosphere. His gaze fixes on the collapsed structure, where dust and tension fill the air. Shouting orders, he demands reinforcements. Troubled that peace was only temporary, smoke thickens around a young man struggling to comprehend the destruction. His voice cracks as he calls out, eyes locked on Vlad's retreating form. Without turning, Vlad mutters a curse, his fury aimed at unseen enemies. Blue light trails behind each powerful swing, slicing through debris and doubt alike. The barriers that once confined him shatter, reduced to fragments midair. No longer restrained, he pushes forward, determined to break what held him back. Through the falling snow, a quiet promise is made to remove pain just as it was once done. 2 young souls, wrapped together beneath a tattered blanket, share warmth against the bitter cold. Rather than fade into the alleys, he found light because someone reached out first. A violent burst of energy erupts from his sword, shaking the battlefield with blinding speed. Without warning, the strike crashes down, forcing enemies to scatter in all directions. Shock fills the face of one man, frozen as the figure steps through smoke and debris. Standing before the sea, two silhouettes watch the golden horizon stretch endlessly. Even now, the dream that once felt unreachable still flows, unbroken. Understanding finally dawns. He recognizes the meaning behind that vision. Under the night sky, quiet footsteps echo through the sleeping town. They speak of betrayal, survival, and a deadly gift disguised as a farewell. What once was poison is now only a reminder of what was overcome. Not even poor brewing skills could hide the gang leader's generosity. Trust is reassured. Joseph judges not by title but by worth. 3/10 of the alley's life, after all, came from one man's clever dealings. Observing the mayor's strategy, they recognize how clever and detail-oriented he truly is. Their conversation shifts to Vlad's assignment over the back alleys, possibly a deliberate test. Though no strict instructions were given, the responsibility weighs heavily as he questions his next step. Uncertainty fades when his companion reminds him of today's peaceful victory. By forcing Captain Hoover's surrender without bloodshed, he proved control through presence alone. A decision is made. It's time to present the new order to the rest. Elsewhere, a gang member nervously awaits his boss's return. Relief washes over him the moment Vlad and his ally appear nearby. Breathless, he rushes over to report someone has come searching for Vlad directly. Assuming it is a routine matter, Vlad instructs the visitor be sent to Jamina. His tone stays calm, stating she's handling all guest matters. Awkwardly, the messenger reveals this case might require Vlad's personal attention. Inside the yard, a dark horse snorts loudly, smoke rising from its breath. A man watches the beast, noting its condition with a satisfied expression. Concern rises. He questions the wisdom of bringing visitors into Noir's territory. Vlad reacts with surprise upon recognizing the man standing before him in the courtyard. Ag, dressed in furs, approaches confidently and states his presence is by the mayor's request. The mood shifts as both sides assess one another, setting the stage for a deeper discussion. Elsewhere, flames crackle as a strategic conversation unfolds near a fireplace. A man explains that while AGA may not submit, he must still understand his position. Acknowledging the implications, another confirms it is time to turn their focus beyond the northern border. Plans are revealed to use AG's tribal influence to control the unruly barbarian forces. The speaker reflects on past challenges to authority, emphasizing the need to respond firmly. He places trust in Vlad, confident that he can face any resistance without hesitation. Vlad's achievements resurface. He once tamed the sacred horse and defeated the feared northern dragon. The man silently acknowledges that only Vlad holds the strength to break the cycle. Believing in his power, they see him as the key to ending the long-standing hatred. Confused by the situation, Jamina walked briskly through the hallway, trying to understand what felt wrong. Though the distance seemed long, she pushed forward, drawn by a sense of urgency. The knock startled Vlad, who opened the door to find her standing there, clearly distressed. Her eyes scanned the room without a word, tension rising with each step inside. Despite the silence, she questioned why voices had echoed moments earlier when no one was present. Before he could reply, she turned and yanked open the door to check again. Raising an eyebrow, she asked if he was still hearing things that weren't real. Vlad shook his head, firmly denying any delusion or ghostly presence. What he heard was too clear to ignore. Not spirits, but real conversation. He instructed Jamina to switch rooms for safety, emphasizing secrecy above all else. The end of the hallway became her new destination, away from curious eyes. No longer avoiding the truth, Vlad decided to stay close and face what's coming. His suggestion hinted at deeper trust, a willingness to involve her in his secret. Regardless of status, she'd always stood by him, from the streets to noble halls. Before leaving, he reminded her to attend church, leaving her momentarily speechless. Vlad unexpectedly asked Jamina if there was anything she wanted. He'd buy it for her. She paused, surprised by the question, unsure how to take his sudden offer. Instead of answering directly, she scolded him, telling him to look after himself first. Before exiting, she sarcastically suggested he at least get some proper equipment. No words followed as she walked down the hall, leaving Vlad standing alone. He smiled faintly and mumbled that he was only trying to be thoughtful. A voice called out from behind the door, reporting that everything was ready. Vlad acknowledged the news with a sharp glance, his expression shifting into resolve. Without hesitation, he led his squad forward, prepared for what lay ahead. At a crowded table, gamblers tossed chips as the roulette wheel began to spin. The ball clattered over the numbers, building tension with every rotation. Cries broke out when the result landed an odd number, sealing someone's loss. Vlad watched closely, his instincts recognizing the value in the chaotic setting. Training in such conditions honed vision and sharpened reflexes beyond ordinary methods. He focused so deeply that even time itself seemed to slow around him. The roulette ball's motion caught Vlad's attention. It shifted in an unnatural, jarring direction. Unimpressed, he recognized the behavior as outside normal physics, confirming his growing suspicion. A faint smirk formed as he concluded the setup had been rigged like most gambling dens. His gaze shifted toward a nearby man whose reaction betrayed ignorance of the discovery. Recognizing the perfect moment, Vlad stepped forward, intent on stirring up confrontation. He moved swiftly, mentally justifying that he finally had a reason to fight. A sharply dressed man approached, addressing him directly and feigning politeness. He claimed a better welcome could have been arranged, had they known of Vlad's arrival. Unamused, Vlad replied with a cold edge, questioning if he now required permission. With practiced diplomacy, the man offered to escort Vlad upstairs to meet his boss. Inwardly, Vlad scoffed at the idea of being summoned like some lowly thug. His sharp glare shut the speaker down, silently asserting that he wasn't beneath anyone. A nearby thug tried to lecture Vlad about respecting limits, raising his arm in warning. Before the blow could land, Vlad countered effortlessly, slamming the man to the ground. One ally stepped forward, reminding everyone that Vlad was acting under official night duties. A cloaked man beside Vlad asked if killing the enemies would now be acceptable. Permission granted, Vlad's tone remained calm as he declared the hall's closure. Their presence stunned the host, who couldn't believe a barbarian had infiltrated the city. The order came swiftly. Vlad demanded the boss show himself immediately. Unfazed by the shocked reaction, he refused to explain further or repeat commands. He simply requested the gambling records be handed over, standing firm with sword planted. The scene shifted to a grand building where Vlad was greeted by Sir Gregory with praise and cheer. Gregory commented on Vlad's recent victories against criminal groups. As a token of goodwill, he presented a fine gift from House Canner. Grateful yet cautious, Vlad thanked him but questioned the sudden generosity. Gregory laughed, admitting he hoped Vlad would act on his behalf discreetly. He claimed that direct involvement would appear biased due to overlapping territories. Vlad encouraged honesty, urging Gregory to share his true intent without hesitation. The real target was revealed, a man called Black Bear who ran illegal alleys. Understanding dawned. Vlad realized this request aligned with his mission to restore order anyway. Black Bear emerged as the shared target. Both Vlad and Gregory had something to gain from him. Gregory hesitated, asking whether the plan involved negotiation or outright suppression. Without a pause, Vlad decided that leniency would be a mistake. Direct action was necessary. Agreement settled. Gregory offered to mobilize troops under his command for the upcoming mission. The operation was scheduled to begin within a few days, leaving little time to waste. Before parting, Vlad jokingly requested a bottle of whiskey, claiming he needed it for bribery. Night fell as Vlad approached a quiet building, surprised to find the door shut. No lights were visible inside, prompting him to knock and call out for the old man. Still unanswered, he pushed the door open cautiously, unsure of what he would find. Dust coated the dim interior as he stepped through the empty room in silence. Each slow step echoed, no signs of movement, no response from the usual presence. His search continued through the shadows, leading him deeper into the space. A faint memory surfaced as he glanced around the place once held warmth and welcome. At the bedside, he finally stopped, realizing the man he came to see had passed. With solemnity, Vlad whispered he'd brought the promised liquor and meat, but arrived too late. Vlad stood quietly beside the bed, cloaked in silence as he stared down in mourning. His eyes fixed on the peaceful face before him, memories weighing heavily on his heart. A faint, almost unnoticeable smile, formed gentle and filled with unspoken gratitude. Snow blanketed the northern border where Vlad once battled, surrounded by endless white landscapes. He recalled the fierce clash against a white dragon among the icy peaks. The sword used in that fight was now laid beside the one who forged it. So many thoughts pressed on his mind, yet none felt more important than farewell. He gently placed the old man's hand over the hilt, his grip firm but still. Words of thanks were finally spoken, simple, honest, and full of meaning. The blade was once a simple dream, shaped by an old man's skilled hands. From battles to peace, it returned to its maker, now resting in quiet honor. Though the forge had gone cold, its light remained burning brighter than ever in memory. At the quiet cemetery near the monastery, Vlad stood before a simple gravestone with two companions. Rather than spend his first paycheck on himself, he chose to buy a proper marker. His only wish was to give dignity to someone who had died in the back alleys. The inscription read, "Best blacksmith in Skora," a tribute to a man whose name was unknown. Despite forging a sword that slew a ghost and pierced a dragon, no record of him remained. To Vlad, remembering him was enough even if the world never knew who he was. As they returned to town, A group of children lingered in the shadows, watching silently. Vlad's eyes narrowed, noticing how they kept their distance yet never truly left. They resembled his past, cautious, cold, and desperate for hope. Though they never approached, their quiet presence was constant. His friend reminded him they once stared the same way, longing for a way out. That winter felt harsher, the air heavy with a familiar weight. Survival wouldn't come easy, many would freeze before spring arrived. One warm blanket could mean the difference between life and death for those children, even with just one coin left. Vlad looked ahead, a choice already forming. Vlad didn't hesitate to spend what little gold remained, deciding blankets were more valuable than savings. He requested a prayer for the old blacksmith with every blanket handed out, honoring his legacy. The plan was simple: warmth in exchange for remembrance, and perhaps a small spark of hope. He affirmed the path ahead, aiming to bring change gradually, one choice at a time. Though the blacksmith's body lay beneath the soil, his forged star still illuminated the forgotten corners. Children once shivering now smiled brightly, holding bread and warmth, proof that kindness had spread. Far from those peaceful moments, something grim awaited in a plague-ridden quarter of the city. Crimson footprints marked the arrival of soldiers, their grim expressions shaped by the horror they witnessed. Among them, an officer observed the devastation and realized the situation was worse than rumors suggested. Vlad, now dressed in military garb, reassured the officer there was no need to hesitate. He spoke clearly: Black Bear would give them justification to eliminate the threat entirely. With unwavering eyes, he declared that the back alleys demanded resolve, never half measures. Steel clanged above as the soldiers prepared for confrontation in the stronghold's shadows. Standing beside the commander, Vlad signaled the start of their mission without fear. He stepped forward and declared, "I am Vlad of Sora. I've come to arrest Black Bear." Standing before the stronghold, Vlad listed Black Bear's crimes: murder, fraud, trafficking, and deception. Soldiers filled the narrow street, forming a wall of steel behind him, awaiting orders to strike. Black Bear had given them reason, and now, the city's judgment was about to be delivered. The compound doors remained shut, but everyone knew what waited inside: a heavily armed resistance. Cornered and desperate, the criminals prepared for battle, understanding that capture would mean certain execution. Without hesitation, Vlad took point, naming his comrades and signaling the charge. Inside, one thug doubted the seriousness of the raid, comparing it to prior empty threats, but Vlad's cold gaze said otherwise. This wasn't a warning, it was punishment. Their crimes were unthinkable: selling a pregnant woman and child as black magic ingredients. A savage voice answered mockingly before a deadly ambush erupted, sending chaos across the battlefield. Screams echoed through the hall as blades clashed, and panic spread among the guilty. One figure, calm amid the violence, declared death alone wasn't enough. He wanted to erase them. Shouts rang out as stunned men recognized the attacker, a barbarian in their city. This was no common raider. His eyes marked him as a warrior from the Budiat tribe. Before anyone could react, he launched himself into the air, blade spinning toward terrified enemies. The warrior from the Budiat tribe struck with brutal speed, his red blade cutting through enemies. Blood splattered across the ground as he moved between attackers, leaving none standing in his path. Even when surrounded, he showed no hesitation, answering their fear with overwhelming force. Desperate defenders charged with axes and roars, hoping to stop the savage onslaught. Leaping into the air, he descended like a hammer, crushing resistance with a single motion. Around him, bodies collapsed, chaos spread, while the remaining fighters watched in disbelief. Their leader observed the bloodshed calmly, unimpressed yet focused on the tide of the battle. He mocked the enemy's fear, ordering them to surround and eliminate both attackers immediately. The order was given, and blades were raised. Numbers became their only strategy. Vlad stepped forward, surrounded by glowing energy, sword lowered but presence absolute. He issued a warning: anyone who remained standing would be cut down. As his aura surged, the word echoed like a command: kneel. At the center of the courtyard, prisoners knelt before the soldiers, watched closely under torchlight and orders. Gregory advised they move on, trusting his men to manage the situation without further interference. Footsteps echoed as Vlad led the way upstairs, cloak trailing while the others silently followed behind. Vlad entered the chamber with sharp eyes, immediately sensing tension from the man who awaited him. The stranger welcomed him by name, though Vlad clearly had no idea who he was. Claiming to be sent by the bishop, the man introduced himself as a representative of the church. Vlad remained firm, stating he acted on the mayor's orders, and the man in custody was guilty. Smiling, the priest denied the accusation, declaring no criminals remained, only those redeemed by divine forgiveness. From within his robes, he revealed a sacred pardon, claiming the Lord had already absolved the man. A golden cathedral vision contrasted grim reality as the priest preached that God's presence filled all corners. However, he admitted divine light favored the powerful, descending first upon those at the top. To the poor below, this injustice was not new, it was the God they had always known. Stunned, Vlad questioned whether the pardon truly made the man innocent in the eyes of law. The priest confirmed it, stating the bishop had signed it himself with full authority. Confusion spread. Why would someone like Bishop Pierre protect a lowly criminal from the back alleys? Vlad's piercing gaze remained unshaken as he questioned the worth of a pardon signed by faith. He remembered the silent pews and the cries of countless victims echoing within the false church's walls. Clenching his fists, he repeated the words spoken by the guilty, claiming divine forgiveness erased all crimes. The priest confirmed it confidently, insisting any sin could be washed clean through devout belief. With arrogance, the criminal echoed the sentiment, mocking Vlad for wasting time challenging a sanctified decision. Shaken by the absurdity, Vlad struggled to understand how such injustice could stand unquestioned. Images of imprisoned women filled his mind, victims trembling in fear, abandoned to their fate in darkness. Children had fallen with them, betrayed and left to die while their oppressor walked free. Overcome by the cruelty, Vlad could no longer stay silent. Something within him snapped, this was wrong. He turned to the priest, pressing whether faith truly absolved any action, regardless of the weight. The priest's answer remained unwavering. Church forgiveness meant legal innocence. Vlad fell silent, then turned to Gregory, recalling the words once told to him in a foggy village. If no one stood in their rightful place, if none claimed duty, then he must. Hand moving to his sword, Vlad accepted that burden. Justice would not come from elsewhere. Gregory shouted after him, but Vlad had already made his choice. He would act. Without hesitation, Vlad drew his sword and delivered judgment, slicing clean through the criminal's chest. Blood erupted as the man fell, the words by the Swordmaster's codes marking Vlad's irreversible decision. Shock rippled across the room, eyes widened, expressions tightened. None dared speak as silence swallowed the moment. Vlad stood over the corpse, expression unreadable, as blood pooled beneath his feet. Gregory watched in silence, unable to stop what had already been done. The priest stared in disbelief, frozen, unable to comprehend that his authority had been ignored. Panic overwhelmed the priest, who collapsed as blood trailed across the floor like spilled ink. Kneeling in the light, he trembled, admitting his own guilt as a sinner before Vlad. Raising his voice, he pleaded not for power, but for the same forgiveness he claimed to offer. Elsewhere, under the night sky, whispers of Vlad's actions reached higher powers in hidden chambers. Gregory, filled with regret, admitted he never imagined that man would return holding a divine pardon. The question lingered, why would the bishop willingly absolve a known criminal from the slums? Disgusted, the noble Cade concluded the system was being mocked. Bayezid's dignity was at stake. Informed of Vlad's location, he wasted no time giving the order. Arrest Sir Vlad, charge him with murder. The command was absolute. Cade called Vlad's decision reckless, but not without reason. He understood the emotional weight behind the act. The red-clad bishop, revealed as the orchestrator, had issued the pardon to provoke exactly this outcome. Realizing the trap was intentional, Jaeger gave a silent nod, accepting the need for action. Before Jaeger could speak, Gregory stepped forward, volunteering to carry out the arrest himself. Jaeger claimed full responsibility, admitting that if Vlad had gone astray, the fault was his. Heavy-hearted, Gregory accepted the weight of his choices, realizing his ambition had led them to this point. Holding a sealed letter, Cade ordered Gregory to travel to Varna and deliver it immediately. Caught off guard, Gregory asked for confirmation, surprised by who the letter was truly meant for. With resolve reignited, Gregory bowed deeply and vowed to fulfill the mission without delay. Inside the chamber, orders shifted swiftly. Mages summoned, fathers contacted, missions halted without hesitation. Only elite forces would remain, the rest dismissed in preparation for what was clearly coming. Though anticipated, the boldness of the church's move still shocked the Bayezid heir. Standing by the window, Cade affirmed his resolve to act as a true Bayezid. To him, this confrontation was necessary, a cleansing of corruption within the city. It was time to reclaim Bayezid as a city truly belonging to its rightful heirs. Within the Grand Cathedral, a high-ranking cleric questioned the report of Black Bear's swift execution. Kneeling before him, the subordinate confirmed the account, voice shaking under the weight of the news. Turning pages with calm calculation, the bishop acknowledged the man's intensity and confirmed Father Andrea's endorsement. A shadowed figure fumed over his rivals, one born of noble blood, another masked as a clergyman. Memories of manipulation surfaced as he recalled how a gutter-born knight earned backing from both sides. Eyes gleaming with resolve, he declared inaction no longer viable, his will aligned with papal authority. Believing divine power justified every move, the bishop commanded word be sent to the city mayor. The knight's defiance of the sacred pardon could not be overlooked. Punishment was now inevitable. Without hesitation, the bishop ordered preparation of a deadly force, hidden in crimson shadow. He revealed the plan had long been set in motion since arriving in the city of Suwara. Though touched by black lightning, the knight's swift rise felt unnatural, sparking suspicions of darker truths. Once exposed, those who supported the boy would suffer equally from the consequences of their choice. Night cloaked the city as soldiers assembled silently, under the command of a stern officer. Marching in formation, their armor clanked as tension spread through the mist-covered streets. With a single gesture, the troops surrounded their target, prepared for the coming confrontation. A knight loudly proclaimed the bishop's authority, demanding entrance to apprehend Vlad for defying a sacred pardon. He accused Vlad of rejecting divine will, labeling it a serious act of blasphemy against the church. The knight ordered the gates opened, threatening all inside with charges of heresy if they refused. From within the building, a man stepped out calmly, interrupting the commotion without drawing his weapon. Unfazed by the threat, he introduced himself as Maxim, loyal knight of Lord Joseph. He announced that, under the mayor's directive, the establishment known as Rose's Smile was under official investigation. The church knight dismissed the claim, arguing the investigation exceeded civil jurisdiction and violated divine boundaries. He insisted proximity to Vlad justified suspicion of blasphemy for all who resided there. Maxim countered, stating the church had overstepped its line and those defending it were the ones in error. Guards mobilized quickly as the standoff escalated, both factions standing firm before the sealed building. Maxim invoked legal authority, declaring the area closed until mayoral clearance was granted. Despite the warning, the church knight growled in defiance, questioning if Maxim could endure the consequences of resistance. Maxim accepted the burden, stepping forward with quiet determination, prepared to uphold his duty. Memories of past debts surfaced as he remembered the cost someone paid to save him. Now, with fierce resolve, he stood ready to repay that sacrifice, even if it meant his life. Snow covered the fortress gates as two knights exchanged tense words inside the prison corridor. Joseph, with his usual bluntness, reminded the blonde knight of his repeated failures and poor judgment. Despite being officially knighted, the younger man was still treated as a burden rather than a peer. With lowered eyes, Vlad apologized, aware of the consequences his actions had brought upon the house. Joseph criticized his recklessness, blaming his lack of experience with church politics for the current disaster. He acknowledged Bishop Pierre's cunning, noting that Vlad had become the perfect pawn in the conflict. Time was running short, and Joseph revealed they had only a week before church testimony would begin. Vlad quietly accepted the harsh truth, preparing himself mentally for the coming confrontation. Before leaving, Joseph softened slightly, offering to bring a blanket for the cold prison night. Left alone, Vlad reflected on his actions, and whether choosing justice over protocol had truly been wrong. He admitted fault, realizing the ideals of a knight clashed deeply with the politics of the church. A past lesson echoed in his mind: true knights bore heavy blades because of their weight in meaning. As snow fell outside the cathedral, Bishop Pierre stared out from behind stained glass in quiet thought. Realization struck as he understood. Joseph's delay was a tactic, not hesitation. With narrowed eyes, he watched the snow, sensing that confrontation was approaching faster than expected. Angry citizens gathered outside, voices rising in protest against the trial. They viewed as deeply unjust. They condemned the pardon granted to criminals while Vlad, who fought evil, faced punishment. Shouts filled the square. Vlad was their hero, and they rejected the authority of a southern bishop. Inside, Bishop Pierre dismissed the uproar, labeling the northern crowd as savage and ignorant. He remained confident, believing no amount of public resistance could challenge papal truth. With cold resolve, he vowed to use the trial as a declaration of the papacy's will. The grand courtroom filled with golden light as Vlad stood before the sacred chamber. He faced the audience silently, bearing the burden of judgment that loomed ahead. As the bishop entered, the crowd rose in respect, the weight of ceremony stifling the air. Gasps spread as an inquisitor appeared, flanked by robed figures, marked with glowing eyes. Fear rippled through the assembly. Such extreme measures hadn't been seen even during past witch trials. Observers realized this was orchestrated, a predetermined path designed to overwhelm and silence Vlad's defense. Vlad was called to swear truth on the holy text, placing his hand with steady conviction. Light surged from the scriptures as divine magic activated to detect any falsehood. Surrounded by radiance, the trial formally began. Each word he spoke, now bound by sacred judgment. Surrounded by divine radiance, Vlad stood firm, the oath complete, and the light affirming his truth. The crowd watched in awe as the ritual's power engraved the sacred blessing upon him. Bishop Pierre warned him any falsehood would extinguish the orb's light, exposing lies without mercy. Eyes narrowed, the bishop assessed the courtroom atmosphere, realizing resistance might be stronger than expected. Meanwhile, a northern noble observed silently, preparing himself emotionally for what was about to unfold. Pierre's disdain simmered beneath his composure. He saw this as the moment to humble northern pride. In the grand courtroom, Vlad stood before the clergy, accused of killing the pardoned man, Black Bear. He admitted to the act without hesitation, while the priest used divine magic to confirm the truth. The bishop declared that Vlad defied God's will, twisting the situation into a charge of heresy. Ignoring his protest, the bishop continued the inquiry, shifting to questions crafted to ensnare Vlad. A magical array illuminated beneath Vlad's feet, trapping him in an inescapable field of judgment. An observer recognized the tactic, a question designed to manipulate any answer into guilt through twisted logic. Pressed again, Vlad responded confidently, believing in the righteousness of his past actions. However, the sphere of truth exposed his answer as false, casting further doubt upon him. From the side, an ally murmured the mistake Vlad had fallen into, the trap laid by wording. The words, always, just, and righteous, had been intentionally used to produce a deceptive response. Vlad insisted on his honesty, his voice echoing as divine scripts pulsed beneath him. Unfazed, the bishop asked again, turning the focus toward a mysterious incident from a year ago. The question revealed knowledge of a boy struck by black lightning in the back alleys. When asked directly, Vlad confirmed, it was him. Aware now the trial was more than judgment, grinning, the bishop declared the omen undeniable. Vlad was the cursed one they had long feared. The bishop's voice echoed with another question demanding if the lightning had granted Vlad divine revelation. Flashes of black lightning surged in his memory, the moment his fate had changed forever. As the courtroom watched, Vlad stood frozen, struggling to find a truthful answer, without condemning himself. Whispers filled the chamber as news of Vlad's connection to an ominous sign spread. Some doubted the accusation, but others questioned his silence, worried it confirmed something darker. Among the observers, one man realized the momentum had shifted, the crowd was turning against Vlad. He admitted Vlad's power had grown beyond logic, yet growth alone wasn't proof of heresy. Despite that, the man had witnessed it. Firsthand, the sword's brilliance was beyond anything human. Vlad's unmatched aura sparked awe and suspicion alike, painting him as both hero and threat. The bishop pressed for an answer, demanding Vlad speak. Yet the knight remained speechless. Conflicted, Vlad weighed both choices. Admission marked him a heretic. Denial would be seen as deceit. No matter his response, the outcome would serve the bishop's scheme, cornering him further. A voice within urged him to agree, claiming lying now would be far riskier. It suggested a plan: pretend he lost reason, stall for time, and keep his secret hidden. As realization dawned, Vlad's eyes widened, surprised to learn someone else was guiding him from within. The bishop yelled in frustration, demanding answers from Vlad, who remained silently composed despite rising pressure. A quiet voice urged Vlad to trust, strengthening his resolve as he lifted his gaze. He began to answer, but before he could explain, someone interrupted the proceedings with a loud objection. From the hall's entrance, a new figure advanced, calling out the injustice unfolding in plain sight. Vlad recognized him immediately: priest Andreas, whose sudden appearance shocked both spectators and clergy alike. Furious, the bishop objected, but Andreas declared himself the one who had personally vouched for Vlad. With defiance, Andreas claimed responsibility for raising Vlad's name before God, defending him with conviction. He argued that any suspicion should have first been addressed with him as Vlad's guarantor. Though hesitant, the bishop relented, granting permission for Andreas to join the trial proceedings officially. As they reunited, Vlad's expression softened, and Andreas reassured him before stepping forward. Facing the tribunal, Andreas firmly requested the question be repeated for the record. He announced that he would speak in Vlad's place from that moment forward. The bishop reiterated the earlier question regarding divine revelation following the Black Lightning incident. Andreas hesitated, then affirmed that Vlad's future actions would be guided by the voice. Together they stood firm before the bishop, marking a turning point in the trial. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they questioned whether the voice Vlad followed was divine. The bishop hesitated to answer, his authority challenged by the suggestion of heavenly origin. Andreas raised his hand, proclaiming that such a voice must come from the skies, not from evil. He declared that Vlad had wielded radiant power to overcome overwhelming darkness in the past. The priest listed Vlad's deeds: saving pilgrims, battling remnants of a dragon, and defending children from heretics. He urged everyone to recognize the rarity of a knight, supported by both high priests and saints. Whispers spread among the observers, slowly shifting opinion in Vlad's favor. Even the bishop reflected on legends, comparing Vlad to noble, born heroes who rose through hardship. He recalled Franz, a former street orphan turned swordmaster and king, emphasizing that origins don't define destiny. With tension lingering, the bishop asked if Vlad had lived as a criminal in Sora's alleys. Andreas responded calmly, describing Vlad's past actions as acts of emergency to survive, not crimes. He then questioned if the bishop had ever truly witnessed the suffering endured in those places. Andreas spoke of a world where stealing and violence were necessary for survival. He criticized the church for neglect, suggesting support could have ended cycles of tragedy. Despite his defense, the bishop questioned how someone so young could slay knights and a dragon. Andreas recalled the night Vlad emerged as a beacon of light, cutting through absolute darkness. He described a mercenary who illuminated the skies with divine brilliance to fulfill his mission. As Andreas proclaimed what he witnessed, the bishop demanded evidence, rejecting claims without formal proof. The response came swiftly: scrolls containing written testimonies from recognized figures across the continent. Knights and nobles including Duncan, Justin, and Volkov had all acknowledged Vlad's valor and strength. Despite this, the bishop dismissed them, insisting that his humble background still made him suspect. Faced with resistance, the bishop called for the ultimate measure: the seal of binding. A sacred box was carried in solemnly by Vatican paladins, causing tension to rise. Onlookers whispered nervously, wondering what holy artifact required such dramatic delivery. Bishop Pierre announced that the final question wouldn't be spoken, but revealed through divine means. As the box opened, the relic inside radiated divine energy, silencing the entire chamber. He declared the mirror of Saint Mariello would determine Vlad's fate through absolute truth. Gasps echoed as the bishop confirmed the relic's power. It exposed the true nature of the soul. Its judgment would override words, shining light on the depths of Vlad's intent and faith. With solemn authority, the bishop announced the exorcism trial would now commence. The chamber erupted in shock as the bishop demanded an exorcism ritual, stunning those present with its absurdity. Despite prior testimony proving Vlad's innocence, divine magic now surrounded him within a ritual circle. Calmly, the bishop justified the act as a duty to remove all doubt, manipulating perception to his favor. Observing from afar, a supporter realized the ritual would mark Vlad with disgrace, regardless of outcome. Truth had become irrelevant. The trial had transformed into a tool to isolate Vlad and discredit allies. The bishop's true intent emerged: a scheme to seize control of the north under holy guise. A priest protested, offering a holy relic capable of revealing the truth and exposing falsehoods. The bishop silenced him with accusations, twisting the relic's use into a divine mandate against evil. Cornered, Vlad was told only the impure should fear the relic, leaving refusal as silent confession. Though powerless to halt events, the priest assured Vlad the relic revealed only the presence of corruption. With calm faith, he expressed certainty in Vlad's soul, having seen his actions firsthand. Vlad remained silent, his eyes downcast, struggling to conceal the weight of what awaited. The bishop ordered Vlad forward, demanding he face the relic without delay. Slowly, Vlad stepped ahead, clutching the book tightly as magical glyphs lit the ground beneath him. He whispered reassurance to himself, but uncertainty lingered, hidden beneath his solemn expression. Surrounded by cosmic light, Vlad heard a voice urging him to move forward with pride. He stood still, absorbing the call to walk toward the light as he always had. With determination, he stepped ahead, triggering a radiant surge as he entered the relic's domain. A gentle smile formed as he accepted his path, his heart anchored in quiet resolve. Before him appeared a familiar knightly figure, his former mentor, wrapped in divine brilliance. At long last, mentor and student reunited in this sanctified realm, both grounded in purpose. Vlad finally understood the blacksmith's gaze, one filled with hope unspoken through words. His master had always wished for him to wield the sword without hesitation or regret. The knight declared his teachings complete, though regret lingered that their time had been brief. Vlad questioned the knight's words, confused by their deeper meaning. He learned the world of knights extended far beyond what he had known until now. As the mentor prepared to part, he urged Vlad to forge his own world from here. Vlad admitted doubt, uncertain if he'd ever reach the depths alone. The knight smiled softly, placing faith in his growth and strength. With final words, he promised they'd meet again beyond, in a deeper world yet to come. The vision faded as his mentor bid farewell, disappearing into the heavens, like a vanishing star. Vlad reached toward the light, eyes shut, heart heavy with resolve and silent understanding. Reality returned. He now stood before the sacred relic, alone once again under the cathedral's gaze. The bishop barked impatiently, demanding Vlad open his eyes and face judgment through the holy mirror. Silent for a moment, Vlad acknowledged the situation and whispered his resolve under his breath. As light gathered in his eyes, he vowed inwardly to press forward no matter the cost. With quiet determination, he faced the relic fully, releasing the divine energy, now awakening around him. Radiance surged outward, bathing the cathedral in light as astonished faces filled the crowd. Shock spread quickly as those present realized something extraordinary was unfolding before their eyes. A burst of white light erupted from the relic, pure, untainted, and impossible to fake. They named it the Light of Dawn, a miracle only granted to souls without a trace of shame. Waves of divine power spiraled upward, signaling the heavens had answered unmistakably. From the city streets, citizens looked skyward, noticing the winds swirl around the cathedral tower. Crowds gathered below, watching as the sky responded with unnatural force to the unfolding revelation. From the market to the harbor, word spread the trial had summoned a divine sign. Overhead, divine energy spiraled above the cathedral, leaving the entire city in stunned silence. Inside, Vlad stood before the mirror, its reflection casting proof too undeniable to ignore. While light confirmed his purity, the bishop muttered confusion, unable to grasp why this was happening. In frustration, he shouted innocence, believing he had done nothing worthy of such judgment. Divine lightning surged, tearing through the cathedral like a verdict from the heavens. The crowd reacted in shock, yet the voice resounded clearly: the boy had committed no wrong. Vlad had done only what survival demanded, enduring trials beyond ordinary men. His actions, though misunderstood, were necessary steps taken in a cruel and broken world. In the end, the last to defend him was the very voice that guided him throughout. A sacred relic shattered instantly upon reflecting the bishop's face, cracks splitting across its divine surface. From the grand altar, stunned clergy stared as glass rained down, disbelief rooted in silence. The bishop, hiding unease, insisted the knight's soul broke the relic, though no evil had been seen. A priest suggested lightning struck the relic's spirit, theorizing it as a powerful anomaly defying logic. The bishop admitted the phenomenon glowed brilliantly, too pure to be evil, yet far too intense. He declared it must be reported to the Vatican, suspecting this strange force would draw renewed scrutiny. A message from San Rosino arrived, demanding Bishop Pierre explain his involvement with the Black Knight. Threats followed non-compliance, would launch an official investigation into Pierre's conduct and hidden affiliations. Infuriated, the bishop ordered a mage summoned and a message sent to the Dragonblood Duke. At a distant manor, allies confirmed San Rosino had acted swiftly, exploiting long-standing resentment. They discussed the Vatican's neglect of the northern diocese, a grievance festering over many years. Now, with central bias exposed, political tides began to shift, granting new leverage to suppressed regions. The northern lords had formed an alliance with San Rosino, seeking to challenge centralized power. Vorden updated his superior, though the priest was recovering. He remained weakened from travel. Wishing to protect him, the leader asked that the priest stay sheltered for the winter ahead. Lord Joseph admitted they only used Vlad's case as leverage to summon a key political figure. This man's influence was undeniable, his very presence enough to pressure Bishop Pierre into compliance. Recognizing his value, Joseph emphasized the need to keep him under control during such critical times. As the man entered, Joseph questioned what could be done about someone so unpredictable. He expressed his frustration while he planned carefully. The white-haired knight always disrupted expectations. Now under Vatican observation, the knight's interference had already triggered consequences within their operations. Apologetically, Vlad listened, as Joseph spoke of divine blessing possibly residing within him. Though Vlad denied it, Joseph dismissed his doubt, stating that he'd ensure the outcome himself. The declaration left Vlad stunned, uncertain of the weight behind such determined conviction. Joseph handed over a large sack of gold, calling it Vlad's special reward for achievements. The others explained it wasn't a salary but a yearly honor paid discreetly. Realizing the amount exceeded 300 gold, Vlad questioned why it was so generous. Joseph confirmed every past contribution had been recorded, credit now given since Vlad was officially a knight. He reminded Vlad that with honor came responsibility, something he must never forget. Referencing Vlad's defiance of divine pardon, Joseph warned that failure now bore lasting consequences. Joseph declared Vlad must be held accountable, delivering the sentence of exile from Sora without hesitation. Stunned by the judgment, Vlad struggled to process the words as silence weighed on the room. Others remained quiet, unsure how to respond to the sudden and severe punishment handed down. Confusion gripped Vlad as he questioned the meaning behind his banishment from the capital. Joseph explained that leniency would only invite future attacks from the Vatican and their allies. To prevent further scrutiny, Vlad was ordered to leave within a week. Swift action was now necessary. Elsewhere, Young men casually imagined what they'd do with 100 gold, dreaming of new lives. Ideas of business or land ownership floated between them, though most scoffed at each other's chances. When asked, Vlad quietly continued cleaning, uninterested in dreams he thought were out of reach. He answered seriously if given that much, he'd first pay off his debts without hesitation. His honesty surprised the others, who pressed him on whether gambling caused the burden. Vlad simply clarified they were small debts he owed, unwilling to explain further. Preparing to leave Sora, Vlad decided it was time to settle everything before his departure. Despite being told not to, he insisted on paying the inn fees he owed. The woman noted his generosity toward orphans and estimated more funds would be needed for the inn's future. Vlad called his payment an investment, offering Marcella a share of profits once the inn succeeded. Motivated by his trust, Marcella vowed to work harder, refusing to let her supporter suffer loss. She admitted she had hoped to hand everything off to Zemina, but couldn't abandon Rose's future. Marcella gently reminded Vlad to care for himself, pointing out how little time he stayed after returning. He promised to return safely this time, smiling at her with quiet confidence. Lowering his head, he thanked her sincerely, leaving her puzzled by the sudden gratitude. Surprised, Marcella waited as Vlad silently reflected on his past and how far he had come. He remembered when she first brought him into her world, offering warmth to a forgotten boy. That kindness had brought color to the gray life he once lived, transforming emptiness into purpose. Water swayed dangerously inside the wooden bucket, rippling with each step taken down the empty corridor. A young boy struggled to balance the load, face tight with effort as he moved alone. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted, warning him of the spill. Sir Vlad had appeared at his side. Walking together, Vlad asked about the priest's condition, concerned about his worsening health during winter. The boy explained how the priest had ignored the cold and even argued with the bishop. Vlad offered assistance, but the boy declined, saying Lord Joseph had already done more than enough. Curiously, the boy asked if Vlad truly received the blessing of God, as rumors claimed. Vlad dismissed the stories, noting how tales often grow beyond truth with each retelling. Even so, the boy smiled, saying the priest admired Vlad becoming a full-fledged knight. The boy reaffirmed the blessing story, while Vlad again insisted the situation was misunderstood. Laughing, the boy asked if he could one day boast about praying beside a knight. Vlad allowed it with a small smile, finding humor in the boy's innocent admiration. As they parted, Vlad thanked him and resumed his path down the quiet hall. He had intended to visit the priest, but paused, reminded the man remained bedridden. A thought struck him mid-step. His expression shifted as realization quietly settled into his eyes. Vlad walked alone through the quiet corridor, footsteps echoing faintly beneath the vaulted ceiling above him. He paused at the fountain's edge, surrounded by stillness, noting the absence of the once familiar voice. Memory stirred. This was the first time in years he'd truly felt alone with his thoughts. At a tavern in town, Gregory sighed, nursing a drink while lamenting their history of disciplinary trouble. Vlad, seated beside him, agreed with a chuckle, acknowledging the pattern they couldn't seem to break. Gregory asked when Vlad planned to leave. Vlad replied he might depart earlier if preparations allowed. Despite past complications, Gregory noted their plan succeeded. Shawara would now fall under Kanyar family influence. Vlad took comfort in the outcome, appreciating the stability earned through difficult choices and action. Grateful, Gregory promised lifelong sponsorship from his patriarch, hoping to repay Vlad's efforts with lasting support. Gregory recalled Vlad's actions during battle, admiring how he upheld true knightly ideals under pressure. He praised Vlad for living by the Swordmaster's code even when others faltered or turned away. Vlad listened silently, the rare words of pride from Gregory sinking deeper than expected. Before parting, Gregory raised a toast, urging Vlad to stay safe on the journey ahead. Vlad smiled softly at the gesture, acknowledging the bond they now shared without speaking further. Together, their mugs met mid-air, an unspoken farewell between two warriors shaped by hardship and trust. Golden light bathed the harbor as ships rested under the sky, sails idle against the breeze. Harvin marveled at the sight, nostalgic over how long it had been since he saw a proper vessel. Spotting a Carrack-class ship, he commented on its value and difficulty in steering through frozen rivers. As they walked along the docks, Vlad asked if Harvin still dreamed of sailing beyond Sora. Without hesitation, Harvin confirmed it, eyes steady, with quiet certainty. Noticing the odd questions, he asked Vlad what brought on the sudden interest in ships today. Vlad stopped beside a modest vessel, noting its cost and practicality compared to others nearby. Harvin recognized the ship as a cog widely used and efficient for merchants. With a calm expression, Vlad revealed he had bought it to repay the loyalty Harvin had always shown. He explained that while Harvin limped on land, the open sea offered freedom without limitation. Handing over the ship deed, Vlad urged him to sign it under his name. Speechless, Harvin clutched the deed tightly as Vlad confirmed the ship now belonged to him. Still processing the gesture, Harvin could only whisper disbelief, overwhelmed by emotion. Vlad gently placed a captain's hat onto his head, smile soft but proud. With a final word of congratulations, he addressed him formally, Captain Harvin. Vlad visited the graves in Alsworth, offering silent farewells to those he wouldn't see again. He formally thanked Sir Maxim and Sir Vosram, both of whom had played key roles in recent events. Final meetings with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade brought closure, slowly easing the burden of unpaid debts. Later, he met with Otar and Harvin inside a dim inn, firelight casting shadows across the room. Otar was instructed to assist Harvin in a new trading venture between Struha and the Canyer family. Though it wasn't the open sea, Vlad said it was a promising start to Harvin's first voyage. Harvin was surprised by the prepared trade connections, realizing Vlad had set everything in motion early. Vlad insisted that planning ahead was necessary, especially when timing couldn't be guaranteed. He admitted his departure was set for dawn, though one final person remained on his list. Outside a closed room, Vlad called to Zemina, demanding she open the door and speak to him. Inside, she sat curled up on her bed, unmoving despite his repeated calls. He threatened to break the door down, unwilling to leave without resolving what remained unsaid. Zemina finally spoke, revealing she knew what had happened at Captain Hoover's hideout. Vlad warned her once more, counting aloud with determination. At the count of 3, he acted prepared to face whatever truth lay behind the door. Zemina finally opened the door, eyes cautious as she faced Vlad in the hallway. Frustrated, she told him to speak quickly and leave her guard up, voice sharp. Vlad admitted he could no longer wait, asking her to understand that his time had run out. Without warning, Vlad lifted Zemina into his arms, startling her with the sudden movement. She struggled in shock, demanding he explain himself and put her down immediately. Unfazed, Vlad insisted she come with him, his expression calm as he leapt forward with purpose. Water swayed dangerously inside the wooden bucket, rippling with each step taken down the empty corridor. A young boy struggled to balance the load, face tight with effort as he moved alone. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted, warning him of the spill. Sir Vlad had appeared at his side. Walking together, Vlad asked about the priest's condition, concerned about his worsening health during winter. The boy explained how the priest had ignored the cold and even argued with the bishop. Vlad offered assistance, but the boy declined, saying Lord Joseph had already done more than enough. Curiously, the boy asked if Vlad truly received the blessing of God as rumors claimed. Vlad dismissed the stories, noting how tales often grow beyond truth with each retelling. Even so, the boy smiled, saying the priest admired Vlad becoming a full-fledged knight. The boy reaffirmed the blessing story, while Vlad again insisted the situation was misunderstood, laughing. The boy asked if he could one day boast about praying beside a knight. Vlad allowed it with a small smile, finding humor in the boy's innocent admiration. As they parted, Vlad thanked him and resumed his path down the quiet hall. He had intended to visit the priest, but paused, reminded the man remained bedridden. A thought struck him mid-step. His expression shifted as realization quietly settled into his eyes. Vlad walked alone through the quiet corridor, footsteps echoing faintly beneath the vaulted ceiling above him. He paused at the fountain's edge, surrounded by stillness, noting the absence of the once familiar voice. Memories stirred. This was the first time in years he'd truly felt alone with his thoughts. At a tavern in town, Gregory sighed, nursing a drink while lamenting their history of disciplinary trouble. Vlad, seated beside him, agreed with a chuckle, acknowledging the pattern they couldn't seem to break. Gregory asked when Vlad planned to leave. Vlad replied he might depart earlier, if preparations allowed. Despite past complications, Gregory noted their plan succeeded. Skawara would now fall under Canyer family influence. Vlad took comfort in the outcome, appreciating the stability earned through difficult choices and action. Grateful, Gregory promised lifelong sponsorship from his patriarch, hoping to repay Vlad's efforts with lasting support. Gregory recalled Vlad's actions during battle, admiring how he upheld true knightly ideals under pressure. He praised Vlad for living by the Swordmaster's code, even when others faltered or turned away. Vlad listened silently, the rare words of pride from Gregory sinking deeper than expected. Before parting, Gregory raised a toast, urging Vlad to stay safe on the journey ahead. Vlad smiled softly at the gesture, acknowledging the bond they now shared without speaking further. Together their mugs met midair, an unspoken farewell between two warriors shaped by hardship and trust. Golden light bathed the harbor as ships rested under the sky, sails idle against the breeze. Harvin marveled at the sight, nostalgic over how long it had been since he saw a proper vessel. Spotting a Carrack-class ship, he commented on its value and difficulty in steering through frozen rivers. As they walked along the docks, Vlad asked if Harvin still dreamed of sailing beyond Sura. Without hesitation, Harvin confirmed it, eyes steady with quiet certainty. Noticing the odd questions, he asked Vlad what brought on the sudden interest in ships today. Vlad stopped beside a modest vessel, noting its cost and practicality compared to others nearby. Harvin recognized the ship as a cog widely used and efficient for merchants. With a calm expression, Vlad revealed he had bought it to repay the loyalty Harvin had always shown. He explained that while Harvin limped on land, the open sea offered freedom without limitation. Handing over the ship deed, Vlad urged him to sign it under his name. Speechless, Harvin clutched the deed tightly as Vlad confirmed the ship now belonged to him. Still processing the gesture, Harvin could only whisper disbelief, overwhelmed by emotion. Vlad gently placed a captain's hat onto his head, smile soft but proud. With a final word of congratulations, he addressed him formally, Captain Harvin. Vlad visited the graves in Alsworth, offering silent farewells to those he wouldn't see again. He formally thanked Sir Maxim and Sir Vosram, both of whom had played key roles in recent events. Final meetings with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade brought closure, slowly easing the burden of unpaid debts. Later, he met with Otar and Harvin inside a dim inn, firelight casting shadows across the room. Otar was instructed to assist Harvin in a new trading venture between Struha and the Kanyar family. Though it wasn't the open sea, Vlad said it was a promising start to Harvin's first voyage. Harvin was surprised by the prepared trade connections, realizing Vlad had set everything in motion early. Vlad insisted that planning ahead was necessary, especially when timing couldn't be guaranteed. He admitted his departure was set for dawn, though one final person remained on his list. Outside a closed room, Vlad called to Zamina, demanding she open the door and speak to him. Inside, she sat curled up on her bed, unmoving despite his repeated calls. He threatened to break the door down, unwilling to leave without resolving what remained unsaid. Zamina finally spoke, revealing she knew what had happened at Captain Hoover's hideout. Vlad warned her once more, counting aloud with determination. At the count of 3, he acted prepared to face whatever truth lay behind the door. Zamina finally opened the door, eyes cautious as she faced Vlad in the hallway. Frustrated, she told him to speak quickly and leave her guard up, voice sharp. Vlad admitted he could no longer wait, asking her to understand that his time had run out. Without warning, Vlad lifted Zamina into his arms, startling her with a sudden movement. She struggled in shock, demanding he explain himself and put her down immediately. Unfazed, Vlad insisted she come with him, his expression calm as he leapt forward with purpose. In the isolated region of Dobreket, the night loomed cold and tense over the Baron's estate. Baron Dalmatia slammed the armrest in fury, unable to accept the repeated attacks on his domain. Frustration boiled over as he questioned his knights, blaming their failure despite their nighttime patrols. His anger intensified, berating the knights without pause, refusing to hear any further justification. Though the knights apologized, the Baron's thoughts drifted to the land's barren soil and harsh climate, with limited resources. He realized that losing even a planting season meant starvation for the entire domain. In a sudden fit of rage, he hurled a goblet at the wall, blood flying from impact. Driven by desperation, Dalmatia considered using commoners for labor, placing survival above morality. Determined, he ordered every soldier mobilized to protect the only remaining barley fields at all costs. Exhausted, the Baron clutched his head, weighed down by responsibility, contemplating hiring mercenaries. His paranoia grew as he muttered about the forest, uneasy about its eerie aura that night. Meanwhile, 2 knights prepared for patrol, inspecting supplies left behind by a pilgrim who never returned. Suspicion rose as one knight questioned the missing flint, frustrated by the lack of preparation. Tension escalated between them, blame traded over the broken tool as cold crept in. Faced with freezing night, they finally began rubbing sticks, hoping to survive until dawn. Shivering in the cold, the blonde knight's patience snapped. He couldn't endure the freezing night any longer. He drew his sword abruptly, startling his companion, who quickly panicked at the sudden shift in mood. The other knight nervously offered to handle the fire, starting, frightened by the clear threat in the air. Moments later, the blonde knight called out into the woods, requesting a flint from a stranger nearby. A cloaked figure on horseback emerged, confusing the knights as they hadn't noticed anyone approaching. Strangely, the presence was silent. Tension thickened as the forest around them grew unnervingly still. From the trees, a bandit stepped out, mocking the knights for their sharp hearing. Realization struck too late, ambushed by enemies. The knight panicked as more figures appeared behind him. The bandit leader mocked their resistance, accusing them of acting brave instead of fleeing when they had the chance. The thugs jeered, one suggesting they could profit by selling the blonde knight due to his looks. As they questioned his origins, the knight ignored their threats, calmly asking again for a flint. Confused by his strange behavior, the leader laughed, assuming the knight was insane. A faint glow pulsed in the knight's eyes as he muttered a quiet "never mind." He gripped his sword with purpose, deciding there was no reason to delay the inevitable. Having left his hometown with resolve, he stood ready to face the danger without hesitation. Bathed in radiant energy, Vlad's determination reignited. He vowed to reclaim the resolve he had lost. While the bandits laughed and demanded surrender, Vlad's glowing presence silenced their arrogance. Seeing their deaths reflected in his blade, the thugs froze. Their confidence shattered in an instant. At dawn, soldiers guarded the forest edge, uneasy about the unnatural stillness hanging in the air. They whispered about rumors and monsters, quickly drawing weapons at the sound of movement. What emerged from the mist was not a beast, but a figure mounted on a dark horse. Panicked soldiers mistook the approach for an attack, bracing themselves against what they thought was a monster. Instead, Vlad calmly appeared, reining in his horse while dragging captives behind him. He revealed the truth: these were the bandits who had terrorized the region for weeks, bloodied and restrained. The captured criminals marched forward under heavy guard. Soldiers gasped as Vlad introduced himself, declaring his affiliation as a knight of Bayezid. Without arrogance, he simply asked to meet the Lord, having fulfilled his duty without request. Inside the manor, the Baron greeted Vlad warmly, astonished by the young knight's reputation. With gratitude, Vlad acknowledged the welcome, maintaining his composed and respectful tone. The Baron insisted he stay, eager to host the man who ended the trouble haunting Dobrichet. The Baron confirmed the bandit count, to which Vlad calmly added that some criminals had escaped. Amused by Vlad's honesty, the Baron praised his efforts and promised a generous reward. Curious, he asked whether Vlad had come to prove himself. Noticing the knight's banner and resolve, Vlad confirmed it, while internally reminding himself of his true mission, tracing the voice's presence. The Baron commended his noble goal, calling him a rare, honorable knight in a corrupt world. He then described mysterious incidents, missing crops, vanishing tools, and soldiers finding nothing after full night patrols. Despite frequent security, thefts continued without signs of intrusion or struggle, deepening the Baron's suspicion. He reasoned that if it were beasts or bandits, someone would have seen or heard them. Rumors spread among elders. Some believed spirits from the forest were behind the strange events. Unaware of the danger, a little girl wandered into the woods, happily picking handfuls of wild berries, delighted by the taste. She imagined sharing them with her mother, and continued deeper into the trees. Then she sensed that something unnatural was watching, hidden behind the bushes, drawing silently closer. Suspicion crept over the dark-haired man as he sensed something off about the Baron's request. Arriving at the Baron estate, he questioned the validity of their bounty amid clear poverty. The blonde knight warned that the lord lacked funds and might offer excuses over payment. Jokingly, the man asked about a famed knight's credibility, only to hear an unexpected name: Vorden the Swindler. He reacted in disbelief, recalling the odd man with a rugged look and questionable charm. The knight explained that Sir Joseph valued usefulness above all else, regardless of one's reputation. Orders were given to confront a baron in the central region and test persuasive skills. Told to use his northern instincts shaped by deception, he paused, stunned by the task. A grin formed as the idea settled in. He accepted the challenge with eager confidence. At nightfall, the group approached the ominous Dobrichet forest, a place steeped in superstition. News arrived that a child had gone missing near the woods earlier that morning. Locals mentioned a strange pit near a thicket. Soldiers quietly listened while doubts lingered. Just as the Baron expressed sorrow for the child, something caught the knight's sharp attention. Without warning, he silenced the Baron forcefully, reacting before more deception spilled forth. The Baron froze in panic, eyes wide as the knight whispered a warning. Something was terribly wrong. Suspicious of the Baron's nervous expression, Vlad stayed alert as the group advanced toward the forest clearing. As tension built, Vlad's instincts reacted to a faint sound, prompting him to suddenly draw his sword. In one swift motion, he lunged toward a cloaked figure, causing the Baron to panic and scream. While others scrambled in confusion, a knight called for the soldiers to follow Vlad without hesitation. Charging forward, Vlad left the rest behind, focused entirely on what had just vanished from sight. Realization struck: their bait had been stolen without leaving a single sign or trace behind. Vlad requested a shovel and quickly started digging at the suspected location near the thicket. He paused, hearing something below. though there were no prints or motion to confirm it. Curious, he asked how far the child's last known spot was, and learned it was nearby. Without delay, Vlad struck the ground, uncovering a deep vertical tunnel hidden beneath the soil. Peering down, he noticed the structure wasn't natural, clearly not made by human hands. He ordered the captain to lead them to the exact spot where the child disappeared. Back at the manor, someone questioned Vlad's decision to summon the village elders for a meeting. The knight explained that Vlad hoped to gather old knowledge through oral tradition about past events. Uncomfortable, the official suspected this meant hidden truths would be exposed by those too old to fear. Concerns rose about the emblem seen on Vlad's banner, a symbol linked to the Vatican. Realizing Vlad held influence beyond their assumptions, the observer hesitated to interfere with his search. Despite unease, he ordered someone to discreetly follow Vlad, wary of him uncovering dangerous truths. Vlad began questioning the village elders, asking if any memory from the past could help. Moved by his partner's emotional plea, the elders finally spoke of past disappearances during childhood. They revealed forgotten rites once performed to prevent children from vanishing into unknown forces beneath the ground. Curious, Vlad pressed further, asking for the purpose behind the mysterious rituals. At first, the elders hesitated, avoiding his gaze and offering only silence in response. Eventually, one admitted that the rites were meant to appease an earth spirit dwelling nearby. The claim confirmed suspicion something ancient lurked in the forest, and it demanded offerings. Wanting clarity, Vlad stepped aside to let his companion handle the sensitive conversation with the elders. With trust built, the elders agreed to share what they knew, hoping the knight could stop the threat. Outside, a local nervously approached Vlad, warning him about the Vatican's stance on forbidden idol rites. Vlad calmly acknowledged the risk, aware that involvement with heretical customs could lead to severe punishment. The villager panicked, realizing Vlad fully understood the danger, yet continued forward without hesitation. Vlad calmly acknowledged the man's fear, stating he understood the traditions and wouldn't interfere with them. To ease suspicion, he declared he heard nothing about rites or spirits and swore it to God. He asked the man to stop spying on him and deliver that message clearly to his lord, caught off guard. The man quickly apologized for any offense and stepped away in visible discomfort. Vlad regrouped with the captain, asking if he had learned anything new from the elders. The captain explained the spirit was tied to agriculture, appeased through rites to ensure fertile land. Though skeptical, the captain said the belief wasn't about fear, but about balance and seasonal blessings. He mentioned how the entity supposedly lived underground, surfacing only when provoked or forgotten. Vlad pieced the stories together regardless of terms used. They all described the same buried threat. Under the moonlit forest, an eerie stillness blanketed the land as preparations were quietly underway. Near a flat rock, one soldier questioned the tactic, unsure why bait was placed so unusually. The white-haired captain explained that stone might block whatever dug through soil from emerging. A skeptical teammate worried it might bypass stone, digging as habit rather than necessities. Silence cut through the air as the captain sensed something unnatural closing in. Ripples disturbed the ground nearby, a presence approaching the bait with purpose. Shadows flickered while the creature bypassed the bait on soil and approached the pile on rock. Its claw surfaced from beneath, unable to breach the stone. Just as predicted, the captain calmly prepared his weapon, eyes narrowing as the target revealed itself. To their surprise, a tiny glowing mole-like creature appeared, joyful over the seed offering. The team stared in disbelief, unsure whether they'd summoned a threat or something harmless. One soldier exploded in frustration, dismissing the creature as a mere mole, not an earth spirit. The captain disagreed, identifying the creature as a rare and powerful shining mole. Light flared as the mole suddenly burst with speed, catching the observers off guard. In a blur, it launched something from its mouth, an orb pulsing with unknown energy. The captain swiftly lunged forward, seizing the glowing mole in a sudden firm grip. Startled by the capture, the mole let out a cry as light burst from its body. Just as the others called out to confirm success, a strange flash engulfed both captor and creature. A moment later, the captain stood alone as a shimmering distortion pulsed beneath his feet. One of the soldiers froze in confusion, unable to comprehend the abrupt disappearance. Panic spread among the team as they shouted and scanned the area for their missing leader. A nearby horse's sudden movement drew attention to the spot where the captain vanished. Frustrated by the situation, a soldier muttered in disbelief, overwhelmed by the bizarre turn of events. Looking down, he spotted a wide pit in the ground, deep, dark, and freshly opened. Echoes filled the tunnel as the captain plummeted rapidly through the vast underground shaft. Spinning in freefall, he struggled to brace for impact in the unknown depths. Landing hard, he slid to a stop amidst dust and shadows far beneath the surface, Relieved to be alive, the captain took a breath and surveyed his new surroundings. Strange roots twisted across the cavern walls, suggesting this was no natural formation. He glanced at the glowing mole. This passage below might hold the true purpose of their mission. Frustrated, the captain demanded answers from the mole, shaking it for leading him into danger. After venting, he admitted that without the creature, he'd be completely lost underground. Accepting the situation, he unsheathed his weapon and mentally prepared for further unknown threats. A sudden glow radiated from his body as magical energy responded to his heightened alertness. The mole, sensing his resolve, reacted by summoning a faint light orb to assist him. Realizing escape wouldn't be easy, the captain concluded the tunnel must lead somewhere if followed carefully. Determined, he jokingly threatened the mole, vowing to eat it if they remained trapped. He moved deeper through the maze, like tunnel, guided by the glowing creature's presence. Time passed in silence as the captain grew weary of the seemingly endless underground path. Darkness thickened around them, prompting the captain to request the mole act as a lantern. The creature obliged, illuminating their surroundings, earning the captain's half-hearted praise. Although exhausted, he admitted the mole was the only reason he hadn't turned back. A faint breeze grew stronger, signaling proximity to the surface ahead. Then he spotted it, light piercing down from above through an open gap. Relieved, the captain laughed and raced forward, confident their direction had been right all along. Vlad halted abruptly as a sharp vibration echoed through the passage, instantly putting him on alert. The shining mole trembled violently in his grasp, reacting instinctively to the unfamiliar sound. Lowering his stance, Vlad recognized the creature's fear as a warning rather than panic. Dust drifted from the tunnel walls as pressure built nearby, carrying an oppressive presence. Drawing his sword halfway, Vlad sensed power flowing through the vibration itself. Choosing caution, he decided to climb upward before confronting whatever lurked below. Emerging from the passage, Vlad peered into the forest, relieved to reach the surface again. That relief vanished when the ground shook violently beneath his feet. A massive armored beast burst into view, its presence overwhelming and unmistakably hostile. Clutching the shaking mole, Vlad finally understood what had terrified it underground. His gaze locked onto a towering tree radiating unnatural energy. Instinct and experience aligned as he identified it as the origin of a powerful spirit. Dark energy twisted around the tree's roots, confirming its corruption. Vlad resolved to intervene, knowing the spirit's existence threatened everything nearby. Placing the mole aside, he stepped forward alone, preparing to confront the source directly. Vlad crouched low, calculating distance as his fingers gripped the ground for balance and momentum. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward, channeling focus into one decisive sword draw. His eyes locked on the approaching beast, reading its movement with calm intensity. As the monster roared, Vlad launched into the air, sword glowing with aura. The enemy noticed too late. Vlad's blade descended in a flash of green energy. The strike connected cleanly, cutting through flesh and forcing the beast to the ground. A shadow twisted behind him. Ominous purple smoke now swirled in unnatural shapes. Recognizing the energy immediately, Vlad muttered in irritation, eyes narrowing in realization. It was them again, the unknown force behind multiple disturbances, now appearing once more. Beneath the pale moon, Noir's comrade called out desperately, voice echoing into the silent forest canopy. Frustration overtook him as he shouted again, demanding any response from the captain lost below. Falling to his knees beside the hole, he trembled, overwhelmed by silence and mounting dread. Gripping his head, he muttered to himself, struggling to make sense of the captain's disappearance. He debated whether to descend, imagining the worst-case scenario that would require pulling someone up. Choosing caution, he decided to return to the village for a rope, hoping to avoid disaster. Just as he turned away, a nearby voice questioned where he was headed in such haste. Startled, he recalled rumors of inhuman cries from the forest, and considered if this was connected. His eyes locked on a strange area ahead. Uncertainty crept in as he approached the faint glow. Trying to stay composed, he convinced himself to simply follow Noir rather than act impulsively. Dread lingered as he moved, passing through darkened woods, his steps unwilling but resolute. Meanwhile, energy surged underground. Noir awakened, gripping his sword as mystical power enveloped him. Exploding from the depths, Noir charged the beast, cloaked in shadowy aura, blade flashing bright. He darted beneath its strike, slicing through flesh, and halting its momentum in one motion. Landing cleanly, he confirmed the success. Its legs crippled, the threat temporarily neutralized. Noir rushed in again, aiming another strike, but the enemy reacted faster, its blade descending with force. Caught by surprise, he was flung backward, magical pressure exploding from the clash of energies. The monster unleashed a torrent of cursed aura, sending Noir hurtling into the sky uncontrollably. He crashed into the earth, barely regaining balance. mind racing to understand what just happened. A realization struck. Its aura was thick with malice, unlike any regular beast he had fought. Images flashed in his mind. This creature resembled a figure from his past, equally soaked in darkness. The enemy stirred again, rising unnaturally as its twisted body rejected the fatal blow. Dark energy poured from its core, bones realigning, flesh reknitting as it roared in defiance. Noir understood immediately. This monster bore the same trait, immortality. Simple attacks would achieve nothing. Determined, Noir steadied his stance, deciding to access the same force granted by the celestial voice. Memories of the awakening surged when his world had briefly touched the realm beyond comprehension. Power returned as arcs of lightning struck him once more, divine energy flowing back into his blade, now fully awakened. He closed the distance again, light surging violently around his form. Dodging a furious swing, Noir's blade carved across the beast's flank with deadly precision. While the monster flinched, Noir repositioned swiftly, preparing another strike before the regeneration could finish. Electric energy crackled around Noir as he stood firm, preparing for relentless assault against the undying foe. He made his intent clear: if it couldn't die, he would cut until it did. Under the moonlight, a fierce clash erupted, lightning and black aura exploding through the forest canopy. The monster retaliated violently, swinging its massive weapon, but Noir countered with precise lightning-infused strikes. Despite exhaustion showing on his bloodied face, Noir refused to fall back or flinch. He unleashed another powerful blow, the impact tearing through ground and air alike in defiance. Staggering back, Noir tried to catch his breath, but the beast remained unrelenting. Its glowing eyes narrowed as it rose again, body fully healed from every fatal injury. Desperation crept into Noir's thoughts. He had severed everything, yet the creature still fought like new. Reflecting on his attempts, Noir recalled piercing lungs, bursting heart, and tearing intestines, all useless. He wondered if his perspective was still too narrow, unable to match the voice's world. Pushing doubts aside, he resolved to think only about the next strike, not the failure behind him. Determined, he vowed to dismember the creature completely if that's what it took to win. As the beast chuckled, Noir warned it to stay silent, fury rising in his voice. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Something moved in the forest. He feared another presence was approaching. Lightning surged around Noir's body as he prepared to strike. Instincts sharpened by the presence nearby. Charging forward, he released a devastating attack that sent shockwaves tearing through the forest. From afar, his companion called his name in alarm, watching the monster absorb the hit and roar. With one final crash, the enemy collapsed, leaving only smoke and silence in its wake. Noir approached cautiously, heart pounding, yet couldn't suppress a laugh after confirming his horse was unscathed. He checked for injuries, smiling through exhaustion, relieved the beast hadn't harmed his closest ally. Suddenly, a dark presence emerged again from the mist, stopping Noir mid-step in disbelief. Its wounds remained open. He realized something was wrong. The monster wasn't regenerating this time. Shocked, Noir theorized that the spirit's power must be suppressing the creature's immortality completely. His suspicion confirmed, Noir observed closely as the creature stayed defensive, no longer regenerating. Without hesitation, he gave the signal to Noir the horse, both prepared to finish it. Resolved, Noir's gaze hardened. He would no longer hesitate now that victory seemed within reach. A memory resurfaced, an old truth: power alone secures what's precious in a cruel world. Even a pure heart couldn't protect without strength, and weakness only invited loss. Now fully awakened, Noir embraced the lesson, eyes locked on his foe as he charged again. A guiding principle echoed in Noir's mind: wielding a sword for those who cannot defend themselves. His grip tightened as the memory settled. This was the true meaning behind the Swordmaster's vow. Lightning burst beneath the hooves as Noir charged forward, embodying the spirit of a true knight. Noir descended from above, enveloped in lightning, targeting the beast below with deadly precision. The monster raised its axe instinctively, sensing the danger but unable to react in time. Their clash erupted mid-air, energy exploding as blade met flesh and brute strength collided with skill. Staggering back, the beast's bloodshot eyes narrowed, rage swelling after the searing impact struck true. Noir pursued relentlessly, lightning trailing behind him as he charged another devastating strike. The enemy braced itself, but the blast hurled it across the field, tearing through the terrain. Amid the dust, Noir landed calmly, watching as the wounded beast rose once more with effort. Shaking from the damage, the creature forced itself forward, fury outweighing pain. Encouraged by progress, Noir's allies realized his blows were breaking through the beast's defenses. Wounded and bleeding, the monster snarled, retreating briefly before lunging back toward Noir. Noir remained focused, blood on his cheek, unmoved by the enemy's renewed charge. Despite a warning to stop, he struck again. sending tremors through the battlefield. The beast collapsed briefly beneath a tree, blood pooling beneath its trembling form. Noir advanced without hesitation, closing the distance as his foe clawed at the ground. With a roar of defiance, the monster leapt forward again, refusing to fall without resistance. Riding ahead, the silver-haired knight analyzed the creature's movements, noting it could only grapple, not strike. He remained calm but alert, acknowledging its intelligence. This was no mindless brute. The beast clearly recognized Noir as the primary danger and focused entirely on neutralizing him. A critical thought emerged: attacking recklessly might risk damaging the spirit's origin behind the beast. Conflicted, another knight hesitated with sword in hand, torn between defense and consequence. As doubt lingered, an unexpected movement near the creature's hand caused alarm. To his surprise, a small spirit creature appeared beside him, clutching a glowing amber shard. He warned it of the danger, urging it to hide, while tension filled the air. The creature refused, instead channeling radiant energy into the amber with a determined cry. Brilliant golden light surged from the relic, illuminating the area in waves of spiritual resonance. The knight's eyes widened, realizing the elf's amber had activated in response to nearby power. Even the monstrous beast reacted, pausing its movements under the overwhelming force radiating from the artifact. Awash in holy energy, the beast turned instinctively toward the origin, the sacred tree behind it. From Noir's blade, divine fire ignited. Fed by the awakened spirit's will, clad in flames, Noir stood atop his horse, empowered by the spirit's blessing for the final strike. With glowing sword in hand, the young knight declared victory within reach, empowered by sacred energy. Before advancing, he paused as the spirit creature pressed its body firmly against his chest, letting out a determined cry. The small being urged him forward without hesitation. Understanding its plea, the knight acknowledged the signal and raced toward Noir with renewed conviction. Charging ahead, Noir struck at the massive beast, forcing it to the ground with a thunderous blow. Roaring wildly, the monster's aura shifted its rage, surging into a terrifying crimson transformation. As their eyes locked, the knight focused, seeing something deeper in the beast's expression. Golden light pierced through the gloom, reflecting within the beast's eye as their powers clashed. Noir soared forward once more, blade shining bright, while the enemy stood bracing for impact. The earth cracked as Noir launched, divine flames surrounding both rider and mount in golden fury. Behind them, a divine image loomed, an ethereal beast rising as a manifestation of power. Despite fear, the monster remained upright, baring its fangs against the overwhelming pressure descending upon it. Far away, a candle flickered out, its glow vanishing into silence, signaling the battle's conclusion. In a shadowed chamber, a robed figure confirmed the light of Dobrachit had disappeared. With grim acceptance, the cloaked mage answered the command, eyes glowing, "Yes, Lamashtu." From her darkened throne, the sorceress pondered how someone had shattered her curse with light. She found it odd, since no one in that remote domain should have held such power. As she spoke, the dying beast's body twitched one last time, corrupted energy seeping away. Deep in the forest, a faint rustling interrupted the stillness under the watch of towering trees. A girl emerged from hiding, clutching her cloak tightly while glancing around nervously. Her gaze narrowed, trying to identify who had approached, unsure if it was friend or foe. The younger girl claimed the spirit confirmed this was the right location they were meant to find. Skeptical but obedient, the older one grumbled before following her sister's lead. Suddenly, she stopped mid-sentence, heart racing as she sensed something off near the trees. Though she heard voices, they sounded unfamiliar. Doubt crept in whether they truly belonged to villagers, fearing a trap. She questioned if bandits might be lurking, or if the monster still roamed. Her worst fear came true. A shadow emerged behind them, forcing her to cover her mouth in panic. A figure appeared, grinning eerily as glowing eyes pierced through the darkness. "Found you," he whispered. Screaming, she fell backward in terror, unaware it was a prank from the returning knight. The spirit creature confirmed the reunion, offering berries as thanks, melting her shock into tearful laughter. With a soft voice, the knight told the girl it was time to return home safely. Without hesitation, she ran forward, her footsteps light, the danger of the forest finally behind her. Golden light shimmered as the reunion unfolded. He knelt and embraced her, the child clinging tightly in relief. The dwarven warrior stood before a grand gate, remembering a truth passed through generations: brilliance invites danger. Gripping his axe, he recalled the fall of those who failed to protect what they cherished. Amid ruins and ash, survivors marched from their shattered home, beginning a long, uncertain exile. In the heart of a molten forge, ancient fires still roared, undying amidst the crumbling halls. A lone smith stood firm before the blaze, his presence unmoved by time's decay. Behind him, a man approached solemnly, recognizing the need for someone to carry the burden forward. The hooded visitor expressed relief, believing he arrived in time to fulfill an urgent purpose. With steady hands, he presented a commission, a request born of unspoken desperation and resolve. The old smith raised an eyebrow, surprised the request came not only swiftly, but with rare materials. Shock filled his eyes as he examined the metal one that only eternal flame could forge. Recognizing its sacred origin, he listened as the man humbly requested a masterpiece beyond mortal bounds. Curiosity sparked, the smith questioned the commission's purpose, his hand unconsciously gripping the heavy ore. With unwavering resolve, the red-haired warrior revealed his intent, to create a sword that slays dragons. Eyes fierce, he declared his goal to defeat the prime dragon threatening their world's survival. Before a monstrous blaze, he envisioned the battle ahead, one that could determine everything's fate. Before sunrise, the captain sat alone at the dock, lost in thought, haunted by restless sleep. A subordinate approached, surprised to find him awake, questioning the reason behind his early vigil. The captain admitted his unease, mind heavy from the mission's recent revelations and unfinished thoughts. The soldier recalled their encounter with a strange monster in the central region, unnerved by its presence. They both remembered its traces vanished, like smoke, as if someone wanted the evidence erased. Suspicions deepened. The captain concluded the attack was no accident, but an intentional cover. Realizing the gravity, the subordinate suggested reporting it to Sir Joseph for immediate action. However, the captain dismissed couriers, citing winter's delays, and instead proposed an alternate plan eastward. They agreed on Witskaya County's capital as their next stop, preparing to leave at dawn. Left alone once more, the captain recalled fragments of a dream flames, a forge, and a vow. The vision of a red-haired warrior surfaced, declaring the intent to slay a prime dragon. Confused by the images, he reflected on the word slaying echoing faintly within his soul. Gripping his sword, he sensed a voice from within one that felt both distant and familiar. A memory stirred, reminding him of a bond that hadn't yet broken, still buried deep inside. He closed his eyes as a message emerged. "Let's meet again in a deeper world." Grasping his sword, the knight reaffirmed a silent vow beneath the morning mist and quiet dock. With unwavering gaze, he promised himself that someday, without fail, he would reach his goal. Far away, a village bustled under sunlight, its people gathering to witness the knight's departure. The baron questioned the urgency of his travel, urging the knight to delay until conditions improved. Responding respectfully, the knight explained that his task was finished. Now, it was time to go. Privately, the baron resented the early exit, frustrated he couldn't extract more favors or gold. Before leaving, the knight reminded the baron to heed the forest's warning from their earlier discussion. Reluctantly, the baron agreed, swearing not to burn trees or carelessly expand the barley fields. He added that honoring the forest with occasional offerings might even bring lasting fortune. With conviction, the knight called his offering a tribute to the god who had blessed him. The baron watched in awe, realizing the knight's gesture was reverent, not self-serving. He stood humbled, questioning how such a noble spirit resided in one raised so far north. In gratitude, the baron offered sincere words, promising to remember the knight's wisdom and restraint. With a final bow, the knight expressed hope for the prosperity of Dobricet's people. He turned toward the gate, ready to face the path that lay beyond the village walls. A gentle wind carried the farewell as the knight's presence faded from view, leaving only his blessing. A flag bearing the symbol of the tree fluttered calmly atop the town's highest roof. In the heart of the forest, a great tree shimmered, awakened by the echo of reverence. Spirits stirred with the warmth of memory, nourished not by offerings, but by care and remembrance. On moss-covered roots, feelings began to take form, resonating within nature itself. A basket of wild strawberries, gifted in innocence, carried enough warmth to stir ancient hearts. One small creature emerged from hiding, drawn by the berries, savoring each one with joy. A child called out cheerfully, assuring it no longer needed to feel forgotten or alone. As sunlight pierced the trees, the forest of Dobricet welcomed back a long-lost guardian spirit, far away. In a snowy capital, priests gathered around a high-ranking cleric bearing crimson robes. Inside the cathedral, someone quietly asked if the man's identity had finally been discovered. A voice confirmed the truth: he was the biological son of Duke Dragulia, a noble lineage. With this revelation, they realized he was the half-brother of the famed dragon killer's captain. Whispers circled as the title, son of the Dragonblood Duke, sent ripples through the chamber. Outside, mounted riders departed swiftly. Orders had been given, and the pursuit had begun. The bishop raised his arms, signaling the beginning of a sacred order under the falling snow. Before him, cloaked knights gathered on horseback, their leader looming tall and shrouded in shadow. His name was spoken with weight Radu Dragulia, a figure feared across battlefields and whispered in courts.